Dakian martial country. This world of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, heat, people do not want to live. There are also gangs, families, clans, vassals cut off. Enlisting the world's resources, Xu Hua crosses over and becomes a bottom-feeding miner, unable to get enough to eat or wear, and living a life more difficult than that of a dog. Just one night, when his neighbor's sister was bathing, he took a peek and ended up falling to the ground with his foot. When Xu Hua woke up afterward, he realized that he had obtained the one-click upgrade system, a martial art that others had been practicing hard for 3 years. He only needed a second to upgrade. Chapter 1, The Martial Way of the Chaotic World. Looking at the 2 white flour steamed buns on the table in front of the mine, Xu Hua swallowed his saliva a few times, really wanting to take a bite to go. The feeling must be very soothing. Hungry, too hungry. He worked on a mine outside the town of Black Dragon, and worked all day without a sip of water or a bite of food, and received a whip from his foreman for moving slowly. Now his whole back was on fire. The foreman walked over and slumped in his chair with 2 large white flour buns to supervise the work. Xu Hua looked at it. His hunger and his lips were dry and cracked. He was really greedy, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only bury his head and work hard. The 500th year of the Great Qian dynasty fell apart. At this moment, the people are not happy. There are natural and man-made disasters. Gangs are dishing up the city. Sects are occupying the mountains. Human life is like grass, and people are really worse than dogs. There is no longer a peaceful place in any of the states, counties, or small villages or towns. For example, the biggest power in Black Dragon Town was the Zhou family, monopolizing the resources around Black Dragon Town. There were people as young as 13 and as old as 50 or 60 in the mine, and everyone's skin was peeling from the sun. Xu Hua lifted his aching arm, his breath dry and hot between breaths. He held a chisel in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand as he kept chiseling the ore. Hot and hungry, and not even allowed to take a sip of water. Grass, really not treating people like human beings. Xu Hua spat out a breath. Beside Xu Hua squatted a skinny black-faced teenager, about 16 years old. His name was Fu Gue, Xu Hua's neighbor, grew up with him and was a hairdresser. Fu Gue secretly took out a large cake from his arms. There was still dust on the cake. Fu Gue blew on it and handed it to Xu Hua. Hua, hurry up and eat. Don't get caught. Xu Hua put down the chisel in his hand and took a big bite of the big cake. He didn't know why he had crossed over to this guy, and had become a bottom-level miner who couldn't get enough to eat. It's a day that's worse than a dog's. According to the memories inside his mind, he had worked as a laborer for more than 20 days in the Zhou family's mine, and it was 30 coins a month. It's a job where if you don't do it, you starve to death. And if you do it, you can barely survive. The world is hard and people are dying everywhere. Other people cross over, either the emperor, the clan saint's son, or the rich and famous. The result of his opening crossover is not a dog. Zhu Beihe looked at Xu Hua and Fu Gue. 2 people slack, stood up and walked straight toward the 2 people. He waved his big hand, snapped a whip thrown in the back of Fu Gue and Xu Hua. Ouch! It hurts. Rich gritted his teeth. Zhu Beihe kicked over Fu Gue. Grass. Who the hell told you to rest? Hurry up and move. Still want to work money. Fu Gue climbed up from the ground and forced himself to endure the pain in his chest, revealing a smile on his face. Yes, we'll get to work. Don't slack off on me or I'll beat you to death, believe it or not. Master Crane, we won't be lazy. Fu Gue nodded his head. Then Zhu Beihe took the whip and went elsewhere. Xu Hua took the hammer and chiseled away viciously. Fu Gue wiped his sweat. Brother Hua, when is this going to be ahead? Hua, you're bleeding from your back. Xu Hua nodded. I know. Xu Hua gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain to work. Just now he was thrown a whip. He did not resist and did not struggle, because he knew that he resisted would definitely be taught a lesson by this foreman. Right now there are still 2 days to pay the wages, but since he had crossed over, Xu Hua naturally didn't want to continue being a bottom feeder. This world was revered by martial arts, just like the Zhou family in Black Dragon Town. It was because the Zhou family head possessed terrifying martial arts strength that he monopolized the resources of Black Dragon Town in all directions. Practice martial arts to change your life. Practice martial arts in order to soar. Xu Hua suddenly frowned again as he thought of this. Martial arts training? How do I practice and how do I practice? How can he practice martial arts when he can't even get enough to eat? And it takes Dharma to practice martial arts. Xu Hua suddenly thought of another tattered old book at home based on the memories inside his mind. It seemed to be called something like Thousand Cow Palm, which was left behind by his grandfather. Thinking of this, Xu Hua couldn't help but explode angrily. Yes, go back and turn it over. I want to practice martial arts. I want to excel, Xu Hua secretly said in his heart. It was at this time. The foreman, who had just been there, swung his whip viciously towards another worker, who was only 13 years old. Asterisk 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 in hell. You're in lazy too? The foreman gave 7 or 8 hard lashes before dragging the 13-year-old to a boulder. Master Crane. I was wrong. Don't hit me. The teenager knelt down. With a snap, Chu Beiha lifted his foot and kicked the teenager, who hit his head on a sharp stone and was drenched in blood on the spot, and soon became motionless. Damn! What a beating! Dying like that? The other workers saw the scene and dared to speak out, because this Chu foreman, who knows martial arts, is a practitioner. He alone can beat several people. Fugue gritted his teeth. Dead. This Chu foreman killed someone again. Really, human life is worse than a dog. Xu Hua's sense of crisis grew stronger when he saw the scene. Today it was this teenager who died. Tomorrow it might be his turn. But this job will end in starvation if you quit. Xu Hua's eyes were firm as he asked himself in his heart. Practice martial arts. You must practice martial arts. As the sun set the earth and night fell, Xu Hua exhaustedly finished his task for the day, and then dragged his exhausted body with Fu Gue to a dilapidated courtyard. Fortune is right next door to Xu Hua's house. Xu Hua entered the room and began to rummage through the boxes, finally dragging out a wooden box from under the bed, and after opening the box, a tattered book was placed inside. Looking at the tattered books, Xu Hua was a little parched inside, and it was as if all the humiliation in his heart was going to be washed away immediately. 1,000 cow palm. Sure enough, it's a palm technique left behind by Grandpa. Xu Hua flipped through the books and then began to pose the same way as above, but after fiddling for a while, his strength was expended quite a bit to no avail. No, not at all. Is it really impossible to turn over a new leaf in this life? Just as Xu Hua was thinking about life, he suddenly heard a clatter next door. Xu Hua followed the sound and saw that there was a small hole in his wall. Xu Hua was curious about what this was, then took a look into the hole, and it turned out to be the next door neighbor's sister, Zhang Wan, who was taking a bath. Who dug this hole? Xu Hua glanced at Zhang Wan's delicate and plump body and immediately withdrew his gaze. You can't look around. The next door neighbor's sister, Zhang Wan, is very nice to him, making him clothes and giving him food. It would be embarrassing if he was caught. He wasn't the type to spy on people in the shower. Just as Xu Hua turned around, his feet slipped, his head hit the table, and he fainted instantly. When Xu Hua woke up, he touched his somewhat bruised forehead. Grass. It's really unlucky for me to cross over to you. You're really an unlucky egg. Speechless, Xu Hua cursed angrily. However, the next moment, Xu Hua was startled as he saw a line of small words appear. Successful activation of the system. Entry into the Qian Nyo Palm successful. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, none. Upgrade points, 0. Martial art, 1,000 cow palm, uninitiated. Xu Hua pinches his thigh. It hurts. It really hurts. He showed his ecstasy, for this was the coming of his all-too-familiar Goldfinger. Chapter 2: The 5 Levels of Refined Skin. Xu Hua pressed down his excitement as he gradually became calm. The main thing now was to be calm. He analyzed the system data column again and quickly understood how this system was used. The system is called a one-click upgrade system, which isn't a boast. It's real, but the prerequisite requires upgrade points. How to harvest upgrade points. Xu Hua also figured out that it was to allow his body to absorb some nice things, such as eating medicinal meals, soups, great medicines, precious medicines, elixirs, and so on. As for the division of cultivation levels, Xu Hua also understood clearly from the system side. For martial artists, the very beginning is to cultivate the skin and flesh, known as the great realm of skin refining. Skin refining is divided into 5 levels, which are cowhide, stone skin, iron skin, copper skin, and gold skin. It's not that the skin will actually turn to stone and turn to copper and iron here, but it's a metaphor. Then the 1,000 cow palm included inside the system was precisely the cowhide grinding method. The average person would be able to achieve a small success after practicing for 3 to 5 years, and would be able to achieve perfection after practicing for 10 years. Those in the ox skin realm have skin membranes like oxen and are very powerful, with the strength of their arms reaching about 300 pounds. Like the mine Chu Bieha is refining skin in the cowhide level, belongs to the first level. The mine inside the Master Xu Xiong is even more powerful a lot. As for the Zhou family's 3 big housekeepers, as well as the Zhou family's old master Zhou Changlong, what realm? The whole Black Dragon Town no one knows. Anyway, the Zhou family Black Dragon Town is the king. is the sky. Su Hua's thoughts pulled back. The most important thing at the moment was to harvest upgrade points. No money can simply not afford the tonics. Su Hua frowned. On Fortune's side, there was a 19-year-old sister, whose name was Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan did some fine work in a store and got 30 coppers a month. Zhang Wan had long ago cooked a few large pancakes for her brother. Looking at the large pancake, Fortune swallowed. Sister, that smells good. Eat quickly. I'll go get 2 for Su Hua. Zhang Wan came outside the courtyard next door. Su Hua, asleep yet? Zhang Wan came outside the courtyard. Su Hua opened the courtyard door and looked at Zhang Wan. Sister Wan Air, are you still awake? Here, eat the cake. Su Hua swallowed his saliva. He didn't refuse and directly took the large cake. Thank you, Sister Wan Air. What are you polite for? When your parents were still around, Fu Gue and I often went to your house to eat too. Now that I have found a job, what's a few pancakes? If it wasn't for your parents helping us out in the first place, we siblings would have starved to death long ago. And this small courtyard of ours was also built by your parents when they were helping us out. Zhang Wan laughed. Su Hua, who had returned to his room, drank from the well while taking a big bite of a large cake. After eating it, Su Hua was surprised to find that his system's upgrade points had changed, climbing from 0 to 3, meaning that he had now harvested 3 units of upgrade points. Thinking about this, Su Hua became even more excited. Right now, he was practicing the lowest level 1000 cow palm, so eating some food could increase his upgrade points. That's great, but 2 was just too little. Su Hua felt like he could eat a cow, but of course, he didn't have the money to afford one. Su Hua frowned. He still walked out the door to Zhang Fugui's house. Harvesting upgrade points is too important right now. That's why Su Hua also wanted Zhang Fugui's sister to get some big cakes. I'll repay this sibling when I'm rich. Zhang Fugui watched Su Hua arrive and immediately took out a stool. Brother Hua, have a seat. Zhang Wan also walked out. Su Hua, sit down. What are you waiting for? Su Hua scratched his head in some embarrassment. That's Sister Wan Air. I have something I want to say. Zhang Wan revealed a sweet smile. Just say whatever you have. Su Hua, just treat your sister as your own family. I'm hungry, and I want some more whoppers. Zhang Wan nodded and immediately instructed Fu Gue to go and bring over the wheat flour, after which Zhang Wan personally cooked the pancakes for Su Hua, cooking a total of 8 out. The 3 of them just sat on the patio and ate a large pie. Thank you, Sister Wan Air. Su Hua was very grateful. No need to be polite. I barely have a job, Mela. Zhang Wan laughed. Fu Gue ate a large cake and showed a naive expression. Hey, Hua has enough to eat tonight. Oh. As he ate, Fu Gue shed tears. Brother Hua, why do you think our days are so bitter? When will it end? I want to eat meat so much. I want to eat pork. I want to eat roast duck. Su Hua swallowed the large cake that didn't taste very good and firmly said, Fu Gue, it's almost time. The good times will come soon. When that time comes, Fu Gue, you'll have endless meat to eat, and Sister Waner, you'll have endless beautiful clothes to wear, as well as all sorts of jewelry, and a large mansion. Zhang Fugue hemmed and hawed. Che, Brother Hua, you just love to brag. Zhang Wan held out her towering breasts. He, Su Hua, it's good that you remember Sister Wan Air when you're rich. By the way, come to your Sister Wan Air's home for dinner after tomorrow. Early the next morning, Su Hua and Fu Gue went to work in the mine again. This job had to go. At least 30 coins a month. It would be good to get through a month soon and get paid for their work. On the mine, Su Hua was honestly chiseling the ore, and so was Fu Gue. And when it came to the midday meal, this side of the plaza provided some cold food, which was said to be more than the Zhou family residents could eat. This cold rice don't look like people can't finish the leftovers. Here you want to eat more, can't eat. Each person will eat a ball as big as the palm of your hand. Eat and get back to work. The sun afternoon is the most poisonous. Some workers cannot support this heat under the stone, but no one dares to be lazy. If they are found, will be Chu foreman a whip. This whip could be said to be incomparably poisonous. A whip down the skin and flesh bloomed. Su Hua's back now have a scar. In the afternoon, several workers could not support themselves and collapsed on the spot. Nima, trying to be lazy? Stand up for me. Foreman Xu walked over and viciously kicked over a 60-year-old worker. Another vicious swing of the whip swept over several others. One of them was called Yang Sangua. His lips were white and he tried to struggle, but he couldn't get up, obviously suffering from heatstroke. Su Hua looked at Yang Sangua like this and immediately said, Master Crane, Yang Sangua is suffering from heatstroke. Why don't you let him drink some water and rest for a while? What do you think? Cut the crap. Do your own. believe it or not, I'll whip you. Zhu Beihai gave Su Hua a hard look. Fu Gui pulled on Su Hua's sleeve. Brother Hua, don't say anything. A few moments later, Yang Sandwa convulsed on the ground, then foamed at the mouth, and soon the person was gone. The 3 dogs are dead. The 3 dogs are dead. Numerous workers said. Foreman Chu snorted coldly. Men, carry this guy out and throw him away. All of this was in Su Hua's eyes as he tightened his grip on the chisel, shaking his head and sighing. The world is in turmoil. Human life is worse than a dog. He needs to practice martial arts as soon as possible. This is how you can go against the grain. Chapter 3 Deduction of Wages. As night fell, the work at the ore quarry was finally put down, and the people left the quarry in droves. Dozens of workers looked at me, I looked at you, and none of them said anything. Their faces were filled with trepidation and confusion, and more than anything else, numbness, because every day here people die of exhaustion, heat stroke, or are killed by the chowderheads. But it's not like they can't stop coming here, bolstered by the belief that it's time to hand out a wave of coins at the end of the month, and every single one of them is holding out. After Su Hua and Zhang Fugui walked out of the ore field, Su Hua called out to Fortune. Fortune, what's up? Rich Face is also full of confusion, full of trepidation. This kind of day, really do not want to stay, but this is the fate of the lowest people. You cannot struggle. Struggle is death. You can live a few days longer if you live and let live. Young 3 Dog was thrown somewhere. I don't know. It looks like it's back there in the jungle. Make a trip over there and bury Yang Sandog. This brother was kind enough to get us ginger soup when we had a fever when we first went into the ore field, so we can't let his body be divided among the wild dogs. Hearing this, Zhang Fugui nodded. Yes, this brother Yang Sandog is not bad, but it's a pity. Speaking here, Zhang Fugui shivered as he looked straight at Su Hua. Brother Hua, you said, later, don't say anything, go over there first, soon. Su Hua led Fu Gui to the body of Yang Sandog. Looking at Yang Sangwan, Fu Gui was silent for a long time, not saying anything for a long time, and Su Hua also took a deep breath. The two of them then plowed a large pit in the mountains and forests, which led to the burial of Yang Sangwan. After handling it, Su Hua held a piece of thatch in his mouth, and Zhang Fugui sat on his butt on the ground. The two of them looked at Yang Sangwan's grave and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Rich stood up and he wept. Brother Hua, Yang Sandog died so tragically. Do you think we'll end up the same way in the future? Will we die in the mine as well? Hua, tell me. Su Hua closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them, he revealed a sharp edge. He patted Fortune on the shoulder. No, with my brother, you won't die, and neither will I. Not only that, but the good times will come soon. Zhang Fugui wiped his tears. Brother Hua, I grew up with you. I know you lied to me. We are at the bottom of the ladder. It's impossible for us to turn over a new leaf. It's a million times more difficult for us to stay alive. Maybe tomorrow, I, Fugui, will also die in the ore field. Hua, I don't want to live like this anymore. I really don't. It's so hard. So hard. Su Hua once again patted Fugui on the shoulder. Shingo for once. Looking at Su Hua's determined gaze, Fu Gui revealed another silly smile. Hey, brother Hua, I believe in you. Waiting for you to bring me to a good life. In the future, brother Hua, when you're rich, what will I, Fu Gui, be for you? As a bodyguard? No, as a butler of the Su family. Good. Su Hua smiled. Fu Gui lowered his voice and laughed. By the way, brother Hua, didn't you peep at my sister taking a bath? He. When the time comes, I'll let my sister marry you. He. Hearing this, Su Hua hummed lightly. You brat. When did I peek at Sister Wan Air's bath? You just peeked. Don't deny it. My sister told me. Su Hua coughed twice. Net nonsense. When Fu Gui mentioned this, Su Hua had Zhang Wan's marvelous figure inside his mind. With those long white legs, if she didn't come from a poor background and didn't dress up much, Zhang Wan'er would definitely be a great beauty. Of course, Sister Zhang Wan was smart enough to never dress up and would blacken her face so that it was safe to go out. It's not even like siblings compared to a dark, unkempt guy like Fugui, because Zhang Fugui is really black. Afterwards, Su Hua and Zhang Fugui went back. Zhang Wan asked Su Hua to come to her house for dinner, and Su Hua simply didn't bother to be polite. Right now, he wanted to accumulate upgrade points, and eating was also the easiest way to accumulate them. Looking at a large cake on the table, Su Hua and Fu Gui took a big bite. In no time at all, The two had finished off 7 or 8 large pies. Xu Hua took a large gulp of water and got a sense of satisfaction after eating and drinking. He looked at Zhang Wan and Fu Guwei, who had been his little brother for many years. If you get rich in the future, you should never forget these two siblings. After eating and drinking, Xu Hua returned to his room at home. He couldn't wait to open the system. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, none. Upgrade points, 9. Martial art, 1000 cow palm plus uninitiated. A plus sign appears after the 1000 cows palm on the system column. This is a sign of a one-click upgrade. Xu Hua revealed a look of ecstasy as he immediately tapped that plus sign behind the system. In an instant, Xu Hua felt as if his entire body's muscles had instantly tensed up, and his entire body became incomparably hot, and even produced a sharp pain. Then Xu Hua was surrounded by hot air. After the heat disappeared, Xu Hua stood up, and he felt his body filled with power inside. Similarly, the 1000 bull palm attack method appeared inside his mind. As expected, when Xu Hua opened the system, he found that the martial art he cultivated, the 1000 cow palm, had already been initiated, and in a flash it had gone from being initiated to being a minor success again. Martial skills are categorized into 5 levels: introductory, minor, major, proficient, and consummate. In other words, if Xu Hua cultivated the 1000 ox palm to the level of perfection, his own cultivation would also reach the level of cowhide perfection, and the strength of his arms could reach around 300 pounds. When the time comes, you can look for the stone skin dharma to cultivate. Xu Hua felt his strength skyrocket a lot, and his skin and flesh were quite strong. Before, he was very thin and weak, and in just a short while, he was quite physically strong. The next day, Xu Hua and Fu Guwei continued to go to the ore field to hit the stone. Today Xu Hua's movements were very nimble and much faster. After all, his strength had increased several times. Fu Guwei was stunned. Brother Hua, why are you moving so fast today? On the third day, Xu Hua and Fu Guwei continued to work diligently. The time came to the 5th day, when it was finally time to pay the wages. Everyone is waiting for this month's wages. However, the foreman Chu Bieha did not release to everyone. Some people went up to the foreman Chu Bieha theory. The result was kicked over to the ground. Xu Hua and Fu Guwei cheerfully came to Chu Bieha's side and were about to receive their wages. Master Crane, 1 month has come and gone. The promised wages are 30 coppers. May I ask when they will be released to us? Xu Hua inquired. Chu Bieha stood up with a scowl on his face. No, you guys work lazy. I didn't even get my wages, let alone you guys. Work for 2 more months, and then it will be paid off in one lump sum. When Fu Guwei heard this, he became anxious on the spot. Master Crane, if we don't get paid for our labor, we'll starve to death. Didn't you hear what I said? If you want to do it, do it. If you don't, pull back. Chu Bieha stood up. His face of horizontal flesh looked incomparably hideous. Fu Guwei still wanted to argue. Chu Bieha swung a whip and saw that it was going to split on Zhang Fu Guwei's head. Xu Hua grabbed the whip. Okay, Master Crane, since we're not paying this month, we'll talk about it later. Chu Bieha patted Xu Hua and laughed hideously. Or you kid knows how to do it. Hurry up and get lost, or else Master whip you all to the skin. Xu Hua pulled Fu Guwei away in a hurry, knowing that now was not the time to be competitive. This month for nothing a month, but also received a lot of beatings. Xu Hua heart is also angry. Thought today can get the money. It looks like the money was swallowed by Chu Bieha. Xu Hua glanced at a smug Chu Bieha as he pulled Fu Guwei away. Good, good. Swallow my month's wages. You have a way of taking death. Chapter 4, Murder on a Rainy Night. Fu Guwei followed Xu Hua out of the mine. Brother Hua, it must be that Chu Bieha withheld our wages and didn't release them to us, and we worked for him for a month for nothing. I know. Xu Hua grimaced. Not a moment too soon. The two of them went back to their respective homes, and after eating something Xu Hua opened the system. The system upgrade points reached 15 points and a plus sign appeared behind the martial skill 1000 Oxpalm. As long as the plus sign appeared it meant that it could be upgraded. Xu Hua revealed an ecstatic gaze, directly pointing at the plus sign. With a loud bang, Xu Hua felt like he was struck by lightning. His entire muscles ached with pain, and when the pain was over, Xu Hua's body unexpectedly pulled up 2 centimeters with the speed of the naked eye, and his muscles began to be sharply angled. His fists clenched as his power skyrocketed and his chi and blood increased by far too much. Is this the effect brought about by the consummation of the 1000 ox palm? Xu Hua blasted his palm into the void, which exploded with a snap. Xu Hua withdrew his large palm, then revealed a scowl. Deduction of wages. Mother her, you made me do it. Su Hua was murderous and vicious. As the saying goes, there are 3 evils in a person who practices martial arts. Now in just a few days, the 1,000-cow palm has been cultivated to perfection. 3 days against 3 years for others. Who can take off if he doesn't take off? If Chu Bieha doesn't die, then who will? Chu Bi he must die tonight. Su Hua changed into black clothes, then covered his face with a black sarong. He was naturally careful. Chu Bieha is the foreman of the mine, and is the person of the mine supervisor Xu Xiong. What is Xu Xiong? Is one of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family. The Chao family has 5 vicious dogs and 3 major housekeepers. Each of the 5 vicious dogs manages a different place for the Chao family. For example, Xu Xiong, a vicious dog, is managing the mine. Several other malamutes manage the sandy fields, docks, etc. So Su Hua has to be careful. Once he kills Chu Bieha, Xu Xiong will definitely check. Right now, his strength was no match for Xu Xiong. Tonight the breeze blew, and not long afterward dark clouds covered the area, and soon it started to drizzle, and the various streets of Black Dragon Town became a bit cold. With a bucket hat and a dagger stuck in his back, Su Hua walked out of the room with a diameter, then sprinted all the way. Soon Su Hua arrived outside a courtyard, which was Chu Beiha's house. Su Hua tumbled through the back wall and looked inside in the dark and didn't spot Chu Beiha. Where did the dog go? Su Hua searched in secret. At this moment, Chu Beiha is in a restaurant with his arm around a woman. Just went upstairs and entered the room to do business with this woman. And after 30 seconds, the fight was over. This woman stroked Chibetsu Crane's chest. Master Crane, that was awesome. Chu Beiha laughed, then put on his clothes and left in the restaurant. Chu Beiha just walked out of the door 20 to 30 meters. Behind him appeared a silhouette. This person with a bucket hat all the way to follow Chu Beiha. Walk across the street, cross the veranda bridge, pass through a forest of green bamboo, enter the alleyway again, and turn the corner. Chu Beiha took out the key and opened the door to the room. He pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside, then closed it behind him. He had just closed it and was about to walk back to his room to rest when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Who? Delivery. Send something, Chubetsu said. Here's some wine from Master Crane. Did I order wine? Chu Beiha frowned, but he couldn't remember. He often called for wine anyway, so he took a big step to the front door, then grabbed the bolt with both hands and opened it. As soon as he opened the gate, suddenly a pair of large palms as if they were stone hammers that fiercely blasted on his chest. Chu Bieha's body immediately retreated violently, his chest bones instantly breaking, his eyes widening as he revealed an incredulous gaze. Chu Bieha instantly became furious and was about to say something. The man in the bucket hat flew close. His large palm was continuous, directly and ruthlessly slapping on Chu Bieha's chest. Chu Bieha couldn't react at all and could only retreat back and forth. 1 slap, 2 slaps, 3 slaps. After the 7 palms were completed, Chu Bieha's body bent into a bow and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The man in black then drew his dagger and stabbed at Chu Bieha's abdomen. A knife, 2 cuts, 3 knives. The man in black kept stabbing Chu Beiha. Chu Beiha retreated back and forth, but he was already powerless to resist. Then Chu Beiha collapsed on the ground. His chest was bloody, his mouth, and his nose kept bleeding. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe this scene. Who in the world would dare to make a move against him in Black Dragon Town? Who ate the leopard's guts? Su Hua looked at the dying Chu Beiha as he slowly removed the bucket hat and then the black face scarf. It's me, Su Hua. Chu Beiha was shocked. He never thought it would be this kid from the mine. He never dreamed of it. You. Su Hua held the dagger and crouched down. Chu Beiha, grass mud horse. Aren't you very capable? Chu Beiha looked at this mud leg in front of him. He never dreamed that it was this kid who had sneak attacked him. And this kid was so strong in power. Spare me. Spare me. Su Hua revealed a scowl. He wouldn't let go of Chu Beiha. Su Hua thrust at Chu Beiha's neck. Chu Beiha, dead. After killing Chu Beiha, Su Hua didn't rush to leave. He fumbled around on Chu Beiha's body and felt a string of coins out. That is, 50 coins. Su Hua then went to Chu Beiha's house to do some more poking around, and soon found a box. After opening the box, Su Hua found 2 more strings of copper plates from the box, a total of 150 coins. But for Chu Beiha, that's all? Su Hua was too lazy to look for it, so as not to stay too long and cause trouble. Anyway, for Su Hua, it was a wave of wealth. Su Hua's heart revealed a look of ecstasy. It's true that a horse can't get fat without night grass. People don't get rich without crosses. Killing people to cross over comes just as fast. Of course, Su Hua was still very righteous in his 3 views and only killed these evil people. After receiving the 200 copper plates, Su Hua discovered another secret book inside the box, which was called the Black Tiger Fist Technique, which also belonged to the cowhide cultivation method. Su Hua revealed an excited look. He was liking this kind of martial art right now, though not at the stone skin level, but he possessed the system anyway, so he could learn a few more cowhide techniques. After all, the stone skin method, he couldn't get this kind of martial art. By learning one more cowhide method, his battle power value would be enhanced a bit. Soon, Su Hua put on a bucket hat and hurriedly left Chu Beiha's place with his face covered. In a short while, Su Hua returned to his courtyard. Su Hua entered the room and put the 200 coins away. He couldn't use them indiscriminately now or he would arouse suspicion, and for the time being, he couldn't give them to Zhan Wan's siblings to spend. The only thing Su Hua could do now was to raise his strength like crazy. Looking at the Black Tiger Fist technique, Su Hua opened his system and directly included the Black Tiger Fist technique. System, enter a new gong method, entry successful. System type, 1-click upgrade, host, Su Hua, age, 16, habilitation, skin refining, cowhide, upgrade points, 0, martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete, Black Tiger Fist, uninitiated. Chapter 5, One of the Bad Dogs, Xu Xiong. The next day, Su Hua and Fu Gue received a message that everyone should go to the mine to collect last month's copper plates. Su Hua and Fu Gue went to the mine. No, brother Hua, how come I realized that you even walked and ran for 4 or 5 miles? You didn't even gasp for a second. And this body of yours, how come it has strengthened so much? The muscles are coming out. No way. You're blind. Fu Gue huffed. Brother Hua, you are just stronger. Well, this sister of mine elbowed her way out. Is not my sister to get you a small stove? Su Hua hummed lightly. Go. How can that be? Really didn't make a small stove? Zheng Fugue said half-heartedly. Of course not. However, Su Hua also frowned. Fu Gue even saw that his body had become much stronger. At this rate, he probably couldn't hide the fact that he was practicing martial arts, mainly in the mines. Would he be found out? Other workers in the mine were also discussing it. I heard we were going to be paid back wages today, and I said I wouldn't come to work. I wonder if it's true or not. That Chu Bieha would be so kind as to suddenly give us back pay for our labor? Just at this time outside the mine, a carriage appeared. Some of the sharp-eyed miners' faces changed. Don't say a word. There's a carriage coming. That's who's coming. Some old workers said, it's Steward Su coming. This is Steward Su's carriage. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically up and they all lowered their heads to work. Su Hua did likewise, lowering his head to work. Steward Su was the main person in charge of the mine. It is even one of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family. Very strong. Said to have torn tigers and leopards alive, killing people with a ruthless heart. That Chu Beiha is simply too much worse compared to Xu Xiong. The carriage stopped and a man in a long black robe stepped down from the carriage. Su Hua took a look at the man, who was 1 meter 9 in height, with an incomparably strong body, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. This person also walked with a dragon's stride, carrying a strong wind. Masters, absolutely masterful. This was still Su Hua surveying from a distance. He knew that this person in front of him, far from him to be able to compare, although he was able to shock Chu Beiha, but definitely in the hands of this person cannot go 3 rounds. If he fought against this person, Su Hua felt that he would be torn in half by this person on the spot. Is this the master? Su Hua was determined to raise his strength as soon as possible, or else he would be too insecure. Xu Xiong entered the stone quarry and personally looked around, and as Su Hua surveyed Xu Xiong up close, an incomparably depressing feeling enveloped him. Xu Xiong's eyes were like electricity, stout to the extreme, and his body had a terrifying killing aura. Although he did not speak, but at a glance, he is a ruthless person, definitely 10 times more ruthless than Chu Beiha. I don't know what realm this person is an expert in. It's definitely not cowhide. Maybe it's a stonehide or even an ironhide expert. Su Hua said with speculation in his heart. Xu Xiong looked at the crowd and slowly said, I already know about Chu Beiha's failure to pay you your wages. Now that the wages have been brought to you, line up to receive them. The crowd then received 30 coins. And Fu Gue and Su Hua also received 30 coins. Xu Xiong watched the crowd receive their coins, then said nonchalantly, do a good job. The wages will definitely be on time in the future. And if you don't want to do it, you can also not come tomorrow. After saying this, Xu Xiong left. As soon as Xu Xiong left, the crowd was ruthlessly relieved. Don't ever think that Xu Xiong is a great benefactor just because he paid back the people's wages. That would be a big mistake. The back pay was paid because of the fear that these men would strike and who would do the work of the mines in the future. Who is Xu Xiong? One of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family. Of the 5 evil dogs, any one of the evil dogs placed in the Black Dragon Town will be able to set off a bloody storm. There was once a small family that offended Xu Xiong and was exterminated by Xu Xiong that night. Xu Xiong is the kind of person who belongs to the category of people who are ruthless. Finally gone. This guy is so scary. That look in his eyes just now. It's like a tiger or leopard in the mountains and forests. One bite could swallow us. Fu Gue exhaled fiercely. Yeah. Su Hua snickered. Yes, brother Hua. Just now I merely looked at Xu Xiong and I all of a sudden lost my strength. Hearing what Fu Gue said, Su Hua did think that there might not be a problem with what Fu Gue said. Namely the oppressive feeling that a powerful martial artist brings. After the crowd received 30 coins, they were finally relieved, and everyone's face showed a look of joy. Now the child has something to eat. Yeah, now I'll have money to get medicine and medical attention for my old lady too. A discussion ensued among these men at the mine. Do you know why it's Steward Su who pays the wages? I heard that Chu Beiha was ed to death last night. What? Chu Beiha is dead? Yes, really, 1,000 times over. It was last night that he died. My God, there's even someone in Black Dragon Town who dares to touch Steward Su's dog. It's the one who died last night. Chobetsa's eyes were out. I don't know who did it, and now Steward Su is leading a lineup. At this moment, Fu Gue also heard this news and also revealed an incomparably surprised expression. Fu Gue came to Su Hua's side. Brother Hua, shocking good news. This old dog Chu Beiha is dead. Ed to death. His eyeballs were out. Really? Su Hua was shocked. Of course it's true. This old dog has made too many enemies, so it's only normal for him to be ed to death. Su Hua slowly said. Makes sense. But Steward Su brought people to find out who actually killed Chu Beiha. Zhang Fugue laughed happily. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes stared. However, a smirk surfaced at the corner of his mouth. No matter how he checked, he couldn't find out his head. So let him take his time. His next most important goal was to cultivate the Black Tiger Fist to a successful level. Although the Black Tiger Fist was not a stone skin method, he could cultivate a few more cowhide methods, which would give him a sturdy foundation. By stacking one more consummate cow method, his battle power could be stacked just as well. Su Hua was now practicing martial arts and embarking on the martial arts path, so he wasn't going to continue working in the mines, and as he got stronger and stronger, he would definitely be in trouble if Xu Xiong found out about him then. Quite a few people left today, so Su Hua made up his mind that he would not come tomorrow after receiving his wages today. Fortune, I won't be coming tomorrow. Ah, brother Hua, you're not coming tomorrow? Fu Gue was shocked. Well, the wages for mine labor are too low and uninteresting. Su Hua said blandly. If he doesn't come alone, then there's a problem. If large numbers of people leave, then there's no problem. Fu Gue nodded. That's true. If brother Hua isn't coming, then I won't come either. Let's find a new job. Just as Su Hua and Fu Gue were about to leave, on this side of the mine, there was a fight instead. A couple of miners are bullying a kid named Panvan. Pangwan. Su Hua and Fu Gue did recognize, giving them both the deepest impression that this kid is very good at water, can hold his breath underwater for a quarter of an hour, used to catch fish for both of them. Su Hua watched as Pangwan was kicked to the ground. After thinking about it, he walked over. What for? A few young men frowned and looked at Su Hua. Of course it's a beating. This kid just bumped into us and hurt us. Now aren't we paid for our work? Let this kid take 20 coins out to compensate us. Ha 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 ha. Su Hua narrowed his eyes. A few brothers, can you let him go? The 3 young men drank. Kid, you want to mind your own business? This has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and get out of the way. Chapter 6 Diving Breathwork. One of the sharp-tongued brats kicked hard at Pangwan a few times, and Pangwan curled up into a ball, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The other 2 pointed at Su Hua and Fu Gue. You guys get the hell out of here or we'll even beat you together. Believe it or not. Su Hua frowned. It wasn't a big problem to deal with these few ruffians. The problem was, he was afraid of exposing his strength. Pangwan is a good kid and shall not be killed by these people. A few people. Wait for the steward to come. You are also to find this kid to ask for money. Do not be in the mine later after the work is done. Go to his house Su Hua lowered his voice. Boy, count on you to remind us. After finishing their work, these few people really rushed towards Pangwan's house, but into a wooded area. A figure stopped them. This was followed by the sound of screams. It was Xu Hua who struck out lightning fast and obliterated the ruffians. I've wanted to get you guys killed for a long time. Xu Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. These ruffians, they've done a lot of bad things. Xu Hua went to search the body of a few people to see if there is any copper plate. Doggone it, a few people have nothing. Pang Wen and Fu Gue who were on the side. The two of them watched with wide eyes as Xu Hua in front of them unexpectedly finished off these ruffians. The two men were paralyzed with fear. Fu Gue, Pang Wen, what are you guys waiting for? Dig it up and bury it for me. Xu Hua drank. The two of them, Fu Gue and Pang Wen, quickly dug a pit and buried it under Xu Hua's guidance. However, Fu Gue and Pang Wen were both pale. It was the first time they had seen Xu Hua kill someone. Xu Hua knew that these two guys weren't comfortable with it. Spin said, in the way of the chaotic world, people can't stand firm if they're not ruthless. If I don't kill them today, Pang Wen, it's you who will die tonight. Fu Gue also nodded. Brother Hua, you're right. Pang Wen stood up and patted the grime on his body, then looked at Xu Hua and nodded. I know. Hua, thank you. After Xu Hua resolved the minor dispute, he became even more acutely aware of the importance of strength. It's a real pig in a poke without strength. Hua, Pang Wen, is there anything else? Xu Hua asked. That I'd like to buy you guys some meat. Pang Wen had a serious face. Xu Hua shook his head when he heard meat. These days, not to mention eating meat, eating a large cake was a luxury. Fu Gue immediately said, meat is so expensive. Keep this bit of copper on you. Pang Wen smiled. This meat doesn't cost anything. Hua, Fu Gue, you guys come with me. Soon, Pang Wen brought Xu Hua and Fu Gue to a valley below. Here the waterfall flows straight down, flying 3,000 feet. Below is a surging river. Whirlpools are extremely many, like opening a big mouth of the beast. Standing on the bank are able to feel palpitations, even if it is a good skin refining. Also do not dare to easily under the big river here. Fu Gue was rather puzzled. Pang Wen, what are you doing bringing us here at night? Pang Wen didn't say anything, but took off his clothes, then said, Brother Hua, Fu Gue, you guys wait for me. Pang Wen then dove headfirst into the bottom of the waterfall. Fortune's face paled in fear. Ponvin, not a moment too soon. Ponman scurried out of the water. There were also two grass carp in his left and right hands. Hey, Hua, Fortune, what do you see here? Fu Gue licked the corner of his mouth. Pang Wen, you're really bullish. You actually caught two big grass carp. Ponman hemmed and hawed and swam to the shore, where Fortune pulled him up. Pang Wen then quickly cleaned the two grass carp, picked off the scales, dug out the internal organs, and then recruited two branches to pierce through, and then roasted them. Two large grass carp were very fat and greasy. When baked, they are golden brown on the outside and still moist and bubbling with oil. Rich couldn't wait. His stomach had been hungry for a long time. Xu Hua was also hungry as he looked at the large grass carp that was charred on the outside. Hua, Fortune, eat up. The three of them then ate the fish in large chunks. However, Xu Hua did feel some fishy, but overall okay. The three of them ate the two big grass carp. Fu Gue is to pick up the fish bones on the ground, constantly shivering and then shivering their own 5 fingers, which is not yet finished. At this moment, Xu Hua, after eating his fill, realized that he had added 23 upgrade points to his upgrade points, and it seemed that it was because he had eaten the large grass carp. But keep taking it later. The upgrade points don't increase anymore. You kid Kawa, how is the water so good? So raging under the waterfall you kid can still catch 2 big grass carp. Xu Hua was a bit shocked. Hey, Hua, you also know that I grew up without my parents. It was my grandfather who brought me up. However, when I was 10 years old, my grandfather also went away with a wind chill infection, and I was able to survive until now because of the water nature. Speaking of this, Pang Wen added, in fact, I was taught this water nature by my grandfather, who left me a book of diving breathing techniques. I heard my grandfather mention, whoever is proficient in this diving breathing method, that can definitely become a wave of white stripe. Catching fish and all this is not a matter of course, and even able to catch a lot of good things under the big river. But unfortunately my talent is not good, and I have learned only some fur after learning it for so many years. Xu Hua's eyes flashed as he heard this. Since Pang Wen had only learned a smattering, how about leaving it to him to learn? He possessed the adding points upgrade system, which allowed him to record martial arts skills, and naturally, he could also record this kind of water-based skill. If he became a prodigal in this pool and stream, at least he would not worry about fish and meat, and maybe he could even catch some rare spirit fish to sell for money. Diving breathing method? Don't say. I'm quite interested in this. Su Hua laughed. Pang Wen immediately said, Brother Hua, are you interested in learning water sex? That's good. Go to my house. I'll just give it to you. I can only learn the skinny anyway. Su Hua smiled. Tell you what. I'll give you 10 coins. Pang Wen pushed back. That won't do. Today Brother Hua stood up for me. If it wasn't for Brother Hua, I would have been seriously injured by those little yakuza today. That's the deal. 10 coppers. Okay. With that, Su Hua, Fu Gue went to Pang Wen's house. Pang Wen's home is very modest. Soon Pang Wen found an ancient book under his bed at home, which was very worn out, but it showed the diving breathing method. Su Hua revealed an excited gaze and immediately accepted the ancient book. Then Su Hua and Fu Guifeng were going back. Su Hua returned home and took 10 copper plates and sent them to Pang Wen's house. Wah! Thanks. You're welcome. Su Hua once again returned home. Then looking at this diving breathing method in his hands, Su Hua immediately opened the system. System, enter. Entry successful. Diving breathing, uninitiated. Su Hua mobilized his 23 upgrade points, and the Black Tiger Fist technique could not be upgraded, but a plus sign appeared behind the diving breathing technique. Su Hua directly upgraded with a single click, upgrading his wateriness first. Maybe we'll be able to catch something good inside the big river later on. In an instant, Su Hua felt like a swimming fish in the water that way. Diving breathing technique for beginners. Diving breathing technique. Chapter 7 Arm Strength. Diving breathing technique. Da Shang. Diving breathing technique. Perfection. After the end of the subtitles, Su Hua had an extra stream of familiar memories, and this stream of memories was none other than the memories of the dive. At this moment, Su Hua was incredibly excited. Practice the diving breathing method to the point of perfection in one go. One will definitely not lack fish to eat in the future. Not to mention, he really had to thank this kid Pang Wen. It didn't seem worth it to go out on a limb for him in the mines today for nothing. Su Hua opened his system and browsed through his system panel. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Habilitation, skin refining, cowhide. Upgrade points, 0. Martial arts, 1000 cowpalm perfection. Black Tiger Fist, uninitiated. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. The system has an extra auxiliary skill section. It should be that he has learned such auxiliary skills as diving breathing method. In the future, if he doesn't have money to buy food, he can catch fish to eat. Not to mention that he still has 230 coins on him. Wait for the wind to pass, and then go to buy tonic medicine at that time. With a state of excitement, Su Hua didn't fall asleep until 1 or 2 o'clock late at night. In his sleep, Su Hua had a dream. I dreamt that I became a martial arts powerhouse and became the #1 strongest person in the Great Qian country. After dawn, Su Hua went to purchase some flour, coarse rice, and sweet potatoes and other food to come back, leaving the remaining 200 coins to keep for the time being. In this way, half a month's time has passed. The storm of Chu Biehe's death has subsided. As a lapdog died, no one cares. The last thing the Zhou family needs is a dog's leg. Su Hua arrived at the Seemingly Spring Hall. Seemingly Spring Hall mainly sells some medicinal herbs. Behind some of the forces of Jiangkou County, the Zhou family does not dare to be reckless on the side of the Seemingly Spring Hall. Many people practicing martial arts in 100 miles around were buying tonics here at the Seemingly Spring Hall. Soon, Su Hua entered into the Seemingly Spring Hall and bought 3 pairs of tonic pills. These 3 tonics are particularly expensive. After spending almost 200 coins, he didn't have a few more coins on him now. But the flour and other things he purchased could be eaten for a long time, so he didn't have to worry about the lack of food. It had to be said that being poor in literature and rich in martial arts, with only 3 pairs of tonics for 200 coins, Su Hua felt that he was too poor. I hope the 3 pairs of tonics will bring good results. After eating and drinking, Su Hua returned to his room. He square was boiled up a tonic medicine. How to boil like Spring Hall people also told him. An hour later, Su Hua had boiled out a small bowl of sticky tonic medicine. Su Hua swallowed it in one gulp, and immediately felt hot currents running through his stomach, and his entire face reddened considerably. Just in this moment of time, the medicinal power of this tonic seemed to be absorbed by the system and then converted into points. Fruity. This one tonic translated directly into 15 points. Su Hua snickered with immense joy and continued to brew the second and third pair of tonic medicines. The remaining 2 pairs of tonic medicine Su Hua also drank the whole thing. Su Hua looked at the number of points inside the system, which had reached 33 at the moment. 33 points. Not bad. Let's boost a wave of strength first. Without hesitation, Xu Hua called up the martial art of Black Tiger Fist out, displaying a plus sign behind it. Shasta. A small line appeared. Black Tiger Fist for beginners. Black Tiger Fist. Black Tiger Fist. After the Black Tiger Fist was accomplished, the points inside the system were instantly emptied. However, Xu Hua's chi and blood had skyrocketed quite a bit at the moment, as well as his body's strength, which had at least increased by 30% from the original base. The chi and blood and power have skyrocketed quite a bit, but it's a bit of a shame that it's not complete. The method of martial arts is important, and money is even more important. Xu Hua exhaled. At this moment, he swung his right arm and broke through the air with a punch. His power was indeed incomparably strong. However, when Xu Hua thought of that day when he saw the tiger-back Xu Xiong, he still felt that he was too weak. Xu Xiong gave him a strong sense of oppression that day, including the fact that he had now cultivated the Black Tiger Fist to its great completion. But it was far from being Xu Xiong's opponent. We have to raise the Black Tiger Fist to a perfect level first, but it's a pity that we don't have any money on us. Xu Hua pondered in his mind. Right. I'll take my chances over at the pool and see. When Xu Hua thought of this, he pushed open the door to his room and then took a brisk walk, soon coming to this side of the pool, looking at the huge impact of the waterfall, giving a very powerful sense of oppression. Xu Hua still took off his clothes and dove in headfirst. Soon, Xu Hua caught 2 large grass carp up, then he zipped inside the waterhole again, and before long Xu Hua had caught 7 or 8 large grass carp. Xu Hua was about to leave. I was surprised to find 2 redfish at the bottom of the waterhole. It's a redfish. It's worth 100 copper plates. Xu Hua revealed an excited look. He hadn't thought that he would be so lucky to come across a red fish. I had heard before that someone had caught a red fish and sold it to a martial arts practitioner for 100 coppers straight away. Xu Hua grabbed Hongyu and then returned to his house carrying dozens of pounds of fish. Xu Hua kept 3 large grass carp plus 1 red fish for himself and took the remaining 5 to Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan was indeed good to herself, often opening the back door and opening small stoves. And now that she was slightly more powerful, she had to take care of the siblings. Zhang Wan looked at the 5 large grass carp and also revealed an excited gaze. Xu Hua, where did you get the big grass carp? Caught. Of course. Then Xu Hua returned to his own yard. He studied the red fish for half a day. And did not study and aim out? These 2 red fish are taken out to sell? Or did he eat them himself? In the end, Xu Hua decided it was better to eat it himself. Right now it's better to boost your strength. And it's a good way to see what the conversion rate is like. A few moments later, Xu Hua roasted the red fish and then ate it with a big mouthful. The fresh, sweet and fatty fish meat evolved in the mouth. And in a short while Xu Hua realized that he was all hot and dry. Soon, the system collected the heat from Xu Hua's body. When Xu Hua opened the system, the upgrade points reached more than 20 points. Not as many as the 3 pairs of herbs that were boiled to raise the points. Xu Hua analyzed that this red fish should be the reason why he ate it directly. I don't know how to make tonics myself, so I'm wasting the value of the red fish. If he took it to sell, he would be able to sell 200 coins. And 200 coins would be able to purchase 3 pairs of medicinal herbs. And 3 pairs of medicinal herbs could be converted into more than 30 upgrade points out. That's why Xu Hua planned to catch red fish in the future or take them and sell them. After all, copper plates were hard currency. And in addition to purchasing herbs, they could also purchase other necessities of life. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, cowhide. Upgrade point, 22. Arm strength, 280 pounds. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm perfection. Black Tiger Fist plus, great achievement. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Xu Hua browsed through his system panel. Xu Hua froze. The system even had an extra arm strength column. His arm strength was 280 pounds? Chapter 8. It's dark and raining. Go out and kill people. This arm strength was not bad, and Xu Hua watched again as the Black Tiger Fist displayed a plus sign. Good man. It's time to raise the Black Tiger Fist to the Great Circle and see how much the arm strength can increase. Xu Hua couldn't wait to mobilize the martial art of Black Tiger Fist, and looking at the plus sign at the back, Xu Hua began to add points to enhance it. Upgrade points are cleared in one wave. A few small words appeared in Xu Hua's eyes. Black Tiger Fist. After the end of the subtitles, Xu Hua felt that his musculoskeletal bones were once again quite strong, and his body's chi and blood had risen a lot, so his strength had naturally increased a lot as well. The current him was so much stronger than before when he practiced a single cowhide technique. The 2 cowhide laws were perfected at the same time. This kind of speed was simply appalling. It should be known that ordinary people practicing martial arts, especially cultivating the first level of the cowhide level in the refining skin. Wanting to cultivate its perfection, it would take at least 3 years of time, or even 5 years. If he wanted to cultivate the second cowhide method to perfection, it would take at least another 2 or 3 years. And of course the average person didn't have the time to cultivate multiple martial arts at the same time. Not everyone could add up points through their own efforts like he did. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 16. Habilitation, skin refining, cowhide. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 420 pounds. Martial arts, 1000 cowpalm perfection. Black tiger fist, perfection. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Looking at his arm strength reaching 420 pounds, Xu Hua was ecstatic in his heart. Against a martial artist who was also at the first level of skin refining, he was definitely able to easily whack someone to death, because he had cultivated 2 Dharma doors, both of which were greatly perfected. In a superimposed state, his arm strength was naturally amazing. Sometimes Xu Hua wondered if he could take on the second level of Shippy if he practiced the 3 first level of the Dharma. Of course, Xu Hua is cautious and subtle. After all, in this chaotic world of martial arts, he does not have any background, does not have any resources, and can only add up through his own efforts. So when it comes to doing things, Xu Hua is still more meticulous. Usually he doesn't make a move, but out of the blue, people will die. As in the case of Chu Bi, when he struck Chu Bi, he was ed to death. What gave Xu Hua some headaches was the second level of the Dharma. The second level is to refine the skin like a stone. Successfully advancing to the second level, the arm strength has at least 500 to 800 pounds. This kind of arm strength, indeed strong to the extreme. The second level of the spell. It seems like I have to think of a way. Otherwise, even if I have a 1-click upgrade system, it's still like a coquettish woman without rice. Cultivation spells are not accessible to the poor. A place like Black Dragon Town was only available to the Zhou family. And even the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the Dharma were available. But Xu Hua couldn't get it either. The Zhou family was a behemoth to him, an existence he couldn't afford to mess with. However, Xu Hua was not in a hurry. Anyway, he possessed the system, everything slowly and meticulously. One day he would get the cultivation method. After browsing through his data panel, the Black Tiger Fist was perfected and the cultivation points were cleared again. Looks like another slow buildup of points. The fastest way to gain points was still to eat tonics, either by eating some heavenly herbs, spirit fish, etc. And the food that was commonly eaten didn't increase points for Xu Hua anymore. For example, if someone eats blood bodhi, their power instantly increases. But taking tonic medicine needs money. His money has been consumed. No wonder it is said that poor literature and rich martial arts. Practicing martial arts without a lot of money is really difficult to continue. Spirit fish and all that stuff. It's not like you can just have them when you want them. You have to need luck too. Right about this time, outside the courtyard, Fu Gui hurriedly ran into his courtyard. Looking at Xu Hua, Fu Gui had a panicked look on his face. Wah! It's not good. Looking at Fu Gui's flustered face, Xu Hua frowned. What's wrong? Something happened to that Pandan. What's wrong? I heard from the others that Pangwen was killed by Wang Mazi and Lu Laitu in the woods outside the town. What did Pangwen do to mess with these 2 shrews? Brother Hua, I don't know. These 2 shrews are Su Wei's lapdogs. In Black Dragon Town isn't Su Wei the biggest shrew? This guy relies on his big brother to be Xu Xiong, so he acts arrogantly, bullies men and women, and collects protection money everywhere. This Xu Hua did know that Su Wei, the younger brother of the mine's steward Su, often went around collecting protection money, mainly from their area, as their area was called Mudlegs and Pariahs by Su Wei. Their area no one dare to mess with Su Wei. One is Su Wei itself is practicing martial arts family. Ruthless. 2 is his big brother is one of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family. Xu Xiong. Who dares to mess with it? No one dares to mess with it. Hearing this, Xu Hua's brow wrinkled once again. Pangwen. This kid is not bad. He himself even got a complimentary diving breathing method. This turn of events he was killed by 2 shrews. What a mess. This world. If he hadn't obtained the system on his own, his future fate would probably be the same as Pangwen's. Fortune. Where is Pangman's body? Wah! I'll take you there. Soon, Fu Gui brought Xu Hua to a forest outside the town, and the 2 saw Pangwen's body. Fu Gui looked at Pangwen's bruises all over his body. His hands were broken, and there were strangulation marks on his neck, so it was obvious that Pangwen ended up being strangled to death by the rope. Brother Hua, Pangwen died a horrible death. Fortune's heart wasn't in it. Su Hua didn't feel good in his heart either. Su Hua crouched down and looked at Pangwan with his eyes wide open. He used his hand to make Pangwan's eyes close and let him rest in peace. Pangwan, brother has come to take you back. With that, Su Hua carried Pangwan's body back to the woods behind his house, where Pangwan loved to play, and where Su Hua and Fu Gue dug a large pit to bury Pangwan. It's also kind of in the ground. It had only been a short period of time, and Su Hua had personally buried 2 people, both almost the same age. Getting stronger. Lao Tzu must become stronger. In the midst of the chaos, I'll fight my way out. Su Hua made a vow in his heart. Alright, Fu Gue, go back. Don't mess with these shrews on weekdays. When you meet these shrews, just call out to a master. It won't get in the way. No loss of face. Su Hua looked at Fu Gue and said. Fu Gue was his hairdresser. He didn't want anything to happen to Fu Gue and Zhangwan. Got it. Hua. Fu Gue nodded his head honestly. Su Hua and Fu Gue then returned to their side of the house. Fortune hadn't even stepped into his yard. Su Hua asked again. Right, Fu Gue? Which 2 people did you say killed Pangwan? It's Wang Mazi and Lu Lai Tu. Aha, good. These 2 shrews I'll see in the future look like they'll have to call a master too, lest they beat me to death. Su Hua laughed. Yes, brother Hua, people have to bow their heads under the roof. Who asked us to be pariahs? Zhang Fu Gue sighed. Su Hua entered the room. Then he ran his chi and blood, which nourished his flesh, making Su Hua feel extremely comfortable. Finally, the night draws on. It was drizzling again outside, and Su Hua took a bite of a large cake and moved his muscles, then walked over to the wall and took down the straw raincoat, the bucket hat, and a dagger on his waist as well. Chapter 9, Ed to Death. In the darkness of the night, a silhouette masked, wearing a straw raincoat, with a bucket hat walking quickly, the person's feet wind, walking up the pace of the vigorous. Wang Mazi likes to drink at the tavern. It was late into the night and still drinking. At 3 in the morning, Wang Mazi walked out carrying a jar of wine, then entered a jungle. Still drinking, while sipping, he laughed. That kid dared to defy us today. Looking for death. This kid is so damn poor. Only got 20 or so coins from him. Not even much oil. Just for a moment, a silhouette appeared behind Wang Mazi. This person moved very quickly, like a cheetah. Wang Mazi frowned as he stopped and turned around to see that no one seemed to be there. Why does it feel like someone is following me tonight? I can't be seeing a ghost. Wang Mazi laughed, then added, even if it's a ghost, your grandpa Wang Mazi is not afraid. However, as soon as the words fell, a large hand suddenly strangled Wang Mazi's neck with his elbow. Wang Mazi wanted to resist, but he couldn't no matter what. Who? Wang Mazi was strangled and struggled frantically. The next moment this person behind Wang Mazi held a dagger in his right hand and thrust it backhandedly, directly into Wang Mazi's abdomen. Wang Mazi pupils dilated. Want to speak, but his neck was a thick arm strangled. How can not move? Screaming cannot call out, can only whimper. Puffing and puffing. The dagger held by the demoiselle with the bucket hat kept stabbing towards Wang Mazi's abdomen, and after stabbing dozens of times, Wang Mazi lost his breath. Cursed horse. Su Hua let go of him with a foul mouth. Wang Mazi rolled limply to the ground, having become a dead dog. Su Hua fumbled around on Wang Mazi's body for a while, and felt a pack of copper plates. About 50 copper plates. Not bad, and harvested another 50. After drying up Wang Mazi, Su Hua still dragged Wang Mazi's body to a big river and directly threw Wang Mazi's body down. Su Hua then gave a hideous smile. Don't worry, Lu Lai Tu will come to keep you company just the same later. On the other side, Lu Lao Tu was lying in his house sleeping, when a silhouette infiltrated into Lu Lao Tu's yard. Su Hua kicked open the door to Lu Lao Tu's room. Lu Lao Tu rolled over and had to say that this Lu Lao Tu was a lot more alert. Watch as a demoiselle walks in. Lu Lao Tu said, what is your honor? The man who killed you. Lu Lao Tu's face changed. Do you know who I am? My boss is Su Wei. Whoever you are. As Su Hua took a step forward, Lu Lao Tu turned over and drew a machete from the bed to slash at Su Hua. What kind of person was Su Hua? Now he had perfected the 2 cowhide methods, and his arm strength had reached more than 400 pounds, so naturally he was not something that Lu Lao Tu could compare to. Su Hua a positive stomp. Lu Lao Tu flew backwards and impacted on the wall behind him and rolled down. Lu Lao Tu blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He did not understand why this person wanted to kill him. I have no grudge against your excellency. Why should your excellency? Su Hua didn't bother to say anything more to this Lu Lao Tu and walked up with both palms clamped together. Puffing. Lu Ligo's head exploded. His brains splattered all over the place, and there was a blood stain on the ground. Su Hua searched out another 150 coins from Lu Laoda's house before he was satisfied and left. Tonight he had avenged Pangwan and made the two shrews pay. Back at home, Su Hua stored the coins inside a jar, and now that he had another 200 coins, which wasn't bad, he was going to continue saving. Early the next morning, Wang Mazi disappeared and word spread about Lu Laitu getting his head cut off. Didn't make much of a splash though. After all, they're just two inconsequential shrews. It doesn't matter if this bottom feeder dies or not. No one cares. It's just that Su Wei's side is a little pissed off. A compound. Su Wei sat in his chair, revealing a stern look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Mazi disappeared. Lu Laitu got his head cut off. Who the hell is impatient to go against me? Su Wei? A couple of burly men came right outside the hall. They looked at Su Wei. Respectfully, second master. It didn't check out. It's just, don't check it out. 2 dog legs only. Dead is dead. Right. The protection fee in January. It's going to start collecting. Tomorrow I'll go with you. Yes, second master. By the way, there are some areas where protection fees can't be collected. The people behind it, even my brother, doesn't dare to mess with it. It's the territory under the jurisdiction of the other stewards of the Zhou family. We can't afford to eat it if we offend them. Got it. Got it. Afterwards, after Su Wei let his men leave, he got up and practiced. Su Wei ran his power. His skin membrane was like stone, and the power of his punches and kicks were strong and unparalleled. Arm strength around 550 pounds. Not bad. Su Wei was incomparably excited. His cultivation level was precisely the second level of skin refining, the stone skin level, and the martial art he cultivated was precisely the golden rock gong. Night. Zhang Wan had gathered 20 coins out at home, and although she was heartbroken, there was nothing she could do about it. Fu Gui asked as he watched his sister take 20 coins out. Sister, what are you doing with 20 coins? Are you buying big meat? Thinking beautifully, tomorrow is the time for Master Su'er to collect the protection fee. Have you forgotten? If you don't give it, you'll end up in a miserable situation. Zhang Wan spat out a breath. Rich is also aware of this. So soon? Is it another month? Yes. This group of people eat people without spitting out bones. We poor people can only go against the grain. Zhang Wan said. Zhang Wan then came back to Su Hua's side. Su Hua, Sister Wan Er, come in and sit down. What's wrong? This is 10 coins. Tomorrow Master Su'er is coming to collect protection money. You take these 10 coins. Last time someone didn't pay the protection fee and got his leg broken. Seeing Zhang Wan, Su Hua's heart warmed up. Then he laughed. Sister Wan Er, I've been ready for a long time. I know that tomorrow is the time to collect protection fees. Su Hua then took out a series of copper plates. Exactly 10. Alright, so you're ready. Okay, then you take an early rest. Sister won't bother you anymore. Zhang Wan laughed. Su Hua looked at Zhang Wan. This Sister Wan is really good. Brat, what are you looking at? Zhang Wan blushed. Su Hua smiled. Sister Wan Er has a great body. He. Really? Then when you're rich in the future, I'll be your housekeeper. Zhang Wan covered her mouth and laughed cheekily. Good. Su Hua smiled back. Chapter 10 Collection of Protection Fees. Early the next morning, Su Wei brought 7 or 8 shrews to these slums, and when these people looked at it was Su Wei, each of their faces changed. A few shrews came forward and drank. Coppers ready. These poor people had no choice but to take 10 coins out of each family. The shrew collected over 100 coins in no time. Looking at the bulging bag, Su Wei mood is very happy. Keep collecting. Second master, why don't you collect more coins from these pariahs? Why don't you just let them give 20 or 30 coins a month? Then wouldn't second master's income double every month? That's right, second master. You're still too kind to these pariahs. Su Wei looked at these shrewd men of his and shook his head. What do you know? If you let these untouchables take 20 or 30 coppers a month, then they will starve to death. What I want is not for them to starve to death, but to be able to squeeze them every month. That's how it can be sustainable. If they starve to death all at once, where are they going to collect in the future? A few shrews heard this and came to a realization. Hi, or the second master is high. Soon, another 15 households were collected, and another 150 coins arrived, and it was only for a while that Su Wei collected 250 coins. The main thing is that there are still more than 20 households, and there are still more than 200 coppers to be collected. Then Su Wei came back to Su Hua's side, and a few shrews kicked open the gate of Su Hua's yard. Grass. The second master personally came to collect the money today. Why don't you get out? At this moment, Su Hua was practicing in his room. and when he heard the noise outside, he knew that it was Xu Xiong's younger brother, Su Wei, who had brought someone to collect the money. Su Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, but then he held back. Now was not the time to kill this person. Besides, he was not strong enough to be in a hurry right now. Su Hua walked out, then smiled. So it's the second master who's here. I fell asleep just now. Sorry. Su Wei gave Su Hua a disdainful look. Well, is the money ready? Su Hua nodded his head and smiled. Second master. Of course I'm ready. I still know the rules. Su Hua then felt 10 coins out and put them into the shrew's pocket. Su Wei revealed a smirk. Okay, go to the next one. This person's chi and blood is so strong. If the guess is right, this Su Wei should be the second level of skin refining. A stone skin expert. My cultivation is still too low, Su Hua said in his heart. Fortunately, he did not impulsively go to Su Wei. Su Wei came back to the next door of Su Hua, which was outside the courtyard of Zhang Wan's siblings. Zhang Wan had 10 coins ready early. Second master, here are 10 copper plates. Keep them. Su Wei looked at Zhang Wan in front of him. His eyes lit up as he sized her up. Then a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. What's your name? Second master. I am called Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan frowned, then lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Su Wei. Nice figure. Su Wei stretched out his hand to touch Zhang Wan's hand, and Zhang Wan instantly shrunk back. Zhang Wan then stammered. Second master, that side is still waiting for you to collect the money. Su Wei smiled. Good, good. As Su Wei led the people away, he turned back and looked at Zhang Wan again as he licked the corners of his mouth. That's a nice woman. A beauty despite the smeared face. A few shrewd henchmen didn't understand where this Zhang Wan, dressed in rough linen clothes and with a black whimpering face, was a beauty. Does the second master have a crush on this woman? This woman has a black oozy face. I don't know what the second master likes about her. Clean. What do you know? This woman is not something those windbags can compare to. Then after collecting the money, let's bring her to the second master's residence at night? A few shrews revealed a treacherous smile. Su Wei shook his head. I'll personally come to the door tomorrow. I like this woman. Don't bother her or I'll break your legs. Don't worry. Second master, we won't bother her. Su Wei then continued to collect money with his men, and some tenants who were unwilling to pay were beaten on the spot by Su Wei's men and had their legs broken. Fuguei also learned that some people had been beaten and broken their legs, and immediately came to Su Hua's side. Brother Hua, these shrews are also too hateful. Old Man Li was beaten and broke his leg because he couldn't afford to pay the coins. Fortune, just don't mess with these people. Don't worry, Brother Hua, I definitely won't mess with and can't afford to mess with these guys. After eating lunch, Su Hua pondered for a while. Right now his strength was still too low, and he didn't have the second level of the refined skin Dharma, the stone skin Dharma. A small Su Wei is a stone skin expert. Then what level is the mine steward Xu Xiong? It must be far beyond the stone skin, or even an expert of the third level of refining the skin. And the Zhou family's 3 big stewards, as well as the Zhou family's shopkeeper, Zhou Chanlong. And what level of expert is it? Thinking about this, Su Hua still felt insecure. Thinking of this, Su Hua decided to try his luck over at the pool to see if he could catch any red fish. Su Hua was as fit as a fiddle and darted away. Now he had amazing physical strength, and he was not tired of running wildly for 4 or 5 kilometers in one breath. Soon he came to this side of the waterfall, then stripped off his clothes and plunged headlong under the raging river. It had to be said that Su Hua was really lucky, and soon he caught 2 red fish up. Returning home, Su Hua immediately stewed the 2 red fish, which he was too lazy to take to sell, and then ate them all. And a few moments later his body became abnormally hot, but the system was also quick to collect the essence. Not long after, Su Hua opened the system and saw that it had reached 30 points. It's not bad. 30 points to hand. With more than 200 coins left for himself, Su Hua went to Seemingly Spring Hall once more and bought 3 more pairs of herbs back from Seemingly Spring Hall's side. Right now though there is no stone skin spell, but it's okay to add more points and build them up anyway. After getting the 3 pairs of herbs back, Su Hua started boiling the tonic again. The 3 bowls of thick tonics were consumed by Su Hua in one go, followed by his body becoming even more parched. Just at this time, the feeling of dryness on his body disappeared. He knew it was the system that had collected the essence again, and as expected, when he opened the system, he looked at the points. The points had climbed to 70 at the moment. 70 points. It's a pity that there are just no techniques. If there were stone skin techniques, I would be able to leap into a stone skin expert right now. Martial arts techniques, simply too important. Su Hua exhaled. On the other hand, Su Wei's side returned to his mansion just as his elder brother Xu Xiong returned. Xu Xiong looked at his brother and blandly said, "How's it going? How's the money collection going?" "Brother, this time I collected more than 500 coins. Okay, I'll take 300 to go and you can have the rest." Hey, thanks brother." Xu Xiong nodded and looked at his brother. "Spend more effort on martial arts every day. Don't think about women every day. The only way to get big money in this world is to improve your strength. If I'm not a good cultivator, can Master Chi recruit me to work under him?" Su Wei nodded. "Big brother is right. I will definitely practice my martial arts." Chapter 11 Three Gates of Perfection. "Well, I'm going to go busy with something," Xu Xiong said. "Take care big brother." Then Su Wei was in a good mood. Suddenly he thought of Zhang Wan, the Zhang family woman in one of the households yesterday. He licked the corner of his mouth and immediately took a few shrews all the way out of the mansion. Afterwards, Su Wei also let the shrews buy some rouge and powder, and carried some big meat as well as fruits over. Came outside the yard. Su Wei asked a few shrews to wait outside. "Don't follow me in there, you guys, before you scare the girl." Su Wei then walked in. At this moment, Zhang Wan's face changed when she saw that it was actually Su Wei, the second master of Su, who had come. The way Su Wei looked at her yesterday was wrong, and today it really came. "Master Su Air, didn't you collect the coins yesterday, and you still want to collect them today?" Zhang Wan whispered. Su Wei smiled and sized up Zhang Wan, but even though he was a big shrew, he knew that this kind of woman wasn't a flirt, and this wouldn't work. Su Wei then took out a string of copper plates, which had 20 copper plates. Su Wei placed it on the stone table. Likewise, there was some rouge, and some large meats, and fruits were placed on the stone table. Zhang Wan frowned. "Second master, what do you mean by this?" "It doesn't mean much. You take these things." Su Wei was confident. Zhang Wan frowned. "Second master can just say what he has to say." Su Wei let out a laugh. "Good. Refreshing. Since this is the case, then I'll just say it directly. Beauty Zhang, I've got my eye on you. Be my woman, and follow me in the future to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. How about it?" When Zhang Wan heard this, her face changed slightly. She had felt Su Wei's unkind gaze yesterday, and did not expect it to come so soon. She naturally knew what this Su Wei was. A big shrew, a bully of men and women. "Second Master Su, I, Zhang Wan, am no beauty, so please take these back." Su Wei's face was a bit ugly when he was rejected on the spot, but Su Wei could only hold back his anger. "Beauty Zhang, if you follow me, you won't have to worry about food or clothing in the future, and damask and silk are at your disposal. Look at what kind of life you're living now. This courtyard is just like a pig's nest, and look at all the coarse cloth and linen clothes you're wearing. By the way, you're with me. What do you think of that brother of yours? I'll get him a job." Zhang Wan bit her lip, still shaking her head. "Second Master Su, you'd better take these things back." "Zhang Wan, don't give your face to me. What kind of person am I? Su Wei? That's the one who gets the wind and the rain in Black Dragon Town. I've already lifted you up enough. I'll give you 1 day to think about it. If you don't agree, then don't blame me." Su Wei finally couldn't help himself and whisked his sleeve. Just at this time, Fu Gue also came back, and when he saw that Master Su Air was actually inside his own courtyard, he immediately rushed up. "Sis, what's wrong?" Zhang Wan bit her lip, not knowing what to do. Su Wei is what she naturally knows. She simply cannot afford to offend Zhang Fugue looked at his sister like this. He looked at Su Wei viciously. "Su Wei, what do you want? Didn't want to do anything? Just let your sister serve me for a few nights and I'll let her live a good life." Su Wei sneered. Zhang Fugue clenched his teeth in anger. When Su Wei saw this scene, he sneered. "Kid, you want to fight me?" Saying that, Su Wei stepped out and grabbed Zhang Fugue's hand, and Zhang Fugue was instantly thrown to the ground. Su Wei stomped on Zhang Fugue's chest again. "Let go of my brother." Zhang Wan reddened her eyes. Su Wei put down his foot, then coldly said, still the same words, "Beauty Zhang, I'll give you 1 day to consider. If you don't agree, you should be clear about the consequences." After saying that, Su Wei left with a few shrews, and Fu Gue climbed up from the ground and looked at his sister. "Sis." Zhang Wan bit her lip. "Fu Gue, are you alright?" "Sis, I'm fine. This shrew is too hateful." "Sis, what to do?" Zhang Fugue said powerlessly. Zhang Wan was also pale and very powerless at the moment. It was fortunate that their siblings were able to survive, and they were unable to resist in the face of a big shrew and villain like Su Wei. Just at this time, Su Hua bought some big meat and came back. preparing to treat the siblings to a big meal today. I just pushed open the door to my room and saw my sibling crying, especially Fu Gue, who had a bruise on his face. It looks like it's been beaten up. Sister Wan Air, Fu Gue, what's going on with you guys? Fu Gue looked at Su Hua and immediately said, Brother Hua, just now Su Wei, this big shrew, came. He wants my sister to serve him for a few days, and said he'd give a day for my sister to think about it. Hearing this, Su Hua's eyes stared. His worst fears had come true. Zhang Wan is still being targeted by this dog Su Wei. Su Hua comforted the siblings. Su Hua then returned to his home. Zhang Wan must not fall into the hands of this dog Su Wei. He has to think of a way. Su Wei was a stone-skinned expert with amazing chi and blood power. He only had 2 cowhide techniques perfected now, so I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to finish off Su Wei. It would be nice to have the stone skin method, but where does the stone skin method come from? Without the stone skin method, it would be fine if Su Hua was given a cowhide method. With the great perfection of the 3 sect cowhide methods, Su Hua could give it a try, and might actually be able to finish off Su Wei. Think about it. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Su Hua's eyes, but where to find the Dharma? In the end, Su Hua thought about it and planned to make a trip to Su Wei. The moment. In a restaurant, Su Wei is drinking in the private room. Su Hua groped his way in. Su Wei looked at Su Hua for a moment. It's you mudblood? What do you want with me? Su Hua hemmed and hawed, then poured a glass of wine and drank it. Su Wei took a drink. Damn, you dare to drink my wine? Master Su Air, don't be angry. I'm here to help you. What can you mudbloods do for me? Su Wei revealed a disdainful gaze. I heard that second master you have your eyes on that Zhang Wan next door to me. Right. I'm not on bad terms with Zhang Wan. How about this? I'll go and help you persuade her. If you push her, with her character, she might hang herself, and then it's not worth the loss. Su Wei heard this. You can really persuade her? That's for sure. If you can persuade her to be my woman, I'll give you 100 coppers and arrange for you to be my lapdog. How about that? Su Hua shook his head. Second Master Su, I heard that you are good at practicing martial arts. Truth be told, I also want to practice martial arts, but unfortunately there is no method. I want a cowhide method. Su Wei smiled and said, it's just a cowhide method. This is the cicada catching and skin refining method. Take it, and one day later, if this woman doesn't willingly follow me, I'll pinch your head. Looking at a booklet, Su Hua's heart was ecstatic. Chapter 12, 600 Arms. Pounce on Su Wei. Don't worry, second master, if she doesn't willingly come to the door tomorrow night, I'll let you pinch my head. Su Hua put away the booklet. Su Hua closed the door to the box room and walked out. The moment you walk out of the room, Su Hua's face changed. In the eyes, the murderous aura rolled over. After Su Hua obtained the 3rd cowhide method, he then quickly returned to his courtyard. Zhang Wan in the next yard, and Zhang Fugue, siblings still do not know what to do. Su Hua comforted them, telling them not to be afraid and not to worry. He would figure everything out. Night. Su Hua mobilized out of the system. Then he took out the cicada catching and skin refining method. System, enter immediately. In a few moments, this martial art was successfully recorded on the system side. Su Hua then looked at the plus sign behind this martial art. Su Hua immediately consumed the upgrade points. In a flash, a small line appeared. Congratulations to the host. Cicada catching and skinning technique. Congratulations to the host. Cicada catching and skinning technique is complete. Congratulations to the host. He is proficient in the cicada skin catching method. Congratulations to the host. The cicada skin catching method has been completed. Congratulations to the host. The cicada skin catching method has been completed. In an instant, Su Hua's 3rd cowhide method was instantly perfected. And likewise the chi and blood in his body instantly skyrocketed quite a bit, and his entire body seemed to have pulled up by half an inch. Feeling the explosive power inside his body, as well as the thick chi and blood, Su Hua's excitement was extraordinary. At this moment, Su Hua instantly executed the 1000 ox palm, as well as the black tiger fist, and finally the cicada catching palm. Not sure how my arm strength is now. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Habilitation, skin refining, cowhide. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 610 pounds. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm perfection. Black tiger fist, perfection. Cicada catching palm, perfection. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, perfection. Upgrade points are zeroed out again. But my arm strength is at 600 pounds. Great guy. Su Hua was overjoyed in his heart. He analyzed it. If cultivating one consummate cowhide method was equal to shaping one layer of cowhide attributes, then 3 consummate doors would be 3 layers stacked on top of each other. Of course, by continuing to cultivate the cowhide method, the stacking effect would be minimal, and one must next cultivate the stone skin method to reach the second level of skin refining. With my current strength, I should be able to kill Su Wei, right? If I don't kill Su Wei, Sister Wanner won't be able to get away, but if I strike down Su Wei, Xu Xiong will definitely investigate thoroughly. Kill. Just do it clean. Su Hua had a look of ruthlessness in his eyes. It wasn't the first time he'd killed someone anyway. Just as Chu Bieha was killed by him, so were Su Wei's 2 henchmen, the shrews. Now that he has the strength, he naturally wants to take out Su Wei as well. Moreover, Su Wei might still have the stone skin cultivation method on him. Thinking of this, Su Hua was even more determined to finish off Su Wei as soon as possible. As for the consequences of killing Su Wei, Su Hua had also thought of it long ago. Xu Xiong would definitely be furious and would definitely conduct a thorough investigation. But as long as he acted carefully and didn't show any traces, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Maybe one day in the future Xiao Bear will find out that he did it. But the Su Hua of that time had long since soared into the heavens, his strength unknown to what extent. Don't say you're one Xu Xiong. 10 Xu Xiong's will blow his dog's head off. Su Hua, who was in an extremely good mood after his breakthrough, went to bed early. The next day during the day, Su Hua made some delicious food at home. Into the night, time for some more splashy cheering. At this moment, Su Wei was drinking in a restaurant with 5 shrews, and a few people were having a good time. Just at this time, Su Hua quietly entered the second floor, and then through one of the windows, he saw a huge room. In the middle of the room, 5 shrews were drinking. Su Hua pushed open the door of the room and stepped inside, then closed it again. A few shrews looked at Su Hua, a mud-blood, coming, and each of them revealed a disdainful look. You mud-blood, what are you doing here? Is this a place for a mud-blood like you? Damn it, you mud-blood, get lost. A shrew stood up and drank. Su Hua smiled and said, a few big brothers, I'm here to find Master Su. Looking for Master Su for something. Master Su isn't here? Grass. Is Master Su air also something you mud-legged people can see? A shrewish man with a bowl of wine threw it at Su Hua. Roll roll roll. Su Hua frowned and wiped a handful of liquor from his face. How much these guys are having fun now. How miserable they'll be later. There's no rush. I'll kill you later. Su Hua still laughed. Several brothers. If the second master's matter is delayed, you can't afford it. Right about this time, second master Su walked over from behind the screen. What's all the yelling about? A shrew immediately said. Second master, this mudblood is looking for you. As Master Su'er watched Su Hua arrive, his eyes lit up. Well, did you promise? Su Hua nodded. Second master, it's done. Ha 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 ha. Boy, bull, tomorrow you bring her to my mansion, then I will reward you well, and then you will have everything. Su Wei patted Su Hua's shoulder. However, at this very moment, Su Hua suddenly rolled over with a murderous aura, and his power that had long been built up slapped at Su Wei with a loud bang. Su Wei was also a good fighter. His reaction was quick, immediately raised his arm to block. However, he still underestimated Su Hua's strength. His right arm was instantly broken by Su Hua's slap. Su Wei retreated back and forth, enduring the severe pain as his chi and blood rushed about. You're ing looking for death. Su Hua didn't bother to talk nonsense. The power of the 3 layers of cowhide stacked on top of each other wasn't weak. It even exceeded the stone skin. With a single movement, Su Hua once again blasted out 3 palms. Su Wei snapped and was blasted to smash under the corner of the wall before spewing out a mouthful of blood. The other 5 shrews then reacted. The 5 shrews watched Su Wei's arm being slapped off, and were furious to the extreme. Damn! Dare to sneak up on second master. Get him! Su Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Right now it's a quick battle, and you need to pull out quickly or you'll be in trouble. A shrew was the first to grab at him. Su Hua didn't even look at him, twisting his arm with a punch, then pressing it with a palm. This shrew spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot, then went limp to the bottom. Another shrewish man swept his leg. Su Hua grabbed the thigh with his left hand and slammed his right hand down. The thigh snapped with a snap, and Su Hua grabbed the man's neck with lightning speed and pinched it off on the spot. The other 3 shrews sucked in a breath of cold air, stunned by the battle. Su Hua's fighting style was too vicious, deadly in every move, and they were ultimately shrews, not murderous fiends. Su Hua dodged up and directly drew the dagger in his back, stabbing at one person's neck, then pulled out the dagger and stabbed at another person's abdomen. There was one last shrew left, and this one was trembling with fear. Su Hua walked over, pressed down on his head, and slashed at his neck, blood biu spewing out a few meters away. Su Wei is crawling backwards on the ground. Don't kill me, let me live, and I'll give you as many coppers as you want. Su Hua walked over and lifted Su Wei's head and slammed it hard against the wall. Watching Su Wei not move, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go search the body. Su Wei actually climbed up on his own accord. I'm going to kill you. Su Hua froze. This fellow was still alive. The vitality was tenacious. Su Hua flashed up again. A pair of large palms containing more than 600 pounds of force ruthlessly slapped on Su Wei's head. Bang! The blood mist exploded. To this point, Su Wei, dead. Chapter 13, the second level of skin refining. After killing fifth brother Shrew Dai as well as Su Wei, Su Hua sat on his butt on the ground and exhaled loudly. It had to be said that this killing had still consumed a lot of his strength. This Su Wei is a stone skin expert. Fortunately, his 3 cowhide methods are complete, plus a wave of sneak attack at the beginning. If you dry Su Wei head on, you want to kill or very troublesome. At least it won't be easy to take him out. Looking at the bodies inside the room, Su Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead, then stood up, then began to check if the 5 shrews had any coins on them. Right now he had to clean up quickly or someone would be coming later. Luckily it was more than 100 coins, about 150 or so, that were recovered from the 5 shrews. Next Su Hua stared at Su Wei, who was the big head. Su Hua fumbled around for a while, and fumbled out a string of coins, 100 of them, from Su Wei's body. It's not much, but it's not bad. It's a pity that this Su Wei doesn't have any stone skin technique on him. It would be comfortable if he had one, Su Hua said as he searched. It's normal to not have a stone skin spell though. Who would have nothing to do but carry martial arts skills around with him? Su Wei's house was definitely there, but Su Hua didn't dare to go there either, knowing that Xu Xiong also lived there. However, in this very moment, Su Hua seemed to have touched something like a sandwich from Su Wei's clothes, and as soon as Su Hua tore it up, a booklet was found inside. The booklet's bright and shiny few big words made Su Hua ecstatic. Jin Yen Gong. This should be the stone skin technique that Su Wei's practiced. Good guy. This is comfortable. Su Hua hid this martial art behind his body, then opened the window and directly leapt down. Not long after, the pimp pushed open the door of the room and looked at the several corpses inside. The pimp screamed. Second Master Su is dead. Soon, the entire restaurant blew up, especially the owner of the restaurant, and the owner and others, all of them blew up. This is a big mess. Who is Master Su Heir? Is the big shrew of the 18-mile store? His brother is even one of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family. Xu Xiong. Is the master of the Zhou family mine? It's over. It's over. Everyone, including the owner of the restaurant, sat down on the floor paralyzed. Afterwards, he still sent someone to inform Xu Xiong to come. Xu Xiong brought his men to this side. Looking at his brother and 5 shrews being ed to death here, Xu Xiong was furious to the extreme. Which women are keeping my brother company tonight? Soon, 2 women walked up. Master Su. Yes, it's us. Well, what the hell happened? Speak, quickly. Xu Xiong drank grimly. Master Su, we accompanied the second master for a drink tonight, and after we finished drinking, our 2 sisters went back to do business with the second master inside the screen, and when we were done we closed the door to the room, and we don't know exactly how the second master died. Xu Xiong was obviously unsatisfied with this answer as he grabbed his left and right hands, directly locking his throat around the 2 women before lifting them up. The boss just wanted to plead for mercy, but Xu Xiong's hands exerted force, and the 2 windswept women had their throats crushed at once, and then rolled down to the ground limp and weak, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Xu Xiong looked at the boss and said coldly, "My brother died in your restaurant. Your restaurant must be responsible for this matter." The owner's face was pale and powerless. He couldn't afford to offend Xu Xiong. Master Su. I know. Come on people. Bring 3,000 coins up for Master Su. Then organize manpower to investigate who killed the second master. In a short while, 3,000 coins were delivered. Xu Xiong said grimly, "This is my own brother. You have to pay extra." The owner of the tavern couldn't help it. Add. Fetch another 2,000 coins. Xu Xiong then returned to the mansion. Xu Xiong was furious. Right about this time, one person from the mansion stepped forward. Master Su, Butler Chi is here. Hearing that Butler Chi had arrived, Xu Xiong's furious face instantly revealed a smile before he personally came outside to greet him. Master Chi, please come in. Walking in was a middle-aged man wearing a gray brocade coat, probably in his early 40s. This middle-aged man's temples were bulging high, but his breath was unfathomable, much stronger than Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong, I heard that your brother was killed, so I came over to see what's going on. Xu Xiong spat out a breath. Yes, a few days ago, my subordinate Chu Beiha was killed, and now my younger brother has been killed. It seems that someone is targeting me. Xu Xiong, I just don't know who it is. Check it out. Whoever it is, with me backing you up, I'm not afraid of him. Xu Xiong clasped his hands together. Thank you, Master Chi. You've done so much for me. This is naturally what I should do. Well, take your time to investigate. I'll leave you alone for now. Master Chi, I'll see you off. Day 2. Many people in 18 Mile Shop are rumoring that the shrewish Su Wei was killed and died a horrible death. What? Master Su Wei was taken out? Yeah, got taken out, died an old death. I don't know who did this. He even dared to kill second Master Su. You know that his brother is the evil dog Xu Xiong. I don't know. Since people dare to Su Wei, maybe they're not afraid of Xu Xiong either. But it's really comfortable that this Su Wei is dead. This shrew is rampant and arrogant. That's it. Good death. Good death. Croaky death. At this moment, Zhang Wan's red eyes were still unaware of what had happened outside. Fortune had heard the news early on and was also shaken. Damn. Master Su Wei was made dead? No way. Zhang Fugue rushed into the yard just like a brown bear. Sis, good news. Great news. Zhang Wan froze. What good news? That asshole who tried to bully you was killed last night. Zhang Wan froze. You mean second Master Su? Yes. I heard that the one who was killed inside the box of the restaurant. At the same time there were 5 shrews. I don't know which one of them is a chivalrous man. Well done. Well done. Zhang Fugue said happily. Just at this time, Su Hua walked in. Zhang Fugue said happily, Brother Hua, Su Wei was ed to death. Do you know the news? Aha, I heard that. Zhang Fugue goes to the room. Inside the yard. That left Zhang Wan and Su Hua. Su Hua smiled. Sister Wan Air. It's all right now. This Su Wei deserved what he got. Just after trying to take advantage of you, he was killed off by the mysterious warrior. It's really a great pleasure. Zhang Wan looked at Su Hua. She suddenly felt that the Su Hua in front of her seemed to have changed a lot. There was also an extra aura of mystery on his body, and it's only been half a month. Su Hua seemed to have become much stronger and his body had pulled up a lot. Zhang Wan exhaled. Su Hua, why have you gotten taller less recently, and much stronger as well? That's not because you, Sister Waner, cook me delicious food every day. Su Hua smiled. I don't believe it. Zhang Wan beamed. Chapter 14, Ironhide Su Bear. Su Hua, who had returned to his room, glanced at the golden rock gong, which was the cultivation method for the second level of the refined skin, which he had dreamed of obtaining, and now that he had killed Su Wei, he had finally obtained the stone skin cultivation method. Su Hua then immediately opened the system and let the system enter this cultivation method into it. Entry successful. Jin Yin Kung Fu, uninitiated. Su Hua knew that as long as the golden rock technique was once initiated, he would step into the second level of skin refining, and, at that time, the strength of his arm would also amazingly skyrocket in a wave. According to the normal second level of skin refining, the arm strength was between 500 and 800 pounds. Su Hua felt that he had broken through to the second level of skin refining, and felt that his arm strength was able to exceed 1,000 pounds, because he possessed 600 pounds of arm strength before he was even a stone skin. This should be the reason why he had laid a foundation at the first level and cultivated the 3 cowhide laws. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to cultivate so many martial arts on the side. As the saying goes, one trick pays off. Wanting to cultivate multiple martial arts was too time-consuming. Of course, some geniuses would also cultivate both to build a good base. The stronger the base, the stronger the battle value. But genius was nothing in Su Hua's eyes. You're a genius. Sorry, I'm hungover. Su Hua then counted the coins inside his jar. About 300. Now that Su Wei had been killed by him, Xu Xiong, the evil dog, would definitely investigate thoroughly and frantically, so he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, or else Xu Xiong would be in trouble if he investigated himself. Xu Xiong's strength was too much stronger than Su Wei's, far from what he could deal with now. As expected, the next day Xu Xiong brought his men to inventory the area. Dozens of households were gathered together. Xu Xiong had a grim face. He was wearing a sable coat, followed by some of his men. Xu Xiong has found nothing by interrogating these people. Xu Xiong then glanced at Su Hua in the crowd. You, out. Not good. Xu Hua's heart froze. Did Xu Xiong realize he killed him? Xu Hua's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If Xu Xiong wanted to make a move on himself, he would surely die. With his strength he could not resist Xu Xiong. What to do? Many thoughts flashed inside Xu Hua's mind. Calling you out. Are you deaf? One of Xu Xiong's men said. Xu Hua walked out, then squeezed out a smile. Master Xu. Xu Xiong patted Xu Hua's shoulder with his big hand. Any suspicious people have come to town recently. Hearing this, Xu Hua breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't a case of discovering him, but rather pumping people for questioning. Xu Hua shook his head. Master Xu, there was no discovery. That day, the second master collected the fee and left the place. Everyone knows that. Xu Xiong grimaced. Alright, if anyone finds out clues to killing my brother, I'll reward him with 1,000 coins. Hearing this, Xu Hua said, Okay, Master Xu, if I know the clues, I'll be the first to come and tell Master Xu. Okay, I'll roll. With a wave of his hand, Xu Xiong led his men to leave in droves. Xu Hua looked at Xu Xiong's back, and he knew deep down that the strength was unfathomable, and it was estimated that he was an expert in the third level of the refined skin, or iron skin. I'm going to boost my strength as soon as possible. One day Xu Xiong will find out about me. Without strength you will surely die. Xu Hua returned to his room and counted out more than 300 coins from inside the jar. After noon, Xu Hua immediately went to the side of the seemingly spring hall and purchased 3 pairs of tonics with 300 coins, which he was able to buy with 200 coins before. But it's only been a short time, and it's a ing price hike. Xu Hua inquired about the reason, saying that all the major forces in the county were buying up the herbs, causing them to rise in price. When he returned home, Xu Hua began boiling the 3 pairs of herbs. 2 hours later, the herbs were boiled into a thick soup, and he drank it all in one go before sitting cross-legged. In just a moment, he felt the inside of his stomach burning. Right at this moment, the system quickly siphoned off the essence of the medicinal power, and before long, the upgrade points displayed by the system began to climb. After an hour, the essence was completely taken away by the system. Xu Hua glanced at it, and the upgrade points reached 80, but this time, the plus sign didn't appear after the golden rock feat, which meant that there weren't enough points. It should be the reason he's gotten stronger. Looks like it's going to continue to rack up upgrade points. Thinking of this, Xu Hua could only rely on his diving breathing method again to take his chances over the deep pool. For 3 consecutive days, Xu Hua wasn't able to catch any red fish. It seems that this rare fish is also rare, but it was on the 5th day that Xu Hua found an exceptionally large red fish, and under the water Xu Hua scurried inside the water as if it were a white stripe. Soon Xu Hua caught this big red fish. Finally caught it. It's so comfortable. 100 coins steady. This kind of big red fish, if Xu Hua ate it directly, it wouldn't convert as many upgrade points as selling it to buy herbs would convert, so it was only best to take it and sell it. Xu Hua then proceeded to perform the diving breathing method and caught another one in no time. 2 big reds. That's a lot of catching, to say the least. Xu Hua used the bow fish technique to tie the 2 red fish. Then he sat on the ground and baked his clothes. Looking at the 2 large red fish, Xu Hua would like to bake them and eat them, but held back. Still have to sell for better value for money. In this way, Xu Hua darted forward with 2 large red fish in his hand, and with a flick of the wrist he was 3 to 5 meters away. It was much stronger than before. He had just practiced martial arts, and his physical quality was 10 times better. Sometimes Xu Hua wondered if this was still a small town. I've heard that there are many gangs and forces inside the county, and there are many experts, so I don't know how much power the experts who have surpassed the refined skin possess. Not long after, Xu Hua arrived at the seemingly spring hall, and he found the head of the hall. Do you collect fish here? The person in charge of the seemingly spring hall shook his head. Kid, we are a medicinal herb store here. How can we possibly accept fish? You should go to the food market entrance if you want to sell fish. The other workers at the herb store burst into laughter. Yes, we are responsible for collecting and selling herbs here, not fish. You're in the wrong place. Just at this time, the owner of the seemingly spring hall walked out. The owner of the seemingly spring hall was also a middle-aged man. Looking at the fish Xu Hua was carrying in his hand. I'd like to eat fish today, so give it to me. Xu Hua lifted up 2 large red fish. The owner of the seemingly spring hall's eyes shook. Yes, it's the big red fish. That's right, it's still the boss who knows what he's talking about. This is exactly the big red fish. 100 coppers apiece for these 2 big red fish. How about I give you 200 coppers? Okay, just like that. Xu Hua earned another 200 coins. The boss looked at the two big red fish and squinted his eyes. Good guy. It's really two big red fish. Boy. This big red fish is not a good catch. How did you get it? I grew up with good water skills and went to the bottom of a deep pool to catch them. No wonder. Chapter 15, Master Lin. The boss then gave Xu Hua 200 coins, and Xu Hua directly bought 2 pairs of tonic medicines back over at the herb store. Xu Hua had just left the herb store not long ago. The moment. Outside the seemingly spring hall, a carriage appeared. Behind the carriage there are also several strong men on horseback. All of them are big-waisted. Their backs are carrying big swords. This kind of battle. At a glance, we know that the people inside the carriage are not small. Outside the street, some old people said, I don't know which big shot it is. The battle is even bigger than Xu Xiong. Yeah. Just then, some sharp-eyed people lowered their voices. I know what it is. It's Master Lin coming. The many commoners sucked in a breath. Master Lin. That's an even more powerful character than Xu Xiong. That's for sure. Xu Xiong wouldn't dare to fart in front of Butler Lin. I heard that the 3 main butlers of the Zhou family, one is more fierce and ruthless than the other. The crowd whispered. Yeah, I've heard that too. Soon, a middle-aged man in brocade robes came down from the carriage. This middle-aged man looked relatively gentle. Not as rough as Xu Xiong, more like a teaching husband. This person was none other than the Zhou family's second butler, Lin Yuan. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was really a teacher, looking very elegant. Of course, if one truly thought that Lin Yuan, the Zhou family's second butler, was gentle and refined, then one would be very wrong. After getting off the carriage, the owner of seemingly Spring Hall immediately came out to greet him. Master Lin. Inside please. Boss Han is welcome. Lin Yuan then went up to the second floor box with the owner of seemingly Spring Hall. Inside the box, Boss Han had prepared a table of wine and feast, all of which were expensive dishes. A meal that was at least worth hundreds of coppers. The rations of an ordinary person for a month or two. Master Lin, please. You're welcome. Lin Yuan moved his chopsticks a few times, then gently put them down. Then had the person behind him bring an exquisite box. The box was opened, and inside were neatly placed 5 large strings of coins. Each string of coins was 200 pieces, and 5 strings would be 1,000 coins. Seeing 1,000 coins, the boss narrowed his eyes and smiled. Someone, bring up the herbs. Soon, Boss Han's men got a few herbs up. These herbs are very rare and of course expensive. The Zhou family's second butler, Lin Yuan, had to take this soup once every week to grow his chi and blood for cultivation, and it would cost him 1,000 coins a week. That means it's going to cost 4,000 coins a month. Ordinary people couldn't afford to consume it, and ordinary people had trouble eating, let alone practicing martial arts. The higher the martial realm, the more money was consumed and the more rare herbs were needed. By the way, Master Lin, do you want big red fish? Today was lucky. A kid got 2 big red fish, Boss Han said. Hearing the big red fish, at this moment, Lin Yuan stood up with a brush as he revealed an excited gaze. Boss Han, do you really have a big red fish? Master Lin, you come with me. Lin Yuan got up and followed Boss Han down the stairs to this side of the backyard, where 2 large red fish were precisely placed inside a wooden basin. 2 big red fish. I'll take them. How many coppers? Lin Yuan directly said. Tell you what, Master Lin, you can just give me 200 coppers apiece. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. This big red fish was considered a rare species of fish, capable of increasing chi and blood, and if combined with some medicinal prescriptions, it was even more capable of catalyzing the medicinal properties of the herbs. It's a pity that there are only 2 of them. It's not quite enough. Boss Han, if you're still able to get this red fish back there, be sure to let me know. Lin Yuan said. He needed to use this red fish as a medicine guide for a martial art he was practicing. Boss Han also smiled and said, this red fish is indeed rare as well. It was caught by a young man on the poor side of the northern district, and I heard this young man say that he has very good water skills. Lin Yuan's eyes stared as he heard this. Can you find this young man? I'll ask my men. Soon Boss Han checked in. Master Lin, I found it. This kid is called Xu Hua. He lives over in the slums and often comes to us to buy herbs. Good. Have your men take me there? I want to find this man myself. At this moment, Xu Hua returned inside his home and continued to boil the 2 pairs of herbs. Half an hour later it was boiled. 2 large bowls of thick soup were swallowed by Xu Hua in one gulp. The soup rolled down. Upgrade points have been added to the list. The upgrade points had now reached a full 100. However, the golden rock feats inside the system still didn't appear in the plus sign mold, which meant that the upgrade points were still not enough. It seems that breaking through the stone skin requires a lot of upgrade points. Surprisingly, it's still not enough. Right about this time, a carriage appeared outside Su Hua's courtyard. A middle-aged man stepped down from the carriage. Su Hua heard the commotion outside and immediately walked out. Looking at this middle-aged man, he still had people behind him, and these people behind him were also experts. And upon closer inspection, these people were all good at the second level of skin refining. Su Hua's heart was incomparably shocked. What kind of person possessed so many stone-skinned henchmen? Su Hua took another look at the robed middle-aged man. An incomparably terrifying aura rose in his heart. This person is definitely an expert. The strongest person he had ever seen. It's a lot stronger than even Xu Xiong. But this kind of powerhouse coming to him? What's the matter? Did you find out that he killed Su Wei? But Xu Xiong didn't come, so it shouldn't have anything to do with Su Wei's business. Su Hua clasped his fists and said, I wonder what your excellency is looking for me for. Lin Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, I am indeed looking for you for something. I learned from Boss Han's side that you are very good at water and able to catch red fish. Truth be told, I need this red fish. If you can catch 3 more to come, I am willing to buy them down for 200 coppers each. How about it? Su Hua heard this. The heart showed a look of delight. 200 coppers. That's pretty good. He wasn't sure if he would be able to catch it though. After all, this red fish was rare and there weren't many of them. Red fish are rare, and I don't know if I'll be able to catch them, but I'm willing to give it a try. Good. If you catch it, bring it to my mansion. My name is Lin Yuan. Just ask around and you'll know where I live. What? Lin Yuan? Su Hua's heart was shaken beyond measure. Lin Yuan he had naturally heard of. The Zhou family's second butler. Incomparably strong. No one had ever seen him strike, and those who had seen him strike had all died. Su Hua clasped his fists and said, All right, take care Master Lin. Lin Yuan waved his hand and smiled. All right, Su Hua. I'll wait for your good news. Su Hua said, clasping his fists. Don't worry, Master Lin. I'll try my best to give it a shot. After Lin Yuan left, Su Hua's gaze was fixed. If he could catch 3 more big red fish, it would be 600 coins, and then he would purchase some more herbs, and his second level of skin refining would be complete. Stone skin experts have a certain degree of combat power. Where to go are quite popular. Many business families will also ask stone skin experts as guards, etc. A month of copper played quite a lot. There are good food and drink for the supply. Chapter 16. Xu Xiong comes to the door. Su Hua thought of his journey and exhaled fiercely. This chaotic martial arts path is really tough. If he hadn't been open, he might have been screwed by Chu Beiha. He had thought that he had killed Su Wei and that his strength was quite good. But today he took a look at the Zhou family's second butler, Lin Yuan, and his strength was unfathomable and strong. The 5 fighters that Lian had brought were all stone-skin experts, each one stronger than Su Wei. This cultivation level of mine is still too weak. Never mind. Let's take our chances and maybe get another redfish. Su Hua arrived at the bottom of another waterfall and dove in headfirst. This time Su Hua wasn't as lucky and returned empty-handed. The next day Su Hua went again, but this time he was lucky and caught a red fish. Luck. Su Hua revealed a smirk. In fact, it was not that Su Hua was lucky, it was that he had practiced the diving breathing method. The general public did not have this watery nature. Even if it was an expert of the second and third levels of the refined skin, he did not dare to sink into the water in this way. Su Hua carried this red fish all the way to the outside of a mansion. Looking at the imposing mansion, Su Hua licked the corners of his mouth. When will he be able to own this kind of mansion as well? Then he will be comfortable. What a guy. A few guards looked at Su Hua, who smelled like fish, and immediately stopped him outside the gate. My name is Su Hua. Master Lin knows me, so inform us. If there's a delay, you can't afford it. Su Hua said. The several guards froze and immediately revealed apologies. So it's Master Su. Ouch. We have eyes but don't recognize Entei. Tai. Master Su, please come in. Seeing the change in attitude of several people, they even called themselves masters. Su Hua walked in, looking at the wigwams, courtyards, bridges and waterfalls inside the mansion. The environment was secluded and beautiful to the extreme. Compared to where he lived, it was like one was heaven and the other was hell. There were also passing maids, each with excellent skin. This Master Lin's life is really nourishing, Su Hua said in his heart. Soon, Su Hua walked to a courtyard in the inner courtyard. At the moment, Lin Yuan was waving his palm in cultivation. The person leading the way respectfully said, Master Lin, Su Hua is here. Su Hua carried a large red fish. Master Lin, the red fish you wanted. I got it for you. Lin Yuan's gaze condensed, revealing a delighted look. Good guy. Another big red fish. Someone. Pay. Just like that, Su Hua managed to get 200 coins. It was already dark when Su Hua walked out of Lin Yuan's mansion after taking the coins. Lin Yuan looked at the big red fish. His heart was ecstatic and extraordinary. There are still 2 more to go. I hope this kid can get it. It's kind of a big favor for me. After tossing and turning all day, Su Hua was also a bit exhausted. Early the next morning, Su Hua went over to the pool again and searched all morning without being able to find the big red fish. Su Hua then went to the ferocious whitewater river, a large river so treacherous that even those with good water skills did not dare to go down easily. Su Hua took off his clothes and dove in headfirst. Half an hour later, Su Hua caught a big red fish up. Another 200 coins in hand. Cool. Su Hua hurriedly went over to Lin Yuan's mansion and handed over this big red fish to Lin Yuan. Master Lin, please keep it. Lin Yuan collected the big red fish, looked at the kid Su Hua and nodded. Not bad, really good underwater. Master Lin, then I'll leave first. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Why don't you have dinner before you go? Su Hua shook his head. Master Lin, I have to go back to practicing. Just finished speaking, Lin Yuan scampered in one step, knowing that Lin Yuan and Su Hua were about 10 meters away. Lin Yuan just scampered in one step and appeared beside himself. What a powerful strength. Su Hua was secretly shocked in his heart. Lin Yuan grabbed Su Hua's arm and gently held it. The first level of skin refining. Su Hua nodded. Yes, Master Lin. I grew up practicing the palm technique my grandfather passed down to me, and now I'm barely at the first level of skin refining. Well, go ahead. Su Hua gained another 200 coins, and with the 200 coins he gained yesterday, Su Hua now had a full 400 coins, and he bought a few pounds of large meat, as well as cloths, and some fruits, and purchased 3 pairs of medicinal herbs. First, he put the medicinal herbs back in his home, and then he sent the big meat, cloths and fruits and all these to Zhang Wan's home. Zhang Wan watched as Su Hua bought so many things over, which would have cost at least 100 coins. Su Hua, why did you buy so many things again? Where did you get so much money? Zhang Fugue also said. Yes, Brother Hua, where did you get so much money? I recently caught red fish and sold them to Master Lin, the Zhou family's second housekeeper, and sold quite a few coppers. Su Hua said. Fu Gue hemmed and hawed. To follow Brother Hua is to have meat to eat. Zhang Wan went to cook, and soon made a pot of stewed potatoes with sauce and meat, and the fragrant smell overflowed in every corner of the yard. The 3 of them then ate the soft, saucy meat and drank rice wine. Sometimes Su Hua thought it was still good to live this kind of life. If he could keep living like this, it would naturally be comfortable, but he knew it was impossible. This was a chaotic world, and without strength, how could he keep the peace? After eating, Su Hua was ready to go back and boil the herbs. 3 pairs of herbs. Su Hua believed that this time he would be able to advance his cultivation, and definitely be able to arrive at the stone skin. However, Su Hua had only opened a few packets of herbs when he suddenly sensed the footsteps of someone outside. Definitely not an ordinary person. Su Hua frowned and placed a few packets of herbs in the cabinet. He hadn't even stepped outside when the gate to his own yard was kicked in. A few arrogant thugs rushed in, followed by a rough man in a mink coat, who was no other than Xu Xiong. Su Hua's heart was shaken, looking at Xu Xiong coming on strong. Could it be that he realized that the person who killed his brother was himself? No, this should not be possible. Still, Su Hua smiled. So it's Master Su. I don't know if there's anything Master Su wants at his door. Xu Xiong didn't say anything, but walked into Su Hua's room, and a few of his thugs also rummaged through the boxes before finding a few packets of herbs. Master Su, there are a few boys in the slum area who said it was true. This kid has recently purchased so many herbs. You should know that these herbs are worth a few hundred coins. It's not something this kid can afford. This kid used to be a miner. Xu Xiong glanced at Su Hua and said coldly, tell me, where did you get the money to buy these herbs, and is my brother's death related to you? Su Hua immediately said, Master Su, how could I be so bold as to dare to touch Second Master? Besides, Second Master's martial arts is so high, how could I possibly be a match? Su Hua had just finished speaking when Xu Xiong dodged and came, scurrying to his side in a single step, then taking hold of Su Hua's shoulders. Cowhide, humph, forgive you for not daring to attack my brother. Hearing this, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the next moment, Xu Xiong turned around and waved his hand. Kill. Su Hua's face changed greatly. Master Su, I didn't kill your brother. Why? Humph. From today onwards I, Xu Xiong, Will kill one person every day? Or else what will happen to my Xu Xiong's fierce reputation? You're the first one. Count yourself unlucky. Xu Xiong calmly said. Chapter 17 Master Lin comes. Take Xu Xiong. Grass. Su Hua shouted angrily. Xu Xiong. You're bullying people too much. Is there still a king's law? Is there still heavenly justice? Do you want to kill people just because you want to? Ha 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 ha. King's law? Heavenly justice? I, Xu Xiong, am the king's law. I, Xu Xiong, am the heaven's justice. I want to kill. Who dares to stop? Go! Xu Xiong gave a hideous shout. There was a rumble and two burly men rushed up. Su Hua raised both palms and swept them across the room. Curses! You guys have to force me. With a rumbling sound, the two big men were shaken to the ground by Su Hua. Then Su Hua broke the window and rolled away. He could only escape. This Xu Xiong he was not a match. Escape and say. Su Hua came to the side of his next-door neighbor, Zhang Fugue, who opened the door to his room. Wah! What happened? Xu Xiong indiscriminately kills people to accompany his brother's burial. You hurriedly go to the Lin mansion and tell Master Lin that Xu Xiong wants to kill me. Fugue, my brother's life is in your hands. Su Hua lowered his voice. Su Hua then dodged and scurried away. At this moment, after Fugue heard Su Hua's instructions, he ran furiously all the way to the outside of the Lin mansion. A few guards stopped Zhang Fugue. What kind of person? Do you have Master Lin's invitation? No invitation. But I have something to report to Master Lin. Something heavenly. The two guards carried Zhang Fugue into the hall. And at the moment, Master Lin was lying on a recliner, teasing the birds. Master Lin, this mudblood wants to find you. I don't know what it is. He says it's 100,000% urgent. Master Lin glanced at Zhang Fugue and frowned. What do you want from me? Master Lin, my name is Zhang Fugue. I'm Su Hua's little follower, Xu Xiong. This person is crazy, killing people everywhere, saying he wants to kill a full 100 people to accompany his brother's funeral, and now he's killing my brother Hua's house. Master Lin, can you step in and save my brother Hua? When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately stood up. What? You're saying that Xu Xiong wants to kill this kid Su Hua? Yes, Master Lin. Xu Xiong, you dog has eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall. You dare to touch my people. I'm still counting on this kid to catch me another red fish. If Su Hua is gone, I'll rip your head off. Fugue, get up and lead the way. Lin Yuan drank. This drink, in turn, scared Fugue into shivering. But fortune showed a look of ecstasy. Su Hua ran his power and dashed around frantically, soon entering a jungle. Strength, or strength. If I were at the third level of refined skin, Xu Xiong, I would have smashed you. Su Hua deeply felt the importance of strength. 3 to 5 times, Su Hua escaped to a dilapidated courtyard, which was covered with cobwebs. Su Hua closed the door of the room, then sat on the ground to meditate and breathe. Shortly after sitting down, the door was kicked in. Xu Xiong walked in with his thugs. Xu Xiong grimaced. You can't get away, boy. Su Hua's face changed, not expecting Xu Xiong and the others to arrive so quickly. Just as Xu Xiong was about to make his move, a silhouette walked in. Slow down. One of Xu Xiong's men stepped forward and pointed at the man. Who are you? You dare to meddle in Master Su's affairs. This person had just finished speaking, when suddenly a large hand grabbed this person's head and lifted this person hard in midair, and then this person crashed to the ground. And everyone looked at Xu Xiong's henchman, whose head had been pinched and exploded. Zhang Fugue was on the side, looking dumbfounded. This Master Lin is simply too scary. Su Hua was likewise the same. This tactic was simply strong to the extreme. Too much stronger than Xu Xiong. What a man! A few of Xu Xiong's other henchmen bellowed. Xu Xiong looked up and shuddered. He immediately cupped his fists and bent over, saying very respectfully, Master Lin, what brings you here? Lin Yuan ignored Xu Xiong and instead took big strides to Su Hua's side before picking him up. Kid, are you alright? I was almost killed by Xu Xiong. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid that the red fish you wanted, Master Lin, is gone. Su Hua lowered his voice. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay. As Lin Yuan said this, his gaze turned to Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong, your brother got Ed and then went around killing people. That's quite a skill. Master Lin, Xu Xiong hadn't finished. Lin Yuan scurried 10 meters, instantly arriving at Xu Xiong's side, and then grabbed Xu Xiong's shoulder with a big hand. On your knees. Xu Xiong flung himself onto his knees, sweat pouring out one by one. Master Lin, spare your life. Spare your life. Su Hua's heart was shocked. This Lin Yuan's strength is surprisingly strong to this point. Casually a moment to hold Xu Xiong. Let Xu Xiong kneel, Xu Xiong kneel. Lin Yuan suddenly became murderous. Directly kicked Xu Xiong. To know that Xu Xiong, at least 1 meter 9, weighing 250 pounds, just like this, flew out backwards and smashed the wall in pieces, and then rolled to the ground in a state of disarray. Xu Xiong's group of minions were even trembling and terrified. Master Lin. I understand. Xu Xiong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Hua is my man, and you dare to move. I'll crush your brain. Lin Yuan drank. What? Xu Xiong's face changed drastically. Master Lin. I didn't know that he was your man. I really didn't know. If I knew that, just give me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch your man. For the sake of your master Chi Guan, I won't make a move on you, or else I'll waste you and pick the tendons of your arms and legs. Thank you, Master Lin. Thank you, Master Lin. Tomorrow, send 500 coppers to his house to make amends. Yes. Then get lost. Lin Yuan waved his sleeve. Xu Xiong climbed to his feet and quickly left. Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. What is an expert? This is 3 or 5 a few times to take Xu Xiong. Su Hua clasped his fists. Master Lin, thanks for coming to the rescue. Lin Yuan shook his head. No harm done. I still need you to catch a red fish for me. In this chaotic world, human life is like grass. Without strength, that's how it is. No matter if it's here or elsewhere, your strength is too low. Today I'll kind of give Xu Xiong a lesson. But Xu Xiong is ultimately a person of Chi Guan, a dog of the Zhou family. I can't possibly waste him. You still need to be careful in the future with this person. Su Hua nodded. Master Lin. I know. Lin Yuan had just led the people farther to the gate when he suddenly turned around. That's just it. Su Hua. I see that you're young, and you're quite sharp in doing things. In this way, if you catch another big red fish, I'll let you join me under Lin Yuan's door, and then you'll do things for me, and I'm now short of a few manpower as well. Su Hua's heart was overjoyed when he heard this. This Zhou family's second butler, Lin Yuan, was of unfathomable strength. If he could really worship under him, then his days would be better in the future, and he wouldn't worry about Xu Xiong coming to his door again. It's always good to have at least one tiger skin to cover yourself with. What he lacks most now is time, and when the time comes, he will definitely kill Xu Xiong. Alright, thank you Master Lin. The kid is grateful. Su Hua arched his hand and said sincerely. Chapter 18, Breaking Through the Stone Skin. Arm strength 800. No need to be grateful. Your red fish hasn't been caught yet. Let's talk about it when we catch it. Lin Yuan led a few people, turned around and left the abandoned mansion. Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Today this crisis is lifted for the time being. Fortune on the side was also relieved. It's finally okay. Soon, Su Hua and Zhang Fugue returned to their place, and Zhang Fugue also went back to sleep, while Su Hua sat on his bed and pondered over the events of today. Today Xu Xiong's doorstep could be said to be dangerous. If Lin Yuan didn't come to help him, then he would definitely die today. Moreover, Su Hua's mind was filled with images of Lin Yuan's hands, taking down Xu Xiong in just one move. To know that this Xu Xiong was very strong, in his Su Hua's eyes it belonged to a very strong existence, but as a result, he was taken by Lin Yuan with a single move, and was even defenseless in front of Lin Yuan. Just how strong is Master Lin? What exactly is the strength of the Zhou family's 3 great stewards? Su Hua was very curious. There are 2 things to do next. The first is to break through the stone skin. Now that the Dharma sect golden rock skill is available and the 2 pairs of medicinal herbs are available, it would be good to break through the stone skin earlier. Besides this, I need to catch the great red fish as soon as possible to send it to Master Lin so that I can be able to worship under him. Of course, when Lin Yuan said he was entering his disciple, he didn't mean worshipping him as a teacher, but entering his disciple to work for him. Even if he was working for Lin Yuan, then Su Hua's position in Black Dragon Town could be said to be greatly improved. No longer at the bottom of this kind of hierarchy, and he definitely had no worries about food and drink. Of course, the thing that made Su Hua feel most important was the martial skill. By worshipping under Lin Yuan, he might be able to get his hands on more stone skin cultivation methods, as well as iron skin spells. After some thought, Su Hua got up and boiled the 3 pairs of herbs. It soon turned into 2 bowls of thick tonics, which Su Hua drank in one gulp, and in no time at all his body was warm inside his stomach. A moment later, that warmth inside Su Hua's body disappeared. Su Hua immediately opened the system. He wanted to see how many upgrade points he had raised to this time. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Habilitation, skin refining, cowhide, upgrade points, 130. Arm strength, 610 pounds. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm perfection. Black tiger fist, perfection, golden rock kung fu plus, uninitiated. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Su Hua revealed an excited gaze as 130 upgrade points appeared, and a plus sign appeared behind the golden rock feet, which meant that it could be upgraded with a single click. Su Hua had worked very hard in the past few days, accumulating copper plates to buy medicinal herbs to convert them into upgrade points, and catching big red fish for Lin Yuan, and now he was finally going to achieve the stone skin realm. Su Hua mobilized his golden rock feet and tapped a wave against the plus. In a flash Su Hua opened his eyes. The whole person's veins rippled like earthworms bending and curving. His body was even bubbling with white airflow, and his dermatome was also undergoing a heavenly change at this instant. It hurts. Hold it in. I have to hold it in. Su Hua knew that this was the pain that came with upgrading, and he had to endure it. Su Hua was sweating like a pig, soaked to the skin. He sat on his butt on the ground. With his strength restored, Su Hua stood up again. At this moment, he felt his power abound. He revealed an ecstatic gaze. What a strong power. Is this the stone skin? Su Hua searched for a knife and gently scratched on the skin membrane of his arm. Surprisingly, it did not cut through, but only left a white mark. Su Hua then walked to this side of the backyard, looking at a few moss-covered rocks. Without saying a word, Su Hua raised his palm and slapped it hard. With the first slap, the rock was in pieces, and Su Hua slapped it again and again in succession. The moss-covered rock was directly smashed to smithereens by Su Hua. What a strong palm. Not only was Su Hua's palm powerful, he was also moving much faster, and with a jolt of his toes, he scurried 6 or 7 meters away. It's also a lot faster, but it's still a bit worse when facing Xu Xiong, and if you face Master Lin, it's too much worse. Su Hua still remembers that Master Lin gently scampered. That is more than 10 meters away, and only gently, not the limit of power, so it is evident that Master Lin is unfathomable. Su Hua opened the system. He wanted to see how his arm strength was now through the system. The clearest division of force values in this world was the cultivation realm. There's another division, and that's arm strength. Cowhide 300 pounds or so, between 500 and 800 pounds of stone skin, and of course there are slams that can reach 1,000 pounds, because some people cultivated martial arts in the stone skin realm for several years, and some people had just entered the stone skin realm. Their arm strength was naturally different. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 800. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm perfection. Black tiger fist, perfection, golden rock kung fu, success. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Looking at the data column, the upgrade points had been cleared, but it was all worth it. And when Su Hua saw his arm strength, it reached 800 pounds, which was undoubtedly ecstatic. There was also the golden rock technique that came directly to a minor accomplishment and could be upgraded. To know that Su Wei is the same stone skin, only 500 or 600 pounds of arm strength. Su Hua just broke through the stone skin to reach 800 pounds of arm strength. If the golden rock technique was fully utilized, Su Hua's arm strength was feared to be able to break 1,000 pounds. This was because when Su Hua was in the cowhide realm, he had practiced a few more cowhide methods, raising his physical quality by a lot. Similarly, if Su Hua cultivated a few more stone skin methods, when the time came, it wouldn't be much of a problem to hard kill iron skin powerhouses with his stone skin. And once Su Hua broke through to iron skin, even if he had just broken through to iron skin, he would be absolutely invincible in the same realm. This is the benefit of having a strong foundation of your own. Unconsciously, it was about to be almost dawn, so Su Hua still went to his bed and squinted for a while, although he was so refreshed now that he could do without sleep. But a nap can relax the mind. Early the next morning, Su Hua ate breakfast and got ready to go out. He was going to search for the big red fish so that he could worship under Lin Yuan and cultivate more martial arts. After all, Xu Xiong was still a potential crisis, only temporarily suppressed because of Lin Yuan. Who knew that one day this guy would come to his door to kill again? Just as Su Hua was just about to go out, Su Hua fiercely sensed several people approaching, and one of them was very strong. As expected, it was Xu Xiong who led the way. However, this time Xu Xiong, not as arrogant as the last time, but his face was grim, and his left shoulder was obviously much higher than his right shoulder, obviously swollen. Xu Xiong came here today. Could it really be that he was sending 500 coins over to himself? As expected, Xu Xiong waved his hand and had his men throw a bulging bag over. 500 coins have been sent to you. Keep them for yourself. Xu Xiong coldly said, his face ugly. Chapter 19, The Ruthless Su Hua. Su Hua smiled and said, thanks. Don't think that you're so complacent just because you've joined Butler Lin's disciple. I'm going to pinch you to death as if I were pinching an ant. Go! Xu Xiong waved his hand and led his people to quickly leave. Looking at Su Wei's back, Su Hua's heart to kill him grew stronger and stronger. Of course he knew that now was not the time. Xu Xiong was an iron skin expert, and his own battle power and his was still a cut short. This Xu Xiong's arm strength should be up to thousands of kilograms, and he is experienced in fighting, so there was no rush. The most important thing right now was to go and find the big red fish so that he could worship under Lin Yuan. Looking at the bulging bag of money, Su Hua opened and counted. It was really 500 coins, knowing that he had just spent all his savings to break through the stone skin, and happened to be out of money. The heart Xu Xiong sent 500 copper plates to the heart. It is really comfortable, and you can spend the 500 coins yourself with honor. Then Su Hua hurriedly left. He came to this side of the Whitewater River again, looking at the choppy big river. If not for the fact that he had practiced the diving breathing method and had ordered this auxiliary skill to the Great Circle, even if he was stone-skinned, he wouldn't dare to go down to this big river. It felt like it was just iron-skinned, copper-skinned. And wanting to go down to catch the big red fish was also very difficult, and there was a certain amount of danger as well. Su Hua took off his shirt and dove headfirst into the Whitewater River. In the raging river Su Hua became a wave of white stripes, but after grabbing half a day, nothing was caught. Su Hua got up and got some dry firewood to dry his clothes before going home, and when he went back, it was dark. The next day, Su Hua continued to come to the Whitewater River to feel around. Still no results. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5. Su Hua came every day, but didn't catch any big redfish. Su Hua was a bit anxious. If he couldn't catch the big red fish, he wouldn't be able to enter Lin Yuan's door. At that time, Xu Xiong would also realize that he hadn't joined Lin Yuan's disciples at all, and that would be troublesome. The main thing is that if he has not been able to catch the big red fish, Lin Yuan will abandon him. This is quite normal. Lin Yuan is the second steward of the Zhou family, a big name, strong and unfathomable strength. He was just a mudblood from the slums of Black Dragon Town. He was useless to others, so why should they help you? Before Xu Xiong made a move on him, Lin Yuan had already helped him for the sake of the big red fish. Since you can't catch the big red fish anymore, Lin Yuan definitely won't make a move if you run into any trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Su Hua became a little anxious. Try again tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Yuan had boiled another 3 pairs of herbs out, which was the 500 copper plates Xu Xiong had given him to make amends for, and he had spent 300 of them. After drinking the medicinal soup, Su Hua looked at the upgrade points inside the system and reached 40 points, but the plus sign is not shown after the golden rock feat, so it seems that there are not enough points. Early the next morning, Su Hua went to this side of the Whitewater River again, and looking at the choppy Whitewater River, Su Hua put all his strength into it. Gotta catch the big red fish. Rumbling, Su Hua plunged headfirst inside the raging river. Half an hour later, Su Hua broke the surface of the water and swam to the shore to lie down, and he grinned a difficult smile. That's right, he caught it. He caught a big redfish. The big red fish did take a lot of effort, draining him of all his strength and almost killing him, but it was all worth it. The rainy weather gave the entire sky a gray color, and the cold, icy rain slapped haphazardly on Su Hua's face. It didn't matter to him, and he didn't bother to move because he didn't have the strength. Completely powerless. To know that his arm strength is up to 800 pounds just under the raging river water, with his great circle of diving method, or was made exhausted, strength consumed. He clasped the big red fish with both hands. He couldn't let this big red fish jump. This fish was carrying his hope. After joining Lin Yuan's discipleship, there was definitely the stone skin method practiced, or even the iron skin method. In a short while, Su Hua's power was restored. After all, he was a stone-skinned expert. His recovery ability was naturally very fast. Su Hua carried the big red fish and darted away, directly entering Black Dragon Town before quickly rushing to Lin Yuan's residence. However, on the way, Su Hua did come across some of the heads of one of the smaller forces in Black Dragon Town, and this head recognized the big red fish. A big red fish, worth 200 or 300 coppers. If you sell it to Master Chi, the third steward of the Zhou family, you might even get a reward from Master Chi. This leader immediately surrounded Su Hua with a group of minions. Su Hua naturally noticed this leader chasing after him with a group of people before surrounding Su Hua. Su Hua said coldly, "What do you mean?" The little leader laughed and said, "Brother, good luck, to have gotten the big red fish. Like this, how about giving this big red fish to your grandfather me?" Su Hua frowned, followed by a cold sentence. ****** off. I don't want to kill anyone. The little leader laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, do you hear me? Still don't want to kill anyone? You mud-legged man. What kind of harsh words are you putting in front of your grandfather? A little brother of the little leader walked over. Grass. In front of our boss. You put nasty words in your mouth? Looking for death. This little brother then came over with a flying kick. Su Hua's gaze stared as he sighed, having to force him to kill. He quickly tied the big red fish around his waist, and then with a big slap of his hand, this little brother's thigh was slapped off by Su Hua on the spot, followed by a miserable scream. My leg is broken." Su Hua looked at this little brother and again raised his palm and slapped him hard on the head, and with a puffing sound, the little brother's head burst open. What? This? The young leader's face changed as he glanced at Su Hua. The one in front of him had instantly changed from a mud-legged man to a man with a murderous aura rolling around. Su Hua scurried away. His big hand grabbed the small leader's big back of the head. His right hand quickly drew out a dagger. Then the dagger went in 7 times and out 7 times. The small leader's eyes were wide open, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. Master, don't kill me. Su Hua drew out his dagger, and the little leader collapsed limply to the ground. Behind him there were other minions watching the scene, so scared that they pulled out their legs and ran. Su Hua didn't bother chasing after these juniors. He looked at the small leader with wide open eyes and snorted coldly. I told you I didn't want to kill anyone today, and you had to come and force me. Su Hua bent down and fumbled around on the body of the little leader, and soon felt a money bag. Su Hua opened the bag and looked at it. It was not bad. It even had 300 copper plates. Not bad. What a way to bring money to my door. It wasn't the first time he had killed someone, and it didn't matter now. In the chaotic world of martial arts, the competition was who was hard enough, who was more ruthless, and who had a high cultivation level. Su Hua hung the money bag on himself, then dashed all the way to the Lin mansion. Chapter 20, Worshipping Under the Door. Outside the Lin mansion, a young man flew in. This young man was none other than Su Hua. As soon as Su Hua arrived, the few burly men guarding the gate revealed smiles. It's the brat Su Hua who's here. Get in there. A couple of burly men said. These few strong men also recognized Su Hua. Now Su Hua was Lin Yuan's honored guest, specializing in catching big red fish for Lin Yuan, so they didn't dare to be slow. At this moment, Lin Yuan was practicing inside the backyard. A white mist was rising around his body. It looked very peculiar. Then Lin Yuan stood up again and swung his palm with lightning speed. These palms were swift and extremely powerful. Just at this time, a maid walked outside the courtyard entrance and said softly, Master Lin, brat Su Hua is here and says he wants to see you. Once Lin Yuan heard that it was Su Hua who came, his eyes revealed a smirk. It's this guy, is it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan walked out and arrived in a courtyard. When Su Hua saw Lin Yuan arrive, he immediately stepped forward. Kid has met Master Lin. Lin Yuan looked at Su Hua and said, Caught the red fish? Su Hua laughed. Thanks to Master Lin's blessing, the search was fruitless for several days, but I finally got it today. Speaking of which, Su Hua immediately carried a large red fish out from behind him, which was still alive and kicking. Lin Yuan was incredibly excited. Good. Really good. Lin Yuan picked up the big red fish and then put it inside the pool. The big red fish swam around quickly. It was evident that the big red fish had a strong vitality. Rare spirit fish with extraordinary vitality. Boy, do you know why I want the big red fish? Su Hua shook his head. I don't know. This kind of rare spirit fish, if you simply eat it, it's a waste. You have to use it to make a medicine guide. Mixing with other herbs you can make a soup medicine that replenishes chi and blood. Your kid is considered to be a great help to me. Speaking of which, Master Lin waved his hand, and soon his men brought up a bunch of copper plates. The string of coins is exactly 200. Before he came here, Su Hua had 200 coins left, and after killing the small leader, he got another 300 coins, plus the 200 coins here. Su Hua had a full 700 coins. Not to say how rich, at least he had never seen so many coins before. After Su Hua got the copper plate, he saw that Lin Yuan did not say anything. Su Hua screamed in his heart that it was not good. Didn't he say that he would let himself worship under him? Worshipping him was the most important thing. and it was equal to having a tiger's skin covering oneself. Master Lin, didn't you say that if I catch another red fish over here, you'll let me worship under your door? Su Hua still spoke straight out. There is no need to cover up at this time. It is better to say straight out. Otherwise it will be difficult to have this opportunity if you miss it. When Lin Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I almost forgot about this matter. According to reason, you are not qualified to help me without a stone skin cultivation. Since you found the big red fish for me, then I will make an exception. You don't have the stone skin cultivation, but also worship under me. There is a place for you to live on this side. There will be someone to arrange it for you, and it's okay if you don't live inside my mansion. And then the monthly wages are 150 copper plates. Hearing 150 coins, Su Hua's heart rejoiced. You know it was only 30 coppers a month to work in the mines before. It's a surprising 150 coins to worship under the Lin family. But the job description Su Hua didn't know yet. Master Lin, what about the daily work content? For general job content, you just inspect some of the Zhou family's operations, and I'll send someone to inform you if there's any other job content. Hearing this, Su Hua revealed an excited gaze. Thank you, Master Lin. You're welcome, you deserve it. Then Su Hua added, by the way, Master Lin, all of your disciples are stone skin experts. This cowhide of mine indeed pulls down Master Lin's grade. Does Master Lin have a stone skin cultivation method there? Please ask for Master Lin's favor, so that I can better do things for Master Lin. Lin Yuan looked at Su Hua. This kid could probably be cultivated to see. Kid, come with me. Lin Yuan led Su Hua into the hall, then looked at him again and said, Kid, have a seat. I'll go get your martial arts skills. Hearing this, Su Hua revealed a look of incomparable ecstasy. He clasped his hands in a sincere arch. Many thanks, Master Lin. Lin Yuan then walked from the hall into the side door of the hall. Naturally he couldn't follow him in, not being qualified. The maid at the side looked at Su Hua sitting on the chair. The maid came over and hurriedly poured water for Su Hua. Mr. Su, please have some tea. Looking at the maid's good attitude towards herself, Su Hua couldn't help but look at the maid a couple more times, who had a nice, slim figure. Of course, it was still much worse than Zhang Wan. Thanks. Su Hua took a sip of tea and then placed it on the tea tray. The maid then went down with the tea tray and then sent some snacks up. Su Hua snacked on a few pastries, hiding a few more into his arms in the process. This scene was instead seen by the maid. The maid didn't laugh at Su Hua either. She just covered her hand cheekily. Mr. Su, if you can't finish it, you can take it all away. Su Hua fell old face, but still not polite. Directly all packed away. Then Su Hua hemmed and hawed at the maid. Have to say, Master Lin's life is really nourishing, with so many beautiful maids serving and snacks of all kinds available every day. For a mud-legged man like Su Hua, it really was living like a god. Of course, Su Hua knew that all of this was the benefit of strength. Master Lin's strength was terrifyingly strong, and the Zhou family master naturally reused it. So you have to be strong to enjoy these lives. Su Hua was secretly motivated. He must work hard to cultivate and strive to become a strong person. And then he would enjoy such a beautiful life just like Master Lin. At that time each maid must be selected by him personally. As for Zhang Wan and Zhang Fugue, Zhang Wan will be responsible for taking care of herself and warming the bed, and Fugue will be responsible for looking after the house as a caretaker. Right about this time, Lin Yuan walked out, and he held a booklet in his hand and threw it to Su Hua. Su Hua glanced at the pamphlet, which displayed 3 large characters, none other than Heaven Opening Hand. Lin Yuan slowly said, the martial skill I cultivate is the Heaven Opening Hands. The Book of Heaven Opening Hands is very complete and is able to cultivate from the first level of skin refining to the 5th level. Unlike the martial skill you cultivate, which belongs to a half set, the Heaven Opening Hands that I cultivate is a full set. Hearing about half and full sets, Su Hua was happy as hell. This Heaven Opening Hand was actually a full set of martial arts. This was too comfortable. After all, a full set of martial arts was very precious. But Lin Yuan added in his next sentence, of course, I give you certainly not a full set, only 1/3. You cultivate this part of the perfect at least need 3 years of light. 3 years later, you come back to me for the back of the cultivation method. Chapter 21, Zhang Wan Air. Although it was only a small portion of the cultivation method, Su Hua was still relatively happy. This small portion could hammer Su Hua's stone skin cultivation, which was equal to stacking a stone skin method. Su Hua would like to have the full set, but it is definitely impossible for you, a mud-legged man, to ask for the full set of techniques when you have just worshipped under someone else's door. Su Hua still knows the difference. It is not good to give an inch and go too far. Thank you Master Lin. I'll cultivate well and strive to reach the stone skin cultivation level sooner. Su Hua said. Lin Yuan nodded. Alright, work well for me. I won't treat you badly. Don't worry, Master Lin. I'll do my best. Just at this time, Lin Yuan asked his maid to inform Feng Yun to come again. Soon a man in his 20s walked in. This man was not as tall as Xu Xiong's ox, but he was also an expert. This person was Lin Yuan's personal disciple, called Feng Yun. The cultivation level is also very high. A master of the iron skin. Bu Ping. Lin Yuan put his hands behind his back and looked at this disciple of his. Please command master. Feng Yun respectfully said. His name is Su Hua. He helped master a great deal. Now I'm accepting him under my Lin house. You arrange a job for him and so on. Yes, master. Feng Yun glanced at Su Hua, and then he organized his work for him. Su Hua's job is to patrol some of the Zhou family's business sites, which is quite easy. After understanding, Su Hua went back. Have not even returned home yet. I found that the neighbors have a different attitude towards their own. Previously very cold. More disdain. Now each and every one of them had come to flatter Su Hua. Su Hua, keep these 10 or so eggs. A woman with a 3-year-old girl came to give Su Hua the eggs. There were some other things sent to Su Hua. There were also some young women who even threw winks at Su Hua, because these people knew that Su Hua had entered the Lin mansion. Who was the master of the Lin mansion? That was the second steward of the Zhou family, with strength through the sky and money through the sky. Looking at the attitudes of these people, how could Su Hua not know the reason why these people were close to him? Su Hua accepted the eggs. These neighbors said, Master Su, we're all from the same township, so we'll take care of it in the future. Okay. Su Hua answered with his mouth. He could understand the behavior of these people. In his place, seeing others developed, surely also want to flatter. After all, this is the chaotic world, meticulous to be able to survive. At this moment, Zhang Fugue also came out. Zhang Fugue also heard the neighbors talking about Su Hua's success in worshipping under Butler Lin. He huffed and exhaled. It worked. Brother Hua really worshipped under Butler Lin, and this little follower of mine went out and dared to straighten his back. On the side, Zhang Weinerer branded a large cake. Her face didn't look very happy. Zhang Fugue looked at his sister and said, Sister, why aren't you at all happy that Brother Hua has worshipped under the Lin family? Zhang Weinerer spat out a breath. Yes, why am I not happy? I'm very happy for Kid Su. Sis, I just saw that you were unhappy. Zhang Weinerer said, It's not that I'm unhappy, but it's a little hard on my heart. Sis, why is it hard? Because Kid Su won't be all the way with us from now on. Zhang Weinerer felt a little bad in her heart. On the one hand she was happy for Su Hua. On the other hand she knew that she and Su Hua were no longer on the same journey. Su Hua is already a big name on this street. Will he still play with her? Definitely not. When Zhang Fugue heard this, his heart also fell a bit. Su Hua soared to great heights, and their siblings were not very useful or capable, so they basically couldn't go together. Right about this time, the door to the room opened. Zhang Fugue and Zhang Weinerer looked at the fact that it was Su Hua who had arrived, and the two of them revealed smiles. Wah! Zhang Weinerer also said, Su Hua, congratulations, have a seat. I'll go and cook you some cakes. Zhang Weinerer went to the kitchen. Su Hua looked at how the siblings' faces didn't look right. I say, what's wrong with you guys? Why don't your faces look right? Shouldn't you be happy? Zhang Fugue laughed. Happy? Of course. Fugue, honestly, you can't hide your expression from me. Su Hua said. Zhang Fugue exhaled. Sisters said that you have worshipped the Lin family, and we are not on the same path from now on. Brother Hua. Hearing this, Su Hua finally understood why the siblings' faces looked off. So it's because of this. Su Hua walked to the kitchen and looked at Zhang Weinerer who was cooking pancakes. Su Hua came behind her. Sister Weinerer's craftsmanship is still so good, and she's pretty too. Zhang Weinerer's face showed happiness, which is not pretty at all. Oops, not talking to you anymore, my cake is battered. Zhang Weinerer gently pushed Su Hua away. Several people were then eating cakes inside the courtyard when Su Hua took out a packet from his arms. What is it? Of course it's for you guys to bring. Su Hua opened the paper bag. Inside are some cinnamon cakes, melon seeds, beef jerky, and winter melon candy. Fortune saw them and craved them. Wow, so many treats. Zhang Weinerer pouted. Su Hua, are you spending money again? These dim sums are not cheap. It didn't cost me anything. I brought it back from the Lin mansion. Try it. Several people then ate the treats. After eating, Fugue went to clean up the kitchen. Su Hua grabbed Zhang Wan'er's small white hand. Sister Wan'er, don't worry. Even though I've paid my respects to the Lin mansion, I won't forget you guys. Zhang Wan'er's eyes widened. Really? Of course it's true. I haven't gotten my footing yet. When I accumulate some money after a while, I'll purchase another set of mansion. And then I'll let you guys move in, and let Fu Gue be my retainer. Zhang Wan'er froze. What about me? You'll be responsible for warming my bed. Su Hua laughed. Zhang Wan'er's face blushed. Humph. Bad egg. But you won't be able to look at your sister Wan'er when the time comes. Whoever said that? It's a good look. It's definitely a good look. Su Hua laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Wan became even more shy. During the night, Su Hua took a bunch of copper plates and handed them over to Zhang Wan'er's hand. Sister Wan'er, you can take these 200 coins. Zhang Wan'er bit her lips. Su Hua, I can't take it if you give so many coins to me. You need the money even more to practice. Sister Wan'er, let you take it, you take it. I am now worshipping the Lin house. There are a lot of opportunities to make money. Besides I still have some coins, and I have 150 coins per month for my labor. These 200 coins you take it. It can improve your and Fugue's life. When I make money, then I will pick you up and bring you guys over here to live with me. Su Hua said seriously. Hear that? Zhang Wan'er bit her lip in death, tears streaming down her face. Su Hua wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister Wan'er, don't worry, the days will get better. Chapter 22 Lifting. 1,000-pound arm strength. Zhang Wan'er nodded. Taking advantage of Zhang Wan'er's inattention, Su Hua held her small hand. Zhang Wan'er's delicate body trembled. Blushing, hate it. Su Hua then returned to his room. He lay back on the bed and became overwhelmed with relief. This is only a short time. He changed his fate. The same also let Zhang Wan'er enrich life better. Put in half a month ago. This kind of thing do not even dare to think. Dream dare not dream. That was why Su Hua deeply knew the importance of strength. Now that he had worshipped under the Lin house, although he had no worries about food and drink, he still knew that strength was important. Lin Yuan passed on a technique to him, the open heavenly hands, which belonged to the remnants of cultivating out of the stone skin. In fact, he had already broken through to the stone skin. He still hid his strength. After all, a few days ago Lin Yuan checked that he was only a cowhide cultivator, and in just a couple of days he had broken through to the stone skin, which was an appalling speed. Su Hua then immediately took out the remnants of the heaven opening hand. It's a stone-skinned cultivation method, though, but it also worked on Su Hua, being able to stack his physical qualities. Looking at this martial art, Su Hua immediately called up the system. System, enter. Remnants of the open hand. Entered successfully. The panel of system data then appeared in Su Hua's eyes. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 800. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock kung fu, complete. Remnants of heavenly hands, uninitiated. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Right now, Su Hua possessed 2 martial arts of stone skin cultivation, neither of which had been perfected yet, and once they were perfected, his arm strength should be able to increase quite a bit. The main thing was that arm strength was greatly related to battle value. Su Hua counted his coins again and gave Zhang Wan'er 200 coins to improve her life. He now had 500 coins left and was able to purchase 5 pairs of herbs, but after you buy it, you don't have any money on yourself. At the moment, Su Hua still felt that he was too poor. Practicing martial arts did cost money, and he was curious about how much an expert of Lin Yuan's level would need to spend each month to feed his chi and blood, and raise his cultivation. Definitely a big number. But Su Hua can't care so much now. Take one step at a time and slowly cultivate. Anyway, if he worships under Lin Yuan's door, he will not worry about food and clothing, and there are still 150 copper plates every month. Early the next morning, Su Hua went over to the Lin mansion. The next thing you know, the day is done. Likewise, Su Hua got to know the rest of Lin Yuan's men. These henchmen were also stout. Li Mouth was at iron skin cultivation, while Bai Zhan and Gao Tang were at stone skin cultivation. Their names are Li Zue, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang. All 3 were in their 30s. At the moment, Su Hua was with the 3 of them. Li Mouth narrowed his eyes at some of the women passing by. This is a great body. Wow, that one's more voluptuous. Bai Zhan shook his head and took out a wine gourd from his waist, then took a vicious sip. Li Mouth, you never change. When your wife finds out, she'll make you kneel on the rubbing board. See if you still dare to look at other women. Li Mouth smiled. Manly. Gao Tang carried an ancient black longsword on his waist before saying, "It's so hot today. Why don't we go for a drink? After all, little brother Su just joined Master Lin's sect today." Bai Zhan looked at his wine gourd and shook it. The wine is gone. Just in time. Su Hua then followed the three big brothers all the way. When in the streets, some of the street gangsters, shrews, as well as some small business owners, looking at Li Zue and the few of them, they all had to respectfully address them as masters, because these people were also big names in Black Dragon Town. Who didn't know that they were under Lin Yuan's door? Soon several people entered the Yingchun building. The owner looked to see that it was a familiar guest who had arrived and immediately rose to greet him. Master Li, Master Bai, and Master Gao, please take a seat. A few people walked in and then sat down, and Su Hua sat down as well. The boss looked at Su Hua and immediately asked, "This one seems to be a new face." Li Mouth patted the boss on the shoulder, called Master Su, a protege that Master Lin just took in. The boss narrowed his eyes and nodded his head up at Su Hua. "Master Su, take care of business today." "Okay," Su Hua answered. "But let Su Hua feel the strength is really important. Before or mud legs, rice cannot eat." Now he is in the Yingchun building. The boss, a mouth a master, can be said to lift himself up to the sky. Soon, a few jugs of wine were brought up, as well as some sauced meat, stir-fried lamb loin, stir-fried beef, and stir-fried fish eggs. "Come on, kid Su, let's take a bite." A few people sipped their wine and then talked freely. From the three of them, they learned that the strongest person under Lin Yuan's door is Feng Yun, who is Lin Yuan's personal disciple, and is also considered half a father, because Feng Yun was picked up and raised by Lin Yuan, so he is highly valued. Of course, Feng Yun didn't disappoint Lin Yuan. Only 22 years old and on the verge of reaching the 4th level of skin refining. Yes, Feng Yun's talent is very good. 22 years old. In 2 more years it will be the 4th level of skin refining. Before 30 years old it should be able to reach the 5th level of skin refining. And at Master Lin's age, he will surely cross over into the E gene level. A few people said enviously. At this moment, when Su Hua heard this, he didn't know how to chime in, because he had only been cultivating for half a month. It was the stone skin, and before long, he would be able to break through the 3rd level, the 4th level, and even the 5th level, the gold skin. After some drinking and eating, the crowd dispersed and left. Su Hua didn't go back immediately, but went to the side of the herb store. He still had 500 coins on him and was going to take 400 coins out to purchase 4 pairs of herbs. Su Hua carried 4 pairs of herbs back and then boiled them out. After drinking several bowls of soup in one gulp, Su Hua watched as the data panel's upgrade points skyrocketed to 88 in one breath. Then looking at the martial arts panel again, Su Hua still intended to add points to the remnant heaven opening hands. 88 points will be cleared at 1 point. Remnants of Kaiten hands. Introductory. Remnants of the open hand of heaven. Small achievement. Remnants of the open hand of heaven. Great success. In an instant, Su Hua's fighting style of the heaven opening hand appeared inside his mind, and he knew that his power and battle strength had increased. Su Hua once again opened the system panel. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 1000. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock kung fu, complete. Remnants of heavenly hands, complete. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Looking at his arm strength reaching 1000 pounds, Su Hua revealed an excited look, followed by a fierce gaze. I don't know if I'll be able to resist Xu Xiong with my 1000-pound arm strength. Chapter 23, Soul Chasing Pong. Su Hua mused. However, he still shook his head. The jack arm strength is not estimated to be Xu Xiong's opponent, and he still needs to improve his strength. Without realizing it, a month had passed. This month Su Hua received 150 coins for his work, plus he was under Lin Yuan's door, so he more or less got a little bit of grease this month, probably more than 100 coins as well. Su Hua took another 300 coins to go to seemingly Spring Hall to purchase a wave of medicinal herbs. Looking at the upgrade points, there were more than 60 points. Su Hua immediately opened the system and mobilized the Golden Rock skill, using more than 60 points to bring the Golden Rock skill to its grand completion. In an instant, Su Hua's power seemed to have increased a little more. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 1100. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete. Black Tiger Fist, complete. Golden Rock Kung Fu, complete. Remnants of Heavenly Hands, complete. Auxiliary Skill, Diving Breathing Technique, complete. Looking at the data columns, especially the arm strength, it was raised by another 100 pounds, and at this moment, his arm strength had reached 1,100 pounds. Zhang Fugui's side, also by Su Hua, went to arrange a job. In the Yingchun Lu restaurant inside the load, kitchen miscellaneous meaning, 60 coppers a month. Not bad. Zhang Wan also had a good job. And of course it was Su Hua who had asked someone to get it. This month, Zhang Wan meals greatly improved. With oil and water. People are naturally nourished a lot. Chest high bulging. However, Zhang Wan is also smart and never dresses up when she goes out. And she even deliberately plays ugly. She knew that this was a chaotic world. And it wasn't safe for a woman to be too pretty. And she didn't want to cause trouble for Su Hua. Watching Zhang Wan wash her clothes, Su Hua walked over and flirted. Sister Wan it's getting prettier and prettier. And her figure has gotten better. Which is not. Zhang Wan's small face blushed. Su Hua reclined on a chair. And Zhang Wan burned a pot of tea for Su Hua. Su Hua sipped his tea and squinted his eyes, enjoying himself. Zhang Wan came over and then painted her face, which was black. Su Hua, I'm going to work. Go on. Su Hua squinted his eyes and basked in the sun for a while before heading over to the Lin mansion side, then finding Baijian, Gao Tang and the two of them to spar. Although Baijian and Gao Tang were stone skins, they had at most 800 arm strength. Su Hua now had a full 1100 arm strength, but he had hidden his strength. Where did Master Lin go? Su Hua asked. Not having seen Master Lin recently, Baijian shook his head. I don't know. Took Feng Yun on an errand and said it would take a week to return. Su Hua nodded. Master Lin's matter. He also just casually asked. Where people go. He still care about it. He is just a henchman, just do their own thing can be. In the afternoon, Baijian, Gao Tang, Su Hua, and Li Zue, the four of them converged again, and the four of them drank and ate at Yingchun Lu. The days were leisurely. The four of them walked out of the Yingchun building after eating and drinking their fill. Right at this moment, Su Hua always felt that someone was spying on him, but he glanced back and didn't see anyone. Li Mouth looked down at Su Hua and said, Kid Su, what are you looking at? Brother Li, I feel like someone is following us. Su Hua smiled. There's no one. You're blind. Li Mouth laughed. Baijian also laughed. What kind of person would dare to be so bold as to follow us? Don't you want to get killed? Brother Su, it must be your eyesight. Each of the four then split up and went home. Other side. Li Zue drank his wine and came outside his mansion. Looking at the two lanterns outside that were not lit, Li Zue frowned. Li Mouth pushed open the gate and walked in. The entire mansion was dark. Huang Yang, Jade, Li Mouth was screaming. Yet no one responded. Li Mouth called out a few more times. He pushed open the door of the hall room. And just as he entered, the black, dark hall was empty. However, the next moment, Li Mouth looked at a body hanging under the beams of the room. Li Zue immediately palmed the lamp. The corpse was disheveled and cloaked. It was his daughter-in-law Huang Yang. Huang Yang, Huang Yang. Li Mouth chopped the twine with a knife, then hugged his daughter-in-law and roared tearfully. Huang Yang, how did this happen? What happened? Li Mouth then panicked beyond belief and frantically called out for his daughter. Jade, Jade, who the hell is it and what's happening? Li Mouth roared furiously a few times. However, right behind Li Zue, a masked man unknowingly appeared. This masked man was covered in a murderous aura, and he also held a little girl in his arms as he walked out. Li Mouth, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Mouth looked at the scene. Let go of my daughter. I'll kill you. Li Mouth drew his sword and stepped forward. The man in black snorted coldly. Take a step forward and your daughter is gone. Li Mouth looked at his daughter as he said, what exactly do you want? And who exactly are you? Chop off your right arm and I'll let your daughter go. The man in black coldly said. Li Mouth frowned as the man in black grabbed Li Mouth's daughter. No? Then she dies. Daddy, save me, save me. The girl cried. Li Mouth gritted his teeth and swung down his right arm. Release my daughter. Foolishness, how could I let your daughter go? As the man in black spoke, he slapped his palm at Li Mouth's daughter. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The Li Mouth with a broken arm rushed forward. The man in black scurried 7 or 8 meters. His palms swept on Li Mouth's chest as if it were a gale. And in a few moments, Li Mouth sat on a chair in a bloody mess, dying. Li Mouth lifted his head with difficulty. Soul-chasing palm. So you are. Before he could finish, Li Mouth lost his breath. The man in black sneered. Li Mouth, who told you to follow the wrong person? Li Mouth, don't worry about it. Your companions will all come to accompany you. You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ha ha. Day 2. Outside the Li Mouth mansion, there were many people gathered around. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang rushed over. Get thee out of the way. Su Hua followed along all the way in. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang walked in and watched as Huangyang died. Li Zue died. And even the 5-year-old girl was not spared. All 3 members of the family were killed. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang gritted their teeth. Asterisk 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 in hell. That's who. I'm going to get him. Su Hua looked at the 3 corpses, especially this guy Li Dazue, before he also invited him to dinner, and now he said that it was gone. You know that Li Dazue is a master of the iron skin. A master of iron. Said no more, and all of a sudden the whole family was killed. Su Hua associated it with someone spying on him last night. He broke out in a violent cold sweat. Someone is out to get them. To kill them. A strong sense of crisis rose in Su Hua's heart. During this period of time, he was still complacent, thinking that he had improved his strength quite well and that he could rest on his laurels by worshipping under Lin Yuan. However, Li Mouth, a tin master under Lin Yuan's door, said that he was killed his whole family. Even the children were not spared. This incident is like a pot of cold water to wake up Su Hua. Chapter 24, Xu Xiong does evil. Just at this time, outside the Li Zue mansion, a man with a formidable physique appeared, wearing a long coat, and with a cry to get out of the way. The crowd made way for him to get out of the way. This person was none other than Xu Xiong, one of the 5 evil dogs of the Zhou family, and a person of the 3 housekeepers, Chi Guan. Xu Xiong walked into the hall and looked at both Bai Zhan and Gao Tang before clasping his fists. Although I'm not one of Master Lin's men, I'm all for Lord Zhou. I heard about this early in the morning and came here to see how things are going. The 2 of them, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, nodded and then made an inviting gesture. Xu Xiong first went up and looked at Wang Hui and her daughter. He frowned. What a ruthless tactic. Women and children are not spared. And also abused Li Zue's wife. Not something that people do. Xu Xiong then took another big step forward and checked Li Mouth's physical condition. Looking at Li Mouth's chest bloody and his back exploded, he sucked in even more cold air. With such a sinister palm technique, the Li Mouth brothers' family really died unjustly. Then Xu Xiong looked at a few people and immediately said, the Li Mouth brothers are working for Lord Zhou. They are people of the Zhou family. A family died in this way. It seems that someone did not put the Zhou family here. This matter you must investigate thoroughly. Or else what is the face of Master Lin in the future? And what is the face of Lord Zhou? Gao Tang and Bai Zhan arched their hands. Brother Xu Xiong, don't worry. We will definitely investigate thoroughly. I will also report to Master Qi truthfully, and then I will also conduct a thorough investigation. If we don't catch the real culprits, the death of Brother Li Mouth's family will be too unjust, or the next one to die will be me. Xu Xiong, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan nodded. Makes sense. Have you forgotten what happened to my brother Su Wei? It looks like it's the same person. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded. We heard about it. At this moment, Su Hua heard Xu Xiong this kind of words. He frowned. What, the same person? Su Wei is he killed? But he's not the one who did it to Brother Li Mouth. Su Hua always felt that this Xu Xiong had something to hide. Xu Xiong immediately added. You guys take care of things here. I'll go back first. Brother Su, take your time, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang said. As Xu Xiong walked out of the door, he did glance at Su Hua and exchanged glances with him. That eye. Nope. From Su Hua's sixth sense, this Xu Xiong was wrong. Very wrong. Su Hua even felt that the 3 members of Li Mouth's family were the work of Xu Xiong. But what puzzled Su Hua was that Xu Xiong was so bold. While Su Hua was thinking about it, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang dealt with the aftermath of Li Mouth's several people, and Su Hua wasn't idle, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his mind. Afternoon. Still overcast and drizzling. Su Hua, a few people buried the 3 members of Li Mouth's family. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan too very painful. The 2 sat aside to drink. Su Hua was quite moved in his heart when he saw this scene. This is the chaotic world. Even if Li Mouth breaks through to the iron skin, a body arm strength of 1,000, still died miserably. In this world, a strong fist is the truth. And whoever is ing strong will survive. This is an ironclad truth. Strength. It's still strength. Su Hua frowned. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang looked at the grave and slowly said, Li Zue, don't worry. We will definitely catch the murderer and give you an explanation then. The 3 of them then left the place, and as the 3 of them parted ways, Su Hua looked at the 2 of them, Brother Gao, Brother Bai. Now that Li Zue and his family have died mysteriously, you also need to be more careful. I worry that it is not targeting brother Li Zue, but targeting us. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan nodded. Don't worry little brother Su. You should be safe when you go back as well. Soon, Su Hua returned to the courtyard. He felt a whiff of danger. A feeling that annoyed him greatly. A feeling that he couldn't grasp his own life. And it annoyed him. Su Hua carried a jug of wine and came next door, looking for Fu Gue to drink a few cups. And Sister Waner also sat beside Su Hua. Wah! What's wrong? Rich asked. Zhang Wan looked at Su Hua with a somewhat heavy mood and asked in a low voice. Su Hua, what happened? The expert under Master Lin, Li Mouth is dead. Su Hua said. Zhang Fugue and Zhang Waner naturally knew what Li Zue was. That was Master Lin's right-hand man. And his fame in Black Dragon Town was no less than Xu Xiong. Now it's even dead. Su Hua looked at Zhang Waner and immediately got up. Fugue, Waner, let's not make contact in the last few days. I previously thought that by worshipping under Lin Yuan's door, I'd have a high level of peace of mind, but now it seems otherwise. I should be involved in a struggle. Zhang Fugue nodded. Good. Su Hua then got up to leave, and Zhang Waner followed behind Su Hua. Su Hua, be careful. Looking at Zhang Waner who was very worried, Su Hua revealed a smirk. Sister Waner, don't worry. I'll find a way. Su Hua returned to his room. Lying on the wooden bed, Su Hua was analyzing this incident. The 3 members of the family of the Li Mouth brother were killed, so it should not be an outside force, and the Li Mouth had not sinned against any outside force. Today he caught Xu Xiong's eyes out of place. If it was Xu Xiong who killed Li Dazue, then what's the point? If you know that Xu Xiong's side was casually held by Lin Yuan, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 members of Li Mouth's family if he was given 10 guts. Since Xu Xiong dared to do it, it was the person behind it. 3 stewards. Chi Guan. Thinking of this, Su Hua somewhat realized that he had been worshipped under Lin Yuan, and it seemed that he was involved in the struggle between Lin Yuan and Chi Guan. But Chi Guan instructed Xu Xiong to kill people under Lin Yuan's door, so he wasn't afraid that Lin Yuan would return? When Su Hua thought of this, he immediately got up, then put on his own straw raincoat, brought a bucket hat, and left his yard with his face covered. In less than half an hour, Su Hua scaled the wall and entered a small courtyard. The owner of this small courtyard was none other than Xu Xiong's right-hand man, Zhang Long's residence. Zhang Long was sitting in meditation and practicing when he suddenly heard rustling outside. He got up and walked to the front door before opening the door to his room. The door to the room opened. Suddenly a dagger was pressed against the side of his neck. I ask. You answer. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Zhang Long had just finished speaking. The dagger cut right through his neck and blood brushed out. I ask. You answer. One more word of nonsense. Death. The demoiselle man said coldly. Zhang Long trembled. The man in front of him was so damn ruthless. He didn't dare to talk nonsense. What your honor would like to ask, please. Who killed Li Mouth? Zhang Long hesitated. I don't know. Puffing. The dagger that was resting on Zhang Long's neck. The tip of the blade turned around and plunged in hard against his shoulder. Blood soaring. I don't have much patience. If this happens again, my dagger will not be plunged through your shoulder, but your neck. The demoiselle man remained cold. Zhang Long was completely scared. I say, Chapter 25 Responding to Crisis. It was my boss, Xu Xiong, who killed him. When Su Hua heard this, his heart was also slightly shocked. It is true that the 3 members of Li Mouth's family were killed by him, and during the daytime, Xu Xiong also pretended to go to Li Mouth's home to check the situation. Even women and children were not spared. And they even abused Wang Hui, the daughter-in-law of Li Zue. Why did Xu Xiong kill Li Zue? Didn't he know that Li Zue was Lin Yuan's man? Of course Xu Xiong knows that he's not only going to kill Li Mouth, but also Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, because those 2 are also Lin Yuan's right-hand men. And yes, there's also that new kid named Su Hua. Sure enough, as Su Hua had guessed correctly, Xu Xiong wasn't just targeting brother Li Mouth, but a group of them. Xu Xiong is so bold? Zhang Long swallowed. Because of the forest removal program, it was Master Chi's arrangement. Then Lin Yuan came back and shall not find Chi Guan? I'm afraid Master Lin won't be able to come back. Master Chi took Zhaojin and the others to ambush the returning Master Lin in Fengyan and Xiu Mountain, and Xu Xiong is in charge of clearing out Master Lin's men. Hearing this, Su Hua guessed correctly. He was indeed caught up in the struggle between Lin Yuan and Chi Guan. As soon as Li Mouth died, Xu Xiong was going to make a move on the 3 of them next. The 3 of them were of stone skin cultivation. Xu Xiong was of iron skin. Even an iron skin like Li Mouth was not Xu Xiong's opponent, so it was evident that Xu Xiong's battle power was very strong. Zhang Long immediately said, "Your Excellency, I've said everything that needs to be said. Can you let me go?" "Can't." Su Hua removed his bucket hat and took off his black mask. Zhang Long looked at Su Hua and his face changed. "You're Su Hua." "That's right." Su Hua revealed a fierce gaze as the dagger in his hand brushed through Zhang Long's neck, pulled it out again, and then kicked Zhang Long out. Zhang Long rolled to the ground and covered his neck with both hands in death, but to no avail. He soon lost his breath. Su Hua searched inside Zhang Long's room for 300 coins before dodging away. Returning home to Su Hua, his face was grim to the extreme. This Xu Xiong not killed. The crisis cannot be lifted. But he was no match for Xu Xiong. Su Hua opened the data panel. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 0. Arm strength, 1100. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Golden rock kung fu, complete. Remnants of heavenly hands, complete. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Looking at the data panel, one would at least need to raise the golden rock technique and the remnant heaven opening hands to the level of perfection in order to be able to resist Xu Xiong. If he wanted to kill Xu Xiong, he would at least cultivate another stone skin technique to a perfect level. In other words, with the 3 stone skin methods perfected, killing Xu Xiong would not be a big problem. Su Hua exhaled. There wasn't much of a problem getting another stone skin method. Going to buy Zhanhe or Gao Tang to ask for a copy shouldn't be much of a problem. However, unifying the martial arts to perfection would require quite a few upgrade points. That means it takes quite a bit of money. Grass. So poor. The next morning, Su Hua got up early, then went over to Gao Tang and Bai Zhan. Looking at Gao Tang and Bai Zhan who were fine, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Bai. Brother Gao. Nothing happened last night." The two of them shook their heads. "It's fine. Little brother Su. What about your side? Nothing's wrong, right?" Su Hua shook his head. "Nothing much." "Then it looks like it was an outside force that killed Li Mouth," Bai Zhan said. Su Hua didn't tell the two about the deforestation plan. There was no need to tell the two. The most important thing right now was for him to improve his strength, preferably within a day or two, because there's no telling when this Xu Xiong will make a move on them. Maybe tonight? Or maybe tomorrow night? Right now, Su Hua was racing against time to raise his strength one more point before his own safety could be guaranteed. Similarly, if his own strength increased, the lives of the two men, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan, would be free from worry. Although Su Hua had not known them for long, the two were quite good to him, and Li Zue, the fat man, was also very good to him, and the deaths of the 3 members of the Li Zue family. It makes his heart want to slaughter the Xu Xiong as soon as possible. After Su Hua and Gao Tang, Bai Zhan, and a few others had done their part, Su Hua glanced at Gao Tang and said, "Brother Gao, let's spar." Takato nodded. "Okay." Gao Tang took a stance, his palms forming a sword, and it was the splitting palm that he practiced. Su Hua practiced against Gao Tang with his open heavenly hands, but of course, Su Hua was holding his strength, and if he really wanted to fight, he could do it within 10 moves. Seconds Gao Tang. After all, Gao Tang is a stone skin cultivator with an arm strength of 800 pounds at most. After the sparring session ended, Su Hua revealed a smirk. Brother Gao's splitting palm is indeed exquisite. Gao Tang shook his head and laughed. "Su little brother, what have I got with this cleaving palm? Compared with the opening hand of the sky is far worse. Besides I can only cultivate my cleaving palm to the level of the stone skin. Master Lin puts the opening hand of the sky in the name of the sky. So when you cultivate for a few years, you can look for Master Lin to take the back of the opening hand of the sky to cultivate the part of the sky. You are only 16 or 17 years old, 20 years old to enter the iron skin. TSK 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 TSK. Talent is not bad. Bai Zhan, who was on the side, also said, "That's true. Oh, 20 years old, iron skin. This talent is not as good as Feng Yunyun, but it's not far off. The future is boundless." Hearing the two blowing themselves up, Su Hua laughed a little. The two big brothers are overpraising. Su Hua then glanced at Gao Tang. He didn't spar with Gao Tang to improve his own strength, but rather he wanted the air-splitting palm that Gao Tang cultivated. Although the grade of this martial skill was not as good as the heaven-opening hand, if he got this one, his arm strength would definitely skyrocket in a wave if he ordered all 3 martial skills to perfection. It's not much of a problem to deal with Xu Xiong. Brother Gao, to be honest, I'm quite interested in your air-splitting poem. Can I cultivate your air-splitting poem? Gao Tang was stunned. You're interested in my splitting poem? Well, quite interested. Okay. Gao Tang didn't mince words and brought Su Hua to his mansion. Gao Tang took out a secret book inside one of the drawers. It was the splitting poem. Little brother Su, you transcribe it. Su Hua quickly transcribed the splitting poem. Many thanks to brother Gao for the gift of the poem technique. Su Hua said. Gao Tang waved his hand. Little brother Su, it's out of place to say this. This splitting poem is not a valuable secret. Just practice it properly. Su Hua then walked out from Gao Tang's house, and with the splitting poem in hand. Then the next step was to quickly gain upgrade points. Su Hua needed a lot of money to buy herbs. If the 3 martial arts skills were fully lit, it would take less than 1500 copper plates. He got 300 coins from Zhang Long's side, and saved 200 or so coins for himself, making a total of 500 coins, which was far from enough, and was still 1,000 coins short. Right now the crisis is coming. Xu Xiong this will make a move on the 3 of them at any time. Looking for Gao Tang and Bai Zhan? These 2 people's wages are not high. Basically a little bit of wages are big food and drink spent, and occasionally have to buy herbs to practice martial arts. In a flash, Su Hua thought of a way. Chapter 26 Arm Strength Soars, 1,600 pounds. Su Hua didn't go back, but instead walked towards the Yingchun building. At this moment, business was still very good at Yingchun Lu, and when the owner of Yingchun Lu saw that it was Su Hua who had come, he gave a cry of Master Su, and some of the people eating around him followed suit and clasped their fists. Master Su is here. Has Master Su finished his work this day? Su Hua nodded. Just at this time, from the 2nd floor down a person. This person's stout body, very tough. His left and right hands are even embracing 2 heavily made-up women. After Xu Xiong came down, the boss whispered, Master Su, take your time. Su Hua watched Xu Xiong walk out of the Yingchun building with his arms around the 2 women, and he hated to slaughter this man on the spot, but he knew that he was not Xu Xiong's opponent. You can't be impulsive. You can't be reckless. At this moment, the owner of Yingchun Lu came to entertain Su Hua again. Master Su, what kind of dishes are we having today? There's braised sea bass and also dry fried beef. Do you have bear paws? I want bear paws. Come 3 plates. Su Hua said. Bear paws? Yes, yes. I'll send for it right away. I'll eat in the 2nd floor box. Take me to the box. Su Hua said. Yingchun Lu's boss Lin revealed an apologetic face. Master Su, the boxes are full of guests today, or else they'll be in the hall. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm going to eat in the box. I don't want to say it a second time. Su Hua coldly said. Boss Lin's face also changed. He could see that Su Hua's fire was a bit strong, but he didn't want to mess with Master Lin's people. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Not long after, Lin Shang walked down from the 2nd floor and said with a smile, Master Su, the box is available. Please also take a seat. Soon, Su Hua went inside the 2nd floor box, and after another moment, 3 bear paws were placed in front of Su Hua's eyes, and Su Hua took a big bite of the bear paws before looking at the handyman on the side. Get your boss over here. I have something for him. Not a moment later, Lin Shang walked in before closing the door to the room. Master Su, looking for me for anything? Boss Lin, there's indeed something I'm looking for you. I want you to do me a favor. Master Su, what can I do for you? Borrow money. Lend me 1,000 coins and I'll pay you back 12,000 tomorrow. How about that? Su Hua looked straight at Lin Shang. Lin Shang frowned. He was running a tavern, not a money changer, pawn store, and so on. Master Su, I'm opening a restaurant, not engaging in money banks and all that. If everyone is looking for me to borrow money, then how can I still do my business? Please don't make things difficult for me. Master Su, just this once. Master Su, this. Lin Shang was a bit embarrassed. Su Hua looked away and said, Are you worried that I won't be able to pay it back? Master Su, it's true that I don't have rules about borrowing money here. Speaking of this, Su Hua stood up. Then an exception will be made. Looking at the murderous Su Hua, Lin Shang also trembled. He didn't think twice and immediately said, Okay, Master Su, I'll only lend it to you, but you mustn't tell anyone that you can borrow money from me, or else the other shrews will follow suit, and I'm afraid that my business won't be good anymore. Su Hua smiled. Don't worry, tomorrow, I'll pay you back 1,200 coins. Master Su is joking. 1,000 coins will do. Lin Shang then brought over 5 strings of coins. Each string was 200 coins, totaling 1,000 coins. Master Su, take inventory. There's no need for an inventory. Su Hua collected the copper plates and prepared to leave. As he left, Su Hua revealed a smirk. Boss Lin, I'm offended today. No, I think Master Su should have encountered something urgent. Go and get busy. Su Hua then walked out of the Yingchun building. Lin Shang touched the sweat on his forehead. He sighed. Hey, can't afford to mess with Su Hua, this kid is not an ordinary shrew. That killing force is really scary. If you really don't borrow it, maybe the life of the little one is gone. But 1,000 coins is just a little bit. When to help him out a little bit. After getting 1,000 coins, Su Hua flew all the way back home, got the 500 coins he had accumulated, and then quickly went to the side of the seemingly spring hall. For 1,500 coins, Su Hua purchased 15 pairs of herbs here at seemingly spring hall. A large bag of herbs was gotten back by Su Hua. Su Hua knew that he couldn't delay. Maybe Xu Xiong would have to make a move tonight. So before nightfall, he had to boost a big wave of strength. While boiling the herbs, Su Hua opened the system and entered the splitting palm into it. System, record the splitting palm. Successful entry of cleaving palm. After spending 2 hours, more than 10 pairs of medicinal herbs were finally boiled out. All of them were black and thick soup and medicinal juice. And Su Hua drank the soup and medicinal juice with a big mouthful. Soon, Su Hua's body became unbearably hot. According to normal martial artists simply didn't dare to drink the soup like this. Their bodies could hardly withstand the majestic medicinal effects. But Su Hua is different and can be transformed with the system. As expected, the upgrade points inside Su Hua's system began to climb. 10 points, 15 points, 30 points, 50 points, 100 points. Still climbing. 158 points, 200 points, 238 points, all the way up to 268 points. The upgrade points stopped. Looking at the upgrade points reaching 268, Su Hua revealed an excited gaze. He immediately mobilized out the system panel. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 268. Arm strength, 1100. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, complete. Black tiger fist, complete. Cicada catching, complete. Golden rock, complete. Remnants of heavenly hands, complete. Splitting the sky palm, not yet initiated. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Su Hua directly mobilized out the golden rock gone out, and with a plus sign displayed behind it, Su Hua upgraded in a wave. Jin Yin Kung Fu mastery. Jin Yin Kung Fu complete. Su Hua then mobilized the remnants of his open sky hand again, tapping furiously at the plus sign behind it. Remnants of the Kaiten hand mastery. Remnants of the Kaiten hand completed. After these two gates were perfected, Su Hua felt his strength increase quite a bit, and his chi and blood did likewise. And not only that, there were also white streams of chi bubbling around his body. Taking a look at the 128 upgrade points left, without hesitation, Su Hua tapped furiously at the plus sign behind the splitting palm again. After a wave of points, the splitting palm was also instantly perfected. After the 3 martial arts were perfected, Su Hua felt infinite energy. His strength skyrocketed, his chi and blood flowed freely, and he felt like his breath became incomparably hot, feeling the whole body like a volcano that was about to explode. Is this my power? Su Hua came to the backyard, scampered 7 or 8 meters away, casually grabbed at the void. The void snapped and burst open. His figure was even higher. Rumble. Su Hua swung his palm while his body erupted with white chi. Although he was not the 3rd level of refined skin, his battle power had already surpassed iron skin. Su Hua put away his power. Then his eyes glazed over as he looked at the arm strength inside the system. Arm strength of 1600 pounds. Good. While Su Hua was ecstatic, his murderous aura rolled and tumbled. Chapter 27, Xu Xiong. Dead Bears 2. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade point, 28. Arm strength, 1600. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, perfect. Black tiger fist, perfect. Cicada catching, perfect. Golden rock, perfect. Remnants of heavenly hands, perfect. Splitting the sky palm, perfect. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Right at this moment, on the street on this side of the slum area, Zhang Fugue ran wildly as he arrived outside Su Hua's courtyard and directly pushed it open. Wah! Su Hua, who was in the backyard, naturally sensed that someone had come, and hearing the breathing, it should be Fu Gue coming. Su Hua walked to the front yard and saw the tired Fu Gue. Fortune, what are you doing here? Brother Hua, when I came back from my work, I saw Xu Xiong heading to where Gao Tang lives. Just as Fu Gue finished speaking, Su Hua's face changed. No good. Xu Xiong is going to make a move on Brother Gao. I have to go over there. Fortune showed a worried look. Wah, are you going? That's Xu Xiong. Zhang Waner walked over from the next yard and was also very worried. Looking at Zhang Waner, Su Hua came close to her ear. Sister Waner, don't worry. I'll be fine, and I'll marry you in the future. Zhang Waner's face flushed red when she heard this, and she was dying of shame. She raised her red face and gave Su Hua a blank look. It's this time of the day and you're still not being proper. You're facing Xu Xiong. I'm really worried. Hearing this, Su Hua laughed out loud. Xu Xiong? Dead bear too. Rich heard this and didn't quite understand. Su Hua showed his hand and casually slapped his palm at a wall. And with a snap, the wall was directly slapped with a large hole. For Fu Gue and Zhang Waner, Su Hua had also decided that there was nothing to hide about his strength. Fortune sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing an incredulous look. Brother Hua, when did you become so powerful? Zhang Waner also held up her high bulging breasts and covered her small mouth. Good. So powerful. So you guys don't have to worry about me. After saying that, Su Hua scurried 7 or 8 meters away. His body was so fast, then disappeared into the darkness of the night. At this moment, Zhang Fugue was still confused. When did Hua become so powerful? I didn't even know about it. Zhang Waner's gaze stared, suddenly thinking of something. That day Su Wei came to harass me. The next day inexplicably died. Is it Su Hua he? Fu Gue was also startled. Right, sis. Su Wei was killed the next day after he came to harass you. It seems like Hua is secretly protecting us. Zhang Waner pursed her lips. Fu Gue, Su Hua's kindness to our siblings is too great for you to forget in this lifetime. Sister, don't worry. This life of mine, Fu Gue, is Brother Hua's, and if anything happens to Brother Hua in the future, I'm willing to use my life to help him. Fu Gue patted his chest. Other side. Baijan is practicing at home. Suddenly a pigeon flew in. This is Master Lin's carrier pigeon. Baijan got the carrier pigeon to remove a secret letter on the pigeon's leg. After opening the secret letter, Baijan's face changed drastically as he immediately dashed away, running furiously all the way to the high hall side. Gao Tang was still drinking and watched as Baijan came with a grave expression on his face. Baijan, what happened? A letter from Feng Yunyun. Read it. Gao Tang looked at the contents of the letter and his face was furious. Xu Xiong. It turned out to be Xu Xiong It's him who killed Li Mouth's family of 3 and insulted Huangyang. Xu Xiong. Lao Zi and you are incompatible. Lao Zi will kill you. The letter was filled with the very same notes that Feng Yunyun had taken. It says that second butler Chi Guan is sniping at Master Lin and Sushan with Zhao Jin and the others, while Xu Xiong's side is responsible for eradicating some of Master Lin's right-hand men. The moment. In an inn in Shuo Mountain, Lin Yuan, dressed in a long robe, sat on the table drinking a small drink and eating peanut rice, while Feng Yunxian on the side looked at the people around him warily. Has the letter gotten out yet? Lin Yuan said blandly. Feng Yun nodded. Master, the message was sent back, and I told the 4 of them to hurry up and leave Black Dragon Town. Lin Yuan sighed. Chaotic martial arts. Ah, Chi Guan is finally going to make a move on me. Lin Yuan. This Chi Guan. Ah, can't he figure out that no matter if it's him, or me, it's all just one of Lord Zhou's dogs? Chi Guan left Xu Xiong in Black Dragon Town in the hopes that a few of them would walk away. Feng Yun frowned. Xu Xiong is there. I'm afraid he can't leave. Baijan looked at Gao Tang and said, Master Lin told us to leave, so let's hurry. Gao Tang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll leave right away. I don't know if Master Lin's side will be in danger. There's no need to worry about Master Lin's strength, so let's hurry up and leave. Right. Where's Kid Su? I'll go inform him, Gao Tang said. However, right about this time, the gates suddenly opened. A figure walked in. Gao Tang and Baijan's faces changed drastically, because Xiao Bear is here. Xu Xiong. At this moment, Xu Xiong laughed and said, Want to leave? I don't know where you guys want to go. Grass Mud Horse. Xu Xiong. You killed Li Mouth's family of 3. I want you to death. Gao Tang was incomparably furious, and Baijan was also running his power. Right about this time, Su Hua also rushed over. Su Hua glanced at Xu Xiong's presence, then at Baijan and Gao Tang, who were fine, and he was relieved. It's good to be okay, Brother Bai. Brother Gao, I'm here. Gao Tang immediately said. Little brother Su. It was Xu Xiong who killed the 3 members of Li Mao's family. I received a letter from Master Lin's flying pigeon. Master Lin was sniped by Chi Guan and Xu Xiong, and Chi Guan left Xu Xiong to deal with us in Black Dragon Town. Su Hua has known about this for a long time. But, at this moment, Su Hua was no longer afraid of Xu Xiong. It's still the same. The Ironhide Su bear? Dead bears too. At this moment, Xu Xiong took a step forward. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan took a few steps back, facing someone as strong as Xu Xiong. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan couldn't even do it by joining forces. In Gao Tang's opinion, the gap between their strength and Xu Xiong's was too great. If they added Li Zue, the 3 of them combined could have resisted. But Li Zue was already dead. The 3 of them were like brittle skin in front of Xu Xiong. No matter how you look at it, tonight is a dead heat. Xu Xiong looked at a few people. He gave a disdainful look. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yuan will definitely die in Xushan. As for you guys, don't worry. I won't kill you tonight. Don't think about escaping. I'll send you away one by one. Let's start from tomorrow. The 3 of you. I'll spend 3 days to kill. 1 every day. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan knew that Xu Xiong was playing them like rats, with an insulting nature. Grass mud horse. Xu Xiong. If you want to fight, then fight. Bai Zhan drank. Xu Xiong shook his head, revealing a disdainful gaze. Just a few mole crickets. Just informing you today. After saying that, Xu Xiong turned around and left. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Hua's mouth. Tonight, he will kill the bear. Chapter 28, Killing a Bear at the Door. The reason why Su Hua didn't kill the intercepting Xu Xiong on the spot was because he didn't want to expose his strength in front of Gao Tang and Bai Zhan. It wasn't very easy to explain that he had the strength to kill Xu Xiong when he had only worshipped under Lin Yuan for a short month. Another problem was that on the Xushan side, whether it was the second housekeeper, Chi Guan, or Lin Yuan who stood out, Su Hua was not even sure. If Lin Yuan was really ambushed, it would be a problem. So Su Hua had another plan. After killing the bear tonight, and Gao Tang Bai Zhan left Black Dragon Town first, otherwise if Chi Guan really succeeded in ambushing Lin Yuan, then they would only die. Think about it. Su Hua exhaled in his heart. It's still a real crisis. If you're strong enough, you can just kill through them and kill them all. Unfortunately, Su Hua was still not strong enough right now, and was barely able to kill the bear. But it's okay, the immediate crisis is sort of over. At this moment, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan's faces were very ugly. Hard to see. It was because they knew that the 3 of them couldn't stop Xu Xiong when they joined forces. The 2 looked at Su Hua and sighed. Little brother Su, it might be hard for us to escape this. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan then added. Little brother Su, since we can't escape this, let's have a good drink. Okay. Su Hua laughed. The 3 of them then drank in the area. However, Su Hua was curious as to whether Zhou Changlong, the lord of the Zhou family, didn't care about these things. Brother Gao, brother Bai. What I'm curious about is that Chi Guan ambushed and killed Master Lin. Doesn't Lord Zhou care about these things? The 2 shook their heads. Whatever. Hearing this, Su Hua was also shaken. Zhou Changlong, the lord of the Zhou family, seemed to be an uncomplicated person as well. At midnight, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan were lying on the ground drunk and talking out of their mouths. Here, keep drinking. Su Hua got up, running his power, and the liquor he drank turned into a stream of white vapor that erupted from his pores. Glanced at Takatong and Bai Zhan. Don't worry, you won't die. Su Hua flew all the way back, and when he returned home, Su Hua changed into a set of black clothes, then brought a bucket hat, put on a straw raincoat, and placed the dagger on his back waist. Su Hua didn't have any weapons yet, and he planned to get a handy weapon later. Just like that, Su Hua rushed straight towards Xu Xiong's residence. At this moment, Xu Xiong's mansion is very lively. There are many maids in the outer courtyard, busy with their work, and in the inner courtyard, Xu Xiong is lying on a chair, enjoying the moonlight. It's still comfortable to play with that one Hui. Xu Xiong licked the corner of his mouth. On the other side, outside Xu Xiong's mansion, a man in a straw raincoat walked. The demoiselle's pair of eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Su Hua glanced at the word Su mansion. He knew that tonight he was going to open a killing not only Xu Xiong alone, the other people in the mansion. The same killing. Su Hua walked to the entrance of the mansion. 2 guards stopped Su Hua. What a guy. The wine delivery. Su Hua answered. The 2 guards were still very wary and immediately said, a wine delivery. Master Su didn't ask anyone to deliver the wine. I called it when I said so. Su Hua raised his head and looked at the 2 guards. The 2 guards froze. Wait a moment, we'll go ask. No need to wait. As Su Hua said this, his hands probed out, locking their throats as if they were vipers. The two guards tried to struggle, but their throats were crushed by Su Hua. Su Hua walked all the way in. Inside the outer courtyard there were still some guards of the courtyard looking at the sudden arrival of the demoiselle man. They drew their long knives and surrounded Su Hua. What kind of person? How dare they break into Master Su's territory? In an instant, the blade light descended, and Su Hua blasted away with his fist, the powerful force directly snapping the blade, before his fist landed on this person's chest with precision. With a bang, the man flew backward 7 or 8 meters away. His chest dented and his back exploded in a bloody mess. Su Hua again jumped up, swept away one person with a palm, and rose up again, grabbing one person's head and twisting it 180 degrees. In a matter of moments, these men of Xu Xiong were easily killed by Su Hua. The moment. There were 7 or 8 bloody corpses lying on the ground. Su Hua did not have a soft heart. Today, all the people in this mansion had to die. Xu Xiong didn't have a soft heart when he killed the 3 members of Li Mouth's family. When the world is in chaos, those who are merciful and soft-hearted cannot go on for long. At the moment, Xu Xiong in the inner courtyard was practicing. However, at that very moment, Xu Xiong violently opened his eyes. He sensed a strong killing aura. Killing aura. Someone. Xu Xiong scurried up. Just at this time, the inner courtyard gate door panel snapped in pieces and exploded with a kick from one of the men. Xu Xiong, come out to die. The demoiselle took a step into the inner courtyard. Xu Xiong's face was furious. He didn't expect that someone would break into his mansion to kill someone and kill him. This was an insult to him. How dare you? What kind of person are you to come here to die without measuring yourself? A few maids also snorted coldly. Where did this person come from and dare to come to Master Su's place to sow their wild oats? They are really seeking their own death. Alright, I'll let you rest in peace before you die, lest you die not knowing who killed you. Su Hua took off his straw raincoat and removed his bucket hat, then revealed his true face. Xu Xiong looked at the fact that it was Su Hua. He was first shocked and then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, so it's you, mud leg. Who did I think it was? Just this mud leg of yours. You still dare to come to my door to kill me. I really don't know what you think. Xu Xiong just finished speaking. A scurry of 7 or 8 meters straight at Su Hua. Palm pressure viciously towards Su Hua. Su Hua's gaze condensed, quickly running the whole body strength. 600 pounds of arm strength has been accumulated. The body chi and blood is spread all over the body, waiting for Xu Xiong palm law pressure to the moment. Su Hua a fist bombardment. Boom! Fists and palms facing each other. The powerful force shook Xu Xiong back and forth. Xu Xiong was shocked. How is it possible that a stone skin cultivation possesses this kind of power? Su Hua was also shocked in his heart. This Xu Xiong was indeed strong. It seemed that he had to fight a quick battle and had to get Xu Xiong killed as soon as possible. Su Hua drew himself up to the ground, his large fists wide open. Each punch condensed Su Hua's 600 pounds of force. At this moment, Su Hua's pair of fists were like huge hammers ruthlessly smashing into Xu Xiong. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After the 10th punch, Xu Xiong cannot support. The whole person is like a broken kite flying backwards 7 or 8 meters away. Chapter 29 The Great Harvest. Ransacked clean. Nima. How can it be? Xu Xiong was half lying on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Then he climbed up, still looking at Su Hua incredulously. He was a master of iron skin, and Li Mouth was likewise not even a match for him in iron skin. This stone skin kid, he actually got him hurt. Su Hua looked at Xu Xiong getting up and was also slightly shocked in his heart. Worthy of being Xu Xiong, really durable enough to be able to get up. Su Hua dodged up, once again lifting his palm to sweep away. This time Su Hua's palm was even more powerful. His body's chi and blood power condensed on his palm. Boom! Xu Xiong running the gong method, the body around the silk white smoke. Originally more stout Xu Xiong, at this moment, even vaguely pulled up some. Xu Xiong's battle power is raised again. Su Hua's heart was shaken. He thought that he was able to kill Xu Xiong in seconds, but it seems that he was still careless. But he has exposed his identity. No matter what he says, Xu Xiong will have to die today. Xu Xiong roared furiously. Mud legs, do you think that I, Xu Xiong, am so easily able to be killed? Xu Xiong scurried again. The fishy wind puffed his nose. The void issued a tearing sound. Seeing Xu Xiong's big palm killing, Su Hua frowned and took a step back, then reached into his pants and grabbed a handful of things and scattered them directly at Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong screamed. Nima, lime, my eyes. Xu Xiong protected his eyes, which were on fire so that he had no way to open them. And right at this moment, Xu Hua pulled himself up and swept his large palm fiercely. Xu Xiong's arms crossed to block. However, under Xu Hua's terrifying strength, Xu Xiong's pair of arms were hardened and broken by Xu Hua. Bang! 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 Xu Hua's large palm broke through Xu Xiong's defense and fiercely blasted Xu Xiong's chest. I don't know how many slaps. Xu Xiong's chest was bloody and drenched in blood. Xu Xiong was in a lot of pain and backed up. Xu Hua grabbed the back dagger and stabbed it hard at Xu Xiong's neck. Puffing. Puffing. Xu Xiong's neck blood sprayed wildly, then fell to the ground in response. To this point, Xu Xiong, the one who made people scared and did all the bad things in Black Dragon Town, died. Xu Hua exhaled. Killing the bear tonight was not tough to say the least, and it was just a short while before he finished it off anyway. He used a lime sneak attack, which saved him some time. Of course, without the lime sneak attack, he was just as capable of finishing off Xu Xiong. It was just a matter of taking some more time. As soon as Xu Xiong died, the four maids around him changed their faces drastically. Su, Master Su is dead. Su, Master Su was killed. Go inform the others. However, Xu Hua stopped the four. These four maids looked at Xu Hua and one of them drank. How dare you? You even dare to kill Master Su. Xu Hua's gaze turned cold as his dagger slashed through the necks of the four men before the four men went limp helplessly. Next, Xu Hua searched all the way for other people inside the mansion. And Xu Hua didn't have any mercy, killing them all. A room in the inner courtyard. A woman walked out. This woman was dressed sexily, and she was none other than Xu Xiong's rightful wife. The woman screamed as she watched Xu Xiong fall to the ground. Suddenly a figure appeared behind the woman. The woman turned to Xu Hua, and the woman took a few steps back. You? What are you? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Looking at the plump woman, Xu Hua coldly said, Are you Xu Xiong's wife? Yes. Without saying a word, Xu Hua swept his large palm towards the woman's chest. Puffing, the woman flew backward 7 or 8 meters away, and when she rolled to the ground, she sprayed a few mouthfuls of blood and lost her breath. A few moments later, Xu Xiong's mansion was all deserted, completely dried out, and Xu Hua revealed a flash of excited gaze, because the next step is the big harvest. Xu Xiong has been committing evil in Black Dragon Town for so many years. He must have the backbone. At least there's a lot of money in it. Xu Hua walked inside the courtyard and came to Xu Xiong's room, kicked open the door, rushed in and started rummaging through the box. Finally Xu Hua found a black box. The box opened and inside were dozens of strings of copper plates. Xu Hua counted. There were a total of 5,000 coins, which was not bad. This Xu Xiong more than 200 copper plates a month. Only counting the wages, he needs to accumulate 2 years. Not to mention that Xu Xiong spends a lot of money, raised a few maids, guards, and his own main wife expenses are also big, plus he is a tin master. To practice martial arts, spending more. It's still pretty good to have 5,000 coins saved up. If he didn't let his brother Sui collect protection money, he probably couldn't have saved so many coins. The main reason is that the higher the realm of martial arts practice, the greater the consumption, and the money earned in a lifetime is all invested in oneself. Xu Hua in his previous life was the same, a lifetime of hard labor, all invested in the house. What about this world, which is mainly cast on the ego? After all, the higher the force level, the safer one is and the more money one is able to make, whether it was more or less. Xu Hua didn't mind, it was all for nothing. Then Xu Hua also found a surprise that there was another martial art at the bottom of the chest, which was called the soul-chasing palm, which was Xu Xiong's famous skill, Xu Xiong's famous stunt. Xu Hua immediately flipped it open and looked at it. He revealed an excited gaze. This soul-chasing palm was actually a full set of techniques, cultivated to the highest level. It was able to reach the 5th level of refined skin. Xu Hua then put on a straw raincoat and a bucket hat and left the Su mansion holding a small box. Early the next morning, just outside the Su mansion, there were many old people gathered around, because Xiao Bear is dead. Zhang Fugui and Zhang Wan are naturally heard many people discussing Xu Xiong's death. The siblings associated it with Xu Hua's words last night. Both were shocked beyond belief. Xu Hua really killed Xu Xiong. However, the siblings were also smart and would not reveal the matter of Xu Hua killing Xu Xiong indiscriminately. Xu Hua got up early, and he brought 1,200 coins to welcome Springhouse. 1,200 coins. Boss Lin, please keep it. Boss Lin nodded. Good, good. I'll take it then. Xu Hua then rushed over to the high hall. On the other side, Bai Zhan also received the news, and he flew over to the high hall side. Gao Tang, something big has happened. Something big has happened. Gao Tang was stunned. What's the big deal? Could it be that Master Lin has been? No, It's Xu Xiong who was killed. Everyone in Xu Xiong's entire mansion was killed last night, and Xu Xiong died a horrible death. I even went over to see it. Bai Zhan excitedly gestured. Gao Tang was shocked. What? Xu Xiong was killed. Good lord. Could it be that Master Lin has returned? No. Master Lin and Fengyan have not returned yet. I don't know who did it. Could it be the High Steward? Or is it Lord Chao? Gao Tang wondered. The Great Steward and Lord Zhou wouldn't care about such things. Bai Zhan denied. Just at this time, Su Hua walked in. The two of them immediately stepped forward and patted Su Hua on the shoulder. Little brother Su, I'll tell you a heavenly good news. Xu Xiong is dead. We're fine. Chapter 30, Lin Yuan's Terror. What? Xu Xiong is dead. Who did this? Su Hua was incomparably surprised. The two men shook their heads. I don't know who did it. They suddenly died. I heard that the person who did it was even more ruthless than Xu Xiong, killing everyone in Xu Xiong's mansion and getting rid of Xu Xiong's money. Xu Xiong has messed with too many people, and sooner or later, this day will come. That's true. We're safe now. Let's see what's going on Master Lin's side. Chi Guan ambushed Master Lin. Master Lin is in great danger. Su Hua's eyes stared. He didn't know if Lin Yuan was Chi Guan's opponent. If Lin Yuan was taken out, Chi Guan would be in trouble once he returned. The two looked at Su Hua. Don't worry little brother Su. Master Lin's cultivation is very strong. Even if Chi Guan ambushes Master Lin, he won't be able to move Master Lin by half. Other side. A wooded area. Fengyan held a long sword and killed many people at point-blank range. Lin Yuan is dressed as a husband. Seemingly gentle, but in fact violent and horrible. The enemy in front of him attacked with a knife. His figure gently swayed, and with a grab of both hands, he twisted two heads down. A dozen or so vicious men all had their necks snapped by Lin Yuan in a matter of moments. Lin Yuan shook his head and flicked some of the mud and dust off his body before looking ahead. Brother Chi, come out. Just at this time, a middle-aged man with a dry and thin figure appeared at the back of the woods, and this middle-aged man was none other than the Zhou family's third butler, Chi Guan. Chi Guan had another person with him behind him. It was Zhaozhen, a man from a husband's background. I didn't expect the force value to still be terrifying. Lin Yuan, we haven't had a fight for a long time. Let's have a good sparring session here today. Row. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Chi Guan shot as if he were a flying arrow. Bu Ping, back up a bit. Lin Yuan looked at his disciple. Yes, master. Feng Yun had just retreated 20 to 30 meters away. The two silhouettes in the jungle clashed together as if they were fierce beasts, and the entire ground split into pieces, and the airflow exploded. Feng Yun felt the terrifying power of the two and couldn't help but retreat a few more meters. Zhaozhen, who was on the opposite side, likewise retreated some distance. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them kept on bombarding each other, and the ground around them split in pieces and exploded. Dust flew up, and some large trees fell to the ground in response, and the middle of the jungle looked like it had been trampled by an ancient giant elephant. A few moments later, the two silhouettes each separated. Chi Guan's face wasn't very good. Humph, Lin Yuan, I didn't expect you to still be so strong. Zhaozhen, let's go. Lin Yuan watched Chi Guan leave with Zhaozhen, and Lin Yuan's face didn't look very good either. Bu Ping, go back. I'm afraid that the few people I've trained have been killed by the Xu Xiong that Chi Guan left behind. Sooner or later, I'll get Chi Guan killed. Feng Yun immediately said, Master, after I go back, I will assassinate Xu Xiong. This dead bear should also die. I have long wanted to kill him. That's okay too. Soon after, Chi Guan went back with his men. Not succeeding in ambushing Lin Yuan this time had put him in an uncomfortable mood. And when he went back, he did pass on one thing. That's when Xiao Bear was killed. The main thing is that we still don't know who actually killed them. Damn. Who killed Xu Xiong? Lin Yuan's henchman, Li Mouth, was killed by Xu Xiong. Who knew that he would be dead the next day? Chi Guan couldn't figure it out. Zhaozhen is also wondering. Master Chi, this is indeed very puzzling. I do not know who did it Xu Xiong. That's just it. Don't think about it. It's just a dog. Chi Guan said coldly. On the other hand, Lin Yuan brought Feng Yun back into the mansion. Hearing that Lin Yuan had returned, Su Hua was relieved. It was good that Lin Yuan was fine. At least he had a tiger skin to cover himself. If something happened to Lin Yuan, it would be a big deal. Then he'd have to run away with Zhang Wana right away. Gao Tang, Bai Zhan, and Su Hua then went to the Lin Yuan mansion. The three looked at Lin Yuan and arched their hands. Master Lin, are you alright? Lin Yuan waved his hand. I'm fine. It's a relief that you guys are still here. Where's Li Mouth? Gao Tang swallowed his saliva. Master Lin. Li Mouth's family of 3 was killed by Xu Xiong. This man, Li Mouth, has followed me for so many years with a lot of credit. I didn't expect to end up in this situation. It's my fault. Saying this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Several people could feel Lin Yuan's anger. Su Hua can feel Lin Yuan's power even more. Lin Yuan's power is far from his Xu Xiong comparison. Is 10 Xu Xiong? I'm afraid that Lin Yuan will have to be easy to take off the head. In a flash, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Uneven. Please also command Master. Feng Yunyan stepped forward. Quickly go to Xu Xiong's residence and take his head. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Feng Yun nodded. Master, I'm on my way. Just at this time, Gao Tang immediately said, Bu Ping, Master Lin. Xu Xiong is dead. He died last night. I don't know who struck him down. Everyone inside the mansion is dead. I heard that the money was looted along with it. That's why Bai Zhan, Su Hua, and I were able to be spared, or else we would have died at the hands of Xu Xiong as well. There's such a thing? Lin Yuan revealed a shocked gaze. Yes, Master Lin. It's all spreading now. Su Hua said. Lin Yuan glanced at the 3 and nodded. Alright, all of them go down. Lin Yuan said this and then closed his eyes as Feng Yun, Bai Zhan, Gao Tang and Su Hua retreated. Su Hua still wanted to ask Lin Yuan for the follow-up technique of the heaven opening hand, but seeing that Lin Yuan was not in a good mood, he did not dare to ask about the follow-up cultivation technique of the heaven opening hand. Let's talk about it in a few days. He wasn't in a hurry now anyway. After all, he still had a soul-chasing palm technique in his hand. Soon, Su Hua returned to the side of the courtyard where he lived, and after practicing for a while, he was refreshed. Su Hua took out a secret book from inside a box. It was the soul-chasing palm technique, which was Xu Xiong's famous stance. This stance could be cultivated to the perfection of the refined skin. That is, it was able to condense the golden skin state. It's not a skin refining stump stance. It's a full set of skin refining, just like the heaven opening hand. System, record the soul-chasing palm immediately. Successful entry of soul-chasing palm. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade point, 28. Arm strength, 1600. Martial arts, 1000 cow palm, perfect. Black tiger fist, perfect. Cicada catching, perfect. Golden rock, perfect. Remnants of heavenly hands, perfect. Splitting palm, perfect. Soul pursuing palm, not yet introduced. Auxiliary skill, diving breathing technique, complete. Looking at the soul chasing palm on the panel, Su Hua decided to purchase herbs tomorrow and break through his own cultivation to iron skin first. This time when Lin Yuan came back, Su Hua felt the terror of his Lin Yuan's strength. Even Lin Yuan's personal disciple Feng Yun was far more powerful than him. I thought that I was able to kill Xu Xiong, and my strength was not bad, but it turned out that I was still too weak, and I still had to quickly raise my cultivation. Chapter 31, Breaking Through the Iron Skin. Now Su Hua has 3,800 copper plates in his hand, leaving 800, and can use 3,000 copper plates, so breaking through the iron skin is the nail in the coffin. Early the next morning, Su Hua had said that he would go to the seemingly spring hall side to purchase medicinal herbs, but Gao Tang found him and said that Lin Yuan was looking for him to go over. Su Hua arrived at the Lin mansion. Seeing Lin Yuan in the courtyard, Su Hua arched his hand. Master Lin, is there anything you want to see me about? In the last month or so, could there have been a good practice? Master Lin, the kid has been practicing for the last month. Su Hua replied sincerely. Self-cultivation is the king's way. Don't think you can indulge in enjoyment just because you've worshipped under me. You still have to cultivate hard. In this chaotic world, the only thing that matters is your strength. Lin Yuan reasoned with Su Hua. Hearing these words, Su Hua felt that Lin Yuan was indeed a good person. Master Lin, I will practice hard. Play the heaven opening hands once. You should have practiced the first 3 hands in this month or so. If you're still not skilled in the first 3 hands, then don't blame me for kicking you out of my sect. Lin Yuan said. Hearing this, Su Hua smiled in his heart. The remnant heaven opening hands, he had long since perfected it. The remnant heaven opening hands were divided into 9 hands, not to mention the 3 hands, the 9 hands he could perform in a seamless manner. Su Hua operated his power and then executed the heaven opening hand out. The first hand is divided into 3 variations, each of which is further divided into 8 moves. It was soon perfectly executed by Su Hua. Then the second hand, 5 variations, and 10 moves were performed again. In the third hand, 7 changes and 12 moves were performed. After the 3 hands were completed, Lin Yuan revealed a slightly shocked look. These 3 hands were played so well. Looks like you've broken through to the stone skin. However, Su Hua did not stop, but continued to play a 4th and 5th hand. Knowing that he had to show a little bit of talent at this time, Lin Yuan didn't interrupt Su Hua and let him continue to perform. Soon the 9th hand of the remnant book Heaven Opening Hand was performed by Lin Yuan. Master Lin, I'm done fighting. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Hua. I didn't expect you to be so talented. In just 1 month you actually cultivated all 9 hands of the Heaven Opening Hand. It's time to give you the cultivation method behind. Lin Yuan then taught all the subsequent Heaven Opening technique to Su Hua. This is the back of the cultivation method. You practice well. Now I am the time to use people. You strive to break through the iron skin within 3 years. Although your talent is worse than Bu Ping, but compared to Gao Tang and Bai Zhan to be too much stronger. They are already over 30 years of age. The root and bone of all these are fixed, and want to improve it is very, very difficult. Maybe this life is the most breakthrough to the realm of the iron skin. You are young, only 16 years old. Cultivate well. Hard work. There is potential in the future. Martial artists not only need luck, but also need their own perseverance. Don't think about women every day. Many thanks to Master Lin, and I will remember his teachings. In Su Hua's mind, this Lin Yuan was indeed good, and taught himself all this, so it was no wonder that he was a husband's son. Su Hua was very joyful in his heart. He had gained another mastery. Together with Xu Xiong's jutsu, he now possessed 2 jutsu. By the way, I'll give you another sword technique to increase your battle power. Just wait. Lin Yuan said this and walked into the house. Su Hua's heart rejoiced. It was indeed better to worship under such a big shot. There really is no shortage of Jedi. Soon after, Lin Yuan once again walked out and threw Lin Yuan a secret book, which said that it was the Prairie Blade technique. This book of swords can increase your battle power. Empty yourself to build a sword. Su Hua's heart revealed ecstasy as he could tell that this blade technique was not simple. Many thanks, Master Lin. Su Hua arched his hand. Go on. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Leaving this side of the Lin mansion, Su Hua walked quickly and soon arrived at the seemingly spring hall. That's right. He was going to purchase medicinal herbs here. Soon, Su Hua returned home with a large bag of herbs. There were a full 30 pairs of herbs. Su Hua simmered slowly. It took 3 days for 30 pairs of herbs to be boiled down into a thick soup. The next thing Su Hua did was to start swallowing these tonics, which didn't taste too good, but Su Hua still drank them down quickly. After drinking it, the essence of the tonic was slowly sucked out by the system again and then converted into upgrade points. Without realizing it, another week had passed. This time, it took Su Hua a week to finish taking these tonics. For one, it was too hard to drink, and secondly, there was an extreme limit to how much his body could absorb. By the way, the full set of Heaven Opening Hands, as well as the Prairie Blade technique, have yet to be recorded in System. Re-enter the Heaven Opening Hand, and the Prairie Blade technique. Successful entry of Kaiten Hands, Prairie Blade technique. At this moment, Su Hua couldn't wait to open the system. He wanted to see how many cultivation points he had harvested from the 30 pairs of herbs this time. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, stone skin. Upgrade points, 388. Arm strength, 1600. Martial arts, Heaven Opening Hand, minor. Soul chasing palm, uninitiated. Prairie Blade technique, uninitiated. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Seeing 388 points. Su Hua spat out a breath. This was converted at the cost of 3,000 coins. Practicing martial arts was really costly. When Su Hua glanced at the martial arts column, he found that the martial arts he had practiced before had disappeared and were not displayed on the column, and communicated with the system, saying that as the host's cultivation level got higher, the previous martial arts would not be displayed on the column. Su Hua felt that this was not bad, lest the martial arts section be densely packed with a whole bunch of subtitles, and his eyes would be dazzled. Open Heavenly Hands minor completion should be that one has cultivated the remnants of the Open Heavenly Hands to perfection. So the full set here shows minor completion. Su Hua immediately mobilized his Open Heavenly Hands to come out, and a plus sign appeared behind it as Su Hua tapped away with a wave. Shasta. Opening Heavenly Hands. Su Hua directly upgraded to a great accomplishment. Glancing at the cultivation points, there were still 200 points. Su Hua mobilized his soul chasing palm again and tapped at the plus sign behind it. Soul chasing palm for beginners. soul-chasing pong, soul-chasing pong. Boom! With the two mastery disciplines reaching the grand completion realm at the same time, Su Hua's body suddenly gave birth to a terrifying power inside his body, and a cloud of memories merged inside his mind. One cloud of memories of the heaven-opening hand, and the other cloud of memories of the soul-pursuing palm. Similarly, white airflow bubbled around Su Hua's body, and his skin membrane instantly became solid. It hurts. I feel like my muscles are going to tear. A few moments later, Su Hua opened his eyes, and a terrifyingly brilliant light exploded out of them. Su Hua's arms transported their strength, and as his arms clashed with the sound of steel, Su Hua knew that he had reached the third level of refined skin, reaching the iron skin state. By the way, I wonder how the arm strength is. Let's see what level of arm strength the system shows. Chapter 32 Building Weapons. Horizontal Sword. System Type, One-Click Upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, Skin Refining, Iron Skin. Upgrade Points, 18. Arm Strength, 2000. Martial Arts, Heaven Opening Hand, Great Achievement, Soul Chasing Palm, Great Achievement, Prairie Blade Technique, Uninitiated. Auxiliary Skills, Diving Breathing Technique Perfect. Seeing that the arm strength displayed 2,000 pounds, Su Hua's entire body was also shocked. This arm strength was simply terrifying and extraordinary. You know that Xu Xiong is a good hand in the iron skin. Only 1,200 pounds of arm strength. Su Hua's arm strength now reached 2,000 pounds, which was truly terrifying. Now if he were to face Xu Xiong, he would be able to easily crush Xu Xiong's head. The reason why Su Hua was able to far surpass his peers in the same realm should be because he had practiced multiple mastery techniques on the side, such as practicing the soul-pursuing palm again, and also cultivating this palm technique to a state of great accomplishment. As for pure battle techniques like the Prairie Blade technique, Su Hua didn't have the upgrade points to upgrade / spending money like water. The money we got from Xu Xiong is spent again, but luckily the cultivation level was raised to Ironhide. Su Hua walked out of the courtyard to the woods to test his strength. He waved his hand and a bull-thick tree snapped down. This kind of strength was indeed strong to the extreme. Su Hua walked to another boulder and slapped it with both palms. The boulder instantly exploded and was then slapped by Su Hua like tofu dregs. The stronger Su Hua became, the more he realized how tough Lin Yuan was. One must know that he was only an iron-skinned warrior, only at the third level, but Lin Yuan was a strong gold-skinned warrior, reaching the fifth level of skin refining. Brush! Su Hua moved quickly again, scurrying 10 meters away. This speed was also truly terrifying. Su Hua's current endurance was at least as good as a horse, and he could run straight for dozens of miles in one breath. I don't realize that 2 months have passed. During these 2 months, nothing had happened in Black Dragon Town. The struggle between Chi Guan and Lin Yuan seemed to have stopped. As for the Zhou family's big housekeeper, Zhou Bao, Su Hua had never seen him yet. As well as the lord of the Zhou family, Su Hua still had not seen him, but he wasn't interested in any of this. He silently saved up his money, practiced, and improved his strength instantly. In the past 2 months, Su Hua had gotten some oil and water and saved 500 coins, and his life was nourishing. Zhang Fugui, under Su Hua's teaching, had also cultivated to the level of cowhide, and it had to be said that this Fugui's strength was really great. A little bit of natural divine power. But it's just that people are getting darker and stronger, like a big black cow. Nowadays, Zhang Fugui was able to eat other people's for 3 days in one meal and had a huge appetite. Zhang Wan'er and Zhang Fugui are two extremes. The younger brother is getting more and more brutally black. Zhang Wan'er not only did not become black, but became white. The more delicate the skin becomes. The sun came out once in a while today, and Su Hua lay on a chair and basked in the sun while Zhang Wan'er peeled oranges for Su Hua. Sister Wan, you should eat too. Zhang Wan shook her head. Don't eat it, it's so expensive. It's fine, eat it and I'll go buy some more melons and fruits is all. Don't save these few dollars. Afternoon. Su Hua went to a place where weapons were forged. He had a small savings in the past 2 months. It was time to get a weapon that he could use. The owner of the forge room looked at Su Hua's arrival and immediately greeted him warmly. How is it that Master Su has time to come to us this day? Nothing, I wandered in to check it out. Here, Master Su, have some tea. The boss of the forge room brought a pot of tea over to Su Hua. Su Hua sipped his tea and looked at the various weapons in the forging room. There were fine steel swords, as well as sledgehammers, as well as scythes, hoes, as well as large knives, axes, and so on. These are good weapons. Master Su, which one do you have your eye on? I'll give you one. Su Hua smiled and said, I want a horizontal sword. Use the best materials to build it for me. How many coppers do you think? I do have a mysterious iron ore here. If Master Su wants it, I'll charge 200 coppers. What do you think, Master Su? The boss laughed. Su Hua took out a bunch of copper plates. Boss, keep it. Good, good. Master Su, I'll build it for you in half a month. Okay, then I'll come pick it up in half a month. Su Hua left the forging room and then went back to the seemingly spring hall. There were still more than 1,000 coins on his body. Su Hua planned to purchase some more medicinal herbs. Soon, 10 pairs of herbs were gotten back, and Su Hua boiled them and spent 2 or 3 days drinking them all. 3 days later, Su Hua opened the system. View the data on the panel. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, iron skin. Upgrade points, 158. Arm strength, 2000. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, great achievement, soul chasing palm, great achievement, prairie blade technique, uninitiated. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Su Hua mobilized the heaven opening hand, or the soul pursuing palm, and looked at the lack of a plus sign behind it, which meant that he was unable to upgrade these two mastery techniques, and that he didn't have enough cultivation points. However, it was normal. 158 points were definitely not enough to upgrade 2 Jedi schools. No matter which one was upgraded, this amount of upgrade points was not enough. After all, by upgrading the heaven opening hands to the realm of proficiency, then Su Hua's own cultivation level had broken through to copper skin. So to break through to copper skin, you'll need quite a few more upgrade points. Since he was unable to upgrade his cultivation breakthrough, Su Hua turned his attention to the side of the prairie blade technique. The prairie blade technique was mobilized, with a plus sign displayed behind it. You can upgrade the prairie blade technique. Good, good. Su Hua directly tapped at the plus sign behind the prairie blade technique. The prairie blade technique, already initiated. Mastered the first style of the prairie blade technique. The prairie blade technique. Master the second style of the prairie blade technique. The prairie blade technique has been completed. Master the third style of the prairie blade technique. In an instant, Su Hua had an additional surge of majestic memories inside his mind, all of which were the combat methods of the prairie blade technique. The 3 styles of the prairie blade technique, which contained hundreds of blade variations, as well as blade attacks. The 3 most powerful moves among them were the prairie flying crane chop, prairie fury tiger chop, and prairie swimming dragon chop. These 3 moves were varied and ferocious. Moreover, the prairie blade technique was not yet proficient or complete. If it reached the proficient level or the complete level, the prairie blade technique would be quite a bit stronger. Half a month went by in a flash. Su Hua went to the side of the forging room, which had already successfully crafted Su Hua's horizontal sword, with a black hilt and a cold shining blade. It can be described as domineering and handsome. Su Hua held the hilt of his sword and lifted it up with a chop, and with a snapping sound, the air was chopped in half with a deafening sound. Master Su, how? Not bad, good knife. I like it. Chapter 33, Feng Yun Yun. It's good that Master Su likes it, the owner of the forge said respectfully. Su Hua waved his sword, enjoying it very much. Then he looked at the bottom-tier artisans that the forging room had built for him. Each of these bottom-tier artisans had a yellowish face and looked miserable indeed. Thinking that he was at the bottom of the heap in the first place, and that he was even more miserable than they seemed to be, Su Hua fished out a small string of coins from his body and threw it on the tabletops. About 100 coppers. It's been hard on you too. You 5. 20 coppers each. Rewarded by the master. The 5 craftsmen each took 20 coppers. Immensely grateful to Su Hua. Their monthly wages were only 30 to 40 coppers. Many thanks to Master Su. Many thanks to Master Su. After Su Hua got his own horizontal sword, he then went to a forest behind the courtyard. Su Hua drew his long sword and then performed his sword technique. 2,000 pounds of arm strength was incorporated into the blade. Prairie flying crane chop. Su Hua shouted in a low voice. The person was like a flying crane, slashing violently. This knife was swift to the extreme, with 1,000 variations. Coupled with the overbearing and incomparable force, Su Hua knew that this knife of his was by no means simple. Prairie fury tiger chop. Su Hua withdrew his sword and turned. A huge sword momentum condensed throughout his body. That's right. Su Hua was going to perform the second type of sword technique. It was the prairie fury tiger chop. At this moment, Su Hua was like a fierce tiger. A knife chopped away. A huge rock in front of him was split in 2. This knife was 2 times stronger than the prairie flying crane chop. Moreover, this move was even more complex, with more variations, and of course the consumption was not small for Su Hua. Su Hua felt that he would be depleted of all his strength after casting it 3 or 4 times at most. As for the prairie swimming dragon slash, Su Hua felt that he couldn't perform it with his iron skin realm, and if he forced it, he would probably be injured. The prairie swimming dragon slash is powerful, but it seems that you need to be at the copper skin realm to be able to execute it. However, after Su Hua analyzed it, with his own heaven opening hands grand completion, soul chasing palm grand completion, plus the first 2 styles of the prairie blade technique, along with his arm strength already being 2,000 pounds, Su Hua felt that he was able to resist the copper-skinned expert. Returning to his courtyard, Su Hua checked his savings, and there were still more than 300 coins in his entire body savings. Su Hua frowned. This was really not enough money to spend. He had to find a way to get money. There was no way to upgrade his cultivation without money, and the higher his cultivation was now, the more upgrade points he would need, so it would cost him more money. It had been a quiet few months, but Su Hua knew that it was temporary, because the struggle between Lin Yuan and Chi Guan was far from over, so improving his own cultivation was the most secure. Relying on anyone was useless. Other side, Lin House. Lin Yuan informed Feng to come. Master, is there anything you want to see the apprentice about? How has your cultivation been lately? Master, apprentice recently practiced the stormy rain sword technique diligently. At most half a year apprentice will break through to the copper skin state. Feng said truthfully. Good. Step it up and don't weaken that Zhaozhen. Master, don't worry. I will definitely not weaken Zhaozhen. That's fine. By the way, now that Li Zue is dead, Gao Tang and Bai Zhan's strength is a bit lower. I see that Su Hua's talent is not bad. You have time to instruct him. Master, let me go and instruct Su Hua. This mud leg. Feng Yuni frowned. Lin Yuan immediately said, Bu Ping, don't look down on mud-legged people. Your master I was also from mud-legged people back then. Back then, your master I from is an old farmer, and then when the teaching teacher, and then abandoned the text from the military. Just 10 years time, I will be from a mud-legged man abandoned the military from the text, cultivated to this realm. In the Black Dragon Town is also considered to be a dignified character, so you do not look down on mud-legged man. The pattern should be bigger. Do not look down on anyone. When Feng Yun heard this, his face was a bit embarrassed. Yes, master is right. That's good. Bu Ping, you followed me for so many years, and master has never taken a wife in his entire life. Your martial arts talent is good, but the pattern must be improved. Yes, the apprentice will. Lin Yuan then walked over to the drawer side of the room and took a packet and handed it to Feng Ping. Feng Ping, this is the blood-nourishing scatter. Blood-nurturing scatter? Master, I can't use this blood-nurturing scatter now. Bu Ping, it's not for you to use. You take it and give it to this kid Su Hua. And by the way, instruct him and explain some of your insights to him. Lin Yuan said. When Feng Yun heard this, he nodded. Okay, master, I'll go right away. Feng Yun got the blood-nourishing scatter and walked out. After walking out the door, Feng Yun let out a light hum. I don't know what master means, being so nice to this mud-legged man. Is it necessary? This mud-legged man's talent is just average. Letting me instruct this mud-legged man. I'll just instruct him a few times. It's really a waste of my time. Feng Yun then arrived outside Su Hua's courtyard. Su Hua, are you there? At this moment, Su Hua was practicing when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It's Brother Bu Ping's voice. How did Brother Bu Ping come to me? Could it be that something happened on Lin Yuan's side? Su Hua walked straight out, then opened the courtyard door. Brother Bu Ping, what brings you here? Please come in. Couldn't I have come? Feng Yun said in a nonchalant tone. Of course, Brother Bu Ping coming to my place is giving my place a fluffy look. Su Hua laughed. Feng Yun shook his head. No need to compliment me. Su Hua's brows furrowed when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Just at this time, Feng Yun walked into the courtyard and looked at the place where Su Hua lived. This courtyard, it was really too shabby. Is this where you usually live? Yes. Su Hua then asked Feng Yun to sit down. Brother Bu Ping, please have a seat. I'll go get you a cup of tea. Feng Yun looked at the stone bench. He frowned and didn't sit down. Su Hua poured a cup of tea over. Feng Yun brushed his sleeve. No need. I didn't come here to drink tea. Su Hua could see the disdain all over Feng Yun's eyes, but he couldn't say anything about it. This Feng Yun is Master Lin's personal disciple. Usually brocade food enjoyment is used to. For the first time to come to the bottom of his kind of home, is a little uncomfortable. Then what is the business of Brother Bu Ping coming to my place? It's nothing much, It's just that my master asked me to bring you one thing. It's a blood-nourishing powder for bathing your body. Speaking of this, Feng Yunyun took out a packet from his sleeve and threw it on the stone bench. There is also that my master said let me point out to you. What you do not understand now hurry to say out. I do not have much time. Do not delay my time. Looking at Feng Yunyun's impatient appearance, Su Hua waved his hand. Since Brother Bu Ping is busy, I won't waste Brother Bu Ping's time. Feng Yunyun added. Alright, this is something you yourself didn't let me instruct you on. Don't blame me when the time comes. Feng Yunyun said this and immediately walked out, and shook his head as he walked out. It's too bad. Worse than the place where my dog lives. I really can't figure out what the master is doing by accepting such a person into the door. Su Hua's face changed when he heard these words. Chapter 34, Chi Xiong on air. But Su Hua couldn't say anything. After all, Feng Yunyun was Master Lin's personal disciple. His status was too much higher than him, and he was just a clay-legged man who had worshipped under Lin Yuan's door. Su Hua looked down at the packet of blood-nourishing powder. He was somewhat grateful to this Lin Yuan. He even let Feng Yunyun point out the problems in cultivation, which made Su Hua somewhat respect Lin Yuan as a person. But letting Feng Yun instruct him? Maybe before, but now Feng Yun might not be his match. His soul-chasing palm had become a great success. His heaven-opening hands had become a great success. And his prairie blade technique had mastered 2 ferocious killing strokes. So if Feng Yunyun fought with him, he would really not be a match. After all, Feng Yuni wasn't a bronze-skinned expert either. Even if it was copper-skinned, Su Hua had the confidence to fight it off a bit. Feng Yunyun was walking. Suddenly he stepped on something under his foot. He lifted his foot and looked at it. It was golden. It was a puddle of. This puddle of was still smoking and looked fresh. Feng Yunyun sniffed. Damn, it's even. This place is really disgusting. I have to get out of here. Just at this time, a beggar scurried out from next door. This beggar looked embarrassed. Master, sorry, this is what I just pulled. Dirty your feet, let me wipe it clean for master. Go go go, hurry away. Feng Yunyun flashed to the side, saw the beggar with disheveled hair and drank. Master, can you spare 2 coins? I'm really hungry. The beggar stretched out his hand. Asterisk 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 off. And trying to get a coin from me is disgusting. Feng Yunyun shipped his power and scurried away. And just a dozen meters away, he stepped on another piece of grass. This ing place. I'm never ing coming back. At this moment, the sky is cloudy, drifting up scalp snow. Beggars shrink. Left hand into the right sleeve inside. Right sleeve into the left sleeve inside. Then shuddered. Started to snow. And hungry and cold. I do not know can carry through this winter not. My old bones die a handful of death is also dead. But it is a pity that this grandson of mine sins ah. The old beggar wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. And looked at the 5-year-old grandson lying inside in the haystack under the crumbling mud wall. And he was fuming for a long time. And he didn't know what to do. Grandpa. Yes. So hungry. So hungry. The 5-year-old child opened his eyes and kept talking. Grandson. It's Grandpa's clumsiness that's to blame for not being able to beg for food today. The old beggar then hugged his grandson tightly and touched his grandson's frozen red face. Just then, a tall man walked in, who carried 10 pounds of rough noodles and a bedding. Take it. The old beggar looked at the man and burst into tears. Master Su, you are. I don't want it. You keep it. Su Hua said expressionlessly. The old beggar touched the corners of his eyes and knelt on the ground. Master Su, many thanks. Many thanks. Su Hua shook his head. There's no need to thank me. Then Su Hua saw the 5-year-old child inside the haystack. He shook his head. The old beggar and his grandchildren he naturally knew. His nearby neighbors. The child's parents suffered a disaster. This old beggar legs and feet are not convenient. The old beggar can't earn any money. Is it because he doesn't try hard enough? Naturally not. The limited resources have long been firmly in the hands of others. And ordinary people can't even try harder. That's the way it is when the world is in turmoil. Now that winter had begun and it was going to start snowing, the weather had become bitterly cold, and Black Dragon Town, including within 100 miles around, would freeze to death. I have to say this world is so cruel. Su Hua walked over to the haystack, squatted down, and touched the blushing child before shaking his head. He took a bunch of coins out of his arms. 20. Su Hua threw into the broken bowl of the old beggar begging mouth. The old beggar looked at the 20 coins. He waved his hand. Master Su, I can't take it. You've already given us 10 pounds of rough noodles. And the bedding you don't want. It's already good for our grandparents. This is for the sake of your grandson. You think I'm giving it to you? Your grandson is suffering from wind cold. Spend some coins to get some medicine. Yes, yes. We masters and grandchildren will definitely remember Master Su's great favor. Okay, and that is? I'll send you something. Send copper. You can't say around. Su Hua is not a great benefactor. It's cold. It's going to snow soon. It will starve to death a lot of people. If you spread the word, everyone will be looking for me. And next door Widow Joe may have to sneak into my bed in the middle of the night. The old beggar nodded his head. Master Su. I know. Su Hua walked away from the crumbling mud wall. Whether the grandparents and grandchildren can survive the cold winter is not his concern. But he can't help it. He is not a good person. If you sympathize with the other neighbors who have nothing to eat, do you sympathize with them? Widow Chow has nothing to eat. Do you sympathize with her? One can only blame this world. Besides, Su Hua didn't have many coins left on him, and he was still short of many coins for his own cultivation. Not long after, Su Hua went to Zhang Wan'er's doorstep. Goose feather like snow fell on Su Hua. Su Hua looked up to see the weather, which was just like a woman's face, changing at the drop of a hat and becoming so fast. Zhang Wan'er was stewing big meat in the kitchen. The smell spread throughout the yard. This snowy day is exactly the time to eat big meat. The whole body is warm. Of course, Su Hua's cultivation now reached the iron skin. Even if he wore less, he wasn't afraid of this freezing cold. But of course, he didn't dare to stay like this. It would deplete his chi and blood. Zhang Wan'er looked at Su Hua standing at the courtyard entrance as she pouted. Master Su, the snow is coming. Come in the door. Su Hua nodded. Good. Su Hua walked in, and Zhang Wan'er walked over to Su Hua to quickly wipe off the snowflakes. By the way, I've made a cotton coat for Master Su, so quickly put it on if it fits. Zhang Wan'er took out a cotton coat out. It was sewn by her own hands. The fabric was very good, and the cotton inside was also top quality cotton, but it cost Zhang Wan'er a lot of coins. Su Hua changed into this cotton coat and became more energetic. Nice. It's good that Master Su likes it. Zhang Wan'er laughed. Severe cold is here. You and Fugue both make one as well. Su Hua said. Zhang Wan'er shook her head. Fortune's skin is thick and has something to wear. It's a waste of money. I also have clothes to wear. I don't need to waste money. It had to be said that Zhang Wan'er was a very virtuous and gentle woman. It would certainly be great to marry into the family. Chapter 35, The Coming of the Snow. The Effect of Nourishing Blood Scatter. Su Hua was just about to get intimate with Zhang Wan, but it turned out that this time Fu Gue opened the courtyard door and walked in. Zhang Wan'er quickly pushed Su Hua away. Fu Gue is back. Being bumped into is humiliating. Master Su, you go sit down. I'll go see how the big meat in the pot is cooking. Zhang Wan'er quickly came over to the kitchen side like a frightened white rabbit. Su Hua smiled and watched Zhang Wan'er busy herself with the pot, but her face was full of smiles and she could tell that Zhang Wan'er was happy. It would be a good thing to marry Zhang Wan'er into the family. This woman's figure is also energetic, and he, Su Hua, can also look at it. But for the time being, Su Hua wouldn't do that. Not strong enough at the moment. Wait until you're stronger later. After Fu Gue walked in, he looked at Su Hua and said with a cheeky smile, Brother Hua, the wine has been bought back. Today my sister burned the meat. Let's have a drink. Su Hua nodded. Okay. Soon Zhang Wan'er brought up a large pot of large meat. Su Hua took a few bites. The flavor was great. Zhang Fu Gue drooled. Wow. It's so delicious. Zhang Wan'er laughed. Your formula really works. Master Su. Su Hua asked Zhang Wan'er to go over to the herb store to grab some Xu Xiong, star anise, cinnamon, fragrant leaves and such ingredients to stew the big meat. Before Zhang Wan'er did not believe. The result is according to what Su Hua said. The flavor is great. A few people ate big meat and drank wine, and the day was quite nourishing. Fu Gue immediately said, By the way, Brother Hua, I walked all the way here. Our area fell a lot of people on the ground. I'm afraid that these people can't survive this snowy day. According to this snowy day, it's estimated that it'll be bitterly cold for 3 months. Zhang Wan'er was also frowning her diaphanous eyebrows. This severe cold this year. It should just be 3 months. How many people have to die? Hey, by the way, the price of grain these has gone up several times. And meat these. Fortune added. Su Hua took 400 coins out, which were the last of his family money. Fu Gue, go out later and canton some meat, grain and all that. Coarse flour is fine, as long as you can eat. Zhang Wan'er and Fu Gue also took out the 300 coins they had saved on their bodies, totaling 700 coins. Alright, Hua, I'll go to Ton later. Hopefully we can survive this cold weather. Fu Gue said. Be careful when you go out to tunnels. This time of year is prone to riots. Su Hua reminded Fu Gue. Wah! I know. I have a lot of power now. Subsequently, after eating and drinking, Su Hua returned to his courtyard to practice. Although he had the system, Su Hua still had to practice on his own. After hitting the heaven opening hand once, and then the soul pursuing palm once more. At this moment, Su Hua's body was filled with churning, majestic chi and blood. Even in this bitterly cold weather, Su Hua wasn't the least bit cold in his thin clothes. Even the large snowflakes that fell on him melted into steam when his chi and blood were baked like this. At this moment, Su Hua was also feeling permeable and comfortable. This was the benefit of having a high level of cultivation. It snowed heavily for 3 days in a row, and it got colder and colder. Even Fugue's body seemed to be a bit unable to carry it. Fugue was 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. His palms kept rubbing each other, and he kept huffing. It's so cold. This weather is also too cold. If it's not Hua, I'm afraid that my sister and I won't be able to make it through this year. Fugue then told Su Hua that hundreds of people had died in Black Dragon Town in the past 3 days. Basically from starvation and freezing. That's just Black Dragon Town. There are more than a dozen towns under Wanshun County. How many people must die? The Zhou family did purchase a lot of grain, refined meat, and tiger meat, and so did the big steward Zhou Bao. The 3 housekeepers, Chi Guan, did the same, and cart after cart of food was delivered to their mansions. Lin Yuan, the second steward, likewise transported some grain into the mansion. Bai Zhan, Gao Tang, and also each stocked up on some rough noodles. Feng Yun also had his own mansion, and he hoarded a lot of fine grains, medicinal herbs, tiger meat, beef, and so on. Just at this time, Feng Yun's servant walked in. My lord, Master Lin's side has summoned you to come over. Feng Yun, who was originally practicing the stormy rainsword technique, put away his sword and then quickly entered the Lin mansion. Master Lin, what do you want to see me about? Bu Ping, send 200 pounds of grain to Majiaku immediately. Master, you don't have much grain in your residence. Sending 200 pounds to Majiaku? Why is this? The apprentice doesn't understand. Feng Yun said. Lin Yuan immediately said. Back then, I was able to get into the Shokai. It was the eggs sold by the villagers of Majia village that raised the money. This year the weather is abnormal. I don't know how long it will be over. So you hurry up and send 200 pounds of grain over. That's all I can do. Alright, I'm on my way. Feng Yun said. Feng Yun rode a black horse and quickly rushed to Majia village. On the way, Feng Yunhui did encounter grain robbers, but they were punched through the throat by Feng Yunhui's 2 swords. Seek death. Feng Yunhui looked at the grain and shook his head. Master, this person is still too kind. In the beginning the master should repay, the favor has long been repaid. These people are not helpful to the master now. Why waste the grain? On the other side, Su Hua looked at the blood-nourishing proteins on the table. This was what Lin Yuan had asked Feng Yun to send a few days ago. Su had not yet used it. This blood-nourishing scatter was used to soak for 3 hours so that the body could absorb the essence of the blood-nourishing scatter. Su Hua poured it into the barrel and then into the large wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was warm water. After adding the blood-nourishing powder it was boiling and bubbling. In the case of ordinary people, their skin would be scalded off. Of course, Su Hua was an expert in iron skin, naturally not afraid of this. Gurgling, hot steam, bubbles tumbling. Su Hua felt the parched energy absorbed inside his body. After the 3 hours were over, Su Hua opened the system. He also had to go through the system to see how well it sucked this time. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, iron skin. Upgrade points, 48. Arm strength, 2000. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, Grand Master. Soul chasing palm, Grand Master. Prairie blade technique, Grand Master. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Looking at the upgrade points, 48 points. Not bad. Before there were 18 points. Equal to this time the blood nourishing powder gave him an increase of 30 points. Very good. The effect of this blood nourishing bulk was no weaker than that of a swallowed tonic, doubling the effect. But Su Hua didn't have the money to buy it right now. All the savings went to hoarding grain. Big meat. After all, one had to satisfy the mouth and stomach before one could think about cultivation. Moreover, Su Hua also learned the news that there were no medicinal herbs to be sold on the side of seemingly Spring Hall even after the continuous heavy snowfall, and it was out of stock. Unbeknownst to me, it snowed for a month straight. More and more people in Black Dragon Town couldn't carry it. Fugue told Su Hua that thousands of people died in Black Dragon Town this month. And Fugue had also told Su Hua that the hoarded grain and meat and all that was about to run out. After hearing this news, Su Hua frowned. This weather also do not know when to end. Looks like we need to find a way to get money. Chapter 36, The Way to Wealth. Su Hua walked in the courtyard, his legs deep in the snow. But of course, Su Hua didn't run his power. If he did, he would be able to walk lightly on the snow. Get the money. It has to be done. Not only do I need to fill my stomach, but I also need to raise my cultivation. My cultivation hasn't progressed much this month, Su Hua said in his heart. Sure, the most important thing is to fill your stomach. Right now, the three of them were consuming quite a bit, especially Su Hua, who was consuming even more. Zhang Air and Fu Gue turned into eating once a day and letting Su Hua have the extra food. They knew Su Hua was the backbone and couldn't starve. Neither said they were hungry, and each time they said they were full, because they knew that Su Hua would consume more by practicing martial arts. There was a shortage of food everywhere now, and it was impossible not to economize. All of this was in Su Hua's eyes, and he didn't say anything about it. Just at this time, Gao Tang came to Su Hua's side. Little brother Su. Su Hua froze. Brother Gao, what brings you here? Sending you 100 pounds of rough noodles, Gao Tang said. Su Hua frowned. Brother Gao, you don't have enough for yourself. You're giving it to me? Little brother Su, don't worry. This is what Master Lin asked me to give you. Worrying that you don't have enough to eat on your side. And you didn't take the initiative to talk about it and tell a word to Master Lin. Not to mention the big meat and fine grains. These coarse noodles are still available. Hearing this, Su Hua nodded. Alright, say thank you to Master Lin for me. Okay. Gao Tang was about to go back. Suddenly stopped again. By the way, Su little brother, recently do not leave Black Dragon Town. I heard that dozens of miles outside of Black Dragon Town, appeared a nest of bandits robbed, killed a lot of people, raped a lot of women, robbed a lot of money. The leader of this bandit has some strength. You as long as you don't leave the Black Dragon Town will be quite safe. These bandits are ferocious again, do not dare to set foot into the Black Dragon Town after all. They are still afraid of the Zhou family. Hearing this, Su Hua nodded. Alright, I know. As soon as Gao Tang left, Su Hua returned to his room, and after he pondered for a while, a touch of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. This nest of bandits that Gao Tang talked about were doing nothing wrong, robbing food, killing people, and raping women, so he would like to go and see the situation. Right now he was really short of money. It was fine for him to eat alone. The problem is that there's still fortune, and there's still Zhang Air. Plus he still needed to get a sum of money to buy medicinal herbs to cultivate. The lack of cultivation enhancement made him always feel uneasy. Although the current Black Dragon Town was peaceful, the struggle between the two Chi Guan and Lin Yuan was far from over. And there's also the mysterious big steward, Lord Chao, and I'm afraid these people aren't any good either. Su Hua came to Zhang Wan'er's side. Sister Wan'er, I'm going out for a trip. I'll be back in as little as 3 days, or as much as half a month. Zhang Wan'er revealed a worried gaze. Master Su, you're going somewhere. Go to other towns to see if you can get some money. Who knows when this snow will end. Sister Wan'er, you and Fugue don't go out lately. There are many victims outside, and you don't want to foolishly take this coarse noodles and send it to other people to eat. This will lead to killing. Those people are a bunch of hungry wolves right now, and they know that you have coarse noodles here and can do anything. Su Hua reminded Zhang Air. Zhang Wan'er held out her chest. Don't worry, Master Su. Fortune, take care of your sister. Wah, don't worry. Su Hua carried a bag, which contained his weapon, a horizontal sword, some lime powder, and a set of black masked power suit. And of course, there were the coarse cakes that Zhang Air had made for him. As Su Hua made his way through the streets, more and more people were starving to death, and some of the people who knew Su Hua were breathless. Master Su, do me a favor and give me something to eat? Su Hua glanced at these people, a few of the shrews who had once run amok. Su Hua shook his head. No, you Master Su, I'm also hungry. This does not allow the master cannot hold out, to go out of town to find food. When these shrews heard this, they fell on their lips to comfort themselves. Even Master Su had to go out to look for food. Hey, soon, Su Hua left Black Dragon Town. After a few hours, Su Hua left Black Dragon Town dozens of miles away. Su Hua transported his energy to walk. The speed was very fast, but the consumption was also quite large. Su Hua arrived in a forest, which was snow-covered and surrounded by white flowers. Su Hua was hailing and his body was covered in snowflakes. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 people appeared behind the woods, watching Xu Hua pass by, one of them drinking up. Their gazes were fierce as 7 or 8 of them stopped Xu Hua. Kid, hand over the food and leave anything of value on you, or I'll kill you. Xu Hua frowned and said in a low voice, get lost, I don't want to make a move against you. Grass, you still don't want to take on us? You're a kid, you can beat 7 or 8 of us? Together, get this kid killed. There must be a lot of money on him. In a flash, 7 or 8 people pounced. Xu Hua shook his head. He didn't want to kill these victims, but they were vicious, so he shouldn't be blamed for his killing spree. Xu Hua scurried up and swept his large palm away. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, 7 or 8 people rolled to the ground, some with their chests dented, some with their necks twisted, and some with their heads pinched. The fluffy snow was red with blood, as if it were a flower in full bloom. Overall, a miserable word. Xu Hua shook his head. I didn't want to kill anyone, so why did I have to be forced? Xu Hua looked at the corpses of these people and went up to feel around. Indeed it was empty. Nothing. Xu Hua's feet pushed hard, and a pile of thick snow buried the men. Don't blame me. Blame this weather. This world. It's not bad to meet me and cover your bodies or your corpses will be shared later or torn apart by wild dogs with no bones left. After doing so, Xu Hua continued walking. He wanted to inquire where the bandits were located. Although Xu Hua was ruthless, killing and killing without blinking an eye, but Xu Hua's 3 views were still very positive. He could not possibly go to kill people for no reason to rob money and food and all this. This was a chaotic world, but he still could not do this kind of thing. Xu Hua took out the coarse grain biscuits from inside his baggage, took a big bite, and grabbed a handful of white snow to feed into his mouth. It didn't taste very good, but it was able to give him energy. As a person of his realm, he would need more food. And nowadays, in this kind of weather, not to mention ordinary people, martial artists would starve to death just the same if they didn't have food supplies. I don't know what realm of cultivation can be reached to dispel the grain. Legend has it that after a high level of cultivation, one can take the aura of heaven and earth, and then one doesn't need to eat the grains and cereals of the earth. But this kind of realm is estimated to be the martial arts masters who can do it, and I'm still far from it. Xu Hua said as he darted away. Chapter 37, Bandit. Horizontal Eagle. A few days after Xu Hua left, something was also happening outside of Black Dragon Town. A large number of hungry people wanted to enter Black Dragon Town, and there was no shortage of bandits mixing in with the crowd of commoners. Even these calamities began to break in, wanting to break into Black Dragon Town to grab things. Some of the families in Black Dragon Town who had hoarded grain changed their faces when they heard this news. Once these victims stormed the town, it's over. There was already little food inside the town, and the town was freezing to death. So if the victims from other places were allowed to rush in, it would be a disaster. Zhang Fugue also heard the news and his face changed. Sister, I've heard that a large number of victims outside Black Dragon Town are trying to rush the pass and want to come into the town. Hearing this, Zhang Wan'er also frowned her eyebrows. Once they rush in, more people will die. Yes, I heard that there are still some bandits mixed in with these victims, Fugue said. Zhang Wan'er bit her lip. The inside of her mind was filled with Xu Hua's figure. I'm more worried about Xu Hua now. I don't know how he's doing. I'm so worried about his well-being. The moment. Outside of Black Dragon Town, there were probably hundreds of people who wanted to rush the pass. Among these victims, there were even many vicious bandits who disguised themselves as victims with the purpose of entering the town to rob money and food. As the Zhou family was the largest power in Black Dragon Town, the 3 great stewards had long since reported this matter to Lord Zhou. Lord Zhou gave this matter to the great steward, Zhou Bao, to take care of. Big housekeeper Zhou Bao naturally won't let these victims enter the town. Immediately let the second housekeeper Lin Yuan, the third housekeeper Chi Guan bring people to suppress a bit. Those who dare to forcefully rush through the gate, kill without pardon. Lin Yuan summoned Gao Tang and Bai Zhan to come. The victims outside are rushing through the gate. Come with me to check out the situation. We can't let these victims rush in, Lin Yuan said. Gao Tang and Bai Zhan nodded. Right. Where's Bu Ping? Where did he go? Do you two know? Lin Yuan looked at Feng Yunin who hadn't come. Master Lin, Bu Ping went out on an errand 2 days ago. He should have gone to look for medicinal herbs. Master Lin doesn't need to worry about Bu Ping. Bu Ping's strength is strong. It's not a big problem, Bai Zhan said. Right. Where is this kid Xu Hua? Go inform him to come over. Gao Tang went to Xu Hua's side and found that Xu Hua was not there, and after inquiring, he realized that Xu Hua had left 3 days ago. Gao Tang came to Lin Yuan's side to report truthfully. Master Lin, little brother Su left town 3 days ago, said he was going out to find a way to get some food, or else he couldn't carry this snowy day. And little brother Su was too embarrassed to look for Master Lin to ask for food for these, knowing that Master Lin's side of the resources are also quite strained. Lin Yuan nodded. This kid, he's saving for me, but resources are indeed tight on my side as well. The victims outside watched Lin Yuan and the others come and surrounded them. Do us a favor and let us in. Row by row. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan shook his head inside. There's no food inside the town either. You'd better leave. Lin, don't want to hurt you. Leave quickly and don't force your way through this barrier. Master, let us in, and kneel down for you. The 3 victims came to 3 meters away from Lin Yuan and then knelt down. Lin Yuan shook his head. Hurry up and get out of here. However, at this very moment, the eyes of the 3 victims exploded with cold light, and the 3 of them pulled themselves up, holding their blades and stabbing towards Lin Yuan. Kill him and let's rush in. There must be plenty of food in Black Dragon Town. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and swept away these 3 with a single turn. These 3 had bloody chests and smashed into the ground and rolled around a few times before they were no longer moving. Just at this time, Chi Guan came flying with some good men. Chi Guan looked at Lin Yuan and snorted coldly. Lin Yuan, the Grand Steward asked you to suppress these victims. How did you do things? Chi Guan said this and led Zhao Jin and the others to rush towards the victims. You cheap skins. You still want to break into Black Dragon Town? Seek death. Chi Guan swung his 2 claws. His clawing technique was powerful and extraordinary. Anyone who was caught in the claws of his hands were all torn into several pieces. Chi Guan disciple Zhao Jin did the same, killing these victims along the way. A few moments later there were hundreds of people killed. Those victims at the back saw so many people die in front of them. They party were leaving and didn't dare to break through the barrier of Black Dragon Town again. At this moment, Su Hua arrived outside of Quicksand Town. The sky was dark, and the passing caravans were discussing some of the victims going to rush the Black Dragon Town barrier. Hearing this, Su Hua's heart tightened. If a large number of victims rush into Black Dragon Town, wouldn't Jianwan Air be in danger? Su Hua immediately went up and inquired. Man, you're saying that a large number of victims went to storm the barriers of Black Dragon Town? Yes, but it failed. The experts of the Zhou family in Black Dragon Town moved out and directly suppressed the chaotic people who wanted to rush into the town to seize the food. Su Hua was relieved to hear this. At the same time Su Hua secretly said, looks like we're going to have to hurry up and get some money. However, Su Hua had been out for a few days and hadn't found some bandit leaders, and all along the way, there were messy people and victims. Just at this time, not far ahead, Jiu Li Tun, this side of the fire. Su Hua's gaze stared at that one manor. He frowned and immediately dashed and rushed off. It was a band of bandits that burned and looted the place. The leader of the bandits was called Hong Ying. This person was wearing a black dress, and there was a scar on his face, which looked very hideous and horrible. Damn, why is it all some coarse brand noodles? Boss, that's all we searched. Damn, search me for coppers, I want coppers. Soon, the bandit, Horizontal Eagle, led the people to keep ransacking and killing, and searched a total of 800 copper plates. Damn, only 800 coins, too poor. Crosshawk spat. It was at this time that several bandits also grabbed a petite woman. Boss, there's a leak, should I kill it? Horizontal Eagle sized up the woman, who was only in her mid-20s and had a plump figure. He laughed out loud. I happen to have a lot of fire these days, so it's a good time to have her to take the fire out of me. With that said, Yokohama waved his hand and his men let go of the woman. The woman looked terrified, stood up and ran. Yokohama took a step closer to the woman. The surrounding minions were still laughing. Boss, let us have some fun when you're done. Okay. The cross eagle licked the corners of his mouth and pounced on the woman. However, just at this time, a silhouette flashed up and pulled the woman over with a big hand. Exactly, Su Hua is here. Chapter 38 Meeting Feng Yun again. Just now, when Su Hua realized that the fire over here was blazing, he flew all the way over. And when he entered the manor house of Jiulitan, he saw that many of the common people had been killed. It was this group of bandits that he encountered. After searching for so many days, I finally came across this bunch of bandits. What a man! How dare you! Horizontal Eagle bellowed. Su Hua ignored the bandit leader and instead looked at the woman. Looking at the woman who was not injured, he immediately said, "There's a horse next to it. Hurry and get out of here." The woman was still in a state of shock, but she nodded, flipped onto her horse and left, and a few of Cross Eagle's minions chased after her, and were dry humped to the ground by Su Hua with a few palms. not long after the woman disappeared into the night. As for how the woman's fate would be in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. Su Hua. Saving this woman was also because he knew that he was able to these bandits. If he couldn't, Su Hua wouldn't have dared to make a move to save this woman tonight. Su Hua only does what he can do, and does not do anything beyond his ability. This is not his holy mother. This is a chaotic world. You're merciful. You fear for other people's lives. So who is going to sympathize with his life? Bandit Hong Ying looked at Su Hua, the young kid, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Kid, you let go of the woman I want to vent my fire on. I'm going to dismantle you. Su Hua looked at this horizontal eagle. This horizontal eagle is an iron skin expert. The strength is equivalent to a level like Xu Xiong. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and go around robbing money. On top of that, the guy couldn't see past the coarse bran noodles and all that, and burned the bad-tasting food in a fire. Su Hua glanced at the coarse chaff noodles that were pouring everywhere on the ground, and he lowered himself to grab a handful before putting it in his mouth. Do you know how many people can be saved by these coarse chaff noodles in the freezing cold weather? You not only burn and loot, but also spoil the food. And I, for one, hate people who spoil food. Su Hua's face became somewhat grim as a murderous aura was brewing inside his body. Yokohama cursed angrily when he heard this. Grass. Lao Zi does not eat these coarse chaff noodles. This ing pigs and dogs are not willing to eat. You let Lao Zi eat these things? No right. Old son with you nonsense so much why? Give me kill this kid. Grass. Pipe old son's idle matter. Just at this time, two bandits rushed over. They held machetes and ruthlessly slashed at Su Hua. Su Hua snorted coldly and blasted with both fists. The curved swords of the two bandits exploded, and Su Hua's two fists directly blasted away the two bandits, who tumbled to the ground, their chests dented and their backs exploding. Hong Ying was stunned, not realizing that Su Hua had two tricks up his sleeve, killing several of his men one after the other. With a wave of his hand, Horizontal Eagle directly brought a dozen or so minions to surround him. At this moment, Su Hua was excited and extraordinary, not the slightest bit afraid. This time he could make a big profit and get rich in a wave. There should be quite a lot of money on this Horizontal Eagle. Just as Su Hua was preparing for a big kill. Horizontal Eagle. I've been tracking you for a long time. You've been going around robbing money and killing innocents indiscriminately. I'm going to do justice for heaven tonight. A man in green brocade clothing said. Similarly, there was a man in his 20s beside this green-colored brocade coat. This man snorted coldly. Brother Qingfeng, together we'll exterminate the Horizontal Eagle. This guy has robbed quite a lot of money. When the time comes, we'll split it 50-50. Su Hua's face changed when he heard this. Who the hell came to rob money from him? Su Hua lifted his head to look and was shocked. I can't believe it's ing Feng Yun who's here. Feng Yunyun also looked at Su Hua in front of him, and Feng Yunyun immediately said, Su Hua, how come it's you? Brother Bu Ping, why you? What a coincidence. Su Hua was a bit unhappy. Why did this guy come here? Su Hua didn't want to expose his strength. The green-clothed man at the side said, Bu Ping, do you recognize this person? It's a mudblood that I took in under my master's door. Feng Yunyun said here, then looked at Su Hua and chided. Humph, it's freezing cold outside. You're not properly hiding in Black Dragon Town. What are you doing out here? Seeing as you're under my master's door, I'll save your life for now today. Don't be quick to get out of the way yet. Su Hua's face changed as Feng Yunyun spoke. However, Su Hua still stepped back 7 or 8 meters away. Since these two wanted to make a move, let them do so. And by the way, Su Hua also wanted to know what level of battle power this Feng Yunyun was. Feng Yun and the man in green clothes flew forward. The man in green clothes swung his palm. His palm was wide open and quickly swept away several people. Brother Qingfeng, what a great palm technique. Feng Yun exclaimed in admiration. Ha 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 ha. I've heard that Brother Bu Ping's rainstorm sword technique is very powerful. I'd like to see it. Brother Bu Ping, come out with your rainstorm sword technique so that I can appreciate it. Ha 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 ha. Okay, Brother Qingfeng, then watch. With a swish sound, under the night sky, the sword light was eye-catching. The cold sword light penetrated the throats of these bandits like a rainstorm. These bandits touched their throats with their hands. Their throats were continuously spewing out blood. How could they not stop it? Feng Yun then continued to move, and with every step he took, someone was killed by his longsword. Not long after, Horizontal Eagle watched as all of his minions were killed. He clenched his teeth and his face changed. Grass. I've encountered two experts. Su Hua watched Feng Yunyun's swordsmanship. This stormy rain swordsmanship was indeed powerful. Feng Yunyun's hands plus chi and blood fluctuations. Xu Hua guessed that this guy belonged to the top of the iron skin, and it was estimated that he was about to break through to the copper skin state. He also finally understood why Feng Yunyun was Master Lin's personal disciple. This guy's talent was indeed very good. This point Xu Hua also admitted. This kid's talent was indeed good. No wonder Master Lin spent great resources to cultivate it. Speaking of this, Xu Hua laughed in his heart. You're a genius? Sorry, I'm hungover. In a flash, Feng Yun and another man darted to the side of Horizontal Eagle. Facing the two men's pincer attack, Horizontal Eagle was naturally no match. Horizontal Eagle was stabbed in the shoulder by a sword. Feng Yun picked it, and Horizontal Eagle tumbled to the ground. It was at this time that the Horizontal Eagle pulled up and quickly fled. Feng Yunyun dodged over a few times and sealed his throat with a sword. Your sword! It's so fast! Yokohama covered his neck in death. The two of them, Feng Yun and Qingfeng, then walked to a horse and searched for something out from the top of the bag. 3,218 coins. Developed, brother Qingfeng, we'll split it in half. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. This will buy a lot of grain, some herbs, and big meat. The two men laughed and laughed. Xu Hua's gaze was fixed. These things, they are his. How can they take away? Xu Hua's mouth revealed a cold smile. Chapter 39, Lick It Clean. Next the two of them, this Feng Yunyun and Qingfeng, split the copper plates harvested from the Horizontal Eagle's side 50-50. This made Xu Hua crave for more on the sidelines. If Feng Yunyun hadn't come, the 3,000 coins would have been his. How exactly do you capture those coins? Killing for treasure? Xu Hua couldn't do such a thing for the time being. Although Feng Yunyun was arrogant, he was ultimately Lin Yuan's personal disciple, and Lin Yuan was indeed kind to him. Adding to the fact that there was no life and death enmity between Feng Yun and him, killing someone else was indeed a bit excessive. This kind of thing Xu Hua still wouldn't do. Still, Xu Hua he was ruthless and decisive in his actions, but there were some things he was still very measured about. So killing is definitely not an option. What about open robbery? Exposing your strength? That's even more of a no-no. Still, Feng Yun is Lin Yuan's personal disciple. If he exposes his strength to rob a wave in the open, Feng Yun will return to Lin Yuan's side once he says so. Then how could he, Xu Hua, explain it to Lin Yuan? If he angered Lin Yuan, he might make a move against him, and he was no match for Lin Yuan. After Feng Yun and Qingfeng finished their count, the two of them smiled and grinned. Alright, let's go, Qingfeng said. Feng Yun nodded. Go find a place where we can have a drink. Okay. Qingfeng looked at Xu Hua, who was about 10 meters away. Right, Bu Ping, where is that man? Let him come along. Feng Yunyun snorted coldly and looked at Xu Hua. Xu Hua, what are you still standing there for? Don't leave yet. Xu Hua hemmed and hawed. Good, good. On the road. Feng Yunyun seemed to be unable to look at Xu Hua as he shook his head. Nowadays, it's freezing cold. The mountains are sealed by snow in the distance. Everywhere is full of victims, rebels, and bandits, and you still dare to come out and hang around. This isn't the way to find death if you want to do so. Brother Bu Ping, isn't it true that I'm short of food and wanted to come out to take a look? Xu Hua said with a smile. Humph, with such poor strength, you still come out. If it wasn't for me today, I'll see what you do. Feng Yunyun arrogantly said. Xu Hua nodded. Yes, yes, it's still Brother Bu Ping's superior strength. The three of them walked inside the snow and soon found a dilapidated mountain temple. The three walked in. Feng Yunyun looked at Xu Hua and made to say, Xu Hua, what are you standing there for? You really don't have the slightest bit of eyesight. Don't you know to go and collect firewood? Qingfeng, who was on the side, also said, Bu Ping, what kind of mudbloods are under this master's door of yours? How come you don't have so much eyesight? Xu Hua smiled and grimaced. I'll go gather firewood. You two wait. Xu Hua walked out of the outside of the mountain god temple and picked up a pile of firewood to return to the mountain god temple. Then the three of them roasted the fire. Feng Yunyun looked at Xu Hua and snorted coldly, saying that you don't have eyesight. You really don't have eyesight. Get yourself a pile of firewood and don't come near us. Okay. Xu Hua got up and went out to gather another pile of firewood, then returned to the mountain god temple, 4 or 5 meters away from Feng Yun and the others. At this moment, the two of them, Feng Yunyun and Qingfeng, took out a packet of jerky from inside their baggage, and the jerky was baked, and the aroma wafted around, making people's mouths water. At the same time the two of them took out a gourd of cinnamon wine, and the two of them drank it while talking and laughing. Xu Hua naturally saw the two men drinking wine and eating dried meat, Su Hua's face remained unchanged as he ate a large coarse flour cake from his own arms. Feng Yunyun glanced at the coarse chaff cake in Su Hua's hand, then showed off the beef jerky in his own hand at Su Hua. Your big coarse noodle cake. It's simply too hard to eat. Do you want to eat my beef jerky? This beef is black horn beef. The meat is tasty and can provide energy. Su Hua didn't know Feng Yunyun's temperament. This guy had such good intentions to give jerky to himself. Surely he wouldn't. No, I'm fine with pumpernickel. Ha 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 ha, coarse flour big cake. Dogs don't even eat it. Feng Yun laughed, and Qing Feng on the side laughed. Su Hua's face changed slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that this Feng Yun was Lin Yuan's personal disciple, Su Hua would have to get him right now. Su Hua chewed on a large coarse flour cake and grabbed a handful of snow sand and put it in his mouth. The two of them, Feng Yun and Qing Feng, then discussed it again. A wave of harvest today, but not enough. This snowy weather doesn't know when it's going to end. Gotta keep getting some money. Yes, brother Bu Ping, something has to be done. Early tomorrow morning, let's go to other towns and take a look. We might be able to pick up some quests. With our strength, it's not a big problem to earn some money. Feng Yunyun said. Early the next morning, several people left the mountain god temple. On the way, Su Hua let out a stomachache. Brother Bu Ping, I have a stomachache. I'm afraid I have to poop. Feng Yun heard this and frowned. You mud blood. You're really troublesome enough. Go and pull it. Qing Feng shook his head. Brother Bu Ping, why don't we just leave? What's the point of bringing him? You think I want to? My master is quite fond of this mudblood, and when we go over to the other towns, we'll just let the mudblood go back on his own. Feng Yunyun coldly said. Su Hua, at this moment, came to the back of a snowy field and then began to poop. Feng Yun and Qing Feng were both still waiting for Su Hua to come. Just at this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. Feng Yunyun froze. What kind of person? How dare you stop us? Without saying a word, the man in black raised his palm. Feng Yun wanted to draw his sword, but he was shocked by a palm that sent him back and forth. What amazing power! Qing Feng did the same, casting his palm to press on, and the man in black snorted coldly. Griffin! The man in black raised his hand and blasted away with a punch, and Qing Feng was knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. The man in black then walked over to the two pieces of trash. Feng Yun's face changed drastically up as he clenched his teeth before arching his hand and clasping his fist. I still ask your excellency to spare my life. Qing Feng also clasped his fists and said, I still ask senior to be magnanimous. Take out all the coins you have on you. The man in black coldly said, We don't have any coins. Feng Yunwei said weakly. Snap. The man in black flung a slap at him. If you say no again, believe it or not, I'll get you all killed. Feng Yunyun and Qing Feng were trembling with fear. The two men's lives mattered. They immediately took out the copper plates. Not only the copper plates they got from the side of the horizontal eagle, but the two men still had 1,000 copper plates on each of them, and they took them out as well. After receiving the copper plate, the man in black waited and was satisfied. The man in black then sucked in a mouthful of thick phlegm and spat it in the two men's faces. Feng Yunyun clenched his teeth and trembled with anger. So is the breeze. Senpai, lick it for me, or die. The man in black exuded a terrifying killing aura. The two men held back their aggression and touched the thick sputum with their hands, then put it in their mouths and licked it clean. Looking at the incomparable aggression of the two men, the man in black laughed loudly. Good. Have the balls. Let you guys have a dog's life for the time being today. Chapter 40 Harvest. The man in black turned and prepared to leave. Feng Yun and Qing Feng both breathed a sigh of relief. At that very moment, the man in black turned around again and looked at the dried meat and wine inside the bag behind the two men. Bring the master dried meat and wine. Feng Yun and Qing Feng's faces changed, but they didn't dare not to take it, and the two of them handed the bag to the man in black. The man in black was very satisfied and left. Feng Yun and Qing Feng clenched their teeth. Today the two of them could be said to have been strangely humiliated. Qing Feng immediately said, Brother Bu Ping, I have never been strangely humiliated. Brother Qing Feng, how can I not? I Feng Yunyun wherever I go in the Black Dragon Town or people respectfully call the master. Today is simply. Just at this time, Su Hua scurried out from a side of the grass. I've kept you waiting. Feng Yunyun looked down at Su Hua, who had a very ugly face. Su Hua froze. Brother Bu Ping, why do you two look so ugly? Feng Yunyun snorted coldly. It's all your fault. You are the one who made us wait for you, causing us to be. What's wrong with you guys? Su Hua wondered. Feng Yunyun pretended to be high and mighty. It's nothing, Brother Bu Ping, Brother Qing Feng. I see that you don't look too good. What exactly happened? Su Hua asked after him. Don't ask. Annoying or not? Well, Su Hua, you go by yourself. Don't follow us. What bad luck. Feng Yunyun waved his sleeve, and Qingfeng and the two of them turned around and left. Now that we don't have any coins on us, we'll have to pick up some quests in other towns. There's riots going on all over the place, and it's easy to earn some money with our skills. Brother Bu Ping is right. Let's go to Flower Brook Town. After the two of them left, Su Hua's mouth revealed a grim smile. He went back inside the bushes and grabbed a couple of bags and went to the mountain temple where he had stopped before. Open the bag. Su Hua took an inventory. The bandit horizontal eagle had harvested 3,218 coins, and with the addition of 1,000 each from Feng Yun and Qingfeng, Su Hua now had more than 5,000 coins. This amount of income was comparable to almost the same amount of money from that ransacking of Xu Xiong. It's true that a man can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass, or this method is faster to get money than doing anything. Still, Su Hua frowned. More than 5,000 coins in the past would have been able to purchase quite a few medicinal herbs and food, but nowadays it was freezing cold and snowing heavily under the sky, and the snow had closed the mountains 400 to 500 miles away, leading to a large number of stragglers and riots. So the prices of medicinal herbs and food could be said to have skyrocketed, especially the food, compared to the previous price has increased 7 or 8 times. No way. Things are scarce, that's all. This amount of money is still not quite enough. We still have to find a way to get some money. As Su Hua said this, he took out another piece of vellum from his own pocket, which had a line that was actually the so-called map of this world. Wanshan County was very, very big, and compared to the Earth's county in Su Hua's previous life, the Wanshan County in front of him was at least more than 10 times the land area of a county on Earth. It wasn't like Su Hua had ever been out and about, so bringing a map was going to be a lot easier. How do I earn money? Of course he can't go killing innocents indiscriminately. That's his bottom line, unless someone messes with him and pushes him. Su Hua thought of the time when the two of them, Feng Yunyun and Qingfeng, left, saying that they were going to Huaxi town to receive a mission. And thinking of this, Su Hua's gaze condensed. Right. Now it's snowy weather. There are calamities all around and unrest. Some somewhat powerful martial artists have long since stocked up on what they need and basically shut down and don't go out. So there's a relative scarcity of martial artists, and some of the big families definitely want to hire them to do their jobs. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Hua's mouth as he thought of this. He lowered his head and looked at the map once again. Since Feng Yunyun and the others were going to Flower Creek Town, Su Hua planned to go to a big town far away to have a look. It doesn't hurt to stay away and expose yourself. Su Hua glanced at Quicksand Town. This place was not bad. It was about 180 miles away from his location. Before dark Su Hua would be able to make it to Quicksand Town. However, Su Hua didn't move immediately as he touched his stomach, which was empty. Coarse chaff pastry just didn't manage to last as long as meat, and he wasn't hungry for long after he'd just gotten his fill, mostly because of the lack of grease and the fact that he was consuming so much of it that he still had to eat jerky. Su Hua opened the 2 bags and placed 2 large packages of dried meat together, along with a gourd of fine wine. Su Hua roasted the jerky and warmed it up, then gulped it down, then drank the fine wine. It felt too good. It's still jerky that's comforting to eat. As he ate, Su Hua missed Zhang Wan'er a bit, and was even more worried about her. After all, day after day, there was still some affection with Zhang Wan'er, and if it wasn't for her help all these years, Su Hua wouldn't have been able to make it through it all. Fugue has some strength now. As long as they don't go out, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. No matter what, I still have to grab some money and then return to Black Dragon Town quickly. Su Hua mused. After Su Hua had eaten and drank his fill, he struck the heaven-opening hand and soul-pursuing palm a few times, and then took out his own horizontal sword from inside his bag. With a resounding clang, the horizontal sword was sheathed. Su Hua held the horizontal sword in his hand, then practiced the prairie blade technique. Each slash was ferocious to the extreme, fast and lightning fast, and the snowflakes that fell were cleaved into powder by him. At this moment, Su Hua's chi and blood had reached a peak state, and his entire body was warm. Only then did he pack up his things and fly and walk all the way. As the sky grew darker and the wind and snow gradually became heavier, the dim weather made it extraordinarily uncomfortable, and Su Hua saw a small city ahead of him. That is the town of Quicksand. Similarly, outside Quicksand Town, there are many chaotic people, yelling to enter the town. Quicksand Town also organized some cowhide, stone skin and other good hands to block outside the pass. No one who is not inside the mouth of Quicksand Town is allowed to enter. Of course, there was another way to get in, and that was to pay 30 coins to get into the middle of the town. This method was not close to the heart, but it also ensured that the inside of Quicksand Town did not cause a big mess. Xu Hua arrived at the entrance of the barrier and learned of the rule. He was too lazy to bother with it and immediately took a small string of 30 coins out. With that, Xu Hua entered into Quicksand Town. Lusha Town was not as cold as the Black Dragon Town side, slightly more lively. Xu Hua felt that this Lusha Town was much more affluent than the Black Dragon Town. Perhaps Black Dragon Town was even poorer for many people because of the Zhou family's perennial monopolization of resources. Xu Hua found a store to stay in. It cost him 20 coins, which caused him a lot of heartache. 30 coins to enter the town, 20 coins to stay in the store, which only took a while to spend 50 coins. To know that 50 coins in the past, it was a full month's ration for him. Xu Hua came to stay inside the inn. The snow was heavy and the cold wind was howling. The night was short. The next day Xu Hua got up early. He did not rush to find the task, but to do another thing. Chapter 41 Mission. Xu Hua walked out of the inn, then went to the place selling food over there. Xu Hua inquired. Coarse grain 7 copper plates a caddy. 15 copper plates a caddy for refined grain. This food price has skyrocketed so much. No wonder many people around were starved to death. If it was a few months ago when he was still working in the mines, a month's wages would only be enough to buy 4 pounds of roughage, which is proper starvation. In addition to the price of food has increased, the price of meat has also increased. Like the more expensive blackhorn beef jerky, which used to be 30 coppers a caddy, was now 60 coppers a caddy. And although the price had only tripled, the price was indeed horrifying. The average family can't really afford to consume it. Now he finally knew why Feng Yunyun had to come out alone to get money. It felt like it was Master Lin who didn't dare to eat 10 pounds of blackhorn beef jerky every day. At this moment, Xu Hua realized that the more than 5,000 coins he had on him still wasn't quite enough. It would be fine if he bought coarse food, but if he wanted to eat good food, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Not to mention that Xu Hua was an iron-skin martial artist who consumed a lot. Plus he needed to purchase internal tonics and external infusions even more to boost his cultivation. Thinking about this, Xu Hua felt too poor. Xu Hua walked out of the store. Then he wandered around the streets. In fact, not only the price of food had increased, the price of cotton cloth had also skyrocketed a lot, as well as charcoal. When it's cold, one is to eat, and the other is to keep warm, neither of which can be lacking, and the lack of one is going to kill you. Half an hour later, Xu Hua came to a medicinal material store. This medicinal material store is not as big as the Black Dragon Town seemingly spring hall. Xu Hua went to inquire about the internal tonic medicine, which is now 500 copper plates a pair. Hearing this, Xu Hua once again lamented the importance of money. Here Xu Hua also inquired about the fact that there was also a blood-nourishing scatter here. This blood-nourishing scatter was used once by Xu Hua. It was a pair sent to him by Lin Yuan, and after he soaked it, the effect was okay, transforming more than 30 upgrade points out of it. But the price was also very expensive, close to 1,000 copper plates a pair. Poor literature and rich martial arts, without strong financial support, it is really difficult. And this is only financial strength, not to mention advanced techniques, their own talent and so on. Luckily for Xu Hua, he didn't need talent. He was hanging on the wall anyway. He just needed to slowly accumulate upgrade points. Earn money. Gotta find a way to earn it. Xu Hua wandered around for a while and felt hungry again. He found an inn which was quite popular and had quite a lot of people eating. Xu Hua ordered some black corned beef over rice. In a short while, the black corned beef bowl was brought up. This bowl of rice did taste good, and Xu Hua took a big bite. Right about this time, a nearby table discussed it. Have you heard? Master Han has released a quest, saying that 3,000 coins please martial artists to take a quest. 3,000 coins. This is not a small amount. Able to buy 50 pounds of black corned beef jerky. Able to buy 200 pounds of refined grain. A family of 3 save. Enough to eat for 2 months. Exactly. However, the other person shook his head and said, do you guys think that this mission is so simple? Daring to open 3,000 coins means that the difficulty of this mission is very high. You want to earn the money of the mission. The mission wants your life. Brotherly, from your tone, you know what this mission is? I thought I wanted to make some money. I went to look at the quest. I'd better forget about it. I might lose my life. Brotherly, what exactly is the mission? Tell me about it. It's just getting some good men to go over to Yankee Town and escort some food, jerky, etc. back. So it's escorting food. This mission shouldn't be too difficult. How is it not difficult? Yangtze Town is 150 miles from Lusha Town, and there are many bandits along the way. So honestly, it's dangerous. As several people spoke, one of the people behind them stared. It was Su Hua, who came to be interested. If these 3,000 coins are earned, he can buy a batch of dried meat, grain, plus medicinal herbs here to return to Black Dragon Town, and at that time, he will be meticulous in his cultivation while having a sexually pleasurable day with Zhangwan Air. Regardless of how the wind and snow outside and the riots are, it has nothing to do with him. Su Hua immediately got up, walked over to this table behind him, and put down a few coins. A few brothers and sisters. This bit of coins will treat you to a little drink, and I want to ask for some information. A few people smiled and said, "Brother, please ask. We know everything. Doggone it, it's better to have money." Like Blue Star in his previous life, money can make the world go round. "Brother, you just said that Master Han's side releases quests? May I ask where this Master Han's home is?" Not long after, Su Hua walked out of the inn with satisfaction, making his way to Master Han's residence. Soon, Su Hua then came to the outside of Master Han's mansion. This mansion is very large. Outside the two lions, hanging red lanterns, maids are also a lot of. In and out, a maid small and delicate, chest high. This look is a big family. A few stone-skin expert guards watched Su Hua come and immediately blocked his path. "Your Excellency, I heard that Master Han has issued a mission, and I am the very person who came to take it." Su Hua was bland. "Oh, so it's the person who took the mission. Fine. Follow me." A few guards led Su Hua inside. Soon, Su Hua also entered the hall. There were 7 or 8 people standing in the hall. Su Hua swept a glance. There were 3 stone skins, 3 iron skins, and one of the strongest, which was surprisingly a copper skin. Su Hua glanced at the young man in brown brocade clothing, and it was this man who was the copper-skinned expert. The moment, an obese middle-aged man was sitting on a chair in the hall. It was Master Han. Behind him stood 2 other experts, the iron skin experts. This is an expert raised by his Han family. "Master Han, go ahead. What mission this time?" "Yes, Master Han. Hurry up. We can't wait. We still need money at home." Master Han looked at the 7 or 8 people and nodded. "The mission is to go to Yangtze Town and escort a batch of grain back. Anyone who participates in this mission, 3,000 copper plates." Some of the people were originally elated, but when they heard that they were going to Yangtze Town, one by one, their faces changed, and a few of them even lowered their voices. "What? Going to Yangtze Town to escort food back? Yangtze Town is 150 miles from here, and is full of dangers, and we have to pass through Swallow Mountain. And I hear that Swallow Mountain is rampant with bandits and robbers, and that there is a number 1 man, named Zhou. Soldiers like to drink human blood after killing. Forget about this mission or not. Small life is important." Several people whispered. A few people then clasped their fists. "Boss Han, I'm afraid we can't take this mission. Sorry for the disturbance." A few people have left. Boss Han's face changed, but as he looked at the 3 people left, he breathed a sigh of relief. This batch of grain was important to him, and it was fine to have 3 people. Chapter 42, White Skin, Green Power Suit Woman. These 3 people were a man and a woman, as well as Su Hua. Su Hua glanced at the man and woman. The male was wearing a brown brocade coat with an extraordinary aura, the same guy that Su Hua had sensed to be of copper skin cultivation earlier. The woman was dressed in a strong green dress, with long legs, a delicate face, milky skin, and high, bulging breasts. In addition to this woman's cultivation is not low. It's a tiefling expert, and her dress is very exquisite. Just the set of clothes on her body are not cheap. Just at this time, the male slowly said, "Master Han, it's fine for my senior sister and I to take on this mission. There's no need for anyone else." The man gave Su Hua a disdainful look. "Kid, go away. You're not needed for this mission. My senior sister and I will be fine." At this moment, Su Hua's face changed slightly. In Black Dragon Town he had to keep a low profile and hide his strength, but here he didn't have to. "It's not your turn to care if I leave or not. If you can take it, can't I?" Su Hua coldly said. When this young man heard this, he still revealed a disdainful gaze. "Humph, a tin boy, dare to talk to me like this?" Boom! The man released his powerful aura. Just at this time, the young woman beside the man, she immediately said, "All right, senior brother, how many people you want is someone else's Master Han's right. It's better for you not to be like this, senior brother." Master Han looked at the man. One more person is always good. And this batch of grain is very important to my Han family. Nothing can go wrong. When the man heard this, he glanced at Su Hua again, then gave a light hum. Poof. Su Hua glanced at the man, who didn't have any expression on his face and who knew what he was thinking. Then Master Han stood up. 3 of you. State your names. My name is Motion. From Flower Creek Town. My master is Master Kunlun. And this is my senior sister, called Song Qian, the brown brocade man said. Master Han nodded. So it's Master Kunlun's 2 senior disciples. I've heard of them, and I've heard that Master Kunlun's Thunderbolt Palm and Thunderbolt Sword technique are very good. That's natural, Motion said smugly. Master Han then looked at Su Hua. This little brother. What is your name? Master Han. I am Su Hua. Su Hua arched his hand. Good, good. You'll leave first thing in the morning, and I'll buy you dinner tonight. In the evening, Master Han set up a table and got some chickens, ducks, and fish to come up, as well as some dried meat, fine wine, and so on. Motion revealed a disdainful expression and ate a few chopsticks before returning to the room that Master Han had arranged. Song Qian also ate a few chopsticks, then looked at Su Hua and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Su, my senior brother talks like this. Don't take it to heart. I hope we have a smooth ride this time and take care of each other together. Su Hua nodded. This Song Qian was the opposite of his senior brother. Song Qian then gently put down her chopsticks after eating a few. Mr. Su, take your time to eat. I'll go over first. It was getting darker and darker, and there was still a heavy snowfall in the sky. Su Hua was running his gongfu in the room. At this moment, Song Qian opened the door of her room and piled up snowmen inside the courtyard, and after playing for a while, Song Qian performed the Thunderbolt Palm technique inside the courtyard again. Small white hands swung their palms, hitting the snowflakes as they swung away. Just at this time, Motion walked out and looked at Song Qian, who had high breasts and a strong outfit. He immediately walked up. Senior sister, come spar with me. The 2 of them practiced against each other, and Song Qian immediately said, Senior brother, you're awesome. Senior sister, your talent is not bad. At most 3 years, you will be able to break through to the copper skin cultivation level, Motion said. Song Qian nodded, but I'm still too far behind compared to senior brother's talent. Take your time. There's no rush. I'll instruct you on anything you don't understand, Motion said. Okay, senior brother. You're so good to me, Song Qian said happily. That's for sure. Who asked you to be my senior sister? In the future, when my cultivation reaches the 5th level of skin refining, I'll go to your house to propose marriage, Nuritan said. Song Qian's face flushed a little when she heard this, and she raised her head as she looked at her highly talented senior brother. Elder brother, are you going to my house to propose marriage? What? Senior sister, do you still not see senior brother? No, senior brother is so talented. Of course I can see it. Motion then tried to go and put his arm around Song Qian's waist, but Song Qian dodged away. Motion frowned. Senior sister. Song Qian blushed. Senior brother. This is the home of people Han old master. Cannot be like this, and senior brother you also know that this person is more conservative. Senior brother want to touch me. Wait for my father to agree, and then explicitly married before you can. Motion smiled when he heard this. Elder sister. I'm sorry, it's elder brother who was abrupt. Alright, go and rest. You still have to catch the road early tomorrow morning. Song Qian smiled. Okay, early the next morning. Su Hua, Song Qian, Motion, the 3 of them rode a fast horse to catch up. The wind and snow along the way were extremely strong. Half a day later, the 3 of them rushed to about 100 miles. The 3 of them found an abandoned manor house to rest their feet. Motion took out the jerky from inside his bag and then sipped the wine. Song Qian also took out jerky. Su Hua naturally didn't stay in the same hall as them. After all, these 2 were senior siblings, and it wasn't good for him to stay alone as an outsider. Plus this Motion was arrogant, which Su Hua didn't like too much. Su Hua took out a few large cakes from inside his bag and nibbled on them. Just at this time, Song Qian walked over and looked at Su Hua. Mr. Su, I have mint beef jerky here. Try it. Looking at Song Qian, who was dressed in a green-colored power suit, Su Hua waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Song, I have food here. Going out is being a friend. Mr. Su, try it. Thanks. Senior brother, do you still have peach blossom wine there? I'll take it to give Mr. Su a couple sips to warm up his body. Song Qian walked over to Mo Tian's side. Mo Tian coldly said, "Senior sister, what kind of jerky are you giving that mud-legged man? Giving it to him is a waste." Senior brother. It's naturally good to be able to meet friends when you're out and about. There's no need to judge people by their appearance, Song Qian said. Mo Tian sighed. Senior sister, you are really naive. Nowadays the chaotic world is in the way. There are a lot of bad people. I don't think that kid is a good person. Maybe he covets your beauty. You don't want to get too close to him. You don't understand the danger of the human heart. When Song Qian heard this, she glanced at Su Hua in the next hall. She nodded. Elder brother is right. This world is indeed a place where people's hearts are treacherous. Then I won't send him the wine over. That's right, senior sister. I tell you, when you go out, don't be too enthusiastic. You see, this kid is honest. Maybe it's some kind of poor and evil person. Song Qian couldn't help but shrink when she heard this. Senior brother. The more you talk, the more outrageous you are. Chapter 43, Song Qian. After resting her feet for a bit, Song Qian stood up and patted some dust on her body. Mo Tian glanced at Song Qian's chest bulging high and that slender waist. He smiled and said, "Senior sister has a really good figure." Song Qian lowered her head. Her face flushed a little. "Many thanks for the compliment, senior brother." Mo Tian glanced at Su Hua in the other hall as he coldly said, "On my way." Su Hua stood up and walked straight out. The three of them rolled onto their horses and galloped the whole way. In the afternoon, it got dark, and at this time of the day the cold wind was howling and blowing briskly, and they finally arrived at Yangqi town. After entering Yangqi town, they found some of the Han family's men who were waiting inside a mansion. These people are just waiting for the masters to arrive. One of them, Han Shi, watched the three men arrive. "Are the three of you the martial artists my lord invited?" Su Hua arched his hand. "My name is Su Hua." Han Shi nodded. "Brother Su, hard work. It's not hard to take people's money and work for them," Su Hua said blandly. Song Qian, who was dressed in a strong green outfit, also extended her small white hand before arching her hand and saying, "I am Song Qian. Miss Song, hard work. He. Okay, this is my senior brother, Mo Tian." Han Shi once again clasped his fists. "Brother Mo, hard work. I've prepared some wild vegetables here. Big cakes and all that. Everyone come over and eat." 7 or 8 people gathered around a stone table, on which were placed many wild vegetables, coarse food, large cakes, etc. Mo Tian looked at it and shook his head. "You guys eat. I'm not used to eating these." Su Hua sat down and took some large cakes, wild vegetables. After eating and drinking, Han Shi stood up. "Brother Su, Brother Mo, Miss Song, you guys have a good rest tonight. It's getting dark. It's quite dangerous to rush at night. We'll set out again early tomorrow morning." Just at this time, Mo Tian immediately said, "No, just leave right away. I don't want to be delayed." Han Shi said, "Brother Mo, but bandits tend to come out at night, so I'm worried that it's not safe." Mo Tian snorted coldly. A powerful aura was released. "What are you afraid of? I, Mo Tian, am a copper-skinned expert. Whoever dares to hit us, come one and I'll kill one. Come a pair and I'll kill a pair." Song Qian also nodded and looked at Han Shi. "Uncle Han, why don't we just go tonight? Trust my senior brother's strength." Han Shi nodded. "All right then, brothers, pack up and get ready to go." Su Hua also stood up. He also called it a day. It was fine to end the mission early. With that, the crowd set off, several wagons following. After rushing along for more than 20 miles, it was calm, but Su Hua was still vigilant. Although his current battle power was fierce, he still couldn't be careless. It was at this time that Su Hua sensed a murderous aura. "There's a murderous aura approaching," Su Hua said. Han Shi instantly drew his longsword. "Everyone be vigilant and protect the grain." Song Qian was also looking outside the dark night sky as she drew her longsword. Just at this time, a dozen people rushed out in front of them. A group of bandits. Mo Tian snorted coldly. "Looking for death." Mo Tian flashed out and scurried inside the snow. The long sword in his hand slashed and decapitated many people. Moments later, a dozen or so people were all lying on the snow. Su Hua glanced at Mo Tian's murderous swordsmanship. No wonder this guy was so condescending. He was quite a bit stronger than Feng Yun. A bunch of mole crickets. Mo Tian retrieved his longsword, then vacated to the back of his horse. Song Qian was happy instead. "Senior brother, you are really good. It's not bad. This group of mole crickets is just a bunch of ants. They fell down before I even exerted any force." Motian laughed out loud. Han Shi and the others also praised it. Brother Mo's strength is really strong. It has opened our eyes. Then he was rushing again. And as expected, he encountered a small group of bandits again. And Motian did the same, executing the thunderbolt sword technique, and decapitating these bandits in 3 strokes. Another 10 miles or so were rushed. At this moment, the wind and snow were quite a bit lighter, and at this moment, Su Hua's eyes stared, and many torches unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Su Hua became incredibly wary. As expected, a group of men and horses appeared ahead to block the road. This group of men and horses is not much, only 7 or 8 people. The leader of a person wearing a long sable coat, hand carried a stranger's sword, belonging to the heavy weapon. At this moment, Han Shi and the others' gazes condensed, and when they looked at this person, Han Shi's face changed drastically. No good. It's Zhou Bing. The people behind Han Shi, hearing that it was Zhou Bing, also turned terrified. Swallow Mountain Zhou Bing. Oh my god. How did I meet this number 1 person? This person is very ruthless and horrible, and he likes to drink people's blood after killing them. What should I do? At this moment, Su Hua glanced at the Zhou Bing across from him, who was wearing a mink coat, and he could tell at a glance that this guy was a copper skin expert. Song Qian looked at the line behind her and said, "Don't worry everyone. This Zhou soldier is ferocious and powerful, but my senior brother is even more powerful. So don't be afraid." Mo Tian said blandly. "What's there to be afraid of? There's me, Mo Tian." Zhou Bing led 7 or 8 people to block the road. He glanced at these formations on the other side, then coldly said, "I'm not going to kill anyone tonight. Leave the 2 carriages in the back and you guys can go." Mo Tian snorted coldly. "What kind of a thing are you that you dare to talk to me like that?" Zhou Bing bellowed. "Where is the brat from that dares to talk to Laozi like that? Old me doesn't want to kill anyone tonight and is willing to let you leave. And you still dare to be arrogant with me." Mo Tian sprang up from his horse, then landed on the ground and headed straight for the Zhou soldiers. "You're looking for death. Let's show you how powerful your grandfather I am." Mo Tian swung his sword and chopped. "Copper skin cultivation? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Good. I'll specialize in killing copper skin today." Zhou Bing carried his stranger sword and scurried over to engage Mo Tian. On Su Hua's side, Song Qian could no longer see her senior brother's silhouette, and it was so dark that she could only call out, "Senior brother, be careful." In another place, Mo Tian and Zhou Bing exchanged punches. Zhou Bing battle experience is very ruthless, often live in the days of the knife. Mo Tian fledgling, although the same copper skin, but where is Zhou Bing opponent? Zhou Bing's stranger's sword swung away. His palms shook out, and Mo Tian flew backwards to the ground as if he were a kite with broken strings. Zhou Bing walked over, revealing a hideous gaze. "Grass mud horse. What the hell? Just into the copper skin just. Also dare an old man rampant. Do you know old man killed how many people?" Zhou Bing spoke and prepared to get Murky Sky killed. Mo Tian was terrified as he rose from the ground before kneeling at Zhou Bing's feet. "Don't kill me. All the money I have on me will be given to your excellency. And please spare my dog's life." Zhou Bing touched 1,000 coins from Mo Tian's body, then shook his head. 1,000 coins. Not enough. What else does your excellency want? Just say it. Mo Tian was like a pitiful dog. "What was that woman right next to you just now?" "Yes, it is my childhood friend's senior sister, called Song Qian." "Good. That woman's body carries a lot of energy. Go and bring her here. I'm going to have a good time with her here." Zhou Bing laughed. Chapter 44, Killing to Get Money. The Ruthless Su Hua. This. Mo Tian's face was a bit flustered. This was his future woman. "What's this? Oh, how dare you stutter." Zhou Bing kicked over Mo Tian, who fell on his ass. Mo Tian gritted his teeth. "Master, I'll go now." Zhou Bing sneered. "Go on. Don't expect to escape. You can't." On the other side, Han Shi and the others looked at the night sky in front of them, as if the night sky in front of them was not moving. At this moment, Song Qian was also gazing at the night sky in front of her. "There's no movement. Did senior brother kill Zhou Bing?" Su Hua remained motionless. Just at this time, a silhouette stepped on the snow and then landed on the horse's back in the air at once. It's none other than Mo Tian. Mo Tian looked at the crowd and smiled. "Don't worry. That Zhou Bing has already been killed by me." Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hua was also stunned. This Mo Tian had actually killed the man in the mink coat just now? Song Qian looked at her senior brother and said, "Senior brother, you're really powerful. That's for sure." "Right. Senior sister, you come over with me. I seem to have dropped something over there. You and I will go over and look for it. Yes, master. Mo Tian looked at Su Hua and said, Su Hua, just stay here with Uncle Han and wait for us for a while. Mo Tian led Song Qian into the jungle. Just as she entered, Song Qian saw several people standing in front of her, and the leader was none other than the ruthless Zhou Bing. When Song Qian saw this person, she was confused on the spot. Elder brother. This, however, the next moment, even more so, Song Qian was dumbfounded as she saw Mo Tian with his head lowered, like a pug walking to Zhou Bing's side. Master, this is my senior sister, brought to you. Can you let me go now? Get lost. Zhou Bing waved his hand. Song Qian gritted her teeth and drew her long sword. Senior brother. You even. Before Song Qian could finish her sentence, she was blocked by Mo Tian dodging over and sealing her acupoints. Senior sister. I'm sorry, senior brother is no match for Master Zhou, so I can only hand you over to Master Zhou for enjoyment. I'm sorry. Song Qian never expected that her childhood friend's senior brother would be this virtuous. Mo Tian, I didn't expect you to be like this. In order to stay alive, you even handed me over to such bandits. Are you worthy of me? Can you stand up to my father? Have you forgotten my father's kindness to you? Mo Tian frowned when he heard this. Enough, senior sister. Don't mention this. I don't want to hear it. I can't help it. I want to live. If I don't, Master Zhou will kill me. Ha 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 ha. Your kid is despicable. By the way, this woman you have deflowered without. Zhou Bing asked. Mo Tian hemmed and hawed. Master Zhou, don't worry. I have thought about opening her bud before, but this senior sister of mine is very conservative. There has been no opportunity, not to mention opening her bud. Her hand I have not even touched. Good. That's really good. Someone tie me up. I'll take it back and play with it slowly. You kid, hurry up and get lost. Thank you, Master Zhou. Song Qian opened her eyes wide, revealing an incredulous gaze. Mo Tian, you. At this moment, Song Qian was tied up. At this moment she, only to know what is the evil of the human heart. She this time an elder brother Mo Tian out of the tour, is to trust him. After all, the two grew up. Her father is more relief his family. The result of the exchange was this. Zhou Bing looked at Song Qian. What a great body. Tonight I'm going to ruthlessly deflower you. Helplessness, fear, and helplessness rose in Song Qian's heart, and 2 lines of tears flowed out. On the other side, Su Hua and the others were still waiting. After waiting for so long, the two hadn't returned, and Su Hua always felt that something was wrong. Fruity, Zhou Bing appeared. Han Shi and the others were greatly shocked. Yes, it's Zhou Bing. Wasn't he killed? How come he didn't die? And that's Miss Song. Miss Song has been captured. What's going on? And where's Mo Tian? Su Hua's eyes stared. He felt something was wrong just now, and now he vaguely understood. Zhou Bing laughed and said, that kid can kill me? Just kidding. That kid ran away and gave her senior sister to me before running away. So I let him go. What? The crowd's faces changed and they were terrified. At this moment, Song Qian looked at Han Shi and the others. Uncle Han, save me, save me. Where did Han Shi dare to make a move? He was only a stone skin cultivator. Just at this time, Zhou Bing added, Old me is happy tonight. Still the same words. You guys hurry up and get out, and leave the stuff on the wagon. Han Shi gritted his teeth, nodded, and prepared to leave. Song Qian added, Uncle Han, save me. Miss Song, your senior brother has run away. How can we have this ability to save you? If you want to blame it on your senior brother, go. Han Shi turned around with his men and left. At this moment, Song Qian's gaze looked towards Su Hua as she shed 2 lines of tears. Su Hua shook his head and sighed. Song Qian couldn't hold it in any longer and clammed up. At this moment, Su Hua's attention is not on Song Qian, but looked at the baggage on the back of Zhou Bing's horse, which is bulging. There is a lot of money, right? Su Hua swallowed, his gaze a little hot. This guy, plus the reward for this mission. Another big wave of coins to hand off. Zhou Bing looked down at Su Hua who was still not leaving. He droned. Why don't you kid get lost? I'm leaving. Su Hua rode his horse and passed by Song Qian. Miss Song, I'm sorry, but Mr. Su doesn't have the ability to save you. Song Qian prepared to bite her tongue later, her face ashen, then sighed. I don't blame you. Just the moment Su Hua turned around, Su Hua's gaze revealed an incomparably hideous glow. He opened the bag as fast as he could, then held the horizontal sword inside the bag in his hand, followed by Su Hua's dryland pole, directly rising up in the air. Put. Su Hua chopped away the head of one person with a single slash. This was followed by another slash that cleaved one man in half. At once the whole snowy ground was red with blood, like a delicate rose. In a flash, Zhou Bing and the others then reacted. At this moment, Song Qian's eyes were also wide open as she watched Su Hua strike out his sword and decapitate the two as she trembled her delicate body. Su Hua, you want to save me? But your strength. Su Hua didn't respond, but instead looked at Zhou Bing and the others. Then grinned. Come on, grass. Zhou Bing was furious to the extreme. He waved his sleeve and drank. You're looking for death. Letting you off with a dog's life. You're still not leaving, and you're still going to kill my people. Him up for me. Su Hua, this bandit leader is a copper skin expert. You'd better go. I don't want to drag you down. I'm already grateful that you're willing to step in and save me, Song Qian said as she trembled her delicate body. Shut up. What's the point of walking away? I'm going to kill him. Su Hua was murderous. Where did this Song Qian know Su Hua's true purpose? Su Hua's real goal is to kill people for money. Poor. Su Hua is too poor. P.S. 5th shift. Bursting at the seams. Please click for love. Chapter 45. Su Hua and Song Qian sleep together. Kill, kill, kill. 5 or 6 bandits surrounded Su Hua with knives drawn. Su Hua looked at it and charged across the room. His knife rose and fell. Blood splattered everywhere. Just one knife killed 2 people across the room, followed by another leg sweep. One person flew backward 7 or 8 meters away, and when he tumbled to the ground, he spewed out a mouthful of blood and then he didn't move. Su Hua flew with his sword again. 2,000 pounds of arm strength fused with the prairie blade technique, and before the 3 could get close to Su Hua, they were chopped through to the ground by Su Hua. Song Qian opened her small mouth, a little shocked that Su Hua's knife skills were so powerful. Su Hua wiped the blood from his knife and coldly looked at Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing's face also changed. Killing so many of my men. Boy, I want you to die. Boom! Zhou Bing chopped with his stranger's sword. Su Hua's body was deflected. The stranger's sword chopped on the snowy ground beside Su Hua, and Su Hua went along with the chop. This Zhou Bing was worthy of being a copper-skinned expert, and his fighting experience was very old-fashioned. As he grabbed his stranger's sword to crossblock Su Hua's slash. Dang! Su Hua slashed 3 times in a row, forcing Zhou Bing to take a few steps back. Zhou Bing was shocked. He looked at this brat. This brat was clearly an iron skin cultivation. A body of power was so violent, and that knife method was even more severe and vicious. Boom! Zhou Bing ran his entire body's power. The snowflakes around him were swept away, and the snowy ground shook instantly, as he gripped the stranger's sword tightly, and fiercely scurried to kill. Not bad for a copper-skinned master. Su Hua also did not dare to be careless. Zhou Bing, this person was much stronger than Motian. This guy's arm strength should be at 600 pounds. Su Hua immediately executed the prairie flying crane slash. Bang! 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 In the snow, 2 silhouettes crackled and kept exchanging blows. Prairie Fury Tiger slash. Su Hua turned around and executed the Prairie Fury Tiger slash. Facing this chop from Su Hua, Zhou Bing's stranger's sword slashed viciously and diagonally. And with a clang, the 2 men each took a few steps back. Zhou Bing's face became unsightly. After fighting me for so long with his iron skin cultivation, he still hasn't lost the battle. Song Qian was the one who was shocked, not thinking that this Su Hua fellow would be so powerful, facing Zhou Bing without losing the wind. He's so good. Looking towards Zhou Bing, Su Hua knew that he couldn't delay any longer as he mobilized his entire body's strength and prepared to execute the Prairie Swimming Dragon slash. As expected, after this move was performed, the blade cut off Zhou Bing's stranger's sword and accurately chopped on Zhou Bing's chest. With a clang, Zhou Bing's chest clothes broke open, and the lock armor inside instantly exploded into pieces. Zhou Bing flew backwards 4 or 5 meters away. He lowered his head to see that a blood scar appeared on his chest. That chop just now, if he hadn't been wearing his special lock armor, he would have been cut in half by this guy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this guy a ING monster? Su Hua's gaze condensed as the blade was inserted into the ground, followed by a dash 10 meters away, instantly arriving beside Zhou Bing, who was startled and stood up to crossblock with his elbow. Open heavenly hands. Soul-chasing palm. Su Hua's 2 types of offense kept blasting out as if they were hammers that ruthlessly smashed into Zhou Bing. Ka-ching! Zhou Bing's elbow broke and he retreated back and forth, but Su Hua's attack still didn't stop, but became more and more furious. Dead! Su Hua shouted in a low voice. His last palm swept on Zhou Bing's chest. Zhou Bing's chest exploded on the spot, and the powerful penetrating force caused Zhou Bing to fly backward as if he were a kite with broken strings 7 or 8 meters away. Boom! Zhou Bing rolled to the ground, opening his eyes wide as he lifted his finger with difficulty to point at Su Hua. Monsters! Monsters! Just finished. A generation of rampant bandits. Zhou Bing died. Su Hua looked at Zhou Bing, no longer moving. His face was very calm. He was strong in battle itself. His arm strength was even more terrifying and extraordinary. Coupled with the ferocious prairie blade technique, even the copper-skinned Zhou Bing would have to die. And it wasn't the first time Su Hua had killed someone. He was very calm during the battle anyway. 10 meters away from that Song Qian. Small mouth open round can be hard to plug an egg into. She did not dream that Su Hua was so powerful. Even killed the vicious Zhou Bing. Good. Great. Su Hua glanced at Song Qian, whose mouth was wide open. Su Hua drew the horizontal knife on the snow and broke the rope on her with a single cut. It's fine. Su Hua said blandly. Song Qian revealed a look of gratitude. Su Hua. Thank you. I didn't expect you to save me. No harm done. Su Hua said blandly. Song Qian nodded. Luckily she didn't look down on people and mock them like her senior brother did. Otherwise Su Hua would never have saved her. Song Qian let out a bitter laugh. My dog's senior brother even laughed at you, not realizing that you are the true master. Masters don't count. Right. Miss Song, go and touch those people's corpses for me and see if there are any copper plates. Su Hua said. Song Qian looked at the bloody corpses. She was a little scared, but she still nodded. Good. Su Hua couldn't wait to get to Zhou Bing's side. Looking at the bag behind Zhou Bing, Su Hua kicked Zhou Bing away, picked up the bag and opened it to take an inventory. Inside the package were some coins. Probably more than 2,000. That's not bad. Another 2K plus income. Soon. Song Qian touched 200 to 300 coins over from those people's corpses, totaling a combined total of 2,500 coins, which was Su Hua's loot, which Su Hua put away. Now Su Hua had 8,000 coins. This wave was really fat. And there's 3,000 coins in this quest, which is 11,000 when you get it. Song Qian and Su Hua then packed up and left with the 2 carriages. Road trip. Song Qian looked at Su Hua. She sighed. Brother Su, my dog elder brother told me that people's hearts are treacherous, told me not to get too close to you, said that you might be a vicious person. After this incident I realized what is a human face and what is a treacherous person. We met in casual contact. You are willing to save me. I am very grateful to you. Hearing these words from Song Qian, Su Hua blandly said, the heart is indeed sinister. The two of them continued on their way with the carriage. And before they knew it, the wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier. Song Qian cold shivering. Even Su Hua also feel very cold. This will continue to damage their bodies. Loss of qi and blood. In the long term, the wind and cold invasion of the body, but also will hurt the foundation of the martial artist. Gotta stop somewhere. Song Qian nodded. Brother Su, there is a canyon up ahead. We can pitch a tent below it. Then entering the lower part of the canyon and finding a protruding boulder, Su Hua took the tent out of the wagon and set it up. There's only one tent though. Su Hua looked at Song Qian. Miss Song, there is only one tent. Of course Song Qian knew what it meant. She blushed a little, then graciously said, Brother Su, let's sleep in together. If you don't, you'll freeze your body. And there's nothing wrong with you being my savior. Okay. With that, Su Hua and the Song Qian girl burrowed inside the tent together. Sleep with her tonight. Chapter 46. Sorry. Caught in the wrong place. Entering the middle of the tent, Su Hua raised a pile of charcoal fire. He didn't know what was going on in Black Dragon Town now. He was still a little worried about Jiangwan Air, but when he got the money from the mission tomorrow, he could return to Black Dragon Town by purchasing a lot of grains, meats, and medicinal herbs, and then go back to shut down for a period of time. And no matter how much of a riot he was in outside, he would just slowly cultivate and upgrade at home. Song Qian, who was sitting opposite Su Hua, carefully sized Su Hua up. Although Su Hua was dressed in rough cloth, he was tall and still masculine and handsome. Song Qian opened her own bag and handed Su Hua the dried meat inside it. Brother Su, eat some. Thanks. Su Hua took the jerky and took a big bite. He had to say that he was really hungry. Both men ate their jerky without much to say. Su Hua looked at Song Qian. No wonder this Zhou Bing wanted to toy with Song Qian. Song Qian was dressed in a green-colored power suit, and her legs were long. Her skin was white and tender. Her chest was high and bulging. It was indeed very tempting. Song Qian also looked down at Su Hua. Her face flushed a little. Brother Su, what are you looking at me for? Nice figure. Su Hua smiled. Song Qian also joked. Thanks for the compliment. Happy. We're alone and sleeping together. You have such a good figure. Can you sleep at ease tonight? Su Hua laughed. Fear not. Brother Su is my lifesaver. If not, Brother Su out to save me. The consequences are unimaginable. And Brother Su want to do shy things to me. Long ago. Why wait for now? And then take a step back. Brother Su really want to do shy things to me. Then Song Qian can only admit it. I'll just let Brother Su do it in a big way. It's always 1,000 times better than to fall in the hands of that gangster. 10,000 times. Su Hua laughed. You're quite open-minded. I didn't understand before, but now I understand a lot. Like my dog senior brother. As Song Qian spoke, her small hands clenched. Then the two made small talk again. By the way, Brother Su, where are you from? A small village over in Black Dragon Town. Flower Creek Town. Song Qian said. Su Hua could see that Song Qian's family history should be very good. Not an ordinary family. At least not weaker than the Zhou family like this. I see that you should also be $1,000 lady. How dare you come out in this blizzard weather? I don't want to come out to practice and experience. I want to quickly improve my strength. And in the future, I want to worship the martial arts school inside the county. A martial arts center inside the county? Su Hua heard about something inside the county for the first time and came to be interested. Well Wanshan County under a dozen towns. The real masters are in the county side. But the county side of the forces are intricate. There are martial arts halls. There are gangs. The biggest gangs are the Amazing Gang, White Horse gangs and so on. Of course, famous martial arts hall is also a lot of. After the beginning of the spring, my father is going to send me to the martial arts hall to learn. The conditions at the county martial arts center are much better. And after one's cultivation reaches the 5 levels of skin refining, the martial arts center will also provide the E-gene cultivation method. Su Hua asked. Then how can I get into the martial arts school to study? Paying money, like the martial arts school my father found for me. The enrollment fee is 30,000 coins, and then you have to pay 5,000 coins every month. Grass. Su Hua's person went numb when he heard this. The price. It's out of this world. This Song Qian is really not simple. It seems to be the daughter of a rich family. You can't really compare people to people. However, Song Qian also kind of opened his eyes a little bit. The county side of the county has the E-gene cultivation method. There are stronger experts exist. That is to say, if you want to make progress in the future, you still have to go to the county. Of course, Su Hua didn't need to go right now. He was poor and weak right now. He had to slowly improve his strength and accumulate money. Early the next morning, the wind and snow had lessened quite a bit, and Su Hua and Song Qian both escorted a batch of grain, and then rushed quickly to the middle of Lusha town. Master Han was informed last night that he had encountered Zhou Bing and other evil people last night, and had no hope for this batch of grain. Who knew that Su Hua and Song Qian had returned unharmed? Great! Simply great! Master Han walked out of the door, looking at the grain, meat on the 2 big wagons. He was excited beyond measure. Master Han then invited Su Hua and Song Qian into the hall and gave each of them 3,000 copper plates. And Master Han let Song Qian and Su Hua live in their mansion, where they could provide food and drink for a few months. Song Qian and Su Hua naturally won't live for months, but they promised to stay for a few days at a time. After walking out of the hall, Song Qian gave 3,000 copper plates to Su Hua. Brother Su, I don't want this copper plate. I'll give it to you. It would have been a credit to you as well. Save it well. In the future maybe you'll have to enroll in the county martial arts school to learn martial arts as well. Song Qian could see that Su Hua was in poor condition. Back in the room, Su Hua counted his coins, a total of 14,000 coins. The immediate crisis was considered lifted. However, thinking of Song Qian's comment that the tuition fee for the county martial arts school was 30,000 coins, and that he would have to pay 5,000 coins every month. Thinking of this, Su Hua could only secretly sigh that it was too difficult. Luckily, though, he had the system and took his time with everything. Day 2. After Song Qian and Su Hua had dinner in Master Han's mansion, Song Qian invited Su Hua out to go shopping and gave Su Hua a new dress to buy inside the store. Su Hua put it on well and it looked very handsome. And, much more handsome. Song Qian laughed. Song Qian then looked at Su Hua again and said, by the way, Brother Su, how about we go to a forest ahead to spar? Good. Su Hua and Song Qian entered the jungle. Song Qian practiced Thunderbolt Kung Fu. This martial art was also a full set of skin refining martial arts. Song Qian gave this martial art to Su Hua. Brother Su, the Thunderbolt Kung Fu. I'll send you to enlighten yourself, and you can also enlighten yourself if you have the time. Su Hua was shocked. The full set of skin refining technique was very precious, and Song Qian just gave it to himself? A full set of skin refining techniques. So precious. And you're just giving it to me? What's so precious about it? The easy tendon technique is what's precious about it. Song Qian laughed. The two of them, Su Hua and Song Qian, then practiced against each other in the woods. And after some sparring, Su Hua accidentally grabbed a handful of Song Qian's soft chest. Sorry for catching your boobs, Su Hua said seriously. Song Qian blushed, knowing that Su Hua didn't do it on purpose. She smiled cheekily. It's okay, blame it on my lack of defense. Come on, let's keep sparring. You keep attacking me. Good. Su Hua continued to attack Song Qian. After practicing against each other for half an hour, Su Hua had some gains, and also understood the unique features of the Thunderbolt technique. He now possessed 2 sets of refined skin complete technique, and if he had another, he would still be able to improve his physical quality. The stronger the physical quality, the higher the realm of impact in the future. The cultivation is not the faster the breakthrough the better, as long as the foundation is laid to be able to go farther. Song Qian wiped her fragrant sweat and said cheekily, Brother Su, let's go back and have dinner first, and we'll continue practicing against each other in the afternoon. Okay. Chapter 47, Emotion, Death. Heavy snowfall. The two of them, Su Hua and Song Qian, were walking on the street. Song Qian glanced at Su Hua on the side and she revealed a happy smile. Then Song Qian went to buy 2 bunches of sugar gourds. Brother Su, here, let me give you a taste. Thanks. Su Hua took the sugar gourd and ate a few bites. The two then returned to Master Han's side of the table for dinner. After eating, Song Qian went out to buy things again. Su Hua knows that this Song Qian's family is not ordinary. The family is rich, so it likes to buy. May be the nature of women. A little money like to buy all kinds of things. Su Hua had a wave of copper plates on him. More than 10,000 copper plates, which was considered a small wave of wealth. But he didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. For one thing, he wanted to buy a large amount of grain, dried meat back to Black Dragon Town. The second is that you also have to buy herbs, which have also gone up ridiculously these days. As for Song Qian said 500 miles away from the Wanshan County inside the martial arts hall, he now dare not even think. Too poor, tuition cannot afford to pay, not to mention every month to pay 5,000 copper plate. This is not he can afford. Living well in front of him first. This was Su Hua's current thought. Su Hua returned to his room and opened the system to enter the Thunderbolt Kung Fu into it. System, record Thunderbolt Kung Fu. Entry successful. Su Hua opened his system and glanced at the panel. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, iron skin. Upgrade points, 48. Arm strength, 2050. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, great achievement. Soul chasing palm, great achievement. Prairie blade technique, great achievement. Thunderbolt Kung Fu, uninitiated. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Looking at the data panel, Su Hua was still very excited. This time he got a little rich. After going back, he could just break through and upgrade at ease. When the snowy weather ended, his strength would definitely reach a perverted level. On the other side, Miss Song was roaming the streets, first going inside a jewelry store to buy some jewelry and a pair of green boots. Just as Song Qian passed by a restaurant, at the window of the second floor of the restaurant, there was a silhouette sitting. The man looked at Song Qian and he froze. It's senior sister. What's going on? I can't be seeing things. This person was none other than Song Qian's senior brother, Emotion. Emotion got up and quickly tracked behind Song Qian. Emotion saw clearly that it was indeed his senior sister Song Qian. It's really the senior sister. Wasn't the senior sister captured by Zhou Bing? Looking at the senior sister, this doesn't look like she was deflowered by Zhou Bing at all. What's going on here? Emotion flew forward. Senior sister, is that you? Song Qian took a look at this person behind her, but it was her own senior brother. Emotion, it's you? Still have the face to call me? Emotion walked out and looked up and down Song Qian, who was still so beautiful and moving. Elder sister. Last night was elder brother's fault. Elder brother was also in a hurry to avoid danger. The purpose was to come here to look for an expert to save elder sister. Now it seems that elder sister is already fine. Elder sister, how did you escape? Song Qian coldly said. Emotion, I don't want to see you again. Go away. Emotion's face changed. Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. You don't need to explain. I've seen your behavior last night clearly. I'm really ridiculous. I took you as the most trusted person, and as a result, you even sold me out. You keep telling me that people's hearts are sinister. Don't trust anyone. And you also slandered Xu Hua as a poor and evil person. I think you're the one who did it, Inkbrand said, not knowing what to say. Senior sister, if it wasn't for Xu Hua saving me, it would have been tragic if I had fallen into the hands of the bandit Zhou Bing. Song Qian snorted coldly. What? It was this mudblood Xu Hua who saved you? How did he save you? Mo Tian's face was incomparably gloomy. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. From now on, you're not my senior brother. And when I go back, I'll tell my father, and my master about this too. After saying that, Song Qian turned around and left. Looking towards Song Qian's dainty back, Mo Tian chased after her. Elder sister. I know it's wrong. You forgive elder brother, believe it or not. I will never abandon elder sister you again in the future. This time it's really my fault. Elder sister. When I break through to the golden skin, I will propose to your father. You marry me. How about it? Song Qian revealed a disgusted gaze. It's already useless for you to say this. Looking at Song Qian away, Mo Tian's entire body froze in place. Afternoon. Song Qian pushed open Xu Hua's room. Brother Su, how about we go sparring together? Okay. Xu Hua and Song Qian walked out of the mansion, and then came to a secluded snowy area to spar. The two of them attacking and breaking up their moves as you made a move and I made a move. Constantly attacking and breaking up their moves. Xu Hua was also thinking about how to cut down his enemies faster amongst the opponents. Without realizing it, the two of them practiced against each other for half an hour. Song Qian and Xu Hua's relationship had risen quite a bit. To outsiders, the two were very close. Kind of like a couple. But Xu Hua's center of gravity was not on Song Qian. He was still studying the method of dealing with the enemy as usual. Although there is a system that can be a quick fix, but the actual experience of dealing with the enemy still needs to be practiced and honed by oneself. Right about this time, behind a large tree 100 meters away, there stood a person whose face was gloomy to the extreme. It was Song Qian's senior brother, Mo Tian. Mo Tian watched his favorite woman and Xu Hua being intimate and he was furious. Click. Mo Tian crushed the green bamboo. Xu Hua, you're a mudblood who actually hooked up with my woman. Well, I want you to die. Then Mo Tian looked at Song Qian. He also coldly said, Song Qian, I treated you so well, but now you've changed your heart. Then you shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Swish. Merton walked out. Song Qian looked at the fact that it was Mo Tian and said coldly, Mo Tian, you followed me. Mo Tian laughed angrily. Senior sister, we were childhood sweethearts and practiced together for so many years, but now you are mixing with this mud-legged man and are still so close. Song Qian frowned. Mo Tian, please watch your words, and it's none of your business who I practice with. It's my freedom. Good, really good. Song Qian, I've been good to you for so many years. My hand hasn't even touched you, but as a result, you're so intimate with a mudblood from wherever. It looks like he's already screwed you. Right. Mo Tian was furious to the extreme. Hearing such dirty words, Song Qian became even angrier. Mo Tian, you're really disgusting. Only now do I realize that you're such a disgusting person. Mo Tian then looked at Xu Hua, his eyes cold to the core. You're a mud leg. How dare you mess with the great lady of the Halsong family? I'll make you regret it. I'll make you regret it. Mo Tian hadn't finished his sentence. Xu Hua opened his mouth. Within 3 breaths. Get out. Or else. Die. Chapter 48, Closed Door Breakthrough. What? At this moment, Mo Tian revealed an incredulous gaze. He had never thought that Xu Hua, this mudblood, would say such words to him. Mo Tian laughed out loud. Let me roll within 3 breaths or let me die. Who do you think you are? Mo Tian said this and looked at Xu Hua and Song Qian. Mud-legged man. I will kill you now. Believe it or not. And Song Qian, you even screwed with a mud-legged man. Okay, when I kill this mud-legged man, I will slowly toy with you. Song Qian was so angry that she was trembling. Mo Tian, you. Xu Hua glanced at Mo Tian. Honestly, he really didn't want to make a move to kill this person. But this guy had even started to kill him, so he couldn't keep him. Xu Hua scurried out in 1 step. You can die. Mud legs, how the hell do you dare to make a move on me first? You a tin skin. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Mo Tian ran his power and his palm blasted at Xu Hua. Xu Hua raised his hand and threw a punch. Mo Tian sneered. You're dead. However, the moment the fists and palms collided, Mo Tian's entire arm snapped with a click, and then the entire person flew backward 7 or 8 meters away. Boom! Mo Tian smashed into the ground as he revealed a horrified gaze. How can this be? How can this be? Song Qian snorted coldly. Motion, you're too arrogant. To tell you the truth, it was Brother Su who killed the bandit Zhou Bing, and that's why I'm safe and sound. If I'm a character like you, Brother Su certainly won't save me either. What? Motion was shocked. Su Hua shook his head. I didn't want to kill you. You had to force me. Su Hua flashed up, killing aura rolling. Motion saw this. He swung his left hand to defend. However, Su Hua's large palm was like a hammer. 2,000 pounds of strength is not a cover. Boom! Su Hua easily broke through Motion's defense, and his attack landed hard on Motion's chest. Motion was lifted off the ground by Su Hua's attack, his chest clothes directly bursting open, and his entire chest was a bloody mess. Merton, die! The expert who had first entered the copper skin was thus subdued by Su Hua with a single move. This was Su Hua's current battle power. Song Qian also let out a cry of surprise. He knew that Su Hua was very powerful. After all, he was able to decapitate the bandit Zhou Bing, but he didn't think that it was so powerful. Just a single move broke Motion's defenses, and then subdued this person to the ground. Brother Su, you're such a pervert, killing my senior brother in a single move. Song Qian exhaled and walked over to look at Motion's corpse. She shook her head. Many deeds will lead to death. Su Hua walked up and felt around Merchant's body, touching nothing. The two then left inside the jungle. The snow is still flying snow in the sky. This cold does not know what the end of the day. Rich people can survive. No money basically cannot survive. Even some stone-skinned martial artists. It is said that a lot of deaths, and even iron-skinned martial artists also died a lot of deaths. 18 towns under Wanshun, not counting the Wanshun County town. Is that the population of these 18 towns add up to more than 1 million people? So there was looting of food everywhere and so on, and struggles between martial artists. Early the next morning, a group of people came outside of Quicksand Town. These people were dry and direct, and all of them were in high spirits. At this moment, Song Qian and Su Hua walked to the entrance of the town. Su Hua glanced at the group of people, which emitted a strong aura, with at least 3 experts of the 5th level of skin refining among them, also known as the Golden Skin Master. Su Hua's heart was shaken. This team was so big, so big. However, Song Qian on the side smiled. Uncle Tai, Uncle Ben, Uncle Yang, Miss, please get into the carriage. Give me a minute. I'll talk to my friend. Song Qian then looked at Su Hua. Su, I'm going home. It was nice meeting you. Aha. Su Hua answered without knowing what to say. Song Qian then added, Brother Su, if you miss me in the future, you can come to Flower Creek Town to find me and we'll practice together. After saying that, Song Qian's face was flushed with red before she got on the carriage. Song Qian and Su Hua on the carriage waved their hands. After Song Qian left, Su Hua also returned to this side of the Han mansion to pack up his things, and then Su Hua came to this side of a store, and Su Hua also personally got a carriage, specializing in pulling goods. Soon, Su Hua went inside the store and purchased 300 pounds of coarse grains, costing him 2,100 coins. Another 200 pounds of fine grain were purchased, costing another 3,000 coppers. Su Hua then purchased jerky, blackhorn beef jerky, purchasing 20 pounds and spending more than 1,000 copper plates. Su Hua roughly calculated that this food would be able to manage for almost 2 months, and after 2 months, it was estimated that this weather would be over. After some purchases, Su Hua still had 600 coins left on him. Su Hua came to the side of the medicinal herb store, and again prepared to buy blood-nourishing proteins. Blood-nourishing proteins this side of the price of 900 a pair, but under Su Hua's soft grinding, Su Hua pressed the price to 700 a pair. Su Hua directly purchased 10 pairs to go back. This copy of blood-nourishing scatter was definitely able to transform a lot of cultivation points. After purchasing these things, Su Hua personally drove his carriage out of Quicksand Town. Lusha Town was more than 100 miles away from Black Dragon Town, which also had mountain roads. These, and Su Hua had encountered several waves of bandits, but they were all easily killed by him. It also yielded 400 or 500 coppers, so he now had another 1,000 or so coins on him. After dark, Su Hua arrived outside the town entrance of Black Dragon Town. The entrance to the town was guarded by some martial artists. Su Hua was familiar with it. Open the fence. Who are you? A few martial artists asked. You guys don't have any eyes? Su Hua said coldly. These few people took a closer look and apologized. So it's Master Su. Please come in. Master Su, what are you hauling? Such a big cart. What else could it be? Some straw to keep warm, of course. Nothing has happened in town lately. No. With the Zhou family in Black Dragon Town, those calamity victims outside. The bandits wouldn't dare to break into the town. Okay. Take care, Master Su. Soon, Su Hua drove the carriage to his side of the house. Zhang Wan'er and Zhang Fugui were relieved to learn that Su Hua had returned. Especially Zhang Wan'er, who finally let go of the worry in her eyes. Master Su, you're finally back. Zhang Fugui then moved these things back. Zhang Wan'er was shocked as she looked at so much food and the black-horned beef. So much food. This is now enough for a few of us to eat for 2 months. And the next thing you know, no need to go out and look for food, no matter how cold it gets. Su Hua laughed. Zhang Wan'er looked at Su Hua. Master Su, I don't even know how to repay you. Wan'er, can I hold your hand? Zhang Wan'er's face blushed with shame as she lowered her head. Aha! Chapter 49, Breaking Through the Copper Skin. Not long after, Zhang Wan'er's face blushed with shame as she felt her heart beating faster and thumping. However, Su Hua didn't do anything excessive. Gently wrapping his arms around Zhang Wan's soft waist and smoothing down her bangs that were messed up by the cold wind. Su Hua didn't take Zhang Wan'er by force because he knew that Zhang Wan'er had a conservative character. And all the women in this world have to pass through the door before they can do what they need to do. Otherwise, I would be afraid to say that I don't keep my innocence. Even though this is a chaotic world, these women still value chastity especially more than their lives. Su Hua wasn't a horny person, and he would marry Zhang Wan'er after he was strong in the future. However, when Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er were intimate, he did notice that Zhang Wan'er had a moon mark at her collarbone. Sister Wan'er, why is there a moon here on your collarbone? Zhang Wan'er shook her head with a blushing face. I don't know, I've had it since I was a child. When the moon is full, I always feel that the inside of this piece of mark will be hot. Okay. Su Hua couldn't figure out what this mark was a sign of, but it felt mysterious. Coming to Zhang Wan'er had some kind of origin, couldn't it? However, Su Hua felt that he should be overthinking it, but a moon seal is just a moon seal, which has so many mysterious origins. Alright, Master Su, I'll go cook for you. Zhang Wan'er got up and went to the kitchen. In the next few days, Su Hua, Fu Gue, and Zhang Wan'er had a good time. It's still snowy and bitterly cold outside, and a lot of people die every day. Su Hua was ready to use the blood-nourishing scatter after resting for a few days. 10 pairs of blood-nourishing scatter were able to transform quite a few upgrade points out of him. Once the snowy weather was over, expect some more rioting. It was still because of the competition for resources, and after the heavy snow ended, the resources of all the forces were depleted, so there would definitely be unrest on all sides. That was why Su Hua had to improve his strength as soon as possible. This time, Su Hua's goal was to break through to the copper skin realm. Next, Su Hua began to use the blood-nourishing scattering and soaked in a bath every day. After soaking for 3 days for the first time, Su Hua opened the system and looked at the upgrade points, surprisingly converting 45 points out. That's great for Su Hua. Next, Su Hua soaked every day. Half a month had passed. Su Hua had used 5 subs and opened the system to see that the upgrade points had reached 268. Su Hua was excited because there were still 5 pairs of blood-nourishing bullets left to use. He wasn't in a hurry to go up right now, waiting for the remaining 5 pairs to all be converted into upgrade points. The moment. On this side of the Lin mansion, Lin Yuan piled up many resources for Feng Yun, and Feng Yun practiced sword techniques in Lin Yuan's mansion, practicing and taking sword techniques at the same time. Even Lin Yuan personally pushed and moved Feng Yun's chi and blood. How's that for uneven? Feng Yun nodded. Master, I sense it. It's coming. It's coming. Good. Good. Now that the snow is sealing the mountains, once the freezing weather is over, all forces will be stirring. Lord Zhou's side will also do something. You break through the copper skin before this weather ends, so you can do something then. Feng Yun nodded. Master, don't worry. I feel it's just a matter of these few days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 7th day, Feng Yun finally made a breakthrough. His stormy rain sword technique was ferocious. Countless snowflakes were shattered by his stormy rain sword technique. At this moment, Feng Yun's strength sword, the power of his sword technique sword, and his chi and blood sword. That's right, he broke through. He had already broken through to the copper skin cultivation level. Feng Yun was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, copper skin cultivation. I finally broke through. At this moment, Feng Yun scurried out in 1 step, his sword technique ferocious to the extreme. Lin Yuan then stepped out and looked at Feng Yun. He scurried away and arrived beside Feng Yun. He then pinched Feng Yun's longsword and then pinched Feng Yun's shoulder. Sure enough, it's the 4th copper skin pass. Bu Ping, congratulations. Lin Yuan laughed. Feng Yun nodded. All thanks to Master's cultivation. Without Master's cultivation, with my talent, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to break through. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. It's not in vain that I've spent so many resources on you. Bu Ping Ah, you've kind of fought for Master. Lin Yuan laughed. Let's spar and cut. I'll see where your power is at. Yes, Master. Afterwards, he sparred, and Lin Yuan was wildly shocked when he felt Feng Yun's 800 pounds of strength. 1800 pounds. Good. Good disciple. Not long after Feng Yunyun's breakthrough, the Zhou family's 3 housekeepers closed their doors in unison, and Zhao Xin, the number 1 character, also broke through to the copper skin cultivation level. Feng Yun broke through the copper skin? I, Zhao Xin, am not weak to him either. Chi Guan revealed a smile. Good. Good. At this moment, Su Hua was still meticulously cultivating. 7 pairs of blood-nourishing scatter had already been used, and the upgrade points inside the system had already reached 346 points. Just at this time, Gao Tang came to Su Hua's side instead. Elder brother Su, are you practicing? Aha, brother Gao, can I help you find me? Hey, take you to the tavern for drinks and meat. It's all ready this time. Brother Gao, drinking and eating meat is a bit of a waste. Su Hua was considered a frugal person. Don't worry, it doesn't cost anything. It's Feng Yun's treat. Feng Yun's treat? Oh, elder brother Su, you don't know yet. Feng Yun broke through to the copper skin mark a few days ago. He's already at the 4th level of refined skin. He's inviting guests now. Master Lin is going to go over there as well. I'm here to notify you. Let's go. We'll go over there together. Okay. Su Hua and Gao Tang walked over to the restaurant, which was full of people from Master Lin's disciples, as well as some merchants in Black Dragon Town, who were saying goodbye. Master Lin, congratulations. You've taken in such a good disciple. Master Lin, this disciple of yours has a promising future. Only 22 is a bronze-skinned great pass powerhouse. Lin Yuan smiled and said, please sit down, everyone. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also sucked in a breath. Feng Yunyun's talent is truly terrifying. 22 is a bronze-skinned powerhouse. I heard Master Lin say that Feng Yunyun's strength reaches 800 pounds in one body. It's horrible as hell. Several people have said. Feng Yun was naturally pleased with himself and toasted all the way. Feng Yunyun then came to Su Hua's side. He shook his head. What's wrong with you few? You've been cultivating for so long and you're still at this level of cultivation. Work harder in the future so that you can work for my master. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang nodded. Brother Bu Ping is right. Feng Yunyun looked at Su Hua, ignoring him as he coldly said, Su Hua, strive to catch up with my current achievements after 30 years. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, Feng Yun walked over proudly. At this moment, when Su Hua heard this, he smiled in his heart. Copperskin Taikan. 800 pounds? How dare you? He can beat the out of Feng Yun. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Hua packed some wine and vegetables and left the restaurant. Now that Feng Yunyun had broken through the copper skin, it was his turn to break through the copper skin next. P.S. Please click for the love of power. Worship the readers. The author can explode every day. Chapter 50 Yi-Jin Strongman. On the streets, there is still snow drifting, and there are still many people freezing to death on the roads. Master Lin, there's a big feast on Feng Yun's side. It's really a vermilion door that stinks of wine and meat, and a road that's frozen to death. Su Hua shook his head. None of this had anything to do with him. This chaotic world was just the way it was without strength, and if he hadn't obtained the system, he would have ended up in a much worse situation. Su Hua entered and placed the packed drinks on the table. Sister Wan Er, Fu Gue, come out quickly. I've packed something good for you. Zhang Fu Gue walked out, looked at a table of good wine and food, and wolfed it down. Brother Hua, you went to eat wine and even packed it for us. Touched, too touched. Zhang Wan Er took a few pieces of dim sum and tasted them. You guys take your time eating. I'll go back to practicing first. Su Hua said this and returned to his courtyard. Right now there were still 5 pairs of blood-nourishing proteins. After using these 5 pairs of blood-nourishing proteins, he was going to upgrade to the copper skin mark. Another half a month or so went by. The remaining 5 pairs of blood-nourishing proteins were used. Su Hua excitedly opened the system. He wanted to see how many upgrade points he had gained in total this time. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, iron skin. Upgrade points, 468. Arm strength, 2050. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, great achievement. Soul chasing palm, great achievement. Prairie blade technique, great achievement. Thunderbolt Kung Fu, uninitiated. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Su Hua also revealed an excited gaze when he saw this. Nice one. 468 points. Su Hua first mobilized his Thunderbolt Kung Fu. Thunderbolt Kung Fu is also a complete set of Kung Fu for refining skin. After tapping a wave of plus signs at the back of this technique and consuming 128 points, Su Hua easily advanced this technique to a state of great accomplishment. When you have practiced Parak Kung Fu alone to great success, you are in a state of iron skin. Previously, Su Hua had single-tapped a feat to great achievement, consuming many more upgrade points than this. Su Hua guessed that it was because he already had 2 feats at grand completion, both of which were in iron skin status themselves, so the Thunderbolt feats consumed much fewer upgrade points to reach grand completion status. In an instant Su Hua's battle method of Thunderbolt Kung Fu surfaced inside his mind, and likewise, the muscles and skin membranes these also became a bit tighter. The enhancement of this technique to its grand completion had also given him a lot of physical enhancement. Su Hua glanced at the remaining upgrade points. There were still 340 points left, and the 3 refined skin complete martial arts all showed a plus sign behind them, which meant that just about any martial art Su Hua could advance to bronze skin. Su Hua thought about it, but he still planned to use his heaven opening hand to break through the copper skin. As for the soul-chasing palm and Thunderbolt Kung Fu, wait until you have accumulated points later to level up. Su Hua mobilized the martial art of opening heavenly hands, which displayed a plus sign behind it. Su Hua tapped the plus sign. Boom! In an instant Su Hua felt as if his entire head was going to burst open. A terrifying infusion of knowledge entered inside his brain. Not only that, but his entire body's cortex was also changing heaven and earth. The entire dermatome was hot, red, and surrounded by nuisance white smoke. A moment later, the pain on Su Hua's body disappeared and was replaced by comfort. It was a feeling that made him too comfortable. Su Hua lowered his head and looked down at his dermatome, crossing his arms and making a crisp copper sound. Copper sound. I've broken through to the 4th level of skin refining. The copper skin level. The joy in Su Hua's heart was extraordinary. A year ago, he was still a miner at the lowest level. If not for Zhang Wanner's relief of him, he would have died a horrible death. In just 1 year's time, he had achieved a copper-skinned powerhouse. Think about this guy Xu Xiong. Only iron skin just in the Black Dragon Town is mixed with the wind. To rain, the house is to raise a lot of maids to serve him. There was also the fact that Lin Yuan had used so many resources for Fengyun to break through the copper skin early. And after Fengyun broke through the copper skin, Lin Yuan had a big banquet. Lin Yuan was a very frugal person and never wasted money, but Lin Yuan still set up a banquet to congratulate him, which was enough to see the copper-skinned martial artist. Su Hua felt the terrifying force contained within the leather membrane, the exact amount of power. Su Hua was still unclear. He also had to open his system to check his arm strength. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade points, 8. Arm strength, 2600. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient. Soul chasing palm, great achievement. Prairie blade technique, great achievement. Thunderbolt technique, great achievement. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Looking at the force of 2,600 pounds, Su Hua was also pleasantly surprised. This kind of power was truly terrifying and extraordinary. Knowing that Fengyun is only 1,800 pounds of strength, Fengyun goes around getting his way. Su Hua had likewise broken through the copper skin, and his arm strength was sufficiently 800 pounds more than Fengyun's. If Lin Yuan, Fengyun knew that he was already in the copper skin realm and that his strength had reached 2,600 pounds. I wonder how he would feel. Of course, Su Hua wouldn't expose it now. Anyway, depending on the timing, when the time was right, he would then show off his strength. Keeping out of the showdown would mean he wouldn't get the resources. Su Hua knew that after he broke through to copper skin, he would need more resources and would consume more money. Now that he's gotten stronger, it's time for a showdown so he can get more resources. Su Hua walked out of the courtyard and made his way to a jungle at the back of the courtyard. The snow was heavy, and Su Hua walked as fast as he could on the snow, leaving behind only shallow footprints. Brush! Su Hua moved with all his might, scampering 17 or 18 meters away, a speed that was even faster than a cheetah. Su Hua remembered that in his previous life, the top sprinters on the Blue Star only had more than 9 seconds for 100 meters, yet now Su Hua had more than 5 seconds for 100 meters. This has reached an inhuman state. Of course, Su Hua also knew that this world was a martial arts world after all. Su Hua then executed the heaven opening hands, The heaven-opening hands that had reached the proficient level were complicated and powerful, each hand containing dozens more moves. Boom! The palm of his hand slapped accurately on a tree as thick as an arm on the side. With that, he scurried past, and 7 or 8 trees came crashing down. The copper skin pass is just different. My battle power has greatly increased. Su Hua revealed a smirk. Right about this time, at the very core of the Zhou family residence's grounds, there was a middle-aged man sitting on a platter. This person was clad in a black robe, his eyes gleaming. A powerful cultivation is especially frightening. This person was none other than the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Qianlong. Men, summon Lin Yuan, Chi Guan, and come see me quickly. Master, I will summon them to come at once. A few moments later, Lin Yuan and Chi Guan walked in through the layers of secret doors. The two of them still couldn't help but tremble when they saw Zhou Qianlong. Strong. It's too strong. Lin Yuan and Chi Guan arched their hands. Greetings. I don't know what your lordship commands. Go, follow me to kill someone. Zhou Qianlong whisked his sleeve and swept tens of meters away. P.S. First shift. Please click for love. The more big rewards, the more explosive. Chapter 51. The two of them, Chi Guan and Lin Yuan, looked towards Zhou Qianlong, the Zhou Lord, who was dozens of meters away, and their hearts were overwhelmed with waves of shock. What a strong man! That's what! The two of them held the lives of how many people? And in Black Dragon Town they had the wind at their backs and the rain at their backs. Today, Zhou Qianlong's stampering had caused extraordinary fear in their hearts. Lin Yuan and Chi Guan walked out and came behind Zhou Qianlong. The two of them respectfully said, Master, where to go to kill? Longwood Pass. Zhou Qianlong, Lin Yuan, and Chi Guan. The three of them then left Black Dragon Town. Half a day later, the trio arrived at the Longwood Pass. Chi Guan, Lin Yuan still didn't know what Lord Zhou's intentions were in bringing them here. Just at this time, Zhou Qianlong pointed to an open space in front of him and then swept over, with Chi Guan and Lin Yuan following suit and darting up. Lin Yuan and Chi Guan looked at the many wellheads ahead. Wells? Zhou Qianlong blandly said. It's well salt. If it's mined, it can certainly earn a lot of money. In the past these things belonged to the government's jurisdiction, but nowadays the entire Yingtian County has a tough martial arts style, and all the various county forces under Yingtian County are monopolizing their own resources. Lin Yuan and Chi Guan also revealed a look of joy when they heard this, and the two of them were incredibly respectful. Congratulations Lord Zhou, but Wantu from Sanha Town wants to compete with me for this well salt. Speaking of this, Zhou Qianlong's face was incomparably grim, covered in a murderous aura. The two of them, Chi Guan and Lin Yuan, who were standing beside Zhou Qianlong, felt the temperature drop quite a bit in an instant. Right at this moment, a group of people appeared hundreds of meters away. The leader was also a middle-aged man. This person was carrying a large gun, and behind him followed a number of experts from the 5th level of refined skin. He's here, Zhou Qianlong said coldly. The two of them, Chi Guan and Lin Yuan, were also running their power, ready to fight. Wanta raised his great spear in the air before pointing it at Zhou Qianlong. Zhou Qianlong, Wantu, have my eye on this well salt. You've occupied the resources of Black Dragon Town and you still want to get your hands on this area? Your appetite seems to be a bit too big. Wantu, I'll give you 10 breaths to roll. Otherwise, die, Zhou Qianlong coldly said. Wantu snorted coldly. Good. Zhou Qianlong, you dare to be so arrogant. Let's see how strong you really are. Wantu rose up in the air, then landed on top of the snow, then one time in the air, one time on the ground, rolling over a few times. His figure moved a distance of 100 meters. What amazing speed! Chi Guan's face changed. Lin Yuan looked at Wantu at this speed. It's at Yi Sheng martial artist, sculptor's skill. Zhou Qianlong swept tens of meters and directly met him. Wantu laughed out loud. Zhou Qianlong, today I'll let you know how powerful I am. Boom! Wantu's long spear pointed. The terrifying force tore through the air. Zhou Qianlong was not afraid in the slightest. He raised his palms to strike together. That Wantu's lance was thus caught by Zhou Qianlong's double palms. Wantu frowned as he spun his gun to try and break free. However, only Zhou Qianlong shouted the word broken. He clipped the head of the gun on the spot with a pair of large palms, followed by a pair of large palms that ruthlessly pressed against Wantu. Wantu was alarmed. How is this possible? Zhou Qianlong's palm technique was terrifying. The force was even more terrifying. Wantu could only defend. But in an instant Zhou Qianlong's palm technique broke through Wantu's defense, blasted directly onto Wantu's chest. Bang! 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 Zhou Qianlong's palms were getting faster and faster. Tu's arms exploded and his robe snapped into pieces. His entire body bent into a bow, and after Zhou Changlong's last palm blasted down, Tu flew backward a dozen meters away and then rolled to the ground. Zhou Changlong stood in place, his face not red and calm. She was overwhelmed with concern. Is this the strength of Lord Zhou? Lin Yuan also felt his scalp tingle. He knew that Lord Zhou was very strong. He hadn't thought that it was as strong as this. Lord Zhou's strength is truly terrifying as hell. Dad! The crowd behind Tu did not dare to step forward. They were shocked by Zhou Changlong's strength. Tu's face was pale and dying, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, which was bloody and his 5 organs had long since been shattered. Why? Zhou Changlong walked beside Tu with his hands behind his back. Python Tendon Minor Realm. And you dare to call out to me, Zhou Changlong. When Tu heard this, he opened his eyes wide. Zhou Changlong, you are not a Python Tendon? Python Tendon Minor Realm? I was 10 years ago. When Tu heard this, he spewed out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Changlong looked at the disciples Tu had brought with him. Among them were Tu's son, daughter, and some experts. Zhou Changlong waved his sleeve. Chi Guan, Lin Yuan, kill these people, I'll return first. Yes, Lord Zhou. The two dashed out. Then the snowy ground in front of them tumbled with men and horses. Tu's son was pinched and killed by Chi Guan, and Tu's daughter was even taken by Chi Guan. Chi Guan looked at Tu's daughter and directly tore her clothes, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Ha 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 ha, Tu's daughter. She's really watery. Let me have some fun today. No. Wan Ling stood up and covered her chest, wanting to escape. Chi Guan chased after him. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape. However, just as Chi Guan was about to grab Wan Ling, Lin Yuan swept past, his sword light crossing the air, and casually retracted his sword. Wan Lingling touched her neck, and the blood on her neck went straight to Chi Guan's face. Wan Lingling had precisely had her throat sealed by Lin Yuan's sword. Chi Guan wiped his cheeks, furious to the core. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? What for? Killing people? Of course. You want to leave no one behind? Aren't you afraid that Lord Zhou will crush your head? Lin Yuan sheathed his sword. Chi Guan gave Lin Yuan a look. You're deliberately not letting me play with her. Several hours later, Chi Guan and Lin Yuan returned to Black Dragon Town and had returned to Zhou Changlong. Zhou Changlong nodded, then looked at the two men. The salt wells need someone to manage them. Which one of you two would like to send someone over there to manage them for $800 a month? Hearing this, Chi Guan took the lead and said, Lord Zhou, my subordinate Zhaozhen is prudent and conscientious in his work. I am willing to send him. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately said, Lord Zhou, my personal disciple Fengyun is more suitable. And this personal disciple of mine has already broken through to the copper skin mark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changlong said, Copper skin great pass. Fine. Lin Yuan will let your personal disciple Fengyun go. Lord Zhou, Fengyun is copper skinned, and my disciple Zhaozhen has broken through to the copper skin mark this time as usual. What? Lin Yuan's heart shook. Zhou Changlong looked at the two men. How could he not know what they were thinking? Let Fengyun and Zhaozhen compete. Whoever wins will manage the salt wells. I will notify Zhou Bao to preside over this competition. The time will be set in 3 days. Yes, soon. The story spread. At this moment, Su Hua also learned of this matter. Fengyun and Zhaozhen under the Chi Pass are competing for the salt wells. Whoever wins will manage the salt wells in Changlin Pass, and manage the salt wells with 800 copper plates per month. And there is still a lot of oil and water to be raked in, which is a heavenly big fat job. No wonder both sides are fighting over it. Su Hua's eyes glazed over. If he could get his hands on this fat job, it would be comfortable. Chapter 52, Opportunity Knocks. 800 coppers a month, plus a lot of grease. This grease should be the most important thing. Otherwise Lin Yuan and Chi Guan wouldn't have fiercely fought for the right to manage the salt wells. Su Hua's current strength had no problem defeating Fengyun and Zhaozhen, but if Fengyun won, it would be like Lin Yuan had taken Yanjing. So Su Hua would go back up to fight Fengyun at this point? This will definitely offend Lin Yuan. Fengyun was Lin Yuan's personal disciple after all. He still had to hang out under Lin Yuan's door. So this was naturally undesirable. And he wasn't a cutie pie to offend Lin Yuan. But if Fengyun lost to Zhaozhen, then Su Hua could go up for a showdown and help Lin Yuan take the salt well management. And with a wave of his own showdown strength, Lin Yuan might give himself some resources. Combined with the income and oil from managing the salt well side, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to skyrocket. The last time Su Hua went out, he had harvested over 10,000 coins, which he had already spent. So there's still a way to get money. On the other side, in the hall of Chi Guan's residence, there was a person standing, none other than Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen, this time you must defeat Feng Yun, confident or not. This salt well is a fat job for me. When the time comes, I will be able to get a lot of money. Zhao Zhen nodded. Don't worry, Master Chi, Feng Yun is a copper skin. I, Zhao Zhen, am also a copper skin. I'm not afraid of him, and Feng Yun is a high-minded and arrogant person with a bad temperament. A person like him is bound to lose. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Similarly, on Lin Yuan's side of the mansion, Lin Yuan was pushing and nudging Feng Yun's chi and blood, pinching the skin membrane, and had instructed Feng Yun in the stormy rain sword technique. After giving some instructions, Lin Yuan opened another box, which contained a ginseng. Master, is this the white jade ginseng? Lin Yuan nodded. Well, take it and take it. You're going to have a big competition with Zhao Zhen soon. After taking it you'll be able to tamp down your chi and blood. Thank you, Master. Don't worry, Master. My disciple will definitely defeat Zhao Zhen and fight for the salt well for Master. At that time all the oil and water from the salt well side will be given to Master. Lin Yuan shook his head. Bu Ping, you think Master is doing this for his own benefit? Nonetheless, I value your future more. Feng Yun laughed. Don't worry, Master. I will work hard and won't lose your face. Alright, go back and take this white jade ginseng. By the way, when you win against Zhao Zhen, I, as a master, will also reward you with a Yuan blood pill. Hearing the words Yuan blood pill, Feng Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. This Yuan blood pill could be said to be very precious. Taking one could withstand a bronze skin realm martial artist's hard training for a year. Thank you, Master. After Feng Yun got the white jade ginseng, he left the Lin mansion. And on the way, Feng Yun secretly said, Master usually tells me to be frugal and save. And to be frugal and save myself. This white jade ginseng is a few thousand coins apiece. And there's also Yuan blood dan, which is worth even more. So it seems that Master is very rich, and that his usual thriftiness is feigned. 3 days passed in a flash. A martial arts platform was set up in the Zhou family's territory. There are hundreds of people under the field. They are all martial artists from the Zhou family. There were dozens of people under Chi Men's door, as well as some people under Lin Yuan's door. And of course, there were some martial artists under Grand Steward Zhou Bao's door. In the first row of the stage, there were 3 people sitting. On the left was Chi Guan, in the center was Zhou Bao, and on the right was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan arched his hand. Brother Zhou, it's been hard work letting you preside over the big picture today. Brother Lin Yuan is too polite to say that. Zhou Bao waved his hand. On the other side, Su Hua, who had gotten up in the morning, had struck the heaven-opening hand, the soul-pursuing palm, and the thunderbolt palm a few times, and he felt his body's chi and blood filling up immensely. Su Hua then came over to the competition side of the field, and looking at the crowd sitting down, Su Hua found the people on Lin Yuan's side. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang looked at Su Hua Kai as he arrived. Elder brother Su, why are you here now? It's okay. It's not like the fight hasn't started yet. Su Hua laughed. Well, sit down. Gautama handed a stool over. Off stage, Chi Guan walked up step by step, and likewise Feng Yun's side walked up. The crowd below looked at these two. These two were considered to be the most outstanding people of the younger generation. Zhao Zhen was 26 this year, and Feng Yun was 22 or 3 this year, and both of them had broken through to the copper skin realm. Both of them are at the copper skin realm. Both of them have strong talent. I wonder who will win. The crowd below was talking. Feng Yun looked at Zhao Zhen and revealed a disdainful expression. Zhao Zhen, you think you can be my opponent just because you've broken through to copper skin? You don't need to compete in this one. Just admit defeat yourself. Zhao Zhen's face was bland. Feng Yun, you really are still unruly. I will teach you a hard lesson today. Teach me a lesson? Do you have the qualifications? Feng Yun snorted coldly. Let's try it then. Zhao Zhen ran his power, and so did Feng Yun. Boom! On the stage, Zhao Zhen and Feng Yun's breath erupted and their chi and blood flowed as the two began to exchange blows. Bang! 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 The two silhouettes kept attacking. Fists, palms, constantly clashing. The two men retreated 7 or 8 meters each before exchanging blows again. It was intense, to say the least. Below, Lin Yuan quietly watched Feng Yun's performance, and Chi Guan was also holding his teacup tightly. Su Hua watched the two men fighting on the stage. The two men's fighting strength was similar to that of Motion at best. He could have decapitated Motion before he even broke through to Copper's skin. Now that he had broken through to Copper's skin, these two were too weak. Too weak. Su Hua blurted out. Tokoto froze. Elder brother Su, what did you say? Su Hua was also stunned. What? Did I say something just now? I didn't say anything just now. Takato showed his apology. It was too noisy. I guess I misheard. He. Bang, bang, bang. The two on the stage were still fighting, and it was so intense that it could be said to have reached a white-hot level. Lin Yuan looked closely at Feng Yun, and said in his heart, can't take Zhao Zhan after so long. This Zhao is really brave. Chi Guan's side was likewise the same. This Feng Yun is surprisingly so powerful, worthy of being Lin Yuan's personal disciple. Feng Yun also gritted his teeth as he held his longsword and executed the stormy rain sword technique. Zhao Zhan, I'll show you my rainstorm sword technique. After Feng Yun's longsword lit up, the rainstorm sword technique was executed perfectly, forcing Zhao Zhan to retreat back and forth. Zhao Zhan's eyes glazed over as he rolled over to dodge the attack of the stormy rain sword technique. Then Zhao Zhan drew out his longsword. You have the stormy rain sword technique, and I, Zhao Zhan, also have the mad hate blade technique. Bang, bang, bang. Swords clashed and fire splashed everywhere. Zhao Zhan's body muscles instantly bulge. Veins as if earthworms all over the brain door. Big sword chain chopping to go. Feng Yun's stormy rain sword method some cannot resist. Feng Yun was shocked. Damn, why is this guy so powerful? Bai Zhan and Gao Tang looked at the scene. Not good. Bu Ping is going to lose. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Zhan with a deadly gaze. To think that you've practiced the mad hate blade technique to such an extent. At the moment, Su Hua watched as Feng Yun was about to lose. He was in ecstasy. His chance. It's coming. P.S. Third shift. Begging for rewards. Begging for power for love. Chapter 53, Su Hua. Showdown. Although Feng Yun was Lin Yuan's personal disciple, Su Hua was also under Lin Yuan's discipline, and Lin Yuan had treated Su Hua quite well. But there's something disgusting about this seal. So naturally, Su Hua wanted this Feng Yun to lose. Of course, the biggest reason for wanting Feng Yun to lose to Zhao Zhan was still because he was afraid of getting in his own way. Once Feng Yun lost, he went up for a showdown. So it's definitely good that Feng Yun lost. At this moment, Chi Guan watched Zhao Zhan displaying the maniac hate blade law to pressure Feng Yun to retreat. That stormy rain sword law was broken open by the maniac hate blade law. If not Feng Yun flashing back fast, just now that knife will definitely defeat Feng Yun. Chi Guan was victorious. He squinted his eyes, held his teacup, and gently took a sip, then looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, this pro-disciple of yours doesn't seem to be very good. I heard that this pro-disciple of yours thinks he's a genius and is very proud. But I see it's nothing more than that. It's really just an empty name. In the face of Chi Guan's cynicism, Lin Yuan didn't reply and instead looked at Feng Yun on the stage. Bu Ping, you can't lose. If you lose this one, the management of the salt well thing is small. But this mentality of yours? I'm worried that this mentality of yours won't work. So at the moment, Lin Yuan was very worried. Feng Yun's forehead was dripping with sweat. Facing Zhao Zhan's frenzied hate blade technique, he had indeed been caught off guard. However, Feng Yun was Lin Yuan's personal disciple after all, and quickly adjusted his state. The long sword in his hand swiftly struck, directly pointing at Zhao Zhan. The sudden sword startled Zhao Zhan, who didn't dare to attack, but could only use his blade to cross-block. Clang! The tip of the sword pierced Zhao Zhan's blade, sending out blinding flames for a split second as both of them exerted themselves. With a bang, the two silhouettes each retreated. Feng Yun snorted coldly. It's not that easy to win against me. At this moment, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at Chi Guan. Your disciple, Zhao Zhan, looks average to me as well. Zhao Zhan tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and increased it by a few points. And Feng Yun did likewise. This time the swords clashed even more violently. Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. The fierce battle between the copper-skinned experts caused cracks to appear on the stone platform. The rainstorm sweeps the world. Feng Yun shook his sword and went. Zhao Zhan gritted his teeth, urged the power of his skin membrane, and roared furiously. Drink the northwest. Boom! Zhao Zhan's slash was powerful, constantly chopping away in a chain. Each slash was incredibly strong and terrifyingly powerful. Feng Yun frowned. In that instant, Zhao Zhan executed his strongest slash and shook off Feng Yun's longsword with a single slash. All of a sudden, everyone below was sighing. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang's faces changed. No good. The sword fell off. Bu Ping is going to lose. The battle between the two just now Su Hua naturally saw clearly. Feng Yunyun's sword was not heavy and unstable, it was just fast, which should have something to do with his mentality, and it hasn't been honed by life and death. On the contrary, it was this Xiaoxian. Su Hua could see that this person was very hostile, and it looked like he had killed a lot of people and was a ruthless character. So Feng Yun will definitely lose. It's good to lose so that I can get on the field, Su Hua said secretly. Lin Yuan also stood up with a swish. That Xiaoxian saw Feng Yunyun's sword fall, then slashed at him, and Feng Yunyun could only resist with his meaty palms. However, at this very moment, Xiaoxian executed his leg technique, which swept across the stage and directly kicked Feng Yun over onto the stage. Shasta. Everyone sighed. Defeated. Feng Yun is defeated. This Xiaoxian is really powerful. Feng Yun is actually defeated. At this moment, Feng Yunyun stood up. He was infuriated and wanted to go on stage for another match. I didn't lose. I'm not convinced. Xiaoxian shook his head. Feng Yun, you were kicked off the martial arts stage by me. You've already lost. How can you get back on the stage? Feng Yunyun angrily shouted. I'm not convinced. At this moment, Lin Yuan's face was hard to see. It would have been better if he had been defeated. And Feng Yun wanted to go on stage again. Where is the sense in that? That's enough. Get off. Lin Yuan drank. Feng Yun looked at Lin Yuan in the distance. Master, I'm not willing. At this moment, Chi Guan laughed out loud. Lin Yuan, this disciple of yours isn't any good. He's still arrogant there all day long. Xiaoxian put away his long sword and looked at Lin Yuan. Master Lin, I'm offended. Master Lin, this disciple of yours still needs to be taught properly. His strength isn't good, but his mouth is great. Lin Yuan's face was lightless and grim to the core. Chi Guan taunted even though a Xiaoxian also dared to taunt him, but he endured. After all, a loss for one's disciple is a loss. Right about this time, Chi Guan smiled and said, Lin Yuan, is there anyone else from your sect on the field? My sect member Xiaoxian has taken them all. At this moment, Zhou Bao looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, is there anyone else under your sect who wants to fight? Who didn't know that the strongest under Lin Yuan's door was his personal disciple? Feng Yun. Ziguan said this with the intent to humiliate. Lin Yuan just wanted to say no. Suddenly one of the men sitting on the bench in the back stood up. Yes. In an instant, everyone's eyes swept towards the man in the back. This person was none other than Su Hua. Su Hua was overjoyed in his heart. His chance had finally come. It's a good time to be on the field. This was the right time for him to show down his strength. Takoto and Baijan heard someone say they were going to be up. Elder brother Su, who are you saying doesn't have eyes? Going up at this hour, isn't that a slap in the face? The two immediately turned around to talk to Su Hua. The two had just finished. Snapped. The two were dumbfounded on the spot, because it was Su Hua who was going to be on stage. Crazy, crazy, old brother Su, are you crazy? Elder brother Su, what are you doing? At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes also took a look. Isn't this the person under his own door? Su Hua. He frowned. What does this guy want to do? Feng Yun was also stunned, not expecting it to be Su Hua. What does this mudblood want? Bent on disgracing his master? Su Hua walked up and came to Lin Yuan's side, then arched his hand. Master Lin, I'm willing to go on stage. Just at this time, Feng Yun walked over. Furious, are you kidding me kid? I'm not even a match for Xiaoxian. Just by you? Su Hua didn't bother with Xiaoxian and looked at Lin Yuan instead. Xiaoxian on the stage revealed a disdainful gaze. Master Lin, there's someone under your sect who wants to battle me, so let him come up. Lin Yuan looked at Su Hua and shook his head. I've already lost face after Bu Ping's defeat today. Letting you go up again isn't slapping your own face. Besides this Xiaoxian has already stepped into the copper skin, and you've been under my tutelage for a year, so how could you possibly be his opponent? Feng Yunyun snorted coldly. Kid, what are you messing with? Don't get off yet. Shame on you. However, at this very moment, Su Hua stood up straight and looked straight at Lin Yuan. Master Lin, what if I'm a copper skin too? P.S. Begging for a wave of power for love and a big reward as the author tries to explode. Chapter 54, Su Hua's strength. Detonating the entire audience. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Su Hua. The two of them, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, looked at Su Hua as he uttered these words, and the two of them hated to pull Su Hua down. Is elder brother Su drunk today? Ah, elder brother Su, what's wrong with you today? When Feng Yun heard these words, he immediately laughed. You're saying you're a copper skin? Su Hua, if you're copper skin, I'll eat on sight. Su Hua looked at Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan wasn't shocked when he heard these words, but rather looked disappointed. Obviously, he thought Su Hua was talking big. Lin Yuan's voice was a bit stern. Nonsense. Su Hua, is it because I haven't disciplined you lately, and you're still fooling around at this hour? Get down there. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang saw this scene and walked up. Elder brother Su, hurry up. Elder brother Su, Master Lin is furious. Right at this moment, Su Hua ran his breath and a powerful aura instantly rippled out, followed by a change in the entire person's dermatome. In that very instant, Lin Yuan converted from anger to shock. Incomparable shock. Lin Yuan was shocked. This aura, he couldn't be more familiar with it. If it wasn't a copper skin aura, what was it? Aside from Lin Yuan being shocked, that Feng Yun was even more shocked. Feng Yun's eyes stared straight at Su Hua, revealing an incredulous gaze. This breath, how is this possible? How is it possible? Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also felt this aura, and the two of them also revealed incomparably shocked gazes. Su old brother is a copper skin. Lin Yuan stepped forward and took the dermal membrane on Su Hua's shoulder, then gently nudged the chi and blood, then flicked it, and with a clang, a copper sound shook. Lin Yuan was once again appalled. Copper skin. It really is copper skin. When did you kid break through to copper skin? Master Lin, I also just broke through a few days ago. Su Hua directly showed his cards. Hearing this, Feng Yun's face turned greenish-green. He had used so many resources to break through to copper skin. This Su Hua was clearly a mud-legged man, and he didn't have a master to teach him. Not to mention that he didn't have such good resources. How did he break through to copper skin? No way. That's never going to happen. Master, is this Su Hua really? Lin Yuan nodded, overjoyed. Good. It really didn't occur to me that there's still a copper-skinned expert under my sect. It really never occurred to me. When Feng Yun heard this, he took 2 steps back. Seeing his master's expression, he knew that Su Hua was indeed a copper-skinned martial artist. Others on the grounds, too, were shocked. What? There's another copper-skinned expert under Master Lin's sect? This Master Lin is hiding quite deeply. Zhao Zhan also frowned. There's another copper-skinned expert? Chi Guan's face didn't look too good either. Damn. Lin Yuan is still hiding a copper-skinned sectarian. Grass. Still acting. Wouldn't you know that you have a copper-skinned expert under your own sect? You go on stage. This Zhao Zhan is not weak. It's fine for you to lose to Zhao Zhan. I have 2 young bronze skins under my sect. This already makes me very happy. Lin Yuan stood up. Su Hua nodded and walked onto the martial arts stage. Feng Yun still had an unsightly look on his face. Humph. So what if you're copper-skinned? I'm not even a match for Zhao Zhan. You won't last more than 10 moves at most. Zhao Zhan glanced at Su Hua and said blandly, I didn't expect you to be a copper skin as well. You're younger than Feng Yun and have good talent. But Feng Yun isn't even a match for me. Without further ado, I'm going to defeat you within 10 moves. At this moment, Lin Yuan, holding his teacup, gently took a sip. He was now in a good mood. Su Hua was the one who lost to Zhao Zhan in 10 moves, and he was in a good mood, knowing that it was very difficult to cultivate a copper skin. Having 2 copper skins under his door was a heavy weight, and this boy Su Hua seemed to have a terrifying talent. Thinking about this put Lin Yuan in a soothing mood. On the side, Feng Yun saw his master smiling. Master, this Su Hua is definitely no match for Zhao Zhan either. It can't hurt. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Defeat me in 10 moves? Do you have the strength? Su Hua coldly glanced at Zhao Zhan. What? The crowd below was shocked when they heard this. This somewhat unfamiliar kid seemed to be a bit arrogant, not even putting Zhao Zhan in his eyes. Zhao Zhan was also shaken when he heard this. Kid, you. Lin Yuan smiled. This guy, he's quite wild, but I like it. Feng Yun frowned, his face becoming more and more ugly. Boom! Zhao Zhan came scurrying in. His stance was so fast that it directly tore the air, and then Zhao Zhan threw a punch. Feng Yun is not even a match for me. How dare you be so arrogant? Get the hell down. It was not a strong punch. It's strong. Right at the moment a fist blasted at him. Su Hua's gaze froze. He had held back for so long for this day. Today, he's finally going to show his cards. That's how you get good resources. Use Zhao Zhan to become his stepping stone today. Boom! Su Hua posed his heaven-opening hand as he scurried upwards. His heaven-opening hand executed, then fiercely blasted Zhao Zhan against him. The 2 silhouettes collided. Clang! Zhao Zhan was shaken back 7 or 8 steps. What power! The crowd below also sighed. This kid is awesome. In the moment Zhao Zhan was shocked. Su Hua quickly moved up, his heaven-opening hand continuing to crush over as Zhao Zhen drew his sword to slash. Drink the northwest. The powerful and ferocious blade chopped at Su Hua. Su Hua's skin membranes shook. His 2,600 pounds of arm strength exploded out in this instant. He first blasted Zhao Zhen's blade with his fist, which then broke. Then Su Hua circled around to Zhao Zhen's body, and his heaven-opening hand fiercely blasted Zhao Zhen's chest. Boom! Under the eyes of everyone, Zhao Zhen flew off the martial stage as if he was a kite with broken strings. One moment. Everyone gasped. Too fast. Too fast. Zhao Zhen really didn't even see how he lost. Chi Guan stood up. How can this be? This kid. Lin Yuan also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He too had never expected Su Hua to be able to defeat Zhao Zhen, and still be so devastated. Feng Yun was even more incredulous. How is it possible? Zhao Zhen actually lost. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also widened their eyes. Elder brother Su. Actually won Zhao Zhen. Su Hua walked off the stage and came over to Lin Yuan's side and arched his hand. Not to be outdone by Master Lin. Zhou Bao glanced at Su Hua, revealing a smirk. Not bad. Hosting the competition this time has opened my eyes. What's your name? Grand Steward. I am Su Hua. Good. Those who can do. Those who lose. You defeat Zhao Zhen. The Changlin Pass salt wells are yours to manage. Many thanks to the Grand Steward. Su Hua bent down and arched his hand. P.S. Click for love. Please. Chapter 55, A Battle for Fame. When Su Hua raised his head, he looked down at the big steward. It was the first time he had seen the big steward Zhou Bao. This person's aura was so terrifying. Even though Su Hua had broken through to copper skin, he still felt weak in front of Zhou Bao. As Zhou Bao left, many people came forward to congratulate Su Hua. Master Su is awesome. Chi Guan's face was very ugly as he brought Zhao Zhen over to Su Hua's side, and Chi Guan patted Su Hua's shoulder. You're a good kid. I'll buy you a meal when you're free. After saying that, Chi Guan took Zhao Zhen and left the place. Feng Yunyun's face was hard to see. He was filled with dismay. He couldn't figure out why this guy had already broken through to copper skin without God realizing it. You know that a while ago he was surrounded by bandits Yokohawk, and if he hadn't stepped in, this guy would have been long gone. How is it that in a short period of time this guy broke through to copper skin, and most importantly defeated Zhao Zhen? Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also came to congratulate him, and Lin Yuan was also very shocked at the talent of this boy Su Hua. After so many years of cultivation, and with the guidance of a famous teacher like him, plus the amount of resources he used on Feng Yun was able to break through to the copper skin mark. This Su Hua was the one he took into the door in the first place, so he passed on his gongfu. As for resources he didn't give much at all. However, a guy at the bottom of this kind of level had hardened himself to break through to the copper skin realm, so it was evident how terrifying his talent was. Plus, Su Hua was very gentle and humble, which made Lin Yuan appreciate him even more. Good. Very good. When I casually accepted you into the gate, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying talent. It really surprised me. Today you defeated Zhao Zhen, raised your eyebrows, and made my Lin Yuan's face shine. It's time to be rewarded. Go to my mansion. Hearing this, Su Hua's heart was delighted, wondering what Lin Yuan was going to reward himself with. Su Hua arched his hand. Many thanks, Master Lin. On the side, Feng Yun's face became unsightly as he whisked his sleeve, then coldly said, Master, I'll go back first. Watching his own personal disciple leave, Lin Yuan couldn't say anything. After all, anyone else would feel disgraced. Not a moment too soon, Su Hua then arrived in Lin Yuan's mansion. Lin Yuan sat on a chair and waved his hand. Su Hua, sit. Many thanks, Master Lin. Su Hua sat down. It was important to know that before Su Hua had come to sit at the top in Lin Yuan Hall, but he was not qualified to sit at the top. Defeat Zhao Zhen this time. What do you want here? I have a piece of fine iron here. I can build a weapon. And a palm technique. The grinding palm. The grade is not low. See what you want. Hearing this, Su Hua pondered. Fine iron? He didn't need it right now yet. He had the horizontal blade weapon. And as for the grinding palm, he didn't need it either. He now possessed the heaven-opening hand attack method, the soul-pursuing palm attack method, as well as the thunderbolt technique, plus the prairie blade technique, so there was no shortage of fighting methods at all. What's missing is money. This allows you to purchase a large wave of herbs to accumulate upgrade points. Right now, although he had upgraded his heaven-opening hands to the proficient level and then achieved copper skin himself, the soul-pursuing palm, thunderbolt technique, and the prairie blade technique hadn't stepped into the proficient level. With all of them raised to the proficient level, then his battle power would still be able to skyrocket. Looking at Su Hua, who didn't make a sound, Lin Yuan froze, then laughed. Looks like you're not interested in this. Zhao Wei'er, come over here. Instantly a shapely woman walked in from outside. This woman looked to Su Hua. Master Su. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Zhao Wei'er, one of the maids in my mansion. Unbloomed. I see that you are not interested in anything else. You should want this. Su Hua glanced at Zhao Wei'er, who had long hair, a delicate face, and high, bulging breasts. Miss Zhao is pretty, but does Master Lin have any coins? I'm short of money. Su Hua said bluntly. Ha 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 ha. Okay, then I'll reward you with 3,000 coins. Thank you, Master Lin. After Su Hua took 3,000 coins, he walked towards his courtyard. There were people looking at Su Hua all around on this journey. Master Su is in great spirits today. Master Su is truly a man of honor. Widow Zhou also saw Su Hua and walked up to him. Lowering her voice, Master Su, come to my house to play tonight. I'll treat you to river food. Go go go. Su Hua didn't have the leisure to go to Zhou Min's house to eat any river food. Back outside the courtyard, Zhang Fuguei and Zhang Wan'er had long since come to greet Su Hua, and Zhang Wan'er had cooked a beautiful meal to wait for Su Hua's return. Brother Hua, today I heard that you made a big splash and defeated Zhao Zhan to get the right to manage the salt well. Zhang Fuguei said excitedly. That's natural. Zhang Wan'er was also happy. Master Su is just awesome. The Zhou family has already sent people over to start construction on the salt well side. Su Hua is mainly supervising, so he doesn't need to go over for the time being, and will go over again in 5 days. With 800 coppers a month for labor, plus oil and water, you can rake in quite a bit a month. Su Hua looked at the 2 yards and shook his head. After I save up some savings on the salt well side, I intend to purchase a set of mansions. Fuguei, you'll be my mansion guard at that time. Zhang Fuguei's dark face was happy. Brother Hua, our dream is about to come true. Zhang Wan'er weakly said. What about me? Sister Wan'er, you'll be the housekeeper. Su Hua laughed. Other side. Inside Feng Yun's mansion, Feng Yun was furious to the extreme and the sword in his hand kept slashing. Why? Why is this mudblood a copper skin? I'm so talented. I used so many resources, and it took me years to break through to copper skin. And he's only been under Master's tutelage for a year. And he doesn't have a master to guide him yet. And doesn't have many resources. And he's copper skin? It's hateful. It's hateful. I've lost my face today. Feng Yun became more and more agitated as he spoke, and was covered in a dazzling mess of hair. Just then, the mansion gates opened. Lin Yuan walked in. Feng Yun looked at Lin Yuan as he put away his longsword. Master, why are you here? Why did I come? I knew you'd be like this. You're going to go off the deep end if I don't come. Lin Yuan scurried to Feng Yun's side in one step, pushing his chi and blood and holding his skin membrane. Master, I have lost face today. Victory and defeat is a common thing in the military. Uneven. What is this? So what if you lose? As long as the heart is not defeated, there will always be a day to rise. In this regard you are not like Su Hua. Master, now that Zhao Zhan is pressuring me, and Su Hua under your discipleship has even risen out of nowhere, there will be no more room for disciples to survive in the future. Feng Yun sighed. As Lin Yuan looked at this personal disciple of his, he couldn't help but think back to when Feng Yun was 8 years old and was picked up by him, subsequently nurturing him and watching him grow up along the way. Look, you're in a hurry again, manly man. It's just one game lost. It's not like it's killing you. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, then whisked his sleeves away. Feng Yun's talent is not compared to Su Hua. In fact, it is still possible. The only heart is not too good. This point makes Lin Yuan some headaches. P.S. Click for love. Please. Chapter 56 Elemental Blood Pill. Lin Yuan pushed and nudged Feng Yun's chi and blood for another half hour and then instructed him on some cultivation issues before leaving. Back home, Lin Yuan sat in the hall as he closed his eyes and thought. No one knew what he was thinking, only in his own mind. An hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He decided on one thing. He was going to go and talk to Su Hua about one thing. That is, the management rights of the salt wells. This matter is related to Feng Yun's future. And he treats Feng Yun as if he were his own son. 2 days later, Su Hua received a notification that Lin Yuan had invited him to have dinner inside the restaurant. Su Hua's face changed when he heard this. This Lin Yuan invited him to dinner? What does Lin Yuan mean? You know Lin Yuan has already rewarded him. A bad feeling rose in Su Hua's heart, but he had to go to this banquet. He had to go if he didn't. Su Hua then prepared himself before arriving outside a box on the second floor of the restaurant. Su Hua knocked on the door of the room. Master Lin. Su Hua, come in. Su Hua pushed open the door to his room and then walked in. Lin Yuan looked at Su Hua. Su Hua, keep the door closed. Yes. Su Hua closed the door to his room. Su Hua looked at the table full of big dishes. All hard dishes. There was black horned beef, as well as tiger's heart and leopard's gallbladder. These were all valuable ingredients that could increase chi and blood for martial artists. Previously, when Su Hua first came into contact with martial arts, he could convert upgrade points out by eating something, but not later on, simply because the higher his realm, the higher end the food he needed to be able to do so. Master Lin, treating me to such high-end goods? Sit. Lin Yuan made an invitation. Su Hua sat down. Then Lin Yuan moved his chopsticks and gave Su Hua a dish with a leopard's gall and a tiger's heart. Taste it. These are a great tonic for you. Su Hua ate a tiger's heart and swallowed a leopard's gallbladder, and then felt his body heat up. As expected, these high-end ingredients were really expensive and effective for him. However, Su Hua knew that this high-end ingredient was not that tasty. Lin Yuan had invited him today, and things were a bit perverse. It's still the same. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Su Hua, your talent is indeed very high. At least I haven't seen someone with such a strong talent as you. It's too much better than my disciple. And the main thing is, a firm heart and willingness to bear hardships. Lin Yuan complimented. Su Hua didn't say anything, but quietly let Lin Yuan speak. This apprentice of mine, I brought him up myself, and he is very much interested in the right to manage the salt wells. But the resources on this side of the salt wells are truly bountiful as well. When Su Hua heard this, he had understood. Su Hua mentally sighed. Lin Yuan invited him to dinner and asked him to come to the banquet. He then vaguely guessed that this was the thing. It's nothing more than trying to get Su Hua to hand over the management of the salt wells so that Feng Yunyun can get on. If Su Hua doesn't deliver, that's a lot of trouble. This kind of similar thing, Su Hua didn't read too much from inside the novels less. At this moment, Su Hua was a little disappointed in his heart. As an outsider himself, showing such strong talent, he was ultimately still no match for his personal disciple Ah. At this moment, Su Hua was very disappointed in his heart. He had thought that Lin Yuan was a person with a big pattern, but he did not think that he would be this kind of protective person, which made him very disappointed. I thought that I had gotten the right to manage the salt well this time, and that I would live for a period of time, accumulate a wave, and by then my combat power would soar, but now it seems that everything is a dream come true. After Su Hua finished speaking, he stood up. Master Lin, I understand what you mean, and I thank Master Lin for sheltering and cultivating me this year. So I'll take my leave. Su Hua arched his hand and said, since Lin Yuan wanted to force himself on him, there was no need for him to stay under Lin Yuan's door. After handing over the management of the salt wells, Su Hua planned to take Sister Wanner and Zhang Fugue away from here and go to other towns to find another way to make a living, right? If he didn't hand it over today, Su Hua also knew that he would definitely be killed on the spot by Lin Yuan. If he handed it over, it would be considered as returning a favor to Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan still had some favor for him. Seeing Su Hua standing up and about to leave, Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed. Stop, did I tell you to go? You're going to do it to me? Su Hua's gaze froze with a murderous aura. Is Master Lin still going to make a move on me? The atmosphere instantly froze, and Su Hua reached into his coat pocket. Just at this time, Lin Yuan laughed out loud. What are you kid thinking about? Don't sit down and eat yet. Lin Yuan spoke and pressed Su Hua into the chair. You're a resourceful kid, but you're just too cautious. Seeing Lin Yuan smiling like this, Su Hua was a bit confused. Didn't Master Lin tell me to hand over the management of the salt wells to Feng Yun? Yes, but at least let me finish. What's your hurry? You kid. Look, you're in a hurry again. Su Hua was a bit confused. Lin Yuan slowly said, Su Hua, the right to manage the salt well, you manage it for a year. After a year, how about letting it go to Feng Yun? I will compensate you with a Yuan blood pill. The Yuan blood pill is able to build the foundation of copper skin pass and make a cornerstone for golden skin. This is something I had prepared for Feng Yun, but now I'm giving it to you. Okay, I promise. When Su Hua heard this, it made him feel a lot better. 1 year was not bad, and there was a precious elixir like the Yuan blood dan. However, just at this time, Lin Yuan added, no hurry, I didn't finish. The reason why I said 1 year for you to hand over the management right is because you are a dragon and phoenix among people. Black Dragon Town can't trap you. After 1 year, I feel that your battle power will reach a terrifying level. It's meaningless for you to stay in Black Dragon Town. At that time, you'll surely go to Wanshun County. That's where you'll have your stage, where there are many geniuses, many masters, many martial arts halls. After 1 year, I will fund you with money so that you can enroll in a martial arts school. Although you are not my personal disciple, I am more optimistic about you. Su Hua's body shook when he heard this. It turned out that he had misunderstood Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said again, Buping's talent is nowhere near as good as yours, so maybe he'll only be in Black Dragon Town for the rest of his life, and in the future I'll have to rely on him to provide me with a retirement, so I'll try to get as many resources as I can for him in Black Dragon Town. Su Hua, do you have a problem with me arranging it this way? When Su Hua heard this, he revealed an apology. He had indeed misunderstood Lin Yuan. Never thought that Lin Yuan was arranging this, arranging for his own personal disciple, and also arranging for his own future. He was the one who underestimated Lin Yuan. Su Hua stood up and apologized with an arch. Master Lin, I have no problem with that. It's me who underestimated Master Lin. Ha 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 ha, it's good that you don't have an opinion. Lin Yuan laughed, then scurried over to Su Hua's side, and with a gentle grab, Su Hua's outer garment was lifted, and a wide array of small objects were hanging inside. Lime bag, poison water, ecstasy powder, corpse powder, aphrodisiac, hoodia, poison needle. You kid, are you here to deal with me? Lin Yuan laughed. Su Hua looked embarrassed. Master Lin is overthinking it. Nowadays the world is in turmoil. I'm using this to go out and defend myself. P.S. Please, please, please for the love of power. Chapter 57 Harvesting a Wave of Money. Lin Yuan laughed. Defense. I think your kid is just worried that I will make a move on you and use it against the old man. Cough cough. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, you're far too excellent compared to my personal disciple Feng Yanyun. If he had this resourcefulness of yours, how good it would be. Lin Yuan then looked at Su Hua with a special gaze. Su Hua froze, puzzled in the face of this gaze. Master Lin, why are you looking at me with that gaze? You're the one who killed Xu Xiong, aren't you? When Su Hua heard this, his head shook like a rattle. How could I possibly up Xu Xiong? Brat! Still not honest. That day Chi Guan sniped me outside. Li Mouth was killed by Xu Xiong, and then the purpose will certainly take action against you. As a result of that night Xu Xiong suddenly died violently. All people do not know why, including me also puzzled about this. Xu Xiong in the end is killed. Until you kids show down strength, defeat Zhao Zhen. Old man invited you to dinner. Until old man saw the lime packet, poison needle, poison powder, aphrodisiac powder, poison water inside your clothes. I guessed it was you kid. Su Hua shook his head. Master Lin, it really wasn't me. Humph, kid, don't try to argue. Lin Yuan laughed out loud, not caring if Su Hua admitted it or not. He pressed Su Hua onto the table and chair in one go. Well, boy, eat these hard dishes. They cost me a lot of coin. Okay. Next Su Hua and Lin Yuan ate their meals and then had a chat with Su Hua. The more Lin Yuan looked at Su Hua, the more he liked him. It's a pity that the old man said that he would only accept one personal disciple in this life. Otherwise I would really accept you as my personal disciple. Thank you, Master Lin, for lifting me up. No, to be honest, I'm not qualified to accept you as a personal disciple even now. In 3 years at most, your strength will surpass mine. 3 years from now you'll only be 20 years old. This potential is truly horrifying. The martial arts school over in the county is your true stage. Manson County? Well, there are many forces over there. Gangs, martial arts hall, although complex, but the resources are not the same. Not a small Black Dragon town can be compared. But want to join the martial arts hall? Money is indispensable. Not the average person can get in. Some of the town's families, and will even lift a family force to be able to maintain a few people to go to martial arts hall to study. You kid, rest assured that after a year I'll help you to think of a way. Hearing once again that Lin Yuan wanted to find a way for his future, Su Hua was still quite touched in his heart. Su Hua and Lin Yuan then left on their own. Just went back a little while ago. Just outside the door came two men who were masters of the tin. Who are you people? Seeing the two, Su Hua was alert. Master Su, it's Master Chi who came to ask us to invite you over. Master Chi wants to buy you a drink. Hearing this, Su Hua smiled. Okay. Su Hua and the two of them then arrived at the Wang Jing building. In the snowy weather, the business of Wang Jing house is quite cold. Su Hua went up to the third floor. In the third floor box, Chi Guan had 2 jade walnuts coiled in his hands, and Zhao Zhen stood straight beside him. Chi Guan got up and came to the door to greet Su Hua, but he gave Su Hua his full poker face. Elder brother Su, please come in. Master Chi, you're in good spirits today. Su Hua hemmed and hawed. It's not because elder brother Su came to the banquet. I'm naturally in a good mood. Su Hua sat down. Zhao Zhan on the side did not look too good, while Chi Guan was smiling. Elder brother Su, are you interested in helping me do something? The benefits here in my place are much better than Lin Yuan's. Lin Yuan has a pro-disciple Fengyun. You won't be reused with this kind of strength. Why don't you mix with me? On the way here Su Hua had guessed that Chi Guan would be like this. I'm sorry, but Master Lin has lifted me up. So, Chi Guan didn't get angry when he heard this. Elder brother Su, you need to think about it. If you're willing to hang out with me, I'll give you 5,000 coins to think about it first, and there will be other benefits in the future. A bundle was then thrown on the table, and inside were strings of coins. Seeing 5,000 coins, Su Hua pondered, then shook his head. Master Chi, I said that Master Lin has lifted me up. So, hearing this, Zhao Zhan snorted coldly. Kid, Master Chi is so generous to you, and you still dare to refuse? Don't toast to it. Master Chi waved his hand. So reject me? Su Hua shook his head. That's why you have to add money. Chi Guan heard this and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. You kid, good. I'll give you 6,000 coins. You take it first, go back and think about it. You don't have to rush to answer. Give you a month to think about it. Okay. Then Su Hua carried a bag of copper plates away. With 6,000 coins plus the 3,000 coins from Lin Yuan's side, Su Hua now had a full 9,000 coins. It was a big fortune for ordinary people, but still not enough for Su Hua. First of all, he needed to buy a lot of herbs to practice martial arts. Secondly, he wanted to buy a mansion. Not to mention the enrollment fees for martial arts schools inside Manson County. But when I think about the fact that I'm going to be managing the salt wells soon, there will be a lot of money to be made when I get some oil and water over there. As for throwing yourself under the flush door, that's impossible. The 6,000 coins are not to be taken for nothing. If you don't take it today, Chi Guan may also take action against him in the future. Might as well take a wave to boost your strength then. By the time Chi Guan reacted, Su Hua was able to crush his head. Su Hua was in a good mood and went to some stores to buy beautiful hairpins ready to give to Zhang Wan heir. Other side. In Lin Yuan's mansion, Fengyun came to Lin Yuan's side. Master, the Yuan blood pill that you said you had prepared for me earlier. My disciple wants it now. My disciple wants to refine it properly. You just broke through to the copper skin mark. Your foundation is not solid. Your heart is unstable. Using the Yuan blood pill is not good for your foundation. You grind your foundation for 2 more years. Water grind it a bit. Then I will give you the Yuan blood pill. Hearing this, Fengyun shuddered as he raised his head to look at Lin Yuan. Master, is it because you gave the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua? Lin Yuan frowned. Ha! Fengyun shook his head inside. My men bumped into you and Su Hua coming out of the restaurant. It seems that Master, you really did give the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua. Master, just because Su Hua is better than apprentice, and his talent is that much better than apprentices, you're giving your resources to this outsider? Master, you're really chilling my disciple's heart. Looking at Fengyun in this aggravated manner, Lin Yuan still couldn't bear to be angry, and he suppressed the anger in his heart. Bu Ping, listen to me. Master gave the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua for your own good. Fengyun looked up to the sky and laughed. For my own good? Master, do you think I, Fengyun, am a 3-year-old child? Is that mud-legged man your personal disciple or am I? Fengyun, your personal disciple. Who is important between the two of us? That's enough. Get the hell out of here. It seems like I've indulged you too much on weekdays. Lin Yuan flicked his sleeve. He was too disappointed in Fengyun. Chapter 58, Swallowing an Elixir. Su Hua was in a good mood as he walked down the street with his bag. Along the way, store owners and others would honor Su Hua with the title Master Su. Looking up at the sky, it was getting a little gray around me. It was getting dark, and there was a cold wind and light snow falling. Su Hua also do not know when this ghost weather can end. This is a few months, or this kind of freezing. Salt well side also have to end the freezing cold to be able to mine. But in a few days he will take people to go over in advance to do a good job of mining work. Su Hua came over to the slum side and looked at the people lying on the ground asking for food curled up in a ball. He threw dozens of coins over, and these beggars shared a few each. Many thanks to Master Su. Master Su still recognizes us even after he's developed. One beggar knelt on the ground in hot tears. Before, there were dozens of beggars here, but now there were only 10 or so left, and it seemed that the others had already cooled off. Who can carry this cold and lack of resources? Su Hua didn't say anything and left with big strides. This situation wasn't something he could change. He was just a small martial artist who only wanted to change his days and just make his days better. Not with that kind of ambition anyway. Right about this time, a silhouette walked quickly. This person had a cloak of hair, angry hair, and a pair of eyes that were scarlet. It's none other than Feng Yun. It was at this moment that Feng Yun stopped his footsteps and stepped on a hot bubble of dog under his own feet. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to move forward. Soon, Feng Yun chased after Su Hua. Su Hua! Stop right there. When Su Hua heard this, he turned around and looked at his scarlet-eyed Feng Yun. This kid looked a little crazy and was carrying a sword? Something's wrong? Su Hua said disdainfully. The more disdainful Su Hua was, the more painful and fiery Feng Yun became. Mud leg. I hate you. My master even gave you the Yuan blood pill. I'm his personal disciple. You Su Hua are just a mud leg. I hate my master too. Why is he so unfair to me? This Yuan blood pill is clearly mine. Hearing this, Su Hua smiled. Oh, what do you want then? I'm going to kill you. Feng Yun droned. Do you have the ability? Su Hua spoke blandly. Boom! Feng Yun's breath swung away and he instantly performed the rainstorm sword technique to stab at Su Hua, who shook his head and snapped his fingers. Feng Yun's sword coming off on the spot. How is it possible? Feng Yun was incredulous, not waiting for Feng Yun to continue to make a move. Su Hua threw a backhanded slap. Feng Yun flew backwards and rolled to the ground, the right side of his face quickly swelling into a pig's head. Su Hua walked over and shook his head inside. Then one of Su Hua's faces became hideous and horrifying, which scared Feng Yun into backing up. Playing sneak attack with me. You're not even close. Su Hua lifted Feng Yun with one hand. Feng Yun has never seen such a terrifying Su Hua. You? What do you want? With a fluttering sound, Su Hua threw Feng Yun to the ground. Of course I'll kill you. Feeling Su Hua's murderous aura, Feng Yun was a little frightened. No, don't kill me. Su Hua sucked in a mouthful of thick phlegm and spat on Feng Yun in one gulp. Killing you is dirtying my hands. If it wasn't for Master Lin's face, I would have gotten you killed I don't know how many times. Feng Yun touched his forehead. The thick phlegm on his forehead broke him down mentally to the core. You? How dare you insult me like that? In a flash, Feng Yun suddenly thought of something. The last time he left Black Dragon Town, he seemed to have been spat on by a black man outside as well, and forced to eat the phlegm by this man in black, associated with Su Hua's actions just now. Feng Yun understood. The man in black from last time. It's ing Su Hua right in front of me. Asterisk. That man in black who spat toward us and forced us to eat the spit. It's you. Feng Yun drank frantically. Hearing this, Su Hua smiled. I didn't think I'd still let you find out. Yes, it's just me. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Feng Yun was furious, and he struggled frantically, trying to get up and make a move. You cranky hammer. Su Hua kicked over Feng Yun and stomped on his face. Su Hua then lowered his foot and looked at Feng Yun's face with some pasty yellow objects. Su Hua lifted the sole of his foot and looked at it. Sorry, I just stepped in. Feng Yun touched his cheeks, full of, waiting for Su Hua to leave. Feng Yun stood up. A fire attacked his heart, and he fainted on the spot. Just at this time, a silhouette shook its head inside, then hugged Feng Yun and left. Su Hua came inside Zhang Wanner's courtyard and bought some tonic for Fu Gui, mainly herbs to replenish her body, and many jewelry, hairpins, etc. For Zhang Wanner, the siblings couldn't be happier. Zhang Wanner, in particular, was moved to tears. Su Hua wiped the tears from her eyes. Sister Wanner, aren't you happy? Master Su is too happy. I'm leaving Black Dragon Town in a few days. Although I'm a bit famous now, I'm not an invincible existence. You and Fortune should be safe. Don't worry Master Su. I'll dress up when I go out. No one will look at me. He. After I go over to Changlin Pass and save up some savings, I'll come back and buy a nice set of mansion. I'll move in then. The sanitation over here is indeed a bit poor. I even stepped on just now. Hearing that Su Hua stepped on, Zhang Wanner immediately said, Master Su, did you step on? Take it off and I'll take it to wash it. No need. Just now, Master Lin's personal disciple Feng Yun already wiped me clean. Su Hua said. Hearing this, Zheng Fugui gave Su Hua a thumbs up. Brother Hua, you're really bullish. Someone of Feng Yun's caliber still shines your shoes. Su Hua then returned home and took out the Yuan blood pill that Lin Yuan had given him. He wanted to see just how effective this Yuan blood pill was. Su Hua directly took the Yuan blood pill, and soon his body became parched. Early the next morning, Su Hua opened his system to take a look. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 16. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade points, 128. Arm strength, 2600. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient. Soul chasing palm, great achievement. Prairie blade technique, great achievement. Thunderbolt technique, great achievement. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Over 100 points and still continuing to convert. Not bad. After another day, the upgrade points reached 160. The Yuan blood pill is really fierce. If I had a few more of them, I would have been able to point my soul-chasing palm and thunderbolt kung fu to the proficient level. It's no wonder this stuff is very expensive. The effect is much better than the blood-nourishing bulk. A pair of blood-nourishing essence could only transform 30 to 40 points out for Su Hua. This one Yuan blood pill was estimated to be comparable to 5 pairs of blood-nourishing pills, which meant that it was worth 5,000 copper plates. P.S. Is the author writing so much crap that no one reads the book? Beg for love. The third shift. Chapter 59, Enhancing Strength. The time came when it was time for Su Hua to leave. It was an exceptionally nice day, with sun out, and some of the snow is slowly melting. On this side of the ghetto, many of the beggars were dancing around. Zhang Wanaer and Zhang Fugue wanted to go out to see Su Hua off, but Su Hua refused. Sister Waner, Fugue, I see that the weather is going to start turning warm. Everything is going to revive. This time of the year is also prone to riots. There is still quite a lot of food in the house. You guys hide and don't come out, so you don't have to go to see me off. Brother Hua, be careful over at Changlin Pass. Su Hua punched Fu Gui's chest. Don't worry, take care of your sister. Guard the door, and don't let anyone else in. Zhang Waner also murmured. Master Su, be careful with everything. I'll wait for you to return. Su Hua walked down the street, and the many beggars along the way honored Master Su. Good morning, Master Su. Good. Su Hua scattered a handful of coins out. These beggars came forward to cajole, and then one knelt on the ground. Master Su is so nice. As Su Hua walked along, pondering all the way, the Yuan blood pill side was also completely transformed successfully, and at the moment, 222 points were displayed on the system. Su Hua had spent more than 300 points to advance his heaven-opening hands to the copper skin level, so he was still quite a few points short if he wanted to upgrade his soul-pursuing palm and thunderbolt technique, plus the prairie blade technique collectively. If there were 4 or 5 Yuan blood pills, it would be comfortable. Of course, Su Hua was only thinking about it. This Yuan blood pill was very precious, with the price reaching 5,000 copper plates apiece. The main thing is that you have 5,000 coins you do not necessarily buy. It requires special channels. Listening to Lin Yuan, he had also spent a lot of money to get the Yuan blood pill. Thinking about it, Su Hua still felt too poor. He only had around 9,000 coins on him. Poor. Too poor. Su Hua raised his head and looked at the weather, which was starting to come out of the sun. As long as the sun came out and the severe cold ended, that side would be able to mine the well salt in large quantities, and at that time, they would be able to get some oil from that side and accumulate a wave of money. Once the money is enough, if you can't buy the Yuan blood pill, you can buy the blood-nourishing scatter to enhance it. So before long, Su Hua would be able to possess strength comparable to that of a gold skin. Thinking of this, Su Hua revealed a smile, instantly feeling that life had something to look forward to. Soon, outside of Black Dragon Town, there was a gathering of 10 or so stone-skinned martial artists, and 50 or 60 people, which were naturally the workers who had mined the salt wells in the past. These are all arranged. Su Hua just brings it over. The crowd looked at Su Hua's arrival and arched their hands. Master Su, you're finally here. Well, it's a nice day, and the tools are ready. Master Su, we've brought everything. That's fine. Just as Su Hua was about to set off with his men, Lin Yuan arrived. Master Lin. Su Hua arched his hand. Lin Yuan nodded. Over at Changlin Pass, there are other town forces. You should be more careful. But with the strength of your copper skin Great Pass there isn't much of a problem. If there are others that are stronger, you should send a message back in time and I will notify the Great Steward in Lord Zhou to come and solve the problem. Good. Of course, you don't have to worry. Lord Zhou's reputation is known to no one in the surroundings, and no one dares to come up and pick a fight. Su Hua was curious about Lord Zhou's strength. Master Lin, what exactly is our Lord Zhou's strength? Far above me. Killing gold skins is like killing chickens, Lin Yuan said. Hearing this, Su Hua still had a strong sense of crisis. This Lord Zhou was also too bullish. Killing gold skins like chickens was really fierce. Lin Yuan then instructed some things and left. Lin Yuan had just left a short while ago, while Chi Guan was here. Chi Guan smiled and said, "Elder brother Su, how are things considered?" Su Hua smiled. "Master Chi, isn't this still more than 20 days away? Alright, I'll wait for you slowly, you're also a genius. Seriously, there are many benefits to following me," Chi Guan said. Chi Guan then left, and Su Hua looked at Chi Guan's back as his face became grave. This Chi Guan is not a nice guy. Compared to Lin Yuan is far worse. This Chi Guan is even worse than Xu Xiong. Recently he has heard that this Chi Guan secretly do some unseemly business. It's about abducting some children, women and selling them to some organizations. Some women of good looks were first toyed with by him, and when they got tired of it, they were sold. So in addition to the many people who froze to death in Black Dragon Town during this time, there were many women and young girls who inexplicably disappeared into thin air. As for Sister Wanner, Su Hua wanted to take him and Fu Gue over there with him, but it was also dangerous over there, and he couldn't figure out the situation over at Changlin Pass. It's better to stay in Black Dragon Town. Sister Wanner would go out every day and make her face so dark that outsiders couldn't see it, but there was no danger. The next day, Su Hua arrived with a large number of men to occupy these salt wells on the Changlin Pass side. Dozens of people then began to build, make equipment and so on, while Su Hua lived in a nearby town. A town with a small population that was relatively poor and didn't have many martial artists. With a relative lack of resources, Su Hua rented a shabby house for a few coppers. After 2 or 3 days, the weather got warmer and warmer, and this side also began to mine the well salt out. And then these well salts were packed in sacks. The chief steward, Zhou Bao, sent many carriages over to load them away and take them to be sold. At night, Su Hua found a few of Master Lin's men, and together they went over to the salt well at night to get some well salt out. These guys are called Lu Wu, Yan Xiao, and they're all honest people. Su Hua told them to get out and sell it. It's called raking in the dough. It's not a big problem to get a little bit of oil and water, and Lord Zhou's side is turning a blind eye, as long as the big head is still there. And so, more than 20 days passed. Su Hua's side earned a large sum of money. It can be said that it is a wave of fat. 20 days of time, Su Hua engaged in 1,000 copper plate, plus the previous 9,000 copper plate. Su Hua now has 10,000 copper plate. It's time for a power boost. The next day during the day, Su Hua rode his horse to another town where he purchased 8 pairs of blood-nurturing scatter. 8 pairs of blood-nourishing essence cost 7,000 copper plates, and Su Hua was a little bit distressed. But it's nothing to boost your strength. Just keep earning when the money is gone. Next Su Hua came over to the Changlin Pass side and then started the medicinal bath. After spending another half a month, Su Hua completely finished absorbing the blood-nourishing scatter. Su Hua immediately opened the system. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade point, 525. Arm strength, 2600. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient. Soul chasing palm, great achievement. Prairie blade technique, great achievement. Thunderbolt technique, great achievement. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Seeing 525 points, Su Hua revealed a smirk as he immediately mobilized his soul-chasing palm. And then looking at the plus sign behind him, Su Hua gave a furious tap to the plus sign behind him. Give me a rise. Chapter 60, The Struggle. With a rumbling sound, Su Hua's body shook as the attack method of the soul-chasing palm appeared inside his mind, while the power of the dermal membrane once again increased by quite a bit. Su Hua executed the soul-pursuing palm, a ferocious and powerful palm technique. The force of each palm was strong to the extreme. He opened the system and browsed through the data panel. System type, 1-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade point, 170. Arm strength, 3100. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient. Soul chasing palm, proficient. Prairie blade technique, Grand Master. Thunderbolt technique, Grand Master. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Looking at the arm strength, it had reached 3,100 pounds, making Su Hua excited and extraordinary. An arm strength of more than 3,000 pounds was not something an ordinary person could carry. Keep in mind that normal copper skin is only 1,800 to 2,000 pounds out. Su Hua directly possessed an arm strength of over 3,000 pounds, which was terrifying. Looking at the upgrade points, there were still 107 left, which wasn't too bad, leaving quite a few upgrade points for Su Hua. There were also the Thunderbolt technique and the Prairie Blade technique that had not entered proficiency. Su Hua decided to continue accumulating money and then point these two doors to the proficient level in one fell swoop. At that time, Su Hua believed that he would be able to easily decapitate Jin Pei. The reason why Su Hua didn't accumulate upgrade points to single-handedly break through the Golden Skin realm was because he wanted to lay a good foundation. The stronger his own foundation, the higher his potential would be in the future. Just as if he was compared to Feng Yunyun, Su Hua's roots were much stronger, at least 10 times as strong as his. Besides, going to break through the Golden Skin also requires a huge amount of cultivation points, so why not point a few other doors to proficiency to increase your battle power? After these proficiencies, breaking out of Gold Skin will require correspondingly fewer upgrade points. At the rate he was managing the Saltwell side, Su Hua felt that he would be able to order the other martial arts to proficiency in 3 months at most. 3 months isn't that long. It's already a very anticlimactic existence. It was important to realize that Lin Yuan was in his 40s, and so was Chi Guan. How old is Su Hua? He would only be 17 years old in 3 months, and at 17 years old to be able to rival the Golden Skin, or even decapitate the Golden Skin. This kind of potential was very frightening. In just a month's time, the bitter cold weather has ended, and at the moment the temperature is very pleasant, and spring flowers are blooming all around. It did cause some riots, though, and when the cold ended, many people had to come out and roam, looking for resources, looking for food, fighting for resources, and looting resources. Black Dragon Town. The weather has gotten a little warmer and there are more people shopping. Not as bustling as it used to be though. Because of this severe cold, a lot of people died and the population was significantly reduced. Chi Guan side and Lin Yuan began to struggle again. The two are in constant conflict, and the two are adding to the conflict, because Chi Guan secretly colluded with a guy named Three Eyes, who was a thief and did the underhanded profession of human trafficking. Chi Guan got a batch of women, young girls in the past, and let this guy Three Eyes sell this batch of people to the greenhouses in other towns, or even the countryside of the greenhouses. Lin Yuan wasn't a nosy person either, but among this group, there was a woman who was Lin Yuan's countryman. That's why Lin Yuan shot down this person, Three Eyes, and released the others in the process. Chi Guan's residence. Chi Guan received the news. Master Chi, Three Eyes is dead, killed. The young girls, the women have all been set free. Chi Guan was furious to the extreme and slapped the table. Grass! Who the hell did this? Who in Black Dragon Town dares to control me? Chi Guan. Except for Big Steward and Lord Zhou. Master Chi, who else could it be? It's Lin Yuan. A few henchmen said. Grr, he's meddling in my business again? Who is he to meddle in my affairs? Chi Guan drank. Zhao Zhen immediately said. Master Chi, this time, it's because among this group of people, there are Lin Yuan's fellow countrymen, so he made a move. Chi Guan snorted coldly when he heard this. Fellow countrymen? Good. Good you Lin Yuan, you like to mind your own business. Go, I'm going to his mansion. Chi Guan then brought Zhao Zhen all the way to the Lin mansion. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes and sipped his tea as Feng Yunyun stood respectfully behind him. Lin Yuan, come thee out. Chi Guan rushed in. Lin Yuan looked at Chi Guan and said, Brother Chi, when did it make you fire up? Lin Yuan, don't come pretending with me. You're meddling in my business again. I've already talked about this matter. Three Eyes captured my fellow countryman and defiled her. Do you think I can not kill him? Lin Yuan said blandly. I'm not listening to this. Compensate. Chi Guan said and swung his palm at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sprang up. I'll compensate your mother. Lin Yuan swept away with a big palm and sparred with Chi Guan for 7 or 8 palms. Then Lin Yuan sat down on a chair and sipped his tea, collecting himself. On the contrary, Chi Guan took a few steps back and his face changed. Good, good. You've cultivated your heaven opening hand to such an extent. Zhao Zhen, let's go. Lin Yuan smiled. No send-off. The matter of Lin Yuan and Chi Guan's struggle had already reached Su Hua's side, and Su Hua's heart was always unsettled after hearing about it. Sooner or later, these two men struggle and sooner or later, they will roll up on themselves. It was still necessary to work on improving his strength so that he could protect himself, so Su Hua was prepared to put in some extra effort to rake in the oil. After Chi Guan left, Feng Yunyun immediately arched his hand. Master, you're still great. It's not bad, it's holding down Chi Guan for now. Lin Yuan said. Feng Yunyun added, by the way, Master, I've been honing my roots for a month now, and my disciple feels that my roots are not bad, so I'd like to ask Master to be able to grant me the Yuan blood pill. Lin Yuan looked at his own disciple. Wait a little longer. Your foundation is unstable and your character is weak. Grind for another 3 months. This Yuan blood pill is worth 5,000 coins. It is a little expensive. The expensive problem is not that big. The main problem is the channel. This kind of pill is very rare. I have to trust my friend to buy it back over in Wanshun County. When Feng Yun heard this, he nodded respectfully. Yes, Master. Feng Yun returned to his mansion. He continued to hone his roots. Master is right. I just have unstable roots. Grind for another 3 months and I'll go back to Master for the elemental blood pill. Chi Guan returned to the mansion with his men. Chi Guan looked at his somewhat reddened palms. He lowered his head in gloomy contemplation for a long time. And Zhao Zhan didn't dare to say anything from the sidelines. Heaven opening hand. To have cultivated the heaven opening hand to this extent, we can't let Lin Yuan be arrogant anymore. He must die. But how to make him die is a headache. Zhao Zhan whispered. Master Chi, I have an idea. And this one might work. Ambush Lin Yuan? That won't work. We already tried that last time. This old fox is indeed of Fujian origin and is very powerful. Chi Guan said. No, but another way. Zhao Zhan said this and lowered his head to Chi Guan's ear, spelling out his plan. When Chi Guan heard this opportunity, he revealed a joyful gaze. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. That's a great plan. Chapter 61, Poisoning. At this moment, Feng Yun was practicing the stormy rainsword technique inside the courtyard. Just then, the henchman came forward. Brother Feng, Chi Guan is looking for you, saying that he wants to treat you to dinner and is waiting for you at Wang Jing House. Feng Yun heard this and frowned, then coldly said, Chi Guan is looking for me? What is he looking for me for? Doesn't he know that my master and him are mortal enemies? Brother Feng, I don't know what Chi Guan wants with you. Feng Yun thought about it and finally decided to go. I'd like to see what this guy wants with me. In the Wangjing building box, Chi Guan ordered a table of delicious food. Feng Yun walked up to the 3rd floor with his longsword in hand, and then came to the box. You asked for me? Chi Guan looked at Feng Yun, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Bu Ping Ah, please sit down. Feng Yun coldly said, don't call me so affectionately, I don't know you very well. Zhao Zhan glanced at Feng Yun and said, Feng Yun, Master Chi calls you that because he looks up to you. Feng Yun snorted coldly. You guys aren't any good. Speak up if you have something to say, and let go if you have an ass. Chi Guan smiled and said, Bu Ping, it's like this. To be honest, I quite appreciate you as a person, and I want you to join me. Hearing this, Feng Yun sneered. You think I, Feng Yun, am a 3-year-old child? Farewell. Chi Guan laughed. Bu Ping, what's your hurry? I've heard about your recent situation. Your master hasn't been treating you very well lately because Su Hua, the clay-legged man, has too much talent, right? Feng Yun didn't say anything. Chi Guan continued. I heard that your master gave the Yuan blood pill to Su Hua. This was originally meant for you, and to be honest, you have no use for it anymore. In the future, all of your master's resources will be given to Su Hua. Speaking of this, Chi Guan smiled, then took out a box from inside his sleeve. The box opened and inside was a reddish pill. This is the Yuan blood pill you've been dreaming of. If you defect to me, I'll give it to you immediately. Looking at the Yuan blood pill, Feng Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of scorching heat, but he immediately regained his senses. Humph, using the Yuan blood pill to pull me in. You want to use me to harm my master? It's not harmful. Listen to me. If you get rid of your master, you'll be on top. Everything your master has, all of it will be yours. Chi Guan said. Ha 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 ha. Think I, Feng Yun, am a 3-year-old child? My master is very good to me. Very good. At the age of 8 I entered my master's door. My master painstakingly brought me up. The legend of my mantle. It's useless for you to sow discord. Feng Yun coldly said. I know you are afraid. You are afraid that your master is very strong in martial arts. Once you fail, you will end up in a miserable situation. Right, but let me tell you, you and I will definitely succeed if we join hands. We can use poison. I have a bottle of medicine here. You put it into your master's teacup, and your master will definitely die if he drinks it. Even if you don't die, I'll come in right away to make up for it. And as long as you're willing to do it, I'll give you many resources. And your master's resources are under your control. Feng Yun took the bottle. He looked at it and smiled. I have to say, what you said is very tempting. So you're saying yes? Dreaming. I, Feng Yun, am not such a person. Once a master, always a father. Without my master, there would be no Feng Yun for me today. Feng Yun threw the bottle on the ground. Chi Guan and Zhao Jin frowned, and Zhao Jin droned. Feng Yuni, don't refuse to drink until you're done. So what? Trying to use me to plot against my master? No way. Chi Guan grimaced. Good. Feng Yun, I kind of underestimated you. Speaking of this, Chi Guan took a letter and handed it to Feng Yun. Feng Yun, this war letter is forwarded to your master. I'm going to fight him fair and square. My master will not lose to you. Feng Yun collected the war book and left. Zhao Jin watched as Feng Yun left, and he slowly said, it was us who underestimated Feng Yun. It's just a matter of going to the Black Bamboo Forest tomorrow and having a hard fight with Lin Yuan. Either he dies or I die. Chi Guan said coldly. Feng Yun left the restaurant. He didn't want to betray his master in the slightest. No matter what conditions are offered. I won't betray master. Besides, once something happens to master, will this Chi Guan still let me go? Do you really think I, Feng Yun, am a little cutie? Feng Yun arrived at Lin Yuan's residence. Master, I'm disturbing you at this late hour. The apprentice seeks you out for one thing. Bu Ping, what is it? Master, today Chi Guan invited me to dine at Wang Jing house. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was instantly furious. Bu Ping, is he trying to make a move on you? Has he threatened you? You have to tell Master. Master will go and kill him now. Master, he didn't threaten me. He wanted to use Su Hua to sow discord between us and wanted me to harm you with poison. Master, and I immediately refused. Lin Yuan looked at Feng Yun and smiled. Then you thought about harming Master. Feng Yun knelt on the ground. Master, how could my disciple possibly harm you? Lin Yuan revealed a pleased gaze. Good. Feng Yun then took out the war book, and Lin Yuan opened it. It seems that Chi Guan still wants to be immortal with me. In that case, I'll fight him tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan led Feng Yun to the Black Bamboo Forest, which were black and translucent. Bamboo Forest. Chi Guan brought Zhao Jin and the others to wait for Lin Yuan to arrive. Lin Yuan came, and Feng Yun followed. Chi Guan laughed coldly. Lin Yuan, you're still here. Ha 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 ha. You're going to die today. Really? That's just a try. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, then took a step and scurried away. The heaven-opening hand was executed to attack Chi Guan. Chi Guan raised his palm and shook it away. Before he even clashed, Lin Yuan realized that his body was out of place. His throat surged and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out in a flash. He knew he was poisoned and looked at Feng Yun, disappointed to the core. Bu Ping, you! Feng Yun was flustered beyond belief. Picking up his own master. Master, I didn't poison you. I really didn't poison you, Master. Chi Guan laughed. Your disciple did not poison. It is my war book has scattered power soft. This poison is colorless and tasteless. Just at this time of the attack, I spent a big price to find the poisoner to ask for a copy of the child, but unfortunately only one copy of the child. When Feng Yun heard this, he was furious. You are despicable and shameless. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan pulled out 2 thunderbolts from his arms, then used all his strength to pull Feng Yun away quickly. Damn it! Give chase! We can't let Lin Yuan go. A day later Chi Guan was still looking for Lin Yuan, but couldn't find him. At the moment, Lin Yuan and Feng Yun were in a mountain god temple. Lin Yuan's face was pale and powerless. He looked at his own disciple and said, Bu Ping, Master has been hit by the dispersed power soft. His power cannot be recovered. Take Master to the countryside where he used to teach, away from this place of wrongdoing. Yes, Master, let's stay away from this place of wrongdoing. Feng Yun carried Lin Yuan on his back and continued to flee. Chapter 62, Interests Above All. At the moment, Su Hua was still on the Changlin Pass side trying to find a way to rake in the oil. It didn't know that the struggle between Lin Yuan and Chi Guan's side had reached a kind of white heat, not to mention that Lin Yuan had already fled Black Dragon Town. Bai Zhan and Gao Tang were looking around for Feng Yun and Lin Yuan. I wonder where Master Lin has escaped to. I don't know. What should we do? We'd better go. Master Lin has left. We have to go too, or Chi Guan will kill us. Okay, go. The two of them, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang, returned to Black Dragon Town to pack up and leave quickly. Fugue had also heard about this, and Fugue came here to Changlin Pass quickly and told Su Hua what had happened. Brother Hua, it's not good. Master Lin and Chi Guan struggled. Master Lin lost. Feng Yun made a great escape with Master Lin, and now Chi Guan is looking around for Master Lin, making sure to kill him. Su Hua's face changed dramatically when he heard this, and he took a few steps in the hall, and then a few more back and forth, before sitting down on a chair to think quietly. He hadn't expected it to come so fast, so quickly. Thinking of Lin Yuan's kindness and lifting himself up, Su Hua planned to go in search of Lin Yuan. Chi Guan was a vicious man, and once Lin Yuan fell into his hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. Luckily, there was Feng Yunyun who led Lin Yuan on a great escape, which made Su Hua look at Feng Yunyun in a different light. And at this time, this Feng Yunyun surprisingly didn't abandon Lin Yuan. However, Su Hua also thought about it. After all, Feng Yunyun was half of Lin Yuan's son, which was as it should be. Su Hua still intends to look for Lin Yuan. Fortune was a little worried. Brother Hua, Master Lin is wasted. Will you be in danger? What's the danger? You're Master Lin's man. Of course you're in danger. Su Hua shook his head. Don't worry. I'm not in danger. Fugue, hurry back to Black Dragon Town. I'm going to look for Master Lin. Fortune mounted his horse and left. The reason why Su Hua was adamant that he was in no danger was because Chi Guan had given him 6,000 coins to recruit himself. To kill himself, Chi Guan didn't have to give him the money. Chi Guan wanted nothing more than to make himself his punching bag and work for him. Plus, his own relationship with Lin Yuan was actually average. It's not like he's a personal disciple. So where is he in danger? Naturally. But it was that he was not expected to make any oil and water here in the future. And all the oil and water would definitely have to be handed over to Chi Guan. Su Hua then left Changlin Pass and went around looking for Fengyun and Lin Yuan, but was unable to find them. Su Hua, who had returned to Changlin Pass, was still a bit worried about Lin Yuan's current situation. After all, Lin Yuan had lifted him up. Chi Guan's residence. Chi Guan was a bit anxious. Asterisk. Find it or not. Master Zhao hasn't returned yet, the henchman reported. Soon, Zhao Zhen returned with a few people panting. Master Qi, Zhao Zhen, have you found Lin Yuan yet? No. Then why don't you go find it? Chi Guan droned. Master Qi, didn't you say that Lin Yuan was poisoned and became an invalid? What do you know? Lin Yuan has many doorways. This guy has people in both black and white. He eats well all around. Who knows if someone will save him? If he recovers his strength, I won't be able to sleep at night for his sake. This person must die. Just at this time, Chi Guan added, secretly issue a mission. Whoever can kill Lin Yuan, I'll give him heavenly favors. What conditions do you want? Just say it. Yes, I'm on it. On the other side, an abandoned manor 20 miles away from Black Dragon Town, Fengyun took care of his master. Master, how are you doing? Looking at his master's pale face, Fengyun carefully fed Lin Yuan water. Hey, uneven. It's a good thing I have you with me all the time. Master, I will always accompany you and stay away from this place of right and wrong of yours. Fengyun said. Right. What's the situation now? Are Chi Guan's people chasing after you? I'm worried about you. If you fall into Chi Guan's hands, you definitely won't have a good ending. Lin Yuan sighed. Chi Guan sent people around to chase us. Fortunately my disciple was smart and found this place. Master, we will leave when it gets darker. After Master's strength is restored, we will kill back. We will go to the countryside to recuperate for the time being, and then we will recapture everything that belongs to us. Lin Yuan shook his head. Bu Ping, this time Master lost. I guess I can never go back. Master's meridians were poisoned and have completely melted. In the future he will be a complete invalid. Hearing this, Feng Yunyun was a bit flustered. Master, will you never have a chance to recover in the future? Not a chance. Feng Yuni lowered his head. His heart was very hard to bear. An hour or two later, Feng Yun brought over some more food. Master, eat some food and replenish your strength. Lin Yuan took a few bites and looked at Feng Yun, a joyful gaze on his face. Master, why are you so happy? We're all like this. Feng Yun was puzzled. You're so filial, taking Master on a great escape and not abandoning Master. Master is really happy. This life is worth it. Feng Yun nodded, then asked, Master, can you really not recover? Can you go find a famous doctor? I'll go hire one for Master. Lin Yuan shook his head. No Ping, there is no hope. Master is not sad. With you by Master's side, Master is very happy. Feng Yun nodded. Master, you rest well. Night. A cold wind blows. The moonlight was pale and colorless, and the moonlight spilled down, looking incredibly bleak. Feng Yun knelt down next to a corpse and didn't stand up for a long time. He couldn't help but crying madly, and then kowtowed madly. His head was cracked, and blood flowed out. Feng Yunyun didn't pay attention to it. Master, I'm sorry. Master, I'm really sorry. Master, you've been so good to me. You've nurtured me since I was a child. I've used so many of your resources, and in the end I murdered you. I'm not human. I'm really not human. Feng Yun continuously kowtowed, and then viciously punched his own face. After a while, Feng Yunyun wiped away his tears and sobbed a few times as he crawled over to Lin Yuan's corpse and took Lin Yuan's calloused hand. Master, must forgive me. I can't help it. You have become an invalid. I can't possibly follow you to the countryside. Master, don't worry. I will definitely try my best to cultivate. When I have enough strength, I will definitely take revenge for you. I will personally cut off Chi Guan's head. Speaking of this, Feng Yunyun drew his longsword, a hideous gaze on his face. Phew! The sword light fell. Feng Yunyun decapitated Lin Yuan, then packed it in a bag. P.S. Fourth more. Today plus one more. The results are really bad. I beg all readers greatly support this book. Point down for love power. This do not money. There is this book. Belongs to the slow heat flow. Belongs to the long story. Will not write avalanche. At least to write millions of words. Rest assured that the chase to see. Chapter 63 Chi Guan. Chi Guan's residence. Chi Guan was still in a great deal of anxiety. And at this moment there was an uninvited guest outside his residence. The man was masked and dressed in black. He wants to see Chi Guan. Who is your honor? Don't worry about who I am and what you can give me if you take Lin Yuan's head. Help me control Lin Yuan's resources and draw a percentage for you every month. Lin Yuan's mansion. The maids inside the mansion can also be given to you. Okay, the man in black said, pulling out a bag from behind him. Take it. Chi Guan opened the package and it was none other than Lin Yuan's head. Chi Guan was overjoyed. Lin Yuan's head. Good man. How did your excellency get it? It was at this time that the man in black ripped off his mask and his voice returned to normal. It's me. Feng Yun. Chi Guan froze. Asterisk. So it's you, kid. Ha ha ha. Lao Zi had said in the first place to let you poison. You don't poison. You have to pull so far. Feng Yunyun didn't speak, but said coldly, Master Chi, remember your promise. Alright, from now on. Feng Yunyun, you're one of my dogs. Don't worry, I'll give you a bone to chew on. Chi Guan walked to Feng Yunyun's side and patted Feng Yunyun's face. Su Hua returned to the Changlin Pass side, and he didn't find Feng Yun and Lin Yuan. Day 2. Lulu and Yan Xiao quickly came to Su Hua's side. Wah, it's not good. Su Hua looked at the two and said, there's no rush. Speak slowly. The two men's eyes were red and their voices trembled a little. Yes, there's a message from Master Lin. Su Hua was a bit excited. Where is it? Tell me. The two of them then wiped the tears from their eyes. The explicit news from the Black Dragon Town side says that Master Lin died violently, and that Feng Yunyun took over some of Master Lin's resources, and that he has already buried Master Lin. Su Hua frowned when he heard this. Master Lin died just like that? Su Hua's figure of Lin Yuan appeared inside his mind. That Master Lin from back then, holding Xu Xiong and making him worship his master. Just like that it was gone? But Su Hua's eyes stared. Didn't Feng Yunyun lead Master Lin on a great escape? Master Su, I've heard people say that Feng Yun is now worshipping under the Chi clan, and it's possible that Master Lin was killed by Feng Yun. But of course, I've only heard that. Su Hua was a little despondent when he heard this. Yesterday, when he heard that Feng Yunyun led the great escape of Master Lin, he was still a bit relieved and looked at this guy differently. But now it seems that this dog is really not a human being. Good for you, Feng Yun. Lulu and Yan Xiao shook their heads and sighed. Don't say it. Master Lin is a really good person. He is also good to us lower class people. But unfortunately, he didn't end up in a good place. The most hateful thing is that he died in the hands of his own pro-disciple. I'm afraid that Master Lin was very desperate at that time. By the way, Bai Zhan and Gao Tang also left Black Dragon Town. Lu Wu, prepare a horse for me. I'm going to go back for a trip. Master Lin has lifted me up. I have to go back for a visit again. Right? Su Hua said expressionlessly. Makes sense. We'll get the horses ready right away. Soon, Su Hua rode away from Changlin Pass. When Master Lin Feng Yun was killed, he still had some hard feelings in his heart. Although he was far inferior to Feng Yun in Master Lin's eyes, he had ultimately promoted him. In addition to despondency, Su Hua was also filled with a sense of crisis, not feeling safe in the slightest. What kind of person is Master Lin? That was a golden-skinned powerhouse, with a strength that was incomparably strong, and he still ended up dead, ending up in such a miserable state. Strength. Xu Hua wanted to urgently raise his strength and then pinch Fengyun and Chi Guan, but he knew he couldn't do that. He wasn't strong enough yet, his cultivation level was still too low. When the world is in chaos, the only way to sweep away and ignore everything is to pull up one's force value. In the Chi Guan residence, there were several people sitting. One of them was dressed in brocade robes, dressed in a polished manner, no longer in the same wretched state as in the previous Great Escape. This person was none other than Fengyun. Chi Guan looked at Feng Yunyun and said, Feng Yunyun, although I, Chi Guan, am an unscrupulous person, I have honored what I said, right? Feng Yunyun arched his hand. Master Chi is sincere. That's natural. You should have poisoned Lin Yuan in the first place. You had to take Lin Yuan on a great escape. Hearing this, Feng Yun said, the situation at that time was not the same as during the great escape. Feng Yunhui then explained something about his work before looking at Chi Guan again. By the way, Master Chi, can you fulfill one more small request of mine? Say it. That mudblood from Chonlin Pass. Can Master Chi finish him off? I hate this kid. Feng Yunyun said. Chi Guan smiled, his face gradually solidifying. Feng Yun, what are you thinking? Su Hua the dog is more powerful than you, even more powerful than my disciple Zhaozhen. Use it well to make a big profit. You're trying to cut off my wealth. Don't stomp on your nose. Get along with Su Hua. Hearing this, Feng Yuni had no taste in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. Of course, if this kid doesn't listen to me, then there's no point in keeping him. Chi Guan laughed. Just at this time, Chi Guan's men came to report. Master Chi, Su Hua is here. Hearing this, Chi Guan smiled. Let him in. Su Hua then walked into the hall, looking at the incredibly pleased Chi Guan. Su Hua laughed. Master Chi, red-faced, his spirit is really good. Is this a happy encounter? Chi Guan smiled. Su Hua, you're finally here. There was indeed a big happy event in the past 2 days. Let me tell you, Lin Yuan died. Yes, or was killed by his personal disciple Fengyun, who came to defect to me with Lin Yuan's head. Chi Guan laughed coldly. Su Hua glanced at Feng Yunyun, who avoided Su Hua's gaze. Chi Guan was also looking at Su Hua's reaction. Su Hua smiled and said, it's good to die. I've long wanted to defect to Master Chi, but I'm afraid of Lin Yuan. This man is from a husband's family, but his methods are ruthless. Now that he's dead, that's great. To be honest, no matter how gifted I am, I'm ultimately an outsider, and there's no future for me in following him, and I'm sure that Master Chi is aware of the resources that Lin Yuan has given me. Listening to Su Hua's words, Chi Guan smiled and didn't say anything. Su Hua's talent was very strong, but it was true that Lin Yuan hadn't given any resources. Lin Yuan ultimately wanted to cultivate his own personal disciple, Feng Yun, who was half of his son, and all of this Chi Guan knew. Okay, that's good. Changlin pass over their salt well oil and water. Get it over to me every month. Your kid has messed up quite a bit this time, right? Chi Guan patted Su Hua on the shoulder. That's a given. Don't worry Master Chi, all the oil and water will all go to you. Master Chi. Su Hua knew Chi Guan would gobble up his side of the oil. However, Su Hua didn't dare to tear his face off with Chi Guan for the time being. This guy was an expert of the golden skin Guan. His cultivation was still a little short. Wait for his strength to raise some more. Then pinch Chi Guan's head at that time. Chapter 64. You already have a way to take your death. Well, you have a chat with Feng Yun. I'm going out to run some errands. Chi Guan left the hall. Su Hua looked at Feng Yunyun, who never dared to oppose Su Hua. Su Hua spoke up. Good job, Feng Yun. Feng Yunyun coldly said, Humph, it's none of your business. Indeed it's none of my business. After all, that's half your father. So who am I, an outsider, to interfere? Right, but I have to thank you for that. You thanked me? You're nuts. To tell you the truth, Master Chi had approached me a long time ago and asked me to join his disciple. I even received 6,000 coins from Master Chi. You killed Lin Yuan. It's just the right time for me to leave. I don't have any future under Lin Yuan's disciple. You're his personal disciple after all, and I'm just an outsider. At that time, I was too scrupulous of Lin Yuan, and now that I'm free, shouldn't I be thankful to you? Feng Yun heard this and frowned. So you are this kind of person. I thought you were incredibly loyal to my master, but it turns out that you secretly colluded with Chi Guan a long time ago. You are a raccoon of the same ilk as me. I'm not as ruthless as you, taking out even half of my own father. Su Hua said. Feng Yun heard this and became a bit angry. Don't mention it again. If a man doesn't act for himself, The heavens and the earth will destroy him. Don't pretend to be noble. Aren't you Su Hua such a person too? You haven't become one of Chi Guan's dogs now. Su Hua smiled. Well, where is your master buried? Name a place. I have to go and see it. Black bamboo forest, turtleback. Go by yourself. Okay. Su Hua smiled, then walked out. One person just happened to walk out from the partition wall. It was Chi Guan. This guy even eavesdropped. Do it right. Master Chi. That's natural. By the way, Master Chi, Lin Yuan has been working for Lord Zhou for so many years. How will Master Chi deal with Lord Zhou's side? Su Hua asked. Chi Guan laughed. Lord Zhou doesn't care about that. To be honest, Lin Yuan and I are nothing more than a dog in Lord Zhou's eyes. Just like you and Feng Yun are likewise my two dogs. Two fierce dogs. Hearing this, Su Hua's pupils shrank. Chi Guan patted Su Hua on the shoulder. As long as you do a good job for me, I'll be sure to take the best bones for you to gnaw on. After saying that, Chi Guan left with a smile on his face. Looking at Chi Guan's back, Su Hua's face was expressionless, and no one knew what Su Hua was thinking. Not long after, Su Hua left the Chi mansion. He bought a jar of osmanthus wine on the street and carried it to the black bamboo forest turtleback. Looking at Lin Yuan's grave bag, Su Hua's heart wasn't really in it. The famous second butler of Black Dragon Town, Master Lin, was gone just like that. At first, he thought that by worshipping under Lin Yuan's door, he would be able to rest on his laurels and properly meticulously cultivate, but as a result, he got involved in the struggle between Chi Lin. The first struggle Lin Yuan won. As a result of this struggle, Lin Yuan was not available. Without Lin Yuan's shelter, Su Hua would have to think long and hard and make new plans. Su Hua opened the osmanthus wine and first poured out some of the wine and drank it himself. Master Lin, Kid Su Hua has come to see you. I won't forget your kindness in lifting me up. I'll take your revenge. At this moment, Su Hua was murderous. He was not Chi Guan's opponent right now. After all, Chi Guan was the 5th level of refined skin, gold skin powerhouse, and he was ultimately inferior in strength. At night, Su Hua came to the town on this side of Changlin Pass, the salt well on this side of Changlin Pass, which is mined every day, before he got himself a fat job. Now that Lin Yuan was gone, all the oil and water here was going to be pocketed by Chi Guan. Su Hua could only press on for the time being, secretly looking for opportunities to accumulate money. Su Hua opened the system. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade point, 170. Arm strength, 3100. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient, soul chasing palm, proficient, prairie blade technique, Grand Master, thunderbolt technique, Grand Master. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Taking a look at this data panel, Su Hua was still quite a bit short of money. The next month, the weather became warmer and warmer. Su Hua Management salt wells also for Zhou Chanlong earned a lot of money. This month's oil and water are 2,000 copper plate. But 2,000 copper plate was taken away by Zhaojin sent to the Chi house. Early the next morning, Su Hua rode to the Chi mansion to collect this month's wages on the Chi mansion side. Upon entering the Chi mansion, Su Hua then noticed a familiar figure tumbling out of the hall. It was Feng Yunyun, who was half lying on the ground. Feng Yunyun looked a bit miserable as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Su Hua didn't know what had happened either. Feng Yunyun looked at the fact that it was Su Hua who had arrived. He let out a cold snort and immediately climbed up to quickly leave. Su Hua walked into the hall and arched his hand. Master Chi, HM? Su Hua, aren't you in Changlin Pass? What do you want from me? Master Chi, I remembered that today is the day to pay wages and came to collect them, Su Hua said. Chi Guan narrowed his eyes and took a bag of coins from the table and gave it to Su Hua. Oh, wages. All right, it's been ready for you for a long time. Su Hua took the money bag and opened it to see that there were only 2 strings. One string of 100, exactly 200 coins. Su Hua's brows gradually furrowed. Chi Guan froze. What? You think this is too little? Su Hua smiled. Master Chi, as I recall, isn't my pay for this labor 800 per month? How come it's only 200? Chi Guan heard this, slapped the table. Grass. Su Hua, do you think I've deducted your wages? Let me tell you, giving you 200 coins is still something I went and fought for you. Now that Lord Zhou needs a lot of money to cultivate, everyone in the whole house has to save. If you think 200 coins is too little, give it to me right now. Su Hua naturally wouldn't tear his face off with Chi Guan on the spot. Su Hua accepted 200 copper plates. Chi Guan looked at Su Hua and added, Su Hua, did you come to see Feng Yunyun just now? Saw it. This kid also looked for me to ask for money. You also look for me to ask for money. Lord Zhou's side also looked for me to ask for money. Today just sent a large sum of money over. To be honest, I am also under a lot of pressure. Feng Yun, this kid was beaten up by me. Not a single penny I didn't give him. But you're not the same. You're a gifted person in my eyes. That's why I'm here to get you 200 coins. Do you know my good intentions? Not good intentions? Excuse me. Su Hua doesn't know. Su Hua only knew that the last guy who deducted his wages was called Chu Beiha, and that this guy died a horrible death. Sure, Su Hua naturally wouldn't say it. Master Chi, I understand. It's good to understand. It's good to understand. You guys are just more obedient and resourceful than Feng Yun. I'm very optimistic about you. Well, go back to Changlin Pass. Yes, Master Chi. Su Hua retreated, and the moment he went out, Su Hua's face became grim to the point of murder. I wanted to mete out some more labor money, but now it seems unnecessary, Su Hua said coldly in his heart. However, in order to kill Chi Guan, one had to have superior strength. Either you don't kill them or you kill them all. Su Hua walked inside the Chi mansion, hearing that Chi Guan had 2 wives, but he had come to the Chi mansion several times and hadn't found the 2 wives residing here. After Su Hua made many inquiries, the 2 ladies would only come to reside in the Chi mansion for a few days each month, and these days were exactly when Chi Guan needed them, to satisfy Chi Guan. The rest of the time it's in quicksand, because Chi Guan had made too many enemies and didn't want anyone to know where his 2 wives were. However, this matter was then inquired by Su Hua. Su Hua, who walked out of the Chi mansion, glanced back at the 2 words Chi mansion on the plaque. Chi Guan, you already have a way to take your death. Chapter 65 Kill Kill Kill. Money in hand. Su Hua returned to the Changlin Pass side. He ate the jerky and calculated how many coins he would need. Probably more than 10,000 coins. Those 2 ladies were Chi Guan's little petite wives. There must be a lot of money. The sky darkened. Su Hua rode a black horse to Lusha town. The next day Su Hua arrived at Quicksand town, then found an abandoned courtyard to stay in. As night fell, Su Hua ate something inside the abandoned courtyard. Right about this time, outside, the sky was cloudy. The originally bright Xianyu was now shrouded in dark clouds, and at that very moment, a spring thunder exploded, followed by torrential rain. Watching the torrential rain pouring down, Su Hua brought a bucket hat and put on his straw raincoat. Su Hua walked out of the courtyard and rushed straight towards the place he had poked around. Road. Su Hua shook his head and sighed. I just want to practice martial arts properly. Why are you forcing me? Since you want to force me, then you guys can go to hell. It's storming again. In a mansion, a lady was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a few maids waiting around her, and 2 iron-skinned martial artists serving as the mansion's guards. She is the second wife of Chi Guan, called Lu Xiang. Yes, ma'am. It's storming again. Yes, I haven't been over to Master Chi's side this month. It's really all over the place. My body is itchy and feels like ants are crawling. Lu Xiang stood up and wiggled her butt to walk around. The few household guards outside could not help but be distracted by the sight of Lu Xiang's big ass. But these few guards did not dare to look at it more. This is Master Chi's man. Lu Xiang added. Tomorrow the backyard shut the few women sold to the greenhouse. These women are good posture. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll take care of it tomorrow. Recently, Master Chi has been chasing after that what's his name, Master Lin, and I don't know if he's succeeded. Right about this time, outside the gates of the mansion, there was a thud. Several guards immediately said, "Who is it?" "A rouge for the lady." The 2 guards took 7 or 8 steps into the hall. "Madam, the rouge and powder delivery is here." Lu Xiang froze. "Send rouge and powder? I didn't ask anyone to send rouge powder to my door." Lu Xiang became a little wary. It's dark and stormy. Enemies are easy to come to the door. Could it be that the enemies are here? The 2 guards walked over to the gate. Our Lady said to send it tomorrow. No need for tomorrow. Just today. Come what may. Hearing this, Lu Xiang's face changed drastically. It's the enemies coming. Boom. Just as he finished, the door snapped open. What came into view was a man wearing a bucket hat, a mask, a straw raincoat, and a stout figure. Lu Xiang was calm. Dare to break into my mansion. Do you know who I am? Chi Guan's second wife. Right. Since you know that I'm Chi Guan's man, and you still dare to kill me at my door. I wonder which way your honor is an enemy. There's no need to know who it is. Arrogant. Protector Han. Protector Li. Give it to me. Kill him. Boom. The 2 tiefling martial artists attacked the demoiselle man with weapons in hand. Demoiselle people laughed. shot as if lightning directly pinch a person's arm. The next moment the whole arm was demoiselle people pulled down. The demoiselle man looked at the whole arm and threw it on the ground. And the Han guardian howled in pain without his arm and backed up. In this instant, the demoiselle man took a step to scurry away. And his large palm swept and exploded Han's chest. And he flew backward a dozen meters away as if he were a kite with broken strings. Guardian Li attacked from behind the demoiselle. The demoiselle man didn't even look at it and drew his sword. With a poof, blood splattered everywhere. And Protector Li was cleaved in half with a single slash. Ah! Ah! The maids screamed. Xu Xiong was similarly pale and terrified. You? What are you going to do? Puffing, the demoiselle man's knife rose and fell, beheading a number of maids, and then wiped Xu Xiong's neck with a knife. A few moments later, Su Hua searched a large bag of coins, about 8,000 coins, from inside the mansion. It's not bad. 8,000 coins might not be much for a martial artist with a high level of realm, but for an ordinary person it was a huge amount of money. The people at the bottom spend 50 coins a month to live on. Eat a little better. Spend 100 or so coins a month, and 8,000 or so coins for 7 or 8 years. Su Hua then went to Chi Guan's first wife's side. Su Hua simply stopped pretending this time and walked to the mansion's front door, directly kicking it in and then going in for a messy kill. These people followed Chi Guan and did a lot of bad things. None of them are good people. In the end, Su Hua captured the first lady, who was also a delicate beauty. She wanted to use a color seduction technique on Su Hua, praying that Su Hua would let her go. The crappy stuff that had been screwed by Chi Guan for I don't know how many years was so rotten that he wasn't interested. After settling the first lady, Su Hua made a wave of searches and searched 12,000 coins out. Su Hua was incredibly excited. It's still a fast way to get money. Nothing about managing salt well wages or raking in the dough is as good as this approach. Of course, normally Su Hua doesn't do things like that either. Or as the saying goes, don't push him. Day 2. Naturally, someone on the Quicksand Town side hurriedly rushed over to the Black Dragon Town side to report the news. Su Hua didn't care about this. Su Hua went straight to the herb store. Su Hua purchased 20 pairs of blood nourishing scatter here. And these 20 pairs of blood nourishing scatter cost Su Hua a full 16,000 coins. I have to say, practicing martial arts is a real money drain. After getting the blood nourishing powder, Su Hua hurried back to the Changlin Pass side. On the side of the Chi mansion, Chi Guan flew over to the Quicksand Town side with his men and watched as the two ladies had already been taken out and the family's money had been ransacked. Chi Guan was furious beyond measure and immediately sent people to investigate. But the search went on for days without a clue. People can still marry again if they're gone, but it's really hard to earn money if it's gone. Grass. On the side of the Chi mansion, Chi Guan was furious. He didn't care about people. He cared about money. The two ladies had given them a lot of coppers, and now it was all looted. Zhao Jin and Feng Yunyun were also in the hall, and the two of them didn't dare to squeak. Chi Guan pointed at the two. Check for me. Master Chi, we'll go check it out right now. Feng Yunyun said weakly. Then Feng Yun walked out and he grunted. Good death. Deserved. Since Feng Yunyun with Chi Guan, usually no less brutal beatings, said to give him a draw, but also did not give him a draw. Wages also deducted. Chi Guan, as long as the mood is not good, will hold down his brutal beatings, which makes Feng Yunyun hated Chi Guan. Feng Yunyun instead thought of his own master, Lin Yuan. It's better to have your own master. Thinking about it, Feng Yuni had some regrets. On the other hand, after Su Hua returned to Changlin Pass, he made preparations and then started the medicinal bath. Su Hua uses one pair every day. Every day the upgrade points increase. In 3 days, the upgrade points had increased by 100, which wasn't bad. There are now 270 total upgrade points. Later was after 3 days. 350 points appeared inside Su Hua's system. There were still 14 pairs of blood-nourishing proteins that Su Hua continued to use. Without realizing it, 14 days passed. The 20 pairs of blood-nourishing bullets were completely absorbed by Su Hua, all of which were converted into upgrade points inside the system. Su Hua was incredibly excited. He couldn't wait to open the system. He wanted to see how many upgrade points he had accumulated out of this wave. Chapter 66, Su Hua Showdown. Terrifying Strength. System Type, 1-click Upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, Skin Refining, Copper Skin. Upgrade Point, 758. Arm Strength, 3100. Martial Arts, Heaven Opening Hand, Proficient, Soul Chasing Palm, Proficient, Prairie Blade Technique, Grand Master, Thunderbolt Technique, Grand Master. Auxiliary Skills, Diving Breathing Technique Perfect. Seeing over 700 upgrade points, Su Hua was ecstatic. Over 700 upgrade points. That's really good. Feng Yun, Chi Guan, wait for me. I'm going to crush your heads. Su Hua first mobilized his Thunderbolt Kung Fu, and looking at the plus sign displayed behind the Thunderbolt Kung Fu, Su Hua gave a wild tap. After spending over 300 points, the Thunderbolt technique was directly promoted to the proficient level. Su Hua instantly felt that his physical qualities had doubled in strength again, and a terrifyingly huge force was hidden within his own skin membrane. Without wasting any time, he mobilized his Prairie Blade technique again and directly tapped at the plus sign behind it. Boom! The Prairie Blade technique also advanced to proficiency. In this instant, Su Hua's powerful aura shook out, and his hair even flew, his black clothes fluttering in the wind. Su Hua's fists were clenched, and his body seemed to have pulled up quite a bit, his body's muscles angular. The whole person was like a terrifying flood beast. Su Hua opened the door to his room and directly walked out of the courtyard. He exerted his feet and scurried more than 20 meters away. This speed was terrifying to the extreme. Is this my current speed? So fast. Su Hua then blasted another fist into the void. A terrifying explosion rang out. Su Hua again palmed the hilt of his sword, then executed the proficient level Prairie Blade technique. The cold blade was eerie and terrifying. At this moment, Su Hua's body was soothed by the passage of qi and blood. He retrieved his long sword and immediately opened the system. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade points, 58. Arm strength, 4,500. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, proficient, soul chasing palm, proficient, prairie blade technique, proficient, thunderbolt kung fu, proficient. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Su Hua looked at his arm strength value. His arm strength had reached 4,500 pounds. No wonder he felt that his strength had reached an unprecedented height. Nearly 5,000 pounds of strength was naturally strong and terrifying. Regardless of whether it was Chi Guan or Lin Yuan, they had cultivated for so many years in the 5th level of skin refining, accumulating powerful qi and blood and exercising their skin membranes every day, and their strength hadn't reached such a perverted level as Su Hua's. The current Su Hua, though not a golden skin, could easily decapitate a golden skin past powerhouse. Su Hua returned to the hall. He felt hungry, and directly lifted several pounds of blackhorn beef out from under his bed. Su Hua drank wine while eating the meat. He was in a great mood now. Right about this time, two people came outside, none other than Lu Wu and Yan Xiao. These two were considered Su Hua's little followers, the more pertinent kind. The two walked in and immediately arched their hands. Master Su, I've heard that on Chi Guan's side, he's still investigating who killed his two wives, and he hasn't found out yet. By the way, Master Su, Chi Guan hasn't been too happy with you lately, and has sent several letters asking you to go back and help investigate the murderer. What a time for a letter. Su Hua was still drinking wine and eating meat. These 20 days came several times. But Master Su, you are in closed-door cultivation. We are not good to disturb you. Master Su, you'd better go back to a trip. Chi Guan, this person has a bad temper. I heard that Feng Yun recently suffered a defeat, and often by Chi Guan violently beaten. If you don't go back, I'm worried that Chi Guan will target you. Master Su, you know Chi Guan's temper. Su Hua smiled and stood up. Actually, there's no need to investigate. I've already found the murderer. Hearing this, Lu Wu and Yan Xiao were delighted. Master Su, I've heard that whoever finds clues to the murderer will also be rewarded with 500 copper plates from Chi Guan's side. Su Hua laughed. Ha 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 ha. There's no need, because I killed the man. Speaking of this, the two of them, Lu Wu and Yan Xiao, changed their faces drastically, and the two of them immediately stepped forward. Master Su, people were really killed by you. That's natural. Su Hua exclaimed. The two men's faces changed drastically up. Master Su, keep your voice down. If the people of Chi Guan know about this, it'll be a big deal. Just at that moment, there were a few people standing outside, none other than Chi Guan's workers. Several of Chi Guan's workers' faces changed when they heard this. Su Hua stood up. No need to whisper. So what if I killed it? Chi Guan is in front of me and I'm going to say I killed it. Ha 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 ha. Boom! Right at this instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Hua's body, and Su Hua's entire body shook as his dermal membranes emitted a crisp ringing sound. Feeling such a terrifying aura, the two of them, Lu Wu and Yan Xiao, opened their eyes wide. Good! What a terrifying aura! Master Su is so powerful. Su Hua waved his hand. Lu Wu, Yan Xiao, The two men stepped forward and arched their hands. My subordinates are here. Su Hua touched a string of coins out and threw them on the table. Go and buy some wine for the master. And go and buy some big meat, beef and come back. And take the rest of the coppers and spend them. The two of them were incredibly excited. Okay, Master Su, we'll go right away. Half an hour later, the two returned with several jars of fine wine. And some large, beefy meats. Su Hua sat down on a chair and took a big bite. Right about this time, a familiar silhouette riding a black horse arrived on Su Hua's side. This person was none other than Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan also brought along 7 or 8 good iron skinners. Humph. This kid Su Hua. Notify him for more than 20 days. Let him return to Black Dragon Town to help find the murderer. Froze and ignored a bit. Zhao Zhan led the way and kicked in the door. Inside, Su Hua and the two men were drinking wine and eating meat. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao looked to see that it was Zhao Zhan who had arrived and put down the dried meat in their hands. Master Su, Zhao Zhan is here. Zhao Zhan watched as Su Hua drank fine wine and ate grape meat. And he was on fire. Damn it, Su Hua. Master Chi has written to you so many times, asking you to go back and help investigate the murderer. And you're still drinking and eating big meat here. Are you going against the Big Dipper? Grass. Su Hua continued to eat the jerky, ignoring Zhao Zhan. A few people behind Zhao Zhan also drank. Damn, didn't you hear what Master Zhao said? Are you deaf? Lu Wu and Yan Xiao stood up, and the two of them carried their altars and ruthlessly smashed them against these two henchmen that Zhao Zhan was talking to. Grass mud horse. Dare to talk to Master Su like that? Zhao Zhan's face became grim to the core. Su Hua, you dog dare to disobey Master Chi? Zhao Zhan's words just fell. He snapped to attention as a figure approached him. When he reacted, Zhao Zhan felt as if his chest had been blasted by a hammer, and his entire body flew backwards. P.S. 4th shift. Ask for rewards. Author continues to get more. Chapter 67. Kill Foreman first. Boom! Zhao Zhan tumbled to the ground. Su Hua took a step up, then lifted Zhao Zhan's head and slammed it hard against the wall. Moments later, the wall collapsed and Zhao Zhan's head was deformed. The faces of the people brought by Zhao Zhan were pale and powerless, and beads of sweat rolled down their faces. Zhao Zhan was dying. Su Hua pinched his neck. I've wanted to get you killed for a long time. I've been dragging it out until now. By the way, I also forgot to tell you, Chi Guan's 2 wives, I ed them to death. The dying Zhao Zhan's eyes widened, revealing a fearful gaze. What? Boom! Zhao Zhan was lifted high in the air by Su Hua with one hand, followed by a throw. Puffing, blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Zhan was split in half on the spot. Su Hua licked the corners of his mouth and withdrew his long sword. Everyone else, kill! These men that Zhao Zhan had brought with him were all terrified and fearful to the extreme, never expecting Su Hua to be so powerful, and he was so bold as to take out Zhao Zhan, the #1 expert under Master Chi's door. Master Su, we didn't see anything. These people want to beg for mercy. The two of them, Lu Wu and Yan Xiao, drew their swords and then the two of them scurried over, slashing at several people. A few moments later, the men fell to the ground motionless. Search what's on them. Su Hua left these words behind before walking into the hall and sitting on a chair to continue drinking fine wine and eating dried meat. Yan Xiao and Lu Wu and the others felt around from these dead people and came up with more than 300 copper plates. There was also Zhao Zhan's body, touching over 1,000 coins out. Master Su, close to 2,000 coins. Okay. After Su Hua received the coins, he had the two men clean the outside of the courtyard again. The current Su Hua had a total of 6,000 or so coins, which was not bad, and now that he was no longer afraid of Chi Guan, it was time to return to Black Dragon Town. Half an hour later, Su Hua stood up. Willow 5. Prepare the horses. Lu Wu immediately led a shiny black horse to the outside of the courtyard. Master Su, the horses are ready. Su Hua moved and sat directly on the horse's back. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao naturally knew what Su Hua was going to do. Tonight the master in front of them must be going to Chi Guan. Once Chi Guan was dead, the gentleman in front of me took the throne. At that time, it could be said that in addition to Lord Zhou and the Grand Steward in Black Dragon Town, the Master Su in front of him was the king. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The two men looked at each other, decided on one thing. Master Su, we want to return to Black Dragon Town with you. Although we can't help by killing Chi Guan, we can still run errands. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao stammered. The two of them took the initiative to follow, making their minds clear. Now that Su Hua was so powerful, once Chi Guan was destroyed, their status would also rise. This splash of riches, they still wanted to take a handful. Now it was up to this Master Su in front of them to see if he was willing to take them. Su Hua pondered for a moment. You guys have reminded me. I will definitely need to run errands when I go back then. You guys go get 2 more horses. Hear this. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao could no longer suppress the ecstasy in their hearts. The 2 of them arched their hands and bent over. Respectfully and incomparably. Master Su is willing to take us back. And from now on we are Master Su's men. Going to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire for Master Su. Alright. Snappy. Su Hua waved his hand. A few moments later, 3 silhouettes rode their horses all the way to Black Dragon Town. In Lin Yuan's former mansion, Feng Yun was teaching a few maids a lesson inside the courtyard. Feng Yun, who was holding a whip, swung it fiercely, hitting these maids with bruises on their bodies. Master Feng, spare us. Master Feng, please, we're all going to be killed by you. Feng Yun, whose eyes were a little red, looked incomparably hideous at the moment. So what if I kill you guys? Who told you to chew your tongue? If I let me hear you guys say that I killed Lin Yuan again, I'll sell you guys to a greenhouse. Believe it or not, we wouldn't dare. Master Feng. Feng Yun snorted coldly and swung a few more whips to hit. He then threw down the whip and practiced swordplay, waving the stormy rain sword technique as he scurried around. Chi Guan, you treacherous dog. You promised to let me control the resources. Now you don't give me anything. And you even beat me violently from time to time. Feng Yun said and became a bit maniacal as he sat on the stone bench, recalling his previous past. When I think of the time when the master was still there, how honorable I Feng Yunhui was, and now I Feng Yunhui is living a life that is not as good as that of a dog. Zhao where? Why isn't my meal ready yet? Over in the kitchen. A full-figured maid brought up a fragrant meal. Master Feng, your meal is here. Zhao Wei looked at the several maids on the side with bruises on their bodies. She was also fearful in her heart. This Feng Yuni had gone crazy, completely turned into a madman. Feng Yun took 2 bites and spit a mouthful in her face. So ing hard to eat. Zhao where? Is this for people to eat? Looks like I've spoiled you maids too much. Speaking of which, Feng Yun stood up. Zhao Wei took a few steps back. Master Feng, what are you doing? Boom! Just for a moment, the gate broke open. Several figures walked in. Zhao Wei took a look. It was Su Hua who had come. She naturally recognized him. Master Su, save us. Feng Yun is crazy. Su Hua glanced at Feng Yun and shook his head. It looked like Feng Yun was having a miserable time and could only torment his maid. Feng Yun looked at Su Hua. He was on fire. Su Hua, what are you doing here in my place? Get the hell out. Of course, to kill you. Boom. Su Hua was murderous. Feng Yun was shocked. How dare you? Feng Yun grabbed the hilt of his sword and stabbed it at Su Hua's throat. Su Hua raised his palm and directly grabbed it in the void. And Feng Yun's long sword was instantly pinched into a twist by Su Hua. Why? How could that be? Just as Feng Yun was shocked, Su Hua kicked Feng Yun a dozen meters away, and his entire body smashed a stone table. Feng Yun spat out blood as he was overwhelmed with fear. Su Hua, you and I are both Chi Guan's dogs. Why do we need to fight each other? How about we deal with Chi Guan together? I'm sorry, you're the one who's his dog. I'm not. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill Chi Guan. Su Hua twisted his body, a crackling sound emanating from inside his body, and this sense of power made Feng Yun shudder. Su Hua walked over to Feng Yun and first stomped on his limbs, then slapped his large palm at Feng Yun's head. Su Hua didn't know how many claps he had given. Anyway, Feng Yun is no longer in a humanoid state and has turned into a puddle of bloody mud. Chapter 68 Chi Guan. Death. Master Lin, your personal disciple was killed by me. It's considered revenge for you. Su Hua put away his large palm. Still, although Lin Yuan hadn't accepted him as a personal disciple, and hadn't even given him much in the way of resources, he was still grateful for Lin Yuan's kindness in promoting him. If Lin Yuan hadn't stepped in to take Xu Xiong down in the first place, he might have been taken out by Xu Xiong. Zhao Yue watched as Su Hua struck down Feng Yun, and she whimpered as she rushed into Su Hua's arms at once. It wasn't easy for Su Hua to push people away. Zhao Yue then wiped her tears. Master Su, you're amazing. Zhao Wei, go untie them. Soon, the 4 or 5 tied maids were freed. Then they dressed up and uniformly came to Su Hua's side, kowtowing to him in gratitude. Thank you Master Su for saving my life. Get up. All of you, you've had a rather miserable time, I suppose. Zhao Yue sighed. Ever since Master Lin left and Feng Yun took over the mansion, Feng Yun has been raging every day and we've become Feng Yun's punching bag. A few of the other maids were also. Yes, Master Su. Feng Yun whipped us today. He's gone mad. Zhao Yuer let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Feng Yun is not a good womanizer and didn't do that kind of thing to us. Otherwise, we would have been even worse off. Su Hua looked at the maids, who were more obedient. He was going to take it all. As soon as Chi Guan died, he, Su Hua, was going to take the throne, and he was going to be short of quite a few loyal maids at that time. These maids he also knew. Witty, pretty, chest high and bulging, and down to earth in their work. You guys go get some medicine. I'll rearrange you guys later. Don't worry, Su Hua said. Zhao Yuer and the many maids were very happy to hear this. Thank you, Master Su. Su Hua then added, Zhao Yuer, clean up this place. I'm going out to do some errands. Su Hua walked out with Lu Wu. Yan Xiao, Master Su, where are you going? Kill Chi Guan, Su Hua said lightly. Zhao Yuer trembled as she looked at Su Hua's back, knowing that Su Hua was going to rise. The moment. Chi Mansion. Chi Guan was still furious. Damn, why hasn't Zhao Zhen brought Su Hua back to me yet? This kid has been a bit disobedient lately. Asking him to come back and help me investigate the murderer. And he hasn't been coming back. Right at this moment, Su Hua led the two of them straight into the Chi Mansion. A few of Chi Guan's men entered the hall. Master Chi, Su Hua is here. Damn, it's finally here. It seems that if I don't teach this kid a lesson, I don't know how ferocious I, Chi Guan, am. Master Chi has a point. We should teach this kid a lesson. Just like this Feng Yun, training him like a dog every day. He's much more honest now. Humph, let's see how I'll teach him a lesson. Chi Guan said coldly. Right at this moment, Su Hua led the two of them directly into the hall, then glanced at Chi Guan and the others and casually found a chair to sit down. This scene had caused Chi Guan and the others to be a bit confused. A few of the henchmen were even more flabbergasted. Damn it, Su Hua, what are you doing? Did Master Chi tell you to sit down? Su Hua sat on a chair, looked at the teacups on the side and poured himself a cup of tea, then glanced at Chi Guan. Chi Guan, I heard you were looking for me. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chi Guan froze, and the people under his hand also widened their eyes. They never expected that Su Hua at this moment would call Master Chi by his first name, and talking so arrogantly. What are you doing, kid? How dare you call Master Chi by his name? Chi Guan glanced at Su Hua. Where's Zhao Zhen? How come he didn't come back with you? Killed by me. Su Hua spoke bluntly. What? The many hands of Chi Guan were shaken when they heard this. Chi Guan did the same. You killed Zhao Zhen? Yes, Chi Guan. Not only did I kill Zhao Zhen, I also killed Feng Yun. Su Hua took a sip of tea and relaxed. Chi Guan drank. Are you crazy? I'm going to waste you. Right, I forgot to tell you. Your two wives. I killed them too. Su Hua stood up and smiled. Chi Guan revealed an incredulous look when he heard this. What? You? I'm going to get you killed. Catch this man for me and dismantle him. Chi Guan's men rushed up in a swarm. Right at this moment, Su Hua rose violently and drew his long sword from his waist, then executed the prairie blade technique, a powerful and terrifying blade that cleaved these people to the ground. Su Hua glanced at the droplets of blood on the tip of his own blade and then at Chi Guan. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. As a result, I waited until tonight. Chi Guan looked at Su Hua as he ran his power, his skin membrane emitting the sound of Gingdo, which was the sign of the golden skin Guan. Chi Guan drew a scimitar from under the upper table, then slashed at Su Hua. Copper skin, how dare you kill the door? How ridiculous! Su Hua held his horizontal sword in his hand and immediately greeted Chi Guan's slash. Bang! 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 The two silhouettes, constantly touching each other. Fire splashed everywhere, and the hall floor exploded. Although Chi Guan was a gold-skinned expert, he was losing ground against Su Hua's blade technique. Su Hua sneered as he swung his sword. Slow, too slow, such a slow blade. How do you make a living? Su Hua made a turn and slashed the air with a majestic force that directly severed Chi Guan's weapon. Chi Guan was startled and grabbed Su Hua's blade with both of his palms to prevent this blade from chopping down. Damn! How is his power so terrifying? Su Hua suddenly loosened his hands, directly abandoning his long sword attack, followed by his large palm hammering fiercely at Chi Guan. Chi Guan also loosened his blade and immediately defended against Su Hua's attack. Bang! 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 Su Hua sweeps and explodes the air. Soul-chasing palm, thunderbolt palm, and heaven-opening hand attacked in turn. Chi Guan's arms exploded, unable to block such a terrifying attack from Su Hua. How can that be? Bang! 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 Su Hua kept attacking. Chi Guan bent into a bow to stop it from flying backwards, and then the whole thing stuck to the wall. He looked at Su Hua in fear and trepidation. Spare me! Spare me! Su Hua naturally wouldn't let him go, his large palm frantically slapping away. Bang! 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 Dust billowed and slabs of stone exploded. Chi Guan's entire body was embedded in the wall, his chest bloody, his head deformed, his eyes burst open, his limbs twisted, and his white bones were poking out of his skin. One word. Misery. Miserable. Su Hua was still swinging his palm, and the entire wall began to fall apart. Looking at such a sharp and terrifying palm strike from Su Hua, Lulu and Yan Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this Master Su's true strength? This is too terrifying. Master Su, stop fighting. Chi Guan is turning into mud. Lulu and Yan Xiao stepped forward, and the wall that Chi Guan was embedded in was also in pieces and collapsed. Only then did Su Hua withdraw his large palm. Sorry, I was too excited just now and didn't stop confiscating. P.S. Begging for a reward. Readers. Chapter 69, Yi. Su Hua sat on the chair, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Although he had killed Chi Guan with a single blow, Su Hua had consumed quite a lot. Just now, every move he made was with 10% of his own strength, not giving Chi Guan a single chance to escape anyway. Su Hua looked at his two followers and said, the maids are dismissed, and the fighters are all killed. Not a single one left behind. Lulu and Yan Xiao nodded. Yes. After the two followers went to kill the others, Su Hua went to search for Chi Guan's money. This guy has been fishing for so many years. The money will certainly not be small, right? Su Hua entered Chi Guan's room and searched, searching for nothing, then looking at a portrait on the wall. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The portrait was removed and the mechanism was twisted. Then a secret door appeared. After walking into the dark door, Su Hua saw a large chest. When I opened the box, there were quite a few coins inside, strings of 200 pieces each. There are at least 200 strings here. In other words, there are at least 50,000 coins here. According to reason 50,000 coins is not a lot, but Su Hua still feels how not much. This Chi Guan is accumulated for so many years but after thinking about it, Su Hua was able to understand why there were only 50,000 coins. First of all, this Chi Guan practicing martial arts consumes a lot. Martial artists have to consume medicinal herbs and hammer their chi and blood every day. Secondly, Chi Guan also has 2 wives, so many henchmen who have to be paid for their work, etc. And, of course, there's the biggest question of all. It was also some time ago when Su Hua went to Chi Guan to ask for money for his work. Chi Guan mentioned a word about it. That is, Lord Zhou had asked him for a large amount of money to go over. Think about it. Su Hua fiercely became incredibly vigilant. Soon, Su Hua carried this large box into the hall. Lu Wu, after Yan Xiao finished killing the people, then walked into the hall. Master Su, we're done killing. Su Hua nodded. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao looked at the hall where a chest was placed. Inside the chest was full of neat strings of copper plates. The two were excited. Master Su is rich. Congratulations, Su Hua. However, had his eyes closed, he didn't say anything, and there was no expression on his face. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao didn't understand what was going on in Su Hua's mind right now, and the two of them didn't dare to disturb. A few moments later, Su Hua's gaze froze, then he stood up and looked at the two followers. Lu Wu, Yan Xiao, carry the box and follow me. Lu Wu and Yan Xiao nodded. Alright, Master Su, going to your home? A smirk emerged from the corner of Su Hua's mouth. Naturally not. This money, not a single penny can be touched. Other side, Chao House. At this moment, the Zhou mansion was brightly lit, and there were numerous maids inside, all of them shapely and slender. The Zhou mansion is the lord of Black Dragon Town. Whether it was Chi Guan or Lin Yuan, they were all dogs raised by the Zhou mansion. Backyard. A man in his 40s sat cross-legged on a futon. White smoke was rising from the top of the man's head, so it was evident that the man's strength was very strong, so strong that it reached a terrifying level. This person was none other than the number 1 powerhouse of Black Dragon Town, Zhou Chanlong. After Zhou Chanlong cultivated some, he stood up and casually scurried tens of meters away. His cultivation was quite frightening. He casually grabbed the air, and the air was directly crushed by him. This kind of strength far exceeded that of a gold-skinned powerhouse. Golden-skinned powerhouses were like ants in his eyes. Just at this time, outside the Zhou mansion, a person walked in, and the person who was watching the gate looked at this person, and also honored him with the title of Grand Steward. This person was none other than Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao walked quickly all the way through the front yard and looked for Zhou Changlong. Where is Lord Chao? Master is practicing over in the backyard. When Zhou Bao heard this, he immediately went to the backyard. Uncle, there is news, Zhou Bao respectfully said. Speak. Su Hua, who used to be under Lin Yuan, came back from Changlin Pass this night and first killed Fengyun, then killed his way into the Chi mansion. Well, kill the Chi house. The Chi house is a powerhouse in the 5th level of skin refining. Yes, but Chi Guan is dead. The rest of the Chi family was grilled. When Zhou Changlong heard this, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. This brat has some talent. His cultivation has risen so quickly. Yeah, that's something that surprises me all the time. Chi Guan, this dog has been mixing under my door for so many years. Messed up a lot of money. Only last time he handed over 20,000 coins to me. I am now at a critical juncture in my cultivation. And I also need a lot of money. Plus the above has been coming to look for money. I am now under a lot of pressure. Panther, hurry over there. We can't let the money Chi Guan has messed up fall into the hands of someone else. Let alone let someone else take it away. Kill. Zhou Bao revealed a grim smile. Uncle, don't worry. I kill gold-skinned experts like chickens. Zhou Bao's murderous aura was so strong that he had just turned around, when suddenly one of his men walked over. Master, someone is looking for you, saying they have something urgent to report. Who's looking for me? Zhou Changlong asked. It's Su Hua, once under Lin Yuan's door. Zhou Changlong's gaze was fixed. Have him come to the hall. Zhou Bao sneered. Surprisingly, he threw himself into the net. Uncle, I will kill him later. What's the hurry? I'm curious to see what he wants to do if he doesn't run and comes of his own accord. Zhou Changlong slowly said. Su Hua, who was outside the Zhou mansion, took 2 followers and entered the hall. At the top of the hall, there was a person sitting, none other than Zhou Changlong. Standing on the side was none other than Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao he had seen before. This person was very strong. As for Zhou Changlong, Su hadn't met him yet. This was the first time. Su Hua had thought that Zhou Changlong was an old man. At this moment, I was surprised to see that it was a middle-aged man in his 40s who also looked young. Feeling Zhou Changlong's aura, Su Hua's heart was shaken beyond measure. This Zhou Changlong, very strong. Not just any strong. He had thought that he had counted himself as an expert by virtue of his copper skin killing the gold-skinned Chi Guan. Yet at the moment, he was facing the 2 people above him. One is still too weak. What are you looking for me for? Zhou Changlong glanced at Su Hua. Lord Zhou, tonight I returned from the Changlin Pass. I killed Fengyun and Chi Guan. Master Lin has been kind to me, so I have finally avenged Master Lin. When Zhou Bao heard Su Hua's report, he was stunned. He couldn't figure out that this guy had taken the initiative to tell what he had done. Anyway, Zhou Bao was a bit confused. Zhou Changlong's gaze condensed. Oh, so that's how it is. You're quite powerful. Killing Chi Guan with your copper skin cultivation. To tell you the truth, I was sneak attacked. Plus Chi Guan has been on a woman's belly every day over the years and is very weak. That's how I got my chance. Su Hua said this and immediately added. Lord Zhou, this chest is my gift to Lord Zhou. Zhou Bao froze and carefully looked at the chest. Kid, what's in here? Su Hua clasped his fists. The Grand Steward will know when he opens it. Zhou Bao walked over to the box and immediately opened the lid. Inside were strings of coppers. Seeing so many coppers, Zhou Bao sucked in a breath. So many coins. Where did you get them? Lord Zhou, Senior Steward. These coins were found from Chi Guan's secret room after I killed him. All of them are here. The kid didn't take a single cent. Zhou Changlong stood up and looked at so many coins. His eyes condensed and he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Good. Old me is in need of money. This Chi Guan has managed to get so much money. He is a worm of my Zhou family. Should be killed. Good to kill. Chapter 70, Su Hua on the throne. Hearing this, Su Hua's pupils shrank. He guessed right. Zhou Changlong then looked at Su Hua and said, Kid, well done. Su Hua continued. Thanks for the compliment. Lord Zhou, this man Chi Guan is well-fed and incapable. So the kid thinks. Feel what? Zhou Changlong asked. Su Hua had a sincere face. Kid is willing to share Lord Zhou's worries. And Kid believes that he will definitely do better than Chi Guan and make more money. Hearing this, Zhou Changlong slowly said, I am indeed short of money. Are you sure you can make more money? Lord Zhou, trust in my abilities. And the salt wells in Changlin Pass were supervised and managed by the kid himself before. Su Hua said. When Lord Zhou heard this, his gaze was startled. You were the one who managed the salt wells in Changlin Pass before? Yes. Lord Zhou's gaze instantly became complicated before revealing a smirk. Su Hua, from now on, The industries that Chi Guan and Lin Yuan once controlled are now all yours. Hearing this, Su Hua revealed a smirk before arching his hand and bending over with incomparable sincerity. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. Su Hua got up, turned around, and walked to the doorway of the hall. Su Hua hadn't even lifted his leg to go out when a voice suddenly came. Stop! Hearing this sound, Su Hua quietly put his hand into his pants pocket. Su Hua turned around. I don't know what else Lord Zhou commands. Zhou Bao, who was beside Lord Zhou, heard the words stand still and thought he was going to make a move, only to be bounced off by Lord Zhou. Zhou Bao is in a daze. Uncle! Lord Zhou came over to this side of the box, and with a big hand, 5 strings of coins were grabbed, then tossed to Su Hua. Su Hua caught the 5 strings of copper plates and froze. Lord Zhou, this? Hua Zi, this is a prize for you. Take it. Zhou Chanlong put his hands behind his back. Su Hua arched his hand. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. By the way, there is an empty mansion over on the north street of Black Dragon Town. Have someone clean it up, and this mansion will be given to you, and from now on, it will be your Su mansion. Hearing this, Su Hua revealed an excited gaze. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. Su Hua turned to leave, but just after taking 2 steps, he stood still with another cry. Su Hua frowned. In his heart, he secretly said that this Zhou Chanlong fart how so much. There is something to say clearly at once is also very good. Facing Zhou Chanlong, this kind of strong man, he has a lot of pressure. Okay. Lord Zhou, please command. I see that you're still a copper skin cultivator. Your cultivation is really a bit too low. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in terms of cultivation, come and find me. Got it. This time, Su Hua really turned around and left, walking out of the hall. After walking out of the hall, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was smart. He didn't take a single copper plate on Chi Guan's residence. If he did, it would have been troublesome. Originally, his plan was to take Chi Guan's money and return to Lin Guan, but later he realized that this was not good. Zhou Chanlong definitely found out that he did it. Once detected, the consequences are unimaginable, but he also pondered where he could go. To the county seat? Wanshun County is more than 500 miles away from here, passing through many towns, but also dangerous. Zhou Chanlong, as the overlord of Black Dragon Town, gene expert, then speed, Su Hua simply cannot escape, not to mention having to bring his sister Wan heir, as well as Fu Gue. There's no point in taking that risk. It's too risky, and developing is the way to go. These coins gave out although he was a little heartbroken, but money and life compared to life, or life is important. Money is gone. Find a way to earn is. Moreover, Zhou Chanlong handed over all the properties to him. Are you still worried that there is no oil to be gained? When he stepped into the hall just now, he felt an incomparably strong killing aura. In the end, Zhou Chanlong did not make a move on him, not because he was a big good guy, and it would be a big mistake to think that he was a big good guy. Su Hua was the same as Chi Guan and Lin Yuan in his eyes, all puppets. The reason why he would let him go was that he had sent a sum of money to ease Zhou Chanlong's pressure. But Su Hua was also curious. This Zhou Chanlong who was entrenched in the Black Dragon Town was even short of money as well. It seems that the higher the cultivation level, the more you lack money. The second was that when Zhou Chanlong heard Su Hua say that he could make money for him, he naturally wouldn't kill someone who could make money for him. So this night was a surprise. Soon, Su Hua walked through the connecting corridors and walked straight out of the mansion's gate. And then after looking at the word Zhou Mansion on the plaque, Su Hua didn't know what he was thinking about. Zhou Chanlong is a gene expert. His nephew Zhou Bo is surprisingly also a gene expert. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. I have to be careful in the future. I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible. And even more so, I can't be confused by Zhou Chanlong's words. This kind of expert. I guess poisoning is useless. My current cultivation level is still too low. I'm not even a gold skin. When Su Hua thought of this, he also thought of the words Lin Yuan had told him earlier. Zhou Chanlong killed Jinpi like a chicken. Outside, Lulu and Yan Xiao watched Su Hua come out. The two were also relieved. Master Su, is everything alright? Of course it's fine. In the future, all the industries that Chi Guan and Master Lin used to control will now be given to me to control. Su Hua revealed a smirk. Lulu and Yan Xiao revealed excited gazes. Congratulations Master Su, do well for me. And there will be plenty of benefits for both of you in the future. That's natural. We will definitely go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for you, Master Su. In the future, after Su Hua left, Zhou Bao had a puzzled look on his face. Uncle, not killing? Didn't we agree to kill this guy? What to kill? I appreciate this person. Didn't you hear that this person can make money? Give me a temporary stay. You do not move him. First see how he behaves. Zhou Changlong said. Yes, uncle. Soon, Su Hua brought the two of them, Lulu and Yen Xiao, to Lin Yuan's side of the mansion. Zhao Wei, take Chrysanthemum, Peach Blossom and the girls to clean the Moshang mansion on North Street tomorrow. I'm moving in tomorrow. Yes, Master Su. Su Hua then asked Luwu and Yen Xiao to stay on this side of the Lin Yuan residence while he returned to his own home. Road trip. Su Hua was in a happy mood. A year ago, he was a miner who couldn't get enough food or warm clothes. Now it shifted to become Master Su. Of course, there was a lot of pain and suffering involved, and he knew it, but it was all earned by his own efforts. Su Hua came to his own yard, looked at the next yard dark. Zhang Wan Air and Zhang Fugue is estimated to be asleep. After all, it is already late at night, so he did not go to pry Zhang Wan Air's door. When tomorrow Su Hua was going to take them out of this mess. It's true that the environment over here is not good. There's everywhere, lots of stragglers and beggars all around. It's definitely not safe to leave Zhang Wan Air here. Early the next morning, Zhang Wan Air realized that there was a person sitting in her courtyard drinking tea. She was startled. Master Su, why are you back? Weren't you at Changlin Pass? Zhang Fugue also rubbed his eyes. Brother Hua, when did you come back? Last night, I saw that you guys were asleep, so I didn't enter the door to disturb you. Su Hua said. Zhang Wan Air walked into the kitchen with a cheeky smile. Master Su, I'll go make you breakfast. Su Hua grabbed Zhang Wan Air's small white wrist. What are you doing for breakfast? I'll take you to a place. Chapter 71 Marriage. Zhang Wan Air froze. What place? Fu Gue was also curious. Master Su, where are you taking us? Go and find out. Zhang Wan Air immediately said. Then I'll go put on some makeup. No need. Su Hua pulled Zhang Wan Air's hand out of the courtyard door. Su Hua rolled over onto his horse and pulled Zhang Wan Air onto the horse's back, then wrapped his arms around Zhang Wan Air's belly and galloped away. Zhang Fugue scattered behind him and chased wildly. Wah! I don't have a horse. North Street Inkwell House. By yourself. Sis. Wah! Wait for me. I stepped in. Zhang Wan Air turned to look at Fu Gue chasing wildly as she giggled. Looking at Zhang Wan Air, she smiled happily. Su Hua took a look. Zhang Wan Air's face value was really high. Bright eyes and white teeth, plump body, and brother Fu Gue too heavenly difference. Fortune gave the impression of being dark, and before that Fortune was thin and dark. The current Fortune had been practicing for most of the year and had become strong and dark. Soon, Su Hua brought Zhang Wan Air to the outside of the Moshang mansion. Looking at the incomparably imposing mansion, Zhang Wan Air said, Master Su, what are you doing bringing me here? Home of course. This will be our home from now on. Zhang Wan Air trembled when she heard this. Master Su, are you kidding me? A short while later, Fortune came running on scattered legs, panting. Wah! What are we doing here? Home. Of course, and from now on, this is your home. Su Hua pulled Zhang Wan Air inside. Fu Gue was also shocked and followed. Looking at the luxury inside the mansion, Zhang Wan Air and Fu Gue were both stunned. Zhao Wei, as the foreman of the maids, watched Su Hua and a few others arrive and immediately went forward to greet them. Master Su, we've cleaned up, we've bought what we need to buy, and the cooks, these, we've found, are very reliable people. Su Hua nodded. Okay. Zhang Wan Air and Fu Gue entered the hall, and the two of them still felt like they were dreaming. Zhang Fugue patted his black face. It hurts. It's real. No dreaming. Zhang Wan Air asked. Master Su, what's going on? Chi Guan died, so Lord Zhou asked me to take care of the Zhou family's estate. Su Hua said. Zhang Wan Air nodded. She didn't bother to ask more about how Chi Guan died. Instead, she stroked Su Hua's cheek with her hand. She knew a lot of sinister things must have happened that she and Fortune just didn't know about. Master Su, you're carrying your weight, but you're letting us enjoy ourselves. Zhang Wan Air said sincerely, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Hua laughed. The dream we had before, didn't it come true? Fu Gue as a guard for me, and you as a housekeeper for me. Zhang Wan Air wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, good. Master Su, don't worry, I'll take care of it from now on. Sister Wan Air, let's go pack up our things, see what other valuable things are over there and bring them all over. We'll be staying here from tonight onwards. Zhang Wan Air nodded. Afterwards, Su Hua, Zhang Wan Air, and Fu Gue, the three of them returned to the slum side. The three of them began to pack some things. Zhang Air can't throw anything away. Master Su, why don't you take this pot with you? And these clothes? And the rest of this grain and so on. Sis, why do you bring everything? Of course it can't go to waste. Su Hua smiled and said, Sister Wan Air, you won't need to bring these things. You can give them to your neighbors. Zhang Air nodded. Alright then, I'll go give it to the neighbors. A lot of packing, and nothing came out of it. The three of them closed the door to the courtyard and prepared to leave. It was at this time that a large number of beggars gathered around. The leader, a beggar, fell to his knees. Congratulations to Master Su on his promotion. Congratulations Master Su. Numerous beggars, one after another, said. Su Hua looked at these beggars. He naturally recognized them. Before the snowy weather froze to death quite a few, but there were still quite a few beggars who survived. How do you know? Master Su. It's now rumored in Black Dragon Town that Master Su has been promoted high. We're happy for Master Su from the bottom of our hearts. Su Hua naturally knew what these beggars meant. He pulled a bunch of coppers, 200 of the kind, out of his pocket and tossed them. There's something for everyone. One person got 3 or 5 coins, and these beggars fell to their knees. Thank you Master Su. Thank you Master Su. Master Su is truly a great man. Yes, Master Su lives a long life. Su Hua revealed a smirk. Let's go. Su Hua then took Zhang Wan'er and Fu Gue and left the slum area, a place that was a mess everywhere and would probably never come back. After returning to the Ink Brand Mansion, some shopkeepers and business owners in Black Dragon Town, as well as the various bosses of seemingly Spring Breeze House had come to Su Hua's Ink Mansion. Brother Hua, there are a lot of people here. Brother Hua, a lot of bosses are here, saying they want to give Hua a gift. Su Hua invited these people to the main hall. The various bosses stood up and clasped their fists. Master Su, congratulations, congratulations, more care in the future. Master Su, this small gift is no honor. The crowd gave Su Hua some gifts. Su Hua naturally had to accept it. Not for nothing. Night time. Zhang Air counted the gifts sent by these people adding up to almost 5,000 copper plates. Su Hua had 7,000 coins. And with this 5,000, it was 12,000. Which wasn't bad. It still wasn't enough though. He still had to build up slowly. One was to use it to buy herbs to enhance his cultivation. And the other was that he would definitely have to go to Wanshan County to enroll in a martial arts school in the future. And this place, Black Dragon Town, was ultimately too small. Next, Su Hua made arrangements so that Fu Gue and the maids would live in the front yard, while Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er would live in the quiet backyard. Night. Zhang Wan'er sat on a stone bench and looked at the stars. Zhao Yuer got some fruits these and sent them to Zhang Wan'er. Sister Wan'er, freshly washed fruits, try them. Thanks. Zhang Wan'er felt like she was dreaming. Su Hua then walked in, and Zhao Yuer left with her maid in a sensible manner. Su Hua stretched out his hand and wrapped it around Zhang Wan'er. Zhang Wan'er said cheekily, Master Su. Su Hua then pulled Zhang Wan'er's small white hand. Sister Wan'er, from now on, you will be the mistress of the Maxiang mansion. Zhang Wan'er's delicate body trembled when she heard this. Her eyes became moist. Master Su, really? Of course it's true. Sister Wan'er, let's get married. Su Hua said seriously. After developing for so long, and now barely stabilized, Su Hua still planned to make Zhang Wan'er his first woman. Zhang Wan'er heard this. Master Su, I don't deserve you. There's no such thing as worthy or not worthy. As long as I like it. Is Sister Wan'er willing? If you are willing, we will be married. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Wan'er held out her high bulging puffy breasts and agreed in one mouthful. Wan'er is willing. Wan'er will definitely serve Master Su well in this lifetime. Chapter 72. Water to water. Looking at Zhang Wan, then the two of them were intimate for a while. Sister Wan'er, tomorrow is a good day. Tomorrow we will be married. But this time we have to keep a low profile. We can't make a big deal of it. I'm afraid it's a little bit of an aggravation for you. Su Hua hugged Zhang Wan'er and said. Zhang Wan'er shook her head. What's aggrieved or not? Master Su, you created such good conditions for me and Fu Gue. What's the point of talking about aggrievement? If it wasn't for Master Su that you carried your weight, my life and Fu Gue's life might have been lost a long time ago. Anyway, I'll follow whatever Master Su says. It's all up to Master Su. The next day, Su Hua instructed Zhao Yuer to organize Zhang Wan'er's marriage. But this matter could only be known to a few people inside the mansion. A simple formality will do. Zhang Wan'er naturally knew Su Hua's worries. Once outsiders, even Lord Zhou Bao and these knew that Zhang Wan'er was already Su Hua's daughter-in-law. There would be a great risk, so they could only be secretly married. And on the surface Zhang Wan'er was still the housekeeper of the Ma Xiong mansion, the same as Zhao Yuer. Fortune, on the other hand, is the retainer. Su Hua was in a pretty happy mood as well, and he looked at Fu Gue. Fortune, hey, Hua, please order. Tonight your sister and I are going to be married, and I am in a happy mood. So you get some rough noodles and send some to those places where we lived before, and deliver some to those neighbors. Okay, I'll be right there. By the way, Fortune, don't say that your sister and I are going to be married tonight. Wah, I know, I won't say anything, just that it's more than the house can eat. That night, Zhao Yuer groomed Zhang Wan'er. At this time, Zhang Wan'er was very beautiful, bright eyes and teeth, wearing a red dress, and then Su Hua worshipped heaven and earth. Zhang Wan'er seriously and sincerely said, from now on, I, Zhang Wan, am Su Hua's woman. For the rest of my life? No, for 3 lifetimes. For eternity, never to be separated. Zhao Yuer then brought Zhang Wan'er to Su Hua's room and said cheekily, Sister Wan'er, behave yourself tonight. Hearing this, Zhang Wan'er's cheeks flushed, but she still let out a hum. Su Hua walked into the room and came to the edge of the bed, looking at the beautiful Zhang Wan'er. Today she was finally going to become his wife. Just as the two of them, Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er, were getting intimate, the crescent moon mark at Zhang Wan'er's collarbone suddenly turned blood red. An hour later, Zhang Wan'er was dripping with fragrant sweat. Early the next morning, Zhang Wan'er got up early. Having been tossed around all night last night, she didn't sleep much, tossed around a bit more at dawn. Still, she was happy and got up early to make breakfast for Su Hua. Fu Gui's side was practicing the martial arts Su Hua had taught him, and Fu Gui was also learning hard. His tan muscles still looked quite powerful, but after all, there was no system, and cultivation was nowhere near as fast as Su Hua. After Su Hua had breakfast, he naturally had to go and deal with some of the Zhou family's industries. As the one who took over all the Zhou family's properties, Su Hua had to do well. The two of them, Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao, were masters of Yijin. While making money for the Zhou family, Su Hua also had to get oil for himself as soon as possible and accumulate money. After all, this Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao were not good people, and it would be a bit of a problem if he didn't do well. After Su Hua had finished his busy schedule, he returned to the Ma Xiong mansion by mid-afternoon, ate some snacks, and then fought a few times with martial arts techniques such as the heaven opening hand and the soul pursuing palm. Su Hua then decided on one thing, which was to have Zhang Wan'er start practicing martial arts as well. Wan'er, starting tomorrow, you will also start practicing martial arts. Slowly first. Herbs these I will buy back. When the time comes, I will help you push the dermatomes, soothe the meridians and activate the blood. Zhang Wan'er was very excited. Good, Master Su, I also want to become an expert, so I can help you out when the time comes. The next day, Su Hua began to teach Zhang Wan'er martial arts techniques. Of course, they were at the cow level, and Zhang Wan'er quickly got the hang of it. But together with the tonics, Su Hua felt that it would take at least a year or two if Zhang Wan'er wanted to break through to the stone skin. Actually, it was still considered very talented for an ordinary woman like her. Fu Gui's side was doing well, having already broken through to the stone skin realm. Of course, it's still not even close to Su Hua. Su Hua had broken through from someone who had never cultivated before to the copper skin mark from just a year out, and was able to easily kill the golden skin at the 5th level of refined skin, which was already quite heaven-defying and terrifying. It was thanks to Su Hua's own efforts that he was able to achieve this. Unconsciously, a month has passed. This month the Black Dragon Town side is calm. The rest of the Black Dragon Town is still full of bandits. Many roving bandits. Anyway, one word, chaos. Su Hua also heard that 3 days ago, a bandit who was a Yijin expert brought his men to kill a young family fort, and the lord of the young family fort, who was also a Yijin expert, ended up not being able to fight and was bloodied. This month, Su Hua earned a lot of money from Zhou Changlong. Of course, Su Hua's oil is also quite a lot of water. This month's time, he also raked in 5,000 copper plates himself. 5,000 coins put in big places. County towns, these are not much, but in a small place like Black Dragon Town, it is definitely a very considerable income. Su Hua had nothing to do today and checked Zhang Wan'er's body again. Not bad, the dermis is tight and elastic, and has been lifting pretty fast this last month. Zhang Wan'er said with a cheeky smile, it's not because you tempered me well, Master Su, pamper me. Good. Su Hua revealed a smirk. P.S. 4th shift. Please click for love. Chapter 73, Huazi? Other side. At the core of the Zhou family, there came a few experts, which had a powerful and terrifying aura. Zhou Changlong looked at the several people and also changed his face, becoming incredibly respectful. Zhou Changlong, this month's money, it hasn't been turned in yet. Just at this time, Zhou Bao walked in and looked at the few people being so arrogant. Uncle, who are these people, daring to talk to you like this? One of them glanced at Zhou Bao, who felt like he was being pressed down by a mountain on the spot. Drenched in sweat and trembling all over, Zhou Changlong immediately said, "Several masters, I have the money ready." The men took the money and immediately said, "Zhou Changlong, double the offerings from next month." Zhou Changlong's heart trembled. Then he nodded. Yes, yes. Zhou Bao let out a sigh of relief. Uncle, are they from Wanshan County down here? Well, Panther, you should also know where I come from, having spoken about it before. Zhou Changlong said, Got it. We'll have to earn more money in the future. Go call Su Hua here. I want to see how this month's earnings are going to be. If it doesn't work, then there's no point in keeping him. Zhou Changlong said this. A terrifying killing chance blossomed in his eyes. Today's weather is exceptionally sunny and the temperature is not too hot. It is warm and very comfortable. Zhao Yuer drove the carriage and moved quickly down the street. On the carriage, Zhang Waner sat on Su Hua, and the two of them were very close. Zhang Waner still felt as if she was in a dream. Today, Su Hua was precisely going to take Zhang Waner out hunting. For the last month, Zhang Waner had been practicing martial arts every day, so she planned to take her out to relax and unwind. Soon, the carriage left Black Dragon Town and came to a flat jungle. The jungle is full of birds and small animals, because the snowy weather lifted for a month or two. It's now springtime and everything is green everywhere, and the critters are quietly coming out. Zhao Yuer got out of the carriage. Sister Wan Er, Master Su, we're here. Su Hua and Zhang Waner also walked down. Then the two of them took their special bows and arrows and started hunting. Rabbits, Master Su, there are rabbits there. Su Hua drew his bow and shot the arrow in one fluid motion. The arrow was fast and accurate, shooting through one of the white rabbit's legs and pinning the rabbit to a tree stump. The two of them, Su Hua and Zhang Waner, then hunted quite a few small white rabbits and even an adult deer. After an hour of hunting, Su Hua and Zhang Waner sat on the grass, breathing in the fresh air of nature. Zhang Waner leaned on Su Hua's thick shoulders, a happy smile on her face. Master Su, I still feel like I'm dreaming. It's not real at all. In fact, Zhang Waner, this kind of thinking is normal. Everything came too fast, as the bottom for so many years, all of a sudden rise, not real at all. Of course it's true. Su Hua touched Zhang Waner's cheek. Zhang Waner added, Master Su, do you think we'll be able to stay happy like this? Su Hua's gaze was fixed. This world is in the midst of chaos. He always feels that this peace in front of him is short-lived, and he helps Zhou Changlong to do things. Zhou Changlong, this guy is ruthless. Maybe one day he will do something to himself. So there is no eternal tranquility. There is no Zhou Changlong. There are other bandits and so on. In case there comes a Yi Jin master, Su Hua can't cope with it now as well. So it's still strength that counts. But there is no earth-shattering change at the moment. So let's just take our time. The main thing is to accumulate more money for himself. As for Zhou Changlong's side, he doesn't dare to do anything to him. After all, he has good earning power. Of course I will. Trust me. Su Hua said seriously. Soon, the two of them got into the carriage, and Zhao Yuer drove it out of the jungle. An hour later, the carriage entered the Black Dragon Town neighborhood. Su Hua heard a loud noise. It was a group of beggars fighting. Little Sanzi, this bucket of slop is mine. A very tattered beggar dressed in very ragged clothes guarded a bucket of slop with both hands in death. Several other beggars tried to come up and grab the bucket of slop. Little Lu Zi, we are really hungry and have no choice. This bucket of slop sends us a little bit to eat. Okay, or let us have a sip. Xiao Lu Zi, the beggar, clenched his teeth. That's just it. Drink together. Next these beggars partook of the slop. Su Hua just happened to see this scene, and Zhang Waner also looked at it. She frowned, very disturbed. Su Hua told Zhao Yuer to stop the car. Wani, you're in the car. Su Hua stepped down from the carriage, and these beggars took a look at the master in front of them. It's Master Su. Master Su, sorry to make you laugh. We are really too hungry. This restaurant does not want the slop. These beggars hide their slop behind their backs. Su Hua waved his hand and fished a string of copper plates out of his sleeve. Divide it amongst yourself. Su Hua threw himself on the ground. This time, Su Hua was a bit surprised that these beggars did not come up to loot. What? Too little? If it's too little, I won't give it to you, Su Hua said. It's not that it's too little. It's that Master Su is too good to us, giving us money every time we pass by, and we're too embarrassed to take it. Su Hua waved his hand and turned towards the carriage. Take it. Master has money now. No need to save it for him. Hearing these words, these beggar parties were the ones who came forward to pick up these coins. They watched Su Hua's carriage slowly leave. Then a sigh. Master Su is really a great man. Yes, and never forgets us beggars even after getting rich. On the carriage, Su Hua sighed in his heart. This world is just chaotic. If not for his own opening, he was afraid that he would be the same as these beggars. Looking at the buxom beauty in his arms, at this moment Su Hua still felt happy. If the big picture remained the same, it would be fine to live such tranquil days. There is money to earn, clothes to wear, a mansion to live in, maids to serve, and Jiangwan air to warm the bed. After returning to the Ink Brand mansion, Lulu told Su Hua one thing, and that was that Zhou Changlong's side had sent a notification for him to come over. Su Hua nodded when he heard this. Willow 5. Take last month's profits and come with me. Yes, Master Su. Soon enough, Su Hua arrived in the Lord Zhou Hall. In the hall, Su Hua smelled a strong killing opportunity, and the face of Zhou Changlong in front of him was also cold, looking like he was not in a very good mood. I don't know what's going on, but Su Hua was irritated by this killing aura. Lord Zhou, is there anything you want to see me about? Zhou Bao coldly said. Kid Su, you still haven't handed over last month's profit. You should know how you gave me your promise in the first place. Su Hua waved his hand and Lu Wu came up with a box. Zhou Bao looked at the crate. Okay, I'll see how many there are. At this moment, Zhou Changlong was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, not saying a word. Zhou Bao took inventory and revealed a look of ecstasy. Uncle, more than 50,000 coins. When Zhou Changlong heard this figure, he revealed an incredulous gaze. More than 50,000 coins? Yeah, Zhou Bao said. Zhou Changlong looked at Su Hua and smiled. Huazi, well done. Come, sit with me. Huazi, wasn't it Kid Su just now? P.S. First shift. Please click for love. Chapter 74, The Method of Easy Tendons. You're calling yourself Huazi all of a sudden? Didn't you call yourself by your first name just now? And now you're calling Huazi so affectionately? Good, good, good. Good for you, Zhou Changlong. Some thoughts flashed through Su Hua's mind. Zhou Bao froze and looked at his uncle. He's not even qualified to sit on it. I can't believe he's letting this guy sit on it. Su Hua arched his hand. Lord Zhou, I'm afraid it's not too good for me to sit up. Lord Zhou narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with that? You sit when I tell you to. It means you're qualified. Other people who want to sit beside me aren't qualified yet. Many thanks, Lord Zhou. Su Hua walked up and then sat beside Lord Zhou. Zhou Changlong patted Su Hua's shoulder and took it easily, and Su Hua was instantly struck as if by lightning. At this moment, Su Hua's heart was shocked. What kind of cultivation was this Zhou Changlong in the end? This is damn too terrifying. It's still a copper skin cultivation. The cultivation is too low. Su Hua let out a bitter laugh. Kid is too clumsy. But at your age, your cultivation to be able to reach copper skin is also considered to be a very good talent. Huazi, cultivate well so that you can work well for me and make money for me. Zhou Changlong, ha 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 ha. Zhou Changlong laughed. Su Hua smiled and said, Don't worry, Lord Zhou. Zhou Changlong glanced at Zhou Bao. Baoer, serve Huazi tea. Hearing this, Zhou Bao froze and almost didn't react. Uncle, you're asking me to serve him tea? I'm a master of Yi Jin. Zhou Changlong froze, and Zhou Bao exhaled, then reluctantly poured tea for Su Hua. Su Hua, have some tea. Thank you, Senior Steward. Su Hua took the teacup. Then Zhou Changlong added, Huazi, recently master, I am also very short of money. All aspects need a lot of money. You put in more effort, work hard, expand the industry properly, take care of the industry, and earn more for me. This is what I should do. Don't worry, Lord Zhou. By the way, you should also not forget your own cultivation. You can't help me make money but forget about your own martial arts cultivation. When you break through to the 5th level of skin refining, let me know at that time. I'll send you the method of easy tendon. When Su Hua heard this, his gaze condensed, then he arched his hand. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. Zhou Bao heard this from the side and gritted his teeth. He couldn't figure out why his uncle was so nice to an outsider. Surprisingly, he also had to give away the Yi Sheng method, since this Zhou Changlong had mentioned the method of Yi Tendon. Su Hua followed the lead and asked one more question. Lord Zhou, what is Yi Jin? Yi Tendon? It, naturally, is easy to shape the tendons. E-tendon is much more advanced than practicing skin membrane. Not a level. E-tendon is divided into 5 small realms, respectively: python tendon, tiger tendon, elephant tendon, auger tendon, dragon tendon. Panther is the anaconda tendon minor realm. Hearing this, Xu Hua nodded, while in his heart, he also wondered what realm this Zhou Changlong was in. Zhou Bao was in the python tendon minor realm. So what about Zhou Changlong? Is it a tiger tendon? It doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's an elephant tendon. Thinking of this, Xu Hua decided that he would break through to the gold skin as soon as possible. At least right now. He still had value with Zhou Changlong. As for the county, we will go there later. It is said that the forces over in Wanshun County are even more intricate and complicated, and there are even more powerful people. Without a strong strength it is simply not possible to stand firm. Thank you, Lord Zhou, for explaining. The kid will definitely work hard. Okay, you go down. Xu Hua arched his hand and then walked out. Watching Xu Hua leave, Zhou Bao revealed a jealous look. Uncle, an outsider, what are you doing being so nice to him? Again Hua Zi. Again let me pour the tea. I am a strong Yi-Jin. Pouring tea for a kid from Copper Skin Pass. Won't this be laughed at when it gets out? This kid, with a role to play, should naturally be treated politely. Then uncle you wouldn't be so bad as to give him the Yi-Jin cultivation method, which is so precious. And did you see me give it? Didn't give. That's not right. This kid has good talent. Only 17 or 18 years old is the copper skin off. But when he breaks through to the gold skin after, at least needs several years time. At least 5 years. This time easy tendon method to give him, so what? There is no threat. By the time my cultivation has long since been another layer. Even if it is you, your cultivation is also far more than the present. Right. The main thing is that this man does have some brains in business and has to be reused. When Zhou Bao heard this, he revealed a smile. It's still uncle who was thoughtful. Xu Hua, who walked out of the Zhou family residence. The face changed. He walked in just now and felt the kill. If he hadn't made him a huge profit, I'm afraid there would be some trouble today. Xu Hua had thought that he would be able to be serene for a while, or even remain so serene, and be happy like this with Zhang Wan'er and so on. In this way, the peace, the happiness, is short-lived. Zhou Changlong said that when he broke through to the golden skin, he would give him the method of Yi-Jin, and Xu Hua didn't know if it was true. However, Xu Hua felt that it was time for him to break through to the golden skin state. It would be comfortable if I really got the method of Yi-Jin. Today, I listened to Zhou Changlong explaining the 5 minor realms of Yi-Jin, which are python, tiger, elephant, jiao and dragon. It looks like it's hard to cultivate. It must be strong to cultivate it though. Xu Hua wasn't too worried. Anyway, he had a system entry. As long as he had the secret techniques and money to support them, breaking through these realms wasn't as simple as drinking water. As long as we get the Yi-Jin method, then we can meticulously get some money and finish off Zhou Changlong when the time comes. Lu Wu watched Xu Hua walk over, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Master Xu, is everything alright? It's okay. Xu Hua knew that he was making money for Zhou Changlong, and Zhou Changlong wouldn't deal with him for the time being, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible to be the king. As for why he was able to make good money for Zhou Changlong, it was because Xu Hua had utilized some of his experience in business and some of his experience in management on the Blue Planet. Some land policies were also introduced in Black Dragon Town, such as renting out some land. And many people had jobs, and beggars could go to odd jobs. Back in the Ma Xiong mansion, Xu Hua immediately opened the chest and took stock of all his savings. During this period of time when he was making money for Zhou Changlong, Xu Hua had also raked in quite a bit of oil and water, together with some of his own savings from before. Xu Hua had now amassed 20,000 out of the 20,000 coins, sort of a sizable number. It would have been more if he had been allowed to accumulate for a few more months. Of course he wasn't going to continue to save up, first taking a portion to purchase medicinal herbs. It was time to mention his cultivation level. After noon, Zhao Yuer drove the carriage to the outside of the Seemingly Spring Hall. The owner of Seemingly Spring Hall came to greet him, having long ago booked a private room for Xu Hua. Master Xu, please take a seat. I've prepared the blood-nourishing powder for you. Master Xu. Xu Hua asked for 20 pairs of blood-nourishing proteins here, which cost Xu Hua 16,000 coins. Although it was a bit of a meaty pain, but strength was the only thing. Xu Hua then returned to the Ma Xiong mansion and began to take medicinal baths. This time he was going to break through the 5th level of skin refining. The golden skin. P.S. Click for love, please. Chapter 75, Breaking Through the Golden Skin. 10 days later. Xu Hua opened the system. He wanted to see how many upgrade points the system had accumulated. He had now consumed 15 pairs of herbs. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, copper skin. Upgrade point, 558. Arm strength, 4,700. Martial arts, have an opening hand, proficient, soul-chasing palm, proficient, prairie blade technique, proficient, thunderbolt kung fu, proficient. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. After looking at the system layout, Xu Hua still planned to use his heaven opening hand to break into the golden skin first. However, without the plus sign displayed behind the heaven opening hand, it could not be upgraded, indicating that 558 upgrade points were not enough. With 5 more pairs of herbs, Xu Hua continued the medicinal bath. Another week has passed. He opened the system again and looked at the upgrade points, which had reached 770. This time, he mobilized his heaven opening hand and a small plus sign was displayed behind it. Seeing this, Xu Hua revealed a flash of excitement. So it turned out that he needed more than 700 points to break through to gold skin with one martial art. This was a bit of a surprise to Xu Hua. More than 700 was not considered much. It should be because he had upgraded several other martial arts to the proficient state, and his physical quality was greatly enhanced. So the upgrade points he needed to break through the golden skin with one martial art were not that many. Xu Hua didn't hesitate and directly tapped the plus sign behind it furiously. In a moment's time, Xu Hua's muscles felt as if they were about to be torn apart. Ouch! It hurts. His whole body instantly turned hot. His dermal membranes were fiery, like he'd slathered every inch of his skin with drunken, hot chili sauce. And this hotness is getting worse. Within moments, Xu Hua felt like his skin membranes were red-hot pieces of iron. Hold back. You must hold back. I came from a humble background in this life. If I can't even withstand this pain, how can I walk out on a great path? Xu Hua strengthened his mind. With a bang, Xu Hua felt that he heard a loud noise. A terrifying power suddenly surged inside his body, which ran through his entire body, making him comfortable and refreshing. Xu Hua lifted his arm and gently applied his power, after which he flicked the dermatome. Clang! The dermis makes a jingo sound. The sound of jingo is the most obvious sign of a golden skin. Xu Hua revealed a look of ecstasy as he ran his force and blasted his fist into the void. And with a bang, the void exploded, creating a wave of air that rippled out. What a strong power! Xu Hua pushed open the door of the room and then executed the heaven opening hand. The heaven opening hands were perfectly wielded by him, and each hand was incomparably powerful, possessing an extremely strong force between his hands and feet. Xu Hua then tested his speed again. With a scurry at his limit, he came directly to 25 meters away. Before Xu Hua's speed was about 21 meters a scurry. Now it was hardened by 4 meters. It had to be said that Xu Hua had improved too much this time. With his current strength, he could kill Chi Guan with a snap of his fingers, and he didn't even need to go through the trouble as he did last time. Even Master Lin's peak battle power was far from Xu Hua's current opponent. Xu Hua opened his system. He wanted to see what level of arm strength he had reached this time. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Xu Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining, golden skin. Upgrade points, 58. Arm strength, 5,500. Martial arts, heaven opening hand, perfect, soul chasing palm, proficient, prairie blade technique, proficient, thunderbolt technique, proficient. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. 5,500 pounds. Xu Hua was incredibly excited, this time directly boosting his strength by 800 pounds. And 500 pounds was a really fierce level of power. Knowing that for a gold-skinned powerhouse, such as Lin Yuan, who was at the peak of his gold-skinned combat power, Lin Yuan's arm strength should be at the beginning of 4,000 pounds. Xu Hua was now 500 pounds. 500 pounds more than Lin Yuan out of thin air. And Xu Hua Jinpi hadn't yet reached his peak combat strength. There are also the soul-chasing palm and the thunderbolt kung fu that have not been ordered to perfection. Once these two gates were pointed to perfection, Xu Hua's arm strength would also increase. Now that I've broken through to golden skin, I have to plan for the Yi Jin realm before it's too late. If I want to break through Yi Jin, I need to practice the method. Zhou Changlong said that as long as I break through to golden skin, he'll pass on the method of Yi Jin to me. Thinking about this, Xu Hua pondered for a moment. But it was only a short while ago when Zhou Changlong told me this, and I broke through to golden skin all of a sudden. I'm afraid this is a bit unjustifiable. No, for the time being, I can't go and ask Zhou Changlong for the method of Yi Jin. Let's make money first, and then in a couple months, We'll ask again. Next, Su Hua was at ease earning money and doing his job, and did very well. It was a day that made even Su Hua feel soothed. Every day to earn money, fishing for oil and water, and at night there is Zhang Wan Air's company. The day is comfortable and incomparable. Unconsciously, 3 months had almost passed. Zhang Wan Air's skin membrane had become tighter. Her body was getting better and better, and she was as watery as a peach. Fortune practiced diligently every day. Fortune is now primed to step into the stone skin. Su Hua's side of the oil and water is also quite a lot. Close to 3 months of time. Su Hua has raked in almost 20,000 coins. No, what is raked in? It is his own hard labor gain. It is deserved to get. However, Su Hua still clearly remembers what Miss Song, also known as Song Qian, said about enrolling at the county martial arts school, where the tuition fee is 30,000 yuan, and you have to give 5,000 coins every month. What kind of family does it take to raise a martial arts practitioner? It's almost like a little ancestor. No wonder Song Qian said that some small families in local towns couldn't afford one. Of course, the rewards are also great. From the martial arts school out, basically is a master of easy muscles. And the martial arts school teachers and brothers are not from a humble family, all have their own resources, so you just need to be able to get in, to be able to succeed in your studies, and the coins you spend are nothing, to be able to return tenfold, or even 100-fold. For the current Su Hua, he didn't dare to think about this yet. Let's find a way to get the ease of use method first. When he breaks through to E tendon and has the strength, he will take one air fu gui to the countryside to see the world. This world comes from a humble background, no resources background, that's it. However, Su Hua also firmly believed that, although the origin of the humble, but not a shame, can bend and can stretch, the party is a great man. This side of the Zhou mansion, Zhou Bo handed Zhou Changlong a copy of the bill. Zhou Changlong glanced over and was excited. Good. This wazoo, it's a good wazoo, it works really well. Zhou Bao also laughed. Yes, this wazi, what a great talent. Humph, you even said you killed it in the first place. Luckily I didn't. Zhou Changlong snorted. Zhou Bao smiled and said, Uncle, it's still you who has a big pattern. I can't do this pattern. It was at this time that someone came to pass. Lord Zhou, Su Hua is here. P.S. Tap power for love. Please, here comes the third update. The more power for love, the more updates. Chapter 76, Hua Zi is really talented. Zhou Changlong was in a good mood when he heard that it was Su Hua who had come. Damn, just talking about this Hua Zi. Hua Zi is here. Panther, go about your business. Uncle, I'm not busy, nothing busy today. HM? Then get lost and go practice martial arts. I'll chat with Hua Zi. What are you doing here? Zhou Changlong said. Zhou Bao huffed. Okay. Wait, Uncle. What? Pour Hua Zi's tea. Zhou Bao walked out and went to the outer gate of the mansion, looked at Su Hua and smiled. Hua Zi, you're in good spirits lately. It's okay, steward. Zhou Bao laughed. Hua Zi, call me some big housekeeper. It's too rusty. Just call me Brother Bao. I'm only about 10 years older than you. Okay, Brother Panther. That's right. By the way, Hua Zi, my uncle let you in. Good. Su Hua nodded. Zhou Bao added. Hua Zi, you're damn talented in business. Su Hua froze. Brother Panther, why did you say that? You engaged in some land model in Black Dragon Town. Really good use. A lot of starving beggars also went to work odd jobs and eat. The most important thing is to let our Zhou family make a big profit. This is not talent is what? Brother Panther, you are the best at complimenting people. Where is this talent of mine? I just made a mistake and came up with a sudden idea. I've heard that you have a good reputation in the eyes of the common people. You've done a good job. In the future, if you work more for my Zhou family, there will be many benefits. Brother Panther is joking. What reputation is very good? I am just squeezing the labor of those guys. With the cheapest cost, earn higher profits. Those beggars are just cheap skin. Give him a mouthful of food. He listens to your command. Zhou Bao squinted his eyes. He laughed. You is modest. Well, I do not bull asterisk with you. Do not delay you time. You quickly go in. Okay. Su Hua walked straight into the hall of the Zhou mansion. Zhou Changlong's eyes were closed. And when he heard that someone had walked in, Zhou Changlong's eyebrows opened up. Wazi, sit. Su Hua arched his hand. Greetings, Lord Zhou. You're welcome. Have some tea. I'll have power porridge for you. Su Hua took a sip. The tea was indeed good and expensive. Nice. Hua Zi, I've seen everything you've done in recent months. You are indeed a genius, and have solved my Zhou Changlong's pressing problems. I'm very happy to see you. Do a good job. Zhou Changlong said. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Zhou. I will definitely do my best to work for Lord Zhou. That's good. That's good. I still say the same thing. You want the method of easy tendon. After you break through to the golden skin in 5 years, I will give it to you. I, Zhou Changlong, am not a stingy person. Although the method of easy tendon is precious and incomparable, but after you have done so much for my Zhou family, it's worth giving it to you. Hearing this, Su Hua slowly said, Lord Zhou, I came over this time because I want Lord Zhou to grant me the method of e-tendon. I hope that Lord Zhou will fulfill my request. When Zhou Changlong heard this, he frowned, then laughed. Hua Zi, what's your hurry? I said 5 years later, when you break through to the golden skin, I'll give it to you as well. Lord Zhou, I've already broken through to the golden skin. Su Hua said. Zhou Changlong was shocked and immediately stood up. Hua Zi, are you kidding me? Weren't you still a copper skin 4 months ago? How can you elevate to a gold skin in a few months? I said I won't be short of your easy tendon technique. I definitely won't be short of it. Su Hua looked at Zhou Changlong. Lord Zhou, look. Su Hua stood up and shook his body with a clang, and the sound of the golden gob shook. Zhou Changlong was shocked. The sound of Gingo? No, it can't be. Su Hua immediately said. I still ask Lord Zhou to hold it. Zhou Changlong scurried to Su Hua's side, creating a strong wind, then easily took Su Hua's arm and then flicked it. Clang! The sound of Jingo resounded throughout the hall. Golden skin, good man. Hua Zi, how did you do it? How did you break through from copper skin to gold skin in just 3 or 4 months? Su Hua scratched his head. Lord Zhou, I just practiced every day and broke through without realizing it. Zhou Changlong said. Hua Zi, you're a ing genius. Not only are you good at business, you're also a genius at cultivation. Let's do it this way. You stabilize the golden skin foundation for a month first, and I'll give you the method of e-tendon next month. Su Hua nodded. Good. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. Right. Hua Zi, come with me to a place in a few days. I want to fight for something. Okay. Then Su Hua left. Zhou Changlong said that he would give him the e-tendon method in a month of stability. So let us mention this matter in a month of stability. He couldn't do anything about it. Who told him that he had the easy tendon method? Who told him that he was strong? A man under the roof has to bow down. Watching Su Hua leave, Zhou Changlong's face revealed a smile. This Hua Zi is really ing talented. I want to cultivate it properly. As for this Suji method, give it to him next month, that is. Ha ha ha. Why didn't I discover such a talent earlier? If there were a few more of them, what else would I be lacking in terms of money for? My Zhou Changlong. 3 days later, Zhou Changlong, with Zhou Bao, as well as Su Hua, the 3 of them left the Black Dragon Town at a fast pace, and then went through the canyon, through the jungle, and into a hilly area, and underneath the hill, there was a wide and big road. Su Hua still doesn't know what he's going to do this time. Brother Panther, what are we going to do this time? Doing what? Robbing things, of course. Have you ever heard of a thunder tiger? Su Hua shook his head. Brother Panther, I've never heard of it. And what kind of species is this thunder tiger? I've only heard of the big white tiger that is snow white all over and doesn't have a single hair on its body. And there's also the flower-spotted tiger. And there's also the saber-toothed tiger. Hey, Hua Zi, this Lei tiger is not a human being, called Lei tiger, nicknamed Lei tiger. This Lei tiger is vicious, entrenched in 100 Flowers Town, is also a master of Ishan, enlisting a lot of resources, and messing up a lot of money. This guy is a big bad guy, loves women the most, and spoils a lot of women in 100 Flowers Town, and my uncle is a deadly rival. Bad seed, big bad seed. Zhou Bao kept cursing. With these words, Su Hua was speechless, saying that others are bad seeds. You Zhou Bao, you Zhou Changlong, are also murderous, and not a good person, Hua Zi, why don't you open your mouth, Chang? So bad. Deserve to be killed. Su Hua pretended to be angry. Zhou Bao touched his cheeks, revealing a hideous smile. Cough cough. It's not that we'll kill him if he's a bad guy. We're actually no better. He. And because of what? He. It's because this thunder tiger has gotten a few E-gene pills from some forces in Wanshun County, which are worth a lot of money, and are elixirs taken by E-gene experts. So we're ambushing thunder tiger? Yeah. Hey. Zhou Bao laughed. P.S. A little stuck on the text. Update coming. Chapter 77, E-Gene Pill. While the two were discussing, Zhou Changlong generated wind under his feet and violently scurried down. Zhou Changlong came to the road below the bottom of the valley, tied the rope to one end, and then led it to the side of the side. As long as there will be a fast horse passing by later, he started the rope to block it, and then the incoming people will surely fall over. Up above, Zhou Bao and Su Hua crouched next to the rock, the two of them discussing in whispers. Huazi, pay some attention later. This Lei Tiger also has a E-Gene expert under him, belonging to the Python Tendon, but I'll deal with him. You go deal with those golden skin experts. As for Lei Tiger, my uncle will deal with him. Zhou Bao said. Su Hua nodded. Brother Panther, are you a Python Tendon cultivator? Aha! Then what tendon is Lord Zhou? Su Hua asked. Zhou Bao lowered his voice and whispered, Huazi, I'll tell you quietly, my uncle is an expert in elephant tendon. Hearing this, Su Hua's heart was also shaken. This Zhou Changlong was just awesome. He was even an elephant tendon powerhouse. To think that he was only at the golden skin cultivation level. Still too weak. A weakling. At this time, at the other end, there are 20 to 30 people. These 20 to 30 people come aggressively. The leader is a strong man. This person's face also has a knife scar. He is Tiger Lei. Beside Lei Tiger, there was also his personal disciple, who was holding a short spear and was also gazing around. The group of people were fast and furious, causing dust to fly below. Just at the moment they crossed the road below, Zhou Changlong held the big rope in his hand and rose with a bang. The huge blocking force and the impact of the fast horses collided together, and immediately the people fell over, and the horses in the rear even crashed together. However, Lei Tiger was an expert in E-Tendon. Naturally, he was not weak to this kind of battle. The moment his horse was blocked, he directly landed on the ground in the air. The same is true of his own disciples. The others quickly rolled onto their backs and looked around warily. Lei Tiger snorted coldly, playing sneak attack, daring to sneak attack me. Lei Tiger, looking for death. I would like to see who was so bold. Right about this time, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of them. It was Zhou Changlong, Zhou Bao, and Su Hua. Zhou Changlong put his hands behind his back and said blandly, Tiger Lei, long time no see. Tiger Lei looked at the fact that it was Zhou Changlong and said coldly, Zhou Changlong, it's you. What do you want? Zhou Changlong smiled. Tiger Lei, I heard that you've gotten a lot of easy pills. Thunder Tiger's face changed and became grave. Lei Tiger's personal disciple held a short spear and pointed at Zhou Changlong. What, do you still want to rob my master's Ishan pill? Lei Tiger made his personal disciple retreat as he laughed. Brother Zhou is really well informed. I don't want to kill anyone. Tiger Lei, give me the tendon pill and I'll leave. Zhou Changlong said indifferently. Lei Tiger's face changed, and his personal disciple even gritted his teeth. Master, go together and destroy Zhou Changlong. Lei Tiger lowered his voice. This person is very strong and is not easy to deal with. Then Lei Tiger took out a box from his arms. Brother Zhou, I did manage to get the E-Tendon pill. How about I give you one? Elder Zhou shook his head. I want them all. When Lei Tiger heard this, he was furious to the extreme. Grass. Zhou Changlong, don't give your face. I won't give you a single one. Boom. The Thunder Tiger ran his force, his body's long tendons chiming together, surprisingly emitting a burst of tiger whistling sounds. Zhou Changlong shook his head and sighed. I was unwilling to kill you, but if I have to be forced to do so, then it's not my fault. Zhou Changlong scurried over and Thunder Tiger pulled up. The two E-Gene masters began to engage. Su Hua still wants to watch the fight. As a result, Lei Tiger's own disciple came scurrying in, his short spear in his hand viciously stabbing at Su Hua. Su Hua rolls to the ground to avoid a jab. Thunder Tiger's disciple roared furiously again, Kid, die. Su Hua continued to dodge and move, and right at this moment, Zhou Bao dodged and scurried to Su Hua's side, then raised his large palm to meet the short spear of Lei Tiger's own disciple. Want to kill Huazi? I want you to die, Huazi, back off, I'll deal with this guy, be careful and protect yourself. Su Hua nodded. Brother Panther, you be careful too. The other 20 or so people had surrounded Su Hua. Among them were 3 gold-skinned experts and some iron-skinned experts. Su Hua began to deal with these people as well. Su Hua drew his horizontal sword and scurried up, directly slashing these people. Anyway, his strength was gold skin. Zhou Bao and Zhou Changlong both knew that, and there was no need to hide anything. Bang, bang, bang. Su Hua swung his long knife, directly chopping and slicing. Such a sharp knife technique coupled with a terrifying power, directly killing through quite a few copper-skinned experts. 3 gold-skinned experts came to surround Su Hua. Su Hua chopped away with a turn, and this gold-skinned expert's weapon was severed with a single slash, and a terrifying slash mark appeared on his entire face before he fell straight to the ground. The other 2 gold-skinned experts attacked Su Hua from the left and right. Su Hua kicked one of them, then Su Hua rolled on the ground before slashing across the ground. The second gold-skinned expert was killed by Su Hua. The gold-skinned expert who had been kicked out looked at Su Hua's such a sharp blade technique as he stood up, revealing a look of horror. Xu Hua drew himself up, scooting and moving across the ground before swinging his sword, the powerful force shaking the tiger's mouth of this gold-skinned expert's weapon in hand and exploding it. Bang! Xu Hua kicked away, followed by the long blade piercing through the chest of this gold-skinned expert. After Xu Hua killed these people, Zhou Bao's side also ended the battle, as Zhou Bao's large palm shattered the heavenly inspiration of Lei Hu's pro-disciple. Zhou Bao watched as the battle on Xu Hua's side was over. He was surprised for a moment. Good fellow, Huazi, I didn't expect you to be so strong in battle. I'm afraid you're the number one person under Ishan. Brother Panther is joking. The two then looked over to Zhou Changlong's side. Zhou Changlong and Thunder Tiger fought, the ground shook, dust flew, and debris flew. Xu Hua was also startled, the explosive power, the impact of a E-Gene expert was simply terrifying. Boom! Xu Hua only saw Zhou Changlong's large palm sweep over Lei Tiger's chest, which suddenly exploded in a cloud of blood, and the clothes on his back exploded by inches. With a rumbling sound, Thunder Tiger flew backwards 7 or 8 meters away, and then climbed up with difficulty. Elephant tendons. Zhou Changlong kicked his foot and a sharp stone penetrated Lei Tiger's throat. Thunder Tiger just fell straight down. Zhou Changlong then walked over and got Thunder Tiger's box, opening it up. There were 5 E-Gene pills inside. Zhou Changlong was very satisfied, then smiled, search clean, go away. Soon, the bag-licking session begins. The two of them, Xu Hua and Zhou Bao, searched the things on these people. It was at this time that Xu Hua touched something from the clothing compartment of Thunder Tiger's personal disciple. Xu Hua revealed a look of ecstasy as this was. PS click for love, please. Chapter 78 The Choice of Taking the Road to Death. Xu Hua touched it, and it was a booklet. It's a secret book. Xu Hua's heart was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Lei Tiger's own disciple was a python tendon expert, and the booklet on his body might be a secret book of easy tendon. At this moment, Zhou Bao was searching the other people's bodies, Zhou Changlong was viewing the E-Gene pill, and Xu Hua unknowingly tore through the clothes sandwich, then took this booklet out. As expected, the booklet showed that it was the 3 elements of the gun. No need to guess, it is the method of E-Gene cultivation. This harvest is too big. Xu Hua was just about to sneak it into his clothes pocket. Suddenly the Zhou Bao slammed Xu Hua. Wazi, there's nothing to search for, what have you? Xu Hua frowned, cursing Zhou Bao's ancestors in his heart. Oh, this is a pamphlet seized from the Thunder Tiger's own disciple, I can't read it. Show me. Zhou Bao took it over to have a look. He flipped it over, revealing a smirk. The 3 elements gun technique is the python tendon cultivation method. Zhou Bao then handed this item to Zhou Changlong, who nodded and then put it into his sleeve. Xu Hua's heart was anxious beyond measure when he saw this scene. It was a ing step away just now. Now Xu Hua wants to whack Zhou Bao with a hammer. However, Xu Hua couldn't afford to have a seizure or anything, after all, his own strength was too low. Well, mount up and return. Soon, Zhou Changlong, Zhou Bao, and Xu Hua, the 3 of them returned to this side of the Zhou Mansion's hall. Zhou Changlong's side cracked a smile. Huazi, since you personally worked for me, I have to say that I've had a lot more luck, you've helped me make so much money, and today I got 5 E-Gene pills, you're a blessing to me. Xu Hua humbly said. Lord Zhou is joking, it's Lord Zhou who was blessed with good fortune. Ha ha ha, Huazi, tell me, what reward do you want this time? You've made a great achievement this time. Zhou Bao also said in succession, Uncle, Huazi's established a great merit this time around, so he should be rewarded properly. Xu Hua laughed and said, Lord Zhou, that 3 elements gun technique, I have some interest in it. Where did Zhou Changlong not know Xu Hua's mind? He laughed and said, the 3 yuan gun method, although it is python tendon practice method, but do you know that the easy tendon method door also has to be divided into high and low points? Lei Tiger's personal disciple cultivated the 3 yuan gun method, stepped into the python tendon level. My leopard child similarly cultivated the easy tendon method, is also the python tendon level. Why was he killed by my leopard child? Double palms. I have not yet used a weapon. Zhou Bao laughed. Huazi, your kid is just too anxious. The height of the E-tendon method also represents the future potential in combat power. This 3 yuan gun method and Uncle were give me the white virtual too much method compared to a lot worse. What do you want this thing for? Wait for the next month after your golden skin is firm. Zhou Changlong also nodded. Huazi, don't worry, I, Zhou Changlong, am a man of my word. What you have done for me I see in my eyes. Next month, I will pass on your white boy tie hands. Looking at Zhou Changlong, who didn't look like he was joking, Xu Hua nodded. Alright, many thanks to Lord Zhou. After Xu Hua left, Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao discussed it. Zhou Bao said, Uncle, this Huazi is not bad. Today's harvest from the ambush of the Thunder Tiger, Huazi alone decimated a lot of golden skin experts. Yes, I just picked up a treasure. After his golden skin foundation is firmly established this month, I'll pass on his white boy tie hands. Zhou Changlong said. Good, I'll give him some pointers when the time comes. Zhou Bao said. Zhou Changlong laughed. Good, you give him more pointers to improve his cultivation faster. Golden skin strength, after all, is still not enough to look at. Aha, yes, golden skin is not enough. When the time comes, I will personally instruct him. With Hua Zi's talent, after half a year, he will definitely be able to break through to Python Tendon. Zhou Changlong nodded. That couldn't be better. Maybe after a year, it will be able to surpass me. I believe in Hua Zi's talent. After 3 years, I'm afraid Hua Zi's cultivation will be even higher. Hee. Zhou Changlong smiled. That was the worst. Zhou Changlong just said this, snapping to his feet. Ha! Zhou Bao froze. Uncle, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stand up? Panther, what did you just say? I said, Uncle, why are you standing up? No, the previous sentence about Hua Zi. Zhou Changlong's tone was a bit grave. Zhou Bao immediately said, I said that Hua Zi, under my guidance, can definitely surpass me after 1 year, and after 3 years, maybe Hua Zi's cultivation will be even higher. Uncle, is there any problem? Still no problem? You savor it carefully. Zhou Bao shook his head. I can't taste it, please ask Uncle to point it out. 1 year surpasses me, 3 years will be even higher, then who can hold down Hua Zi? And help us make money? Zhou Changlong's gaze was sharp and incomparable. Ah! Zhou Bao suddenly reacted. His gaze condensed. Uncle, if you don't talk about this, I actually forgot. Hua Zi's talent is too terrifying. According to this progress, if he becomes an expert in Yishang, then whoever is helping us to make money will definitely leave our control. Zhou Changlong nodded. Yeah, so is the E-gene method going to be given to him or not? Zhou Changlong pondered. Don't give it, Uncle, never give it. Think carefully. Hua Zi seems to have worshipped under Lin Yuan for not long, only just over a year. He is cultivated to this realm. By the way, I saw Hua Zi killing Thunder Tiger's golden skin masters like killing chickens today. Zhou Bao said. Zhou Changlong sat down on the chair. Let me think about it. Hua Zi's talent is horrible. If he is given, or even cupped with resources, in the future, he will become a great man. Maybe this person will turn into a dragon once he meets the wind and clouds. If I don't give it, Hua Zi can set it up with me and earn money for me, but it won't work if I never give it. Let me think, should I support Hua Zi to cultivate properly or control him to make money for me? Zhou Changlong's gaze condensed. In this case, I'll give him 5 years. After 5 years, I'll give him the Yisheng method, so that he can honestly work for me to make money in these 5 years. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Bao revealed a touch of smile. Uncle, this method is good. After 5 years, our cultivation level will be plucked up quite a bit, and Uncle, your cultivation level might also break through to the auger tendon level, and at this time, we will then pass on Hua Zi's easy tendon method. Zhou Changlong nodded. This method can work, and it doesn't tear up the face. And what if Hua Zi doesn't want to? Zhou Bao raised the question. Zhou Changlong frowned. Unwilling? One must be willing even if one is unwilling. Does he dare to be unwilling? I can destroy him with a flip of my hand. That's true, it's just a gold skin. A gold skin is ultimately a mole in our eyes. Zhou Bao smiled. Zhou Changlong also laughed. After 5 years, give him the E-gene method, even if he breaks through the E-gene, but facing me, Zhou Changlong, he will still be a dog of my Zhou family, and will still be firmly under my control. Ha 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 ha. PS third shift, please, for the love of power. Chapter 79. 5 years is too long. Only strive for the night. This next month, Su Hua instructed Fu Gue, instructed Wan Er to practice martial arts. This month is also very good. This month Su Hua raked in the oil and water, both raked in 8,000 copper plates. Now Su Hua's side had also accumulated 30,000 coins, which wasn't bad. It's only been a few short months. It's been a great month too. It was still comfortable to have the company of the beautiful Wan Er. But Su Hua finally remembered Zhou Changlong's terror, the dreadfulness of the E-gene master. This month's time was up, and Su Hua thought of Zhou Changlong's promise, so he was prepared to make a trip to Zhou Changlong's side. Zhou Changlong promised to give him the White Void Tai Han's easy tendon technique, and this time when he went to ask for it, he should be able to fulfill it. Morning. Su Hua and Zhang Wan were intimate for a while. Wanner, clean up this place, I'm going over to the Zhou mansion. Zhang Wanner got up. Master Su, take your time, I'll clean these up. Su Hua walked out of the Mashan mansion before making his way to the Zhou family residence. Road trip. Su Hua was also pondering something. Enter the mansion. Come to the hall. Zhou Changlong had long been waiting for Su Hua in the mansion. Hua Zi, is it coming? Su Hua smiled and said, Lord Zhou, take a look at the bill. Zhou Changlong looked at the bill and was very satisfied. Good, Hua Zi, well done, award you 2,000 coins this month. Speaking of this, Zhou Changlong waved his hand and a maid brought up 2,000 coins. Su Hua collected it. Many thanks to Lord Zhou. Zhou Changlong then smiled. Hua Zi, there's nothing to do, so go down. Su Hua's eyes stared. This Zhou Changlong didn't mention the matter of the gongfu in the slightest? Is it because you don't want to give it? Su Hua immediately said, Lord Zhou, there is one more thing. Zhou Changlong immediately said, Hua Zi, go ahead, what else? Su Hua arched his hand. Lord Zhou, I've been in Golden Skin for over a month now, and my foundation is still solid, so I'd also like to ask Lord Zhou to grant me the Yishan method. Zhou Changlong smiled as Su Hua spoke. Ha 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 ha, look at me, I almost forgot about this matter. Okay, I'll come and test how your golden skin is doing. Go to the courtyard, I'll test it and then push your chi and blood for you. Speaking of this, Zhou Changlong walked out, and Su Hua followed him out to the courtyard. Zhou Changlong groped Su Hua's arm and flicked it. The sound of jingo resounded throughout the courtyard. The foundation, which was not generally strong, made Zhou Changlong's heart shake fiercely. This kid really is a genius in practicing martial arts. If this kid were my son, how wonderful it would be. I would definitely raise my efforts to cultivate him, but it's a pity that he's an outsider after all. No, what if I accept him as my disciple? After he becomes famous in the future, won't I, Zhou Changlong, follow in the glory? At this moment, Zhou Changlong's heart was incomparably complicated. It's safe to say he's torn in his thoughts right now. Wanted to cultivate Su Hua, but felt that Su Hua was an outsider. He wanted to accept him as a personal disciple, but was worried that this outsider was unreliable. Which true disciple didn't all start personally cultivating them from a young age so that they would have a bond? For a moment, Zhou Changlong froze. Su Hua looked at Zhou Changlong. Lord Zhou, what's wrong? Su Hua broke Zhou Changlong's daze as he shook his head. It's nothing. In the end, Zhou Changlong was still defensive of Su Hua, still feeling that Su Hua was an outsider. It's just an outsider, cultivate it, maybe it's a white-eyed wolf, or just use him to make money for me. The only real thing is my own cultivation, not to mention an outsider, it's a real pro-disciple, even my own son will betray my own master. Moment. Zhou Changlong made a decision. Zhou Changlong smiled and said, Huazia, your golden skin foundation is still a bit poor, wait a little longer, another 3 months, I'll pass it on to you. Nima. When Su Hua heard this, he already knew that this Zhou Changlong did not intend to pass on his gene method. This is clearly a pie in the sky for him. But Su Hua couldn't afford to have a seizure or anything. A man under the roof has to bow down. Looking at Su Hua without saying anything, Zhou Changlong said, Huazi, I know that you have some dissatisfaction in your heart, right? Su Hua arched his hand. Huazi naturally wouldn't dare. Being dissatisfied is normal, I can understand, after all, anyone else would be dissatisfied, you're gifted, even your talent exceeds my imagination, I know that you want the gene method, you want it badly, don't you? Su Hua was also blunt, yes. When I said before that I would pass on the gene method to you this month, I truly wanted to pass it on to you, I didn't lie to you, I meant it, and the white void Tai hands aren't precious to me. Su Hua heard this. Really pass it on to me? Then what's the point of talking nonsense? Pass it on. What do you mean, you're not passing to him now? I don't want to lie to you either, Huazi, let me be honest with you, because your talent is too good. If I pass on the Yi Sheng method to you, it won't be long before you break through to the Yi Sheng level, and I need you to work for me right now, I don't want you to leave. Hearing this, Su Hua's gaze stared as he guessed that this was the case. Hey, Su Hua also found it difficult. Not without exposing your strength. What about exposure? As a result, people are afraid you'll grow up. Su Hua didn't say anything and continued to listen to Zhou Changlong. Huazi, I don't want to suppress your future, so I thought of a way, you do something for my Zhou family for 5 years, after 5 years, I will pass on the Yi Sheng method to you, after that you will be free to go wherever you want to go, and I will give you a sum of money to subsidize you at that time. I'm a person who has never been cruel and ruthless, but the only thing I will be is to be like this to you. Hear these words. Su Hua sneered in his heart. It's clearly all about trying to control him to make money. And you say it's for his own good? Anyone else would have stormed out. Of course Su Hua still smiled. Lord Zhou, 5 years is 5 years, it's nothing, I can afford to wait even if I'm young, I just hope that Lord Zhou won't change again by then, and he will also gift me a sum of money, is that true? Of course it's true, by the way, I also have a good friend who is entrenched in Jiankou town, he has a daughter who is as beautiful as a flower, after 5 years, I can let this good friend of mine's daughter marry you, how about that? Hearing this, Su Hua was ecstatic, good. It's an honor for me to be appreciated by Lord Zhou when I'm a mudblood from a mudblood background. Okay, then go about your business. Zhou Changlong waved his hand. Su Hua nodded before walking out of the mansion. The moment Su Hua walked out of the mansion's gate, his gaze was cold like a sharp knife. 5 years is too long. I'll only fight for the day and night. I'll live up to it. Chapter 80, Crazy Strength Boost. Su Hua is not a cutie pie. 5 years, and so much has changed in those 5 years. Do you really think Zhou Changlong is nice to him? Bull. Zhou Changlong is trying to control him to stay and make money for him. Moreover, Su Hua knew that Zhou Changlong would crush him at any time if he had no value. Su Hua lowered his head and looked inside his coat pocket. It's hung with aphrodisiacs, hoodwinks, lime powder, poisons, poisonous powders, poison needles, concealed weapons, etc. He really wanted to sneak up on this Zhou Changlong and directly mess him up. However, he didn't rush. Zhou Changlong was at the elephant tendon level, the sneak attack tactic was useless, or his strength was too low. No way. A man under the roof has to bow down. On the way, Su Hua was also pondering over it, and he had to make a choice as soon as possible as well. On the other side, Zhou Changlong returned to the hall of the mansion and Zhou Bao walked over. Uncle, how's it going? Gave Huazi the word to work for me for 5 years, and after 5 years, pass on his Yi-Jin method and give him a sum of money. So did he promise? He promised. Zhou Changlong said. Just say yes. I'm still not too sure though, does Huazi have any family members? Go and check, if so, that would be best. Zhou Changlong smiled grimly. Soon, Zhou Bao checked and came into the hall. Uncle, checked, didn't find it yet. Huazi has a humble origin, used to work under Chi Guan's followers, that is, the mines. Huazi also doesn't have any parents, he's the only one, he is indeed a mud-legged man. Zhou Changlong heard this and frowned. What a bare and clean mudblood. Does this kid have any friends? There don't seem to be any friends, but I heard that this guy hired the next siblings on the mansion, one as a guard and the other as a housekeeper. Go check it out. Yes. Night. Suo went out for a drink. Upon entering the mansion, Suo wasn't in a very good mood. Fu Gue walked over, looked at Su Hua, and bent down. Brother Hua, are you back? Su Hua kicked Fu Gue, who tumbled to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Can't even do something right, believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Hua, I. Just at this time, Zhang Wanner walked out. Looking at her brother being kicked to the ground, she stepped forward. Master Su, what's wrong? Su Hua glanced at Zhang Wanner, a cold smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. Good posture. Zhang Wanner said, Master Su, what are you doing? You come here. Su Hua pointed at Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan walked over to Su Hua, who extended his finger and hooked her chin. What a nice gesture. Master Su, what are you doing? Su Hua then hugged Zhang Wanner and a big scene was played out between the two of them. After tossing and turning for a while, Su Hua stops moving. Is the man gone, Master Su? Gone. Su Hua said slowly. Master Su, what exactly happened? Zhang Wanner was very worried. Su Hua shook his head, then wrapped his arms around Zhang Wanner. Wanner, perhaps in a short while, everything we have now will go up in smoke. Are you still willing to follow me? Zhang Wanner bit her lip and looked at Su Hua hotly. Master Su, I, Zhang Wan, am your person, your wife. I will go wherever you go. If you go to be a beggar, I will follow you to be a beggar. Su Hua laughed, not going to let you be a beggar. Su Hua then told the matter, and Zhang Wanner nodded. Everything will be arranged by husband. Su Hua smiled, then took Zhang Wanner's hand. I'm a bit tired today, Wanner, we just did a fake, now let's have a real one. Zhang Wanner said cheekily, good. Zhou Bao returned to the Zhou family residence. He came to Zhou Changlong's side. Uncle, this Huazi guy just isn't a thing, this guy is crazy. Why? There is a beautiful housekeeper in his mansion who was forced to do it by Huazi tonight. Huazi is human and animalistic. I guess all the maids in the mansion have suffered. It seems that the strategy of blackmailing people won't work. Then let's do this for now. Zhou Changlong said. Other side. Su Hua's mind raced inside. And his gaze was cold as a knife. Why do you use people to blackmail me? Fortunately I am married to one heir acting low-key, otherwise it is a bit troublesome. From tomorrow onwards, I want to earn a lot of money, and enhance my strength. The soul pursuing palm and the thunderbolt kung fu, as well as the prairie blade technique are all point to the consummation, and then after earning a sum of money, I will try to find a way to get out of here. Now that Su Hua had more than 30,000 coins on his side, Su Hua went to buy 30 pairs of blood-nourishing scatter and came back, spending over 20,000 yuan. Next, Su Hua was in a medicinal bath every day. 10 days later, Su Hua mobilized his soul-chasing palm and pointed it at the plus sign at the back. In a flash, the soul-chasing palm had been perfected. 20 days later, the thunderbolt work was complete. 30 days later, the prairie blade technique had been perfected, and the prairie horizontal strike chop had become Su Hua's most powerful card. This month Su Hua's strength increased across the board. Unfortunately, there was no Yi-Jin Fa Men, and without Yi-Jin Fa Men, it could not be recorded inside the system, and it could not be upgraded with a single click. Su Hua opened the data panel. He wanted to see what level his arm strength had increased to this time. System type, one-click upgrade. Host, Su Hua. Age, 17. Cultivation, skin refining golden skin. Upgrade points, 50. Arm strength, 7,000. Martial arts, heaven opening hand perfect, soul chasing palm perfect, prairie blade technique perfect, thunderbolt technique perfect. Auxiliary skills, diving breathing technique perfect. Watching his arm strength reach 7,000 pounds, Su Hua casually shook his arm and the air exploded with great power. I wonder how much arm strength this python tendon level of Zhou Bao possesses. Su Hua was a bit curious. Because in the ordinary 5th level of skin refining, a golden skinned martial artist only had around 4,000 kilograms of arm strength, and he now had 7,000 kilograms, far more than 3 kilograms. Of course, Su Hua was only guessing Zhou Bao's arm strength. It wasn't that it was going to kill Zhou Bao. Now is not the time to kill them. Next, Su Hua had to meet out a bit more. Recently he had spent quite a bit of money on cultivation, plus he had earned some more this month, accumulating more than 20,000 coins. But it's still not enough. When those coins reached 50,000, he was going to make his own plans. It's still the same. 5 years was too long, he simply couldn't wait 5 years. He's going to fight for the morning and the evening. P.S. Please click for love so the author can update fast enough. Chapter 81 is a crazy batch. Su Hua had plans in his mind ever since he knew that Zhou Changlong wasn't going to give him the feats. The natural thing to do was to leave Black Dragon Town with his wife, Zhang Waner and Fugui. As for where to go, it's to Manson County, of course. He was now a gold skin perfection, his strength was still there, at least he was able to protect his woman Wan Er. What's missing now is a fortune. Before Song Xian said, Wanshan County side has many martial arts schools, but the registration fee is sky high, as well as the price of goods in these, it is estimated that it is also very high. That's why Su Hua still has to save up a fortune. Save enough to leave. And, of course, not to leave without a fight. Zhou Changlong wouldn't let him go easily. He had to take stock of how he could leave. It's still a matter of strength. If he was strong enough, he would have directly pinched Zhou Changlong and the others. Of course, Su Hua had patience, and he couldn't be in a hurry when he was carrying the system. After all, he had the most important person by his side, Zhang Waner. Zhang Waner was his first woman, his wife, and he had to plan carefully. The full moon. The cool moonlight shone on the earth. A slight mist gradually rose from the ground as well. Su Hua stood in the courtyard, thinking. Just at this time, behind her came a pavilion woman with high breasts and a delicate figure. It was Zhang Waner who came. Zhang Waner took a black cloak Chang and draped it over Su Hua, then hugged Su Hua from behind with both hands, her small face relying on Su Hua's back. Husband, it's getting cold, don't get cold. Su Hua turned around and wrapped his arms around his woman. Don't worry, I can't get cold with my current cultivation level. Zhang Waner said cheekily, Husband, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about how to break the game. I don't want to wait too long. The longer I wait, the greater the risk. Su Hua said this and then tightened his grip on Zhang Waner's small white hand. Waner, don't worry, I won't let you suffer any harm. Looking at Su Hua's serious appearance, Zhang Waner's eyes were filled with love and at the same time rolling with tears. Husband, it's all because Waner can't do it. If Waner's cultivation was very strong, she would have been able to help husband. Su Hua wiped the tears from the corner of Waner's eyes. Don't worry, go and rest, I'll go and practice some kung fu. Zhang Waner nodded. Then walked into the room. She turned to look at Su Hua's back. She couldn't stop the tears from falling. Husband is carrying a heavy load. AI, when will I be able to help husband? I must be good to husband in this life. Speaking of this, Zhang Waner couldn't hold back any longer and directly rushed out, hugging Su Hua tightly. Husband. Su Hua touched her cheek. Waner, didn't I tell you to go rest? What's wrong? Husband, I can't let you go. I want to serve you well. That's fine. Su Hua picked up the luscious Zhang Waner in one arm and then walked in. Daytime. Su Hua continued to work for Zhou Changlong, taking care of some industries. Also spends a lot of time drinking. Molesting all kinds of women. Of course, this was all on the surface, the purpose of which was to relax Zhou Changlong and the others guard against him. 1 month later. Su Hua had saved himself another 10,000 coins, and with his previous savings, Su Hua now had 30,000 coins, but it still wasn't enough. At least 50,000 if not more, so as to go to the side of the Wanshan County is much more stable. This side of the Zhou family residence. Zhou Changlong is practicing. Zhou Bao quickly walked over. Uncle. How has Hua Zi been doing in the last month? I keep worrying that he will leave. Zhou Changlong said. Uncle, don't worry, for the last month, I've had people watching Hua Zi. After Hua Zi works hard for our Zhou family every day, then he goes off to spend his days drinking. Zhou Changlong was very satisfied when he heard this. Ha, good, good, looks like Hua Zi has been convinced by me. Uncle, Hua Zi should be harnessed by us. Zhou Bao smiled. Gradual. Another month has passed. Su Hua's money had accumulated to 40,000 coins. It was getting closer and closer to the time when Su Hua would leave. Today is more Su Hua's birthday, already 18 years old, placed in the blue star. 18 years old is still a teenager, but here 18 years old has long been the head of the family. There are even some 18-year-old guys who are generals on one side, leading armies into battle. Today's birthday. Su Hua, Zhang Fugui, and Zhang Waner, the three of them came together at a table and ate some delicious food. Zhang Fugui had also changed a lot, and now his cultivation had come to the peak of stone skin and was about to break through to iron skin. Zhang Waner also stepped into the stone skin level. Of course, the biggest change in Zhang Waner was not her cultivation, but her figure. How to say, at this moment, Zhang Waner was gentle and virtuous, with a plump and watery figure, just like a ripe peach, and at the same time, she also carried a particularly noble temperament. The siblings celebrate Su Hua's birthday. Night. Xu Hua carefully counted his money again. Not bad for over 40,000 coins. The next day, Xu Hua got another piece of news, which was that 70 to 80 miles away from Black Dragon Town, a group of bandits had appeared, and this group of bandits had robbed a lot of money. Xu Hua had an idea instead. Day behind. Xu Hua changed into a black suit, wearing a straw raincoat and a bucket hat, quietly left the Ma Xiong mansion, then darted all the way away. Several hours later, Xu Hua spotted the group of bandits. This group of bandits is indeed vicious. The leader of the bandits is even a master of the Golden Skin Pass, and at this moment, they have also captured a lot of women, ready for them to play. These bandits sat in a circle, with a torch raised in the center of the circle, and a leopard-striped tiger was being roasted and baked on the torch. The leader of the bandits had captured a woman and was admiring the woman's breasts and was about to tear the woman's clothes. Ha ha ha, big, watery, I'm going to it up tonight. However, the words just fell. Suddenly 10 or so meters away in the darkness, a person with a bucket hat and a straw raincoat appeared. A couple of bandits took a look. Who are you? The leader of the bandits saw that this demoiselle was not weak. He waved his hand and told his men not to act rashly. What is your excellency? You might as well come to drink and eat the meat of the leopard tiger, and by the way, the women over here, you can play with them as well. The demoiselle didn't speak, but took a step forward. A few of the bandits stood up. Your excellency, please speak. However, the demoiselle man still didn't say anything. He just drew the long knife at his back, and in an instant, several heads rolled down. The other bandits were alarmed. You, what do you want? The demoiselle man still didn't say anything, killing the bandits as he saw them, killing all these bandits. The bandit leader drew a large knife and was speechless. Brother, which path are you on? Kill so many of my people without saying a word. You want money? You want a woman? It's all good, I'm a righteous person. Puffing. Blood splattered all over the bandit leader's face. The bandit leader couldn't tense up. Madman, state your name. The demoiselle didn't say anything, but swung his sword and continued to kill. Say something. When the bandit leader saw that the demoiselle still didn't say a word, he gritted his teeth. Killing people indiscriminately without a word, meet the crazy lot. P.S. Help the author out and click for love. Chapter 82. Hua Zi runs away. Boss, help us. Boss, we've met the Mad Batch. This guy with the bucket hat, he's just crazy and doesn't talk. These bandits panicked, like street rats scurrying madly in all directions. The leader of the bandits held a large knife and angrily cursed, Mayor Gobi, what a nasty crazy batch, I'm going to get you killed. The leader of the bandits came scurrying in, slashing at the demoiselle with his large sword. The demoiselle glanced at the bandit leader's line of attack as he slashed across his sword. There was a clang, a splash of fire, and the bandit leader's knife snapped in two. The bandit leader was alarmed. This crazy batch is so strong. The bandit leader drew his legs and ran, but he was cleaved in half by a scurrying demoiselle. The other bandits saw this and fled. The demoiselle man was none other than Xu Hua, who after messing up a sum of money, then chopped off the ropes of those women with a knife, was leaving in a hurry. Entering a jungle, Xu Hua cleared his head. This wave can be said to be rich, more than 20,000 coins. Together with his own accumulated coins, Xu Hua now had more than 60,000 coins. Good lord, it's still this way that comes quickly. Xu Hua revealed a smirk, then rolled onto his horse and quickly returned to Black Dragon Town. Early the next morning, Xu Hua went to the town to purchase a few fast horses, the strongest, tighest, and craziest kind of horses, and purchased 3 of them for the carriage ride. 3 horses cost him a lot of coin. Of course, this was something Xu Hua had purchased in secret without being discovered. Coupled with the fact that he had performed well during this period of time, Zhou Bao hadn't sent anyone to spy on him anymore. So this is a great opportunity. In the afternoon, Xu Hua went to purchase another map, which was very important. The geographic area under the jurisdiction of Manson County is big. To get to Manson County, you'll need a map. Xu Hua bought back the map and carefully studied it. To go to Wanshan County, he had to pass through several towns, and the last town was called Hongjia Town. As long as after passing through Hongjia Town, there was a barren hill, through which, after hundreds of miles of jungle, one arrived at Wanshan County. Xu Hua now finally knew why ordinary people had never been to the county town in their entire lives. Black Dragon Town is indeed far from Wanshan County, passing through many towns, as well as barren hills, woods, etc., and roving bandits everywhere. It's not safe indeed. Without strong strength, going out in a chaotic manner will only lead to death. Just like when Xu Hua went out in the snowy weather, if he wasn't strong, he would have been just as dangerous. And then there's Song Chen following her own senior brother out to meet the bandit Zhou Bing in a human reality. If Xu Hua hadn't stepped in, Song Chen would have been finished long ago, not knowing what he'd been made to do. That's why ordinary people spend their entire lives nestled in one place, not daring to go out at all. Not to mention a slightly more attractive woman. Afternoon. Xu Hua told Zhang Wanner and Fugui that he would leave tonight, and Fugui immediately went to pack his things. Su Hua did the same, going directly from the backyard, some important things that had been arranged on the carriage. In the evening, after dinner, Zhang Wei brought her maids to clean the environment, and Su Hua also gave these maids some wages. Master Su, wasn't it only half a month ago that the laborers were paid? Why are they being paid again? I see that you guys have worked hard, this is a reward for you. Su Hua said. Thank you, Master Su. Su Hua didn't tell the news that he was leaving, only Zhang Wan or Fu Gui knew. Late at night, Su Hua and Zhang Wan boarded the carriage, moving extremely quickly. Fortune also jumped on the carriage as a driver. Hua, sis, sit down. Su Hua nodded. On the side, Zhang Wan leaned on Su Hua's shoulder as she opened her wide eyes. It's finally time to leave. Su Hua touched Wan Er's cheek, and he was also somewhat looking forward to it. Now that he had enough money, he could finally leave this hellhole. He was more than a little looking forward to life over in the county, where he could enhance his martial arts cultivation. Zhou Changlong, you wanna control me? No way. Fortune drove 3 fast horses at breakneck speed. However, it hadn't been gone long. Zhou Bao staggered down the street with a few of his men drinking. Zhou Bao looked at the carriage so fast and immediately stopped it. Don't you have eyes? Can't you see it's me? Fu Gui lowered his head. So it's Master Panther, I didn't see it, sorry. HM? Aren't you Hua Zi's guard? Zhou Bao asked. Zhang Wan Er's face changed. Su Hua held Zhang Wan Er's small hand tightly. Don't be afraid, sit properly, I'll go down. Su Hua stepped down from the carriage. Brother Panther, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Drink, can't find anyone to drink, not enjoyable. Hua Zi, where are you going in a carriage at night? Hearing this, Su Hua frowned and immediately laughed. Go pull some goods back. Pull what you want, drink with your brother Panther tonight. Zhou Bao pulled Su Hua away. Su Hua's killing chance flashed, but he still held back. Alright, brother Bauer, I'll drink with you. Fu Gui, just wait for me outside. I won't go out to haul goods tonight, I'll go back tomorrow during the day. That's right, what's the point of pulling a load at night? After entering the restaurant, Su Hua and Zhou Bao kept drinking. Su Hua frowned, really wanting to kill this guy with a single slash, but this guy was at the python tendon level, and if he showed his killing chance, this guy would instantly wake up from the wine, and that wouldn't be too good. After half an hour of drinking, the two staggered out. Su Hua shook his head. Brother Bauer, I still can't drink with you, Gene masters are different. You're being modest, Wazi. Brother Panther, I'll go back first then. Okay. Su Hua got into the carriage, turned around and headed back. Su Hua picked a new path. On the road, Fortune always felt unsettled. Brother Hua, I always feel uneasy in my heart. Brother Hua, you and my sister switch carriages, I'll drive this carriage out in case Zhou Bao gets suspicious. No, by the time you fall into their hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Hua refused. Fu Gui repeatedly insisted. Brother Hua, your future is the most important thing. Well, you must listen to me this time. Okay, if you find the Zhou family chasing you, Fu Gui, you go over to the east gate. Remember, you must go over to the east gate. Next, Fortune drove away in his carriage. He did not go to the east gate, but to the west gate. Su Hua took Zhang Wan and found another carriage. Zhou Bao smiled and quickly returned to the Zhou family residence. Zhou Changlong looked at Zhou Bao, not practicing properly, but going to drink again, drinking even if it's not enough, coming back in the middle of the night. I met Hua Zi. Hua Zi is going out in the middle of the night to haul goods, and using 3 fast horses, I don't know what goods to pull back. Zhou Bao said. Zhou Changlong heard this. 3 fast horses? Yeah. Zhou Changlong snapped. Not good. Zhou Bao said, Uncle, what's wrong, what's not good? Wazi isn't going for a haul, he's going for a run. What? Zhou Bao was shocked. Quick, intercept Hua Zi with me, damn it, we can't let Hua Zi escape. Zhou Changlong snorted coldly. Then the Zhou family residence, 2 silhouettes broke through the air and ran away. Chapter 83, The Last Undercard. Fortune drove the carriage all the way to the west gate. The 2 in the back were in frantic pursuit. Fu Gui didn't listen to Su Hua's words to rush to the east gate because he knew that if he went to the east gate at this moment, wouldn't he be exposing Su Hua's true location? Fortune frantically ran towards the west gate. A moment. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao still chased after him. Zhou Changlong coldly said, Hua Zi, I have treated you well, but you want to betray me and run away, it really chills my heart. Zhou Bao also said coldly, Hua Zi, you and I called ourselves brothers, I didn't expect this, what a disappointment. Fortune saw this and pulled out his legs. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao dashed over and took a look at the carriage, which was empty. Damn it, tune it out. Zhou Changlong was furious as his feet shook and the ground instantly cracked. Panther, grab that guard first. Fu Gui frantically fled, but 3 to 5 a few times was Zhou Bao took to the ground, and then was captured by Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao's men then came and tied Fu Gui up securely. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao once again darted away, rushing to the east gate to pursue Su Hua. Su Hua drove his carriage to this side of the east gate. Tonight it was unfortunate to be bumped into by Zhou Bao. I wonder if Zhou Bao will get suspicious. Master Su, don't worry, it should be fine. Zhang Wan'er sat in the car and said. However, just for a moment, a voice vibrated. Huazi, where are you running? Su Hua's face changed drastically. This voice was more than familiar to him. He turned around to see a silhouette moving at several tens of meters per second. That speed. It's too fast. No good, it's Zhou Changlong coming. This is so fast. Zhang Wan'er's face also changed. Master Su, what to do? Zhou Changlong snapped, his breath swallowing mountains and rivers. Huazi, you can't get away. Zhou Changlong's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was still 100 meters away from the carriage. Su Hua's face changed drastically. He braked the carriage and then turned around, looking at Zhou Changlong who was 100 meters away. He smiled. Lord Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Changlong stopped his steps. Although he was 100 meters away from Su Hua, 100-meter distance was nothing more than 3 or 2 steps for him. He was in no hurry either, as if he were a cat and mouse. Huazi, I, Zhou Changlong, have treated you well, but you want to betray me and run away. Su Hua smiled and said, Lord Zhou, I didn't run away, I just went out to haul some goods. Hauling goods? You're hauling cargo and you're bringing a woman to do it? Zhou Changlong said. Su Hua was shocked. Lord Zhou, how did you know there was a woman in my carriage? Ha, you underestimated the elephant tendon master. Although you and I are 100 meters away, there is another person's aura on the carriage that I easily captured. Su Hua's face changed. At this moment, Zhang Wan'er walked out from the carriage. Husband, today Wan'er will share life and death with you. Just at this time, Zhou Bao and the others came with Zhang Fugue, who was caught at the moment. Fugue. Su Hua's face changed drastically. Wasn't he told to come to the east gate? How did he go to the west gate? Zhou Changlong's face was cold. Huazi, I didn't expect you to escape with your woman. To be honest, I'm really chilled, too chilled. I said I would definitely give you the secret book in 5 years. Why don't you believe me? Can't you wait for 5 years? Chill, you paralyzed. Wait for your paralysis. Su Hua cursed angrily in his heart. Su Hua laughed and said, Lord Zhou, you also know that martial artists only fight for the night and the day, and 5 years is too long. You are indeed right, but you have no choice. Zhou Changlong said coldly. Su Hua clasped his fists and arched his hands. Lord Zhou, in this year's time, I've made a lot of money for you, and solved the money tension for you, right? Right. Then could Lord Zhou spare us as a couple? Let us leave unharmed, and I, Su Hua, will definitely remember the favor of releasing me. Su Hua was incredibly sincere. Zhou Changlong was pondering. He was a little shaken. Zhou Bao on the side said, Uncle, we can't let him go. Let him go. What are we going to do in the future? We still have to rely on him to make money. Zhou Changlong's gaze stared, then he shook his head. Huazi, I have no way to let you go. Hear this. Su Hua frowned, then rejoined, very sincere, Lord Zhou, Huazi, please be magnanimous and let our couple go. I will definitely remember this night's kindness. Zhou Changlong shook his head. No, Huazi, come back with me. Panther, arrest that woman on the carriage for me. Huazi, don't blame me for being hard-hearted. I only have to capture your woman so that you will honestly work for me. Su Hua protected Zhang Wan'er behind him. Wan'er, back off. Boom. Su Hua swung away with all his power, and in the darkness of the night, a piercing sound of jingo erupted. Zhang Wan'er reddened her eyes and held the dagger to her neck. Master Su, if anything happens to you, I will go with you. Fortune's scarlet eyes and clenched his teeth. Elder Zhou, your ancestor. Zhou Bao shook his head and sighed. Huazi, I'll give you one more chance, think about it, hand your woman over to me, and if you go back obediently, I won't lay a deadly hand on you, you can think about it. Su Hua smiled. Hand over Wan'er? Definitely not. Wan'er is his woman, his married wife. How could it be handed over? Come on, Zhou Bao. Su Hua leaned down, his power already building up. Zhou Bao shook his head, then it's not my fault. Boom. Zhou Bao came scurrying in, extremely fast as lightning, and that big palm pressed hard. Su Hua similarly raised his large palm and slammed it hard. Boom! There was a loud bang. Su Hua took 5 or 6 steps back. Zhou Bao also took 2 or 3 steps back. Zhou Bao was shocked. In the face of my palm attack, you didn't even die and only retreated 5 or 6 steps? Su Hua was also shocked at how strong Python Gold level was. If not for the fact that he had ordered the full 2 martial arts to gold skin, that slap just now would have been enough to kill him. Golden skin and E-tendon, the gap is still too big. Zhou Changlong also felt Su Hua's terror. In a short period of time, your cultivation has reached such a perverted level. Huazi, I can't keep you, we've already offended you, you'll have to die if you come back today or not. This talent of yours is simply terrifying. Power. Kill him. Zhou Changlong, do you think you can kill me? Su Hua said coldly. Huazi, I'll take your life as if it were a bag of tricks. Zhou Bao drank. Su Hua hadn't wanted to use his last card because it was, well, too ruthless. But there's no way out. Not without it. Su Hua glanced at the dark night as he shook his head inside, raising his hand and beckoning. Around the dark night, several alleyways were filled with killing sounds, and many people suddenly appeared in the surrounding streets and alleys. These men they rushed out with hoes in their hands, some with sticks, some with scythes, and some carrying stones. People. More and more. Sound. It's getting bigger. The sound was deafening. In an instant, hundreds and hundreds of people converged. P.S. Help the author out and click for love. Chapter 84. This time, we'll escort Master Su away. A full 400 to 500 people rushed over, shielding Su Hua and Zhang Wan'er at the back. These people. His face was yellow and thin, his hair was dazzling, and he was dressed in even more rags. That's right. They are beggars. A group of beggars shouted to the sky. Su Hua tightly embraced Zhang Wan'er, who also looked puzzled. Master Su, they? Yesterday. Su Hua went to the place where he used to live. An old beggar saw what was on Su Hua's mind. He then told Su Hua that if he wanted to leave, he was willing to link up with other beggars to stop Zhou Changlong with his flesh and blood. This old beggar is also the same family whose grandchildren suffered from wind chill when there was no food during the previous snowy weather. The old beggar's attitude was resolute beyond measure. With the firelight in the sky and torches flying in all directions, Zhou Bao and Zhou Changlong were also dumbfounded. Zhou Bao scurried up and tried to rush over to kill Su Hua, however, he was surrounded by a large number of beggars. Naya, looking for death. Zhou Bao's big palm swept across, some beggars' necks were broken, some beggars' chests were pierced, but they all surrounded Zhou Bao with death. On the other side, Zhou Changlong also launched an attack, and a large number of beggars pounced on Zhou Changlong. In a few moments, limbs flew across the ground, flesh and blood flew into the sky, and blood was spilled all over the place. Damn it, you stinking beggars, how dare you block the old man, I'm going to crush you. Zhou Changlong drank frantically. The old beggar in the lead, he opened his mouth and hemmed and hawed, 2 incisors were gone. Master Su, this group of us, should have died a long time ago, and it's because of your kindness, Master Su, that we've been able to survive until now. There were also a few beggars who also said, yes, Master Su, if it wasn't for you, we would have died long ago. The old beggar smiled and said, in recent times, we are truly full of food, the feeling of being full is really comfortable, the biggest dream we ever had was to be full of food, it is you, Master Su, who has fulfilled our dream. Having said that, the old beggar rushed forward with a wooden stick in his hand. Hearing this, Zhang Wan'er shed tears, and Su Hua's heart didn't feel good either. But he knew it was his last chance. These beggars used their flesh and blood to stop Zhou Changlong, he could not give up this opportunity. Wan'er, get in the car. Su Hua pulled Zhang Wan'er into the car. Su Hua looked into the distance again, fortune is still over there. On the other side, Fu Gue, looking at the hundreds of beggars blocking Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao, he laughed out loud. Good, brother Hua, sister, you guys go? Don't worry about me, brother Hua, just avenge me in the future, just don't abandon my sister. Su Hua's arms were bruised. Zhang Wan'er looked at her brother, her heart ached and 2 lines of tears flowed down, but she knew she couldn't hesitate. Master Su, go. In the darkness of the night, Su Hua drove his carriage away quickly. Just left 100 meters. 100 meters to the end. Dozens more appeared. The leader was a woman. 27 or 88, with a plump figure. She smiled at the carriage, Master Su, the only thing I can do is this, take Wan'er and go. Say it. This woman shouted to the heavens. Tonight, let us protect Master Su for once. The woman's name is Zhou Min. It's the same widow Chow that Su Hua was talking about. The one who often wanted to invite Su Hua to her house for river food. In the face of Zhou Min inviting him so enthusiastically to eat river food at his home, Su Hua didn't refuse after all and secretly went. But the river food was not eaten, people didn't have much food, just a little, so Su Hua naturally wouldn't share it. Su Hua just bought some medicine and brought up some coarse food to relieve her. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao, along with some of their fighters, were still killing these beggars when another group of people came. Damn, where did all these people come from? Zhou Bao's face was unsightly. Zhou Changlong did the same, his face gloomy to the extreme. Su Hua drove the carriage and looked back at the flames of Black Dragon Town. He said coldly, Zhou Changlong, the blood of these people tonight will not be shed in vain, and when I enter Black Dragon Town again in the future, I will definitely kill your entire Zhou family. A few moments later. Main Street. The ground was full of broken bodies, blood seeped through the entire street, and the smell of blood poured out of his nose. The old beggar had his limbs broken and was lying on the ground gasping for breath. Zhou Min's head was slapped and he was half lying on the stone platform, his eyes, nose, mouth, ears, were all bleeding from all 7 orifices. But instead of being afraid, she smiled. Master Su managed to leave, it was worth it, it was worth it. Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao both looked at the ground full of corpses, and both of them exhaled fiercely. Tonight, after all, Su Hua had escaped. Uncle, hey, still letting this guy escape. Zhou Changlong was silent, his face was blue, then he glanced at Fu Gui, who was being escorted by his men behind him. Panther, this is the brother of the Chinese child, kill him for me. Fortune laughed and said, come on, Fortune, will never blink for a second, blink and I'm a crooked seed. Zhou Bao walked over and was trying to smash Fu Gui's heavenly inspiration with a palm. Suddenly, an arrow exploded into the air and almost blew Zhou Changlong's head off. After a tea break, Zhou Changlong and Zhou Bao returned to the mansion, and the two of them still had palpitations. Zhou Changlong glanced at his nephew. Panther, why are you peeing? Zhou Bao's legs trembled. Uncle, you're wet too. The two were silent for a long time, and then Zhou Bao broke the silence. What kind of person is that, uncle? It's horrible. I don't know, it's too scary, almost shot my head off, but this team of black armored cavalry doesn't seem to be here to save Huazi, but the black-faced guard who took Huazi away. Zhou Changlong said. Zhou Bao opened his mouth. It seems like he's not on the same page as Huazi, so is he still chasing Huazi? Zhou Changlong, since it's not all the way, then we must chase. With a letter from me, the Yisheng experts from the other towns will naturally go after Huazi. As long as Huazi doesn't go out of the Hongjia town pass, then he won't be able to escape. For a long time, the Yishan masters in the three major towns had all received Zhou Changlong's letters. Mojia town, Mojia, Mushan. Yanglu town, Yangxiong. Shanjia town, Shanhai. After these three families received Zhou Changlong's letter, they immediately dispatched their men to frantically search for Su Hua. Soon, Su Hua left the Black Dragon Town range, and Su Hua brought Wan heir to a dilapidated mountain god temple to rest. Su Hua wiped the black mud from Zhang Wan heir's fair face. Waner, suffer, once we pass through the Hongjia town pass, we'll be safe. I'll take you to Wanshun County. Wanshun County is not something Zhou Changlong can get his hands on. Zhang Waner's tears whirled. Master Su, you're the one who's suffering. Master Su, if we're surrounded, just put Waner down. Su Hua hugged Zhang Wan heir tightly. That's not good, you're my woman, I won't abandon you, didn't get to take fortune with me, hey. Zhang Waner's mind was filled with her brother's figure inside her head, biting her mouth. Master Su, you must avenge my brother in the future. Rest assured. They will be killed. The two of them regained quite a bit of their strength after eating for a while. Right at this moment, Su Hua's ears twitched. Master Su, what's wrong? Zhang Wan heir froze. Killing breath, you stay right here, don't come out. Su Hua walked to the gate of the mountain god temple and looked outside through the doorway. There was no one. However, at this very moment, a huge force crashed and the door was kicked open with a loud bang, and right at lightning speed, Su Huasher's line was raised. 5 or 6 people screamed in agony. Ah, my eyes. This little sneak attacked us. 5 or 6 people closed their eyes and howled. Su Hua slowly drew out his horizontal sword, wiped the blade, and casually split the man in front of him in half with a single slash. PS click for love, please. Chapter 85 Mysterious Master. The few remaining people backed away. These people were all gold-skinned experts with extraordinary skills, and even though their eyes were blinded and burned by the lime, their fighting ability was still good with their sharp hearing. But where were they Su Hua's opponents? Although Su Hua was a goldskin, he killed goldskins of the same realm like chickens, and was even able to wrestle with the python tendon level inside E tendon. He had fought with python tendon Chow Pao. Puff, puff. Su Hua took a step forward and slashed across his sword, and a man's head was sliced off. Another leg lift and sweep. Another person was kicked more than 10 meters away, his body ruthlessly crashed into the boulder, and he lost his breath on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 remained. These 2 were terrified, not expecting this person's battle power to be so terrifying. Su Hua wasn't in a hurry and said coldly. Tell me, I, Su Hua, have no grievances with you, why did you ambush me? Yes, Master Mao sent us. And who is Master Mao? It's Master Mojia, the local snake of Mojia town. Master has received a letter from Zhou Changlong of Black Dragon Town, saying that he wants to ambush someone named Su Hua, and there's a portrait. Hearing this, Su Hua nodded, okay. These 2 trembled and said, brother, spare your life, we promise we won't say we've seen you, spare us. Okay, just don't tell anyone, get lost. The 2 men were overjoyed and turned around, ready to run. However, Su Hua merely raised his hand and 2 heads rolled down. Spare you? Then who spared me Su Hua? Maojin, Master Mao, fine, Huazi will remember you, and I will personally pay you a visit someday. Su Hua then searched from these people and searched 2,000 coins out and threw them into the carriage box, then he drove the carriage and continued to flee with Zhang Waner. The next day, Su Hua encountered some more people chasing after him, sent by none other than Yang Xiong of Yanglu town. However, Su Hua fought a wave head-on, killing a number of people and managed to leave. On the 3rd day, the head of the Shan family, Shan Hai, personally led a search for Su Hua. However, Su Hua skillfully avoided the pursuit of the Shan family head. Day 4. Su Hua finally arrived on the Hongjia townside. As long as he passed through Hongjia town, Su Hua would be able to head to Wanshun County. Su Hua placed the carriage in a secluded place in the jungle, then he and Zhang Wan disguised themselves and arrived at the entrance of the town. Watching the town's passing people casually pass through, Su Hua breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine, come on, let's go drive the wagon over. Just as Su Hua drove his carriage over, he saw that over by the entrance, a group of people had appeared, and they were still holding Su Hua's portrait. And checked them out one by one. Anyone who covered their face had to remove their masks in droves. One of the leaders was very strong, a Yisheng expert, and far beyond Zhou Bao's cultivation, Su Hua was able to sense it. This person was at least at the level of the elephant tendon in Yishen. Seeing that the situation was not right, Su Hua immediately turned the carriage around. Strength. It's still a matter of your own strength. In a chaotic world, without strength, you can only be slaughtered. Su Hua made a silent note in his mind of the people he was going to deserve to kill. Zhou Changlong, Zhou Bao, the Mao family master, the Lu family master, the Yang family master, and the Hong family master. When he rises to power, he will kill their chickens and dogs. The earthworms have to be grabbed and chopped vertically. Wanner, we won't be able to get out for a while, this Hong family master is over there searching for us, so let's just find a place nearby to rest for a while. Su Hua said. Zhang Wan nodded, aha. However, Su Hua just got up. Suddenly a group of men came from the rear. The person at the head was in his 40s, his eyes gleaming, and his aura was even more powerful. This person commanded his men quickly, according to the information, this brat Su Hua is in this neighborhood. At the moment, Su Hua and Zhang Wan were hiding behind a thorny jungle. Hearing this, Su Hua clenched his hands into fists, another one. Good, very good. Right about this time. This middle-aged man's gaze locked onto the aura behind the thorns. He came with a scurry. Su Hua, come out. Su Hua took Zhang Wan and walked out, and at that very moment, Su Hua swung his palm in the air, and the lime poison powder instantly swooped into the air. This Gene expert whisked his sleeve, while Su Hua quickly fled with Zhang Wan on the carriage. The middle-aged man cried and laughed. This kid. The middle-aged man then continued on with his men, and finally stopped Su Hua. Kid, sprinkle me with poisonous powder without saying a word, Lime, you are quite powerful and this means, you should at least wait for me to finish my words. Su Hua froze, what's there to say? Alright, go to my house and take shelter. The middle-aged man said. Su Hua froze, to your house? Su Hua was incomparably cautious, then laughed coldly, Your Excellency, I don't know you, going to your house? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? The middle-aged man immediately said. I'm going to kill you, or capture you, within 3 moves, why am I still talking so much nonsense with you, think carefully. Su Hua thought about it, but that's true. This person is comparable to Zhou Changlong, to capture himself, catch himself, 3 strokes on the line, invite him to his home, there is no need why do this? Your Excellency, then I don't understand why Your Excellency wants to help my couple. Su Hua was still cautious. My name is Song Chang. The middle-aged man said. Su Hua shook his head, sorry, don't recognize it. The middle-aged man laughed and waved his hand, no harm done, you've always heard of me then, I'm nicknamed Little Langjun. Su Hua still shook his head, sorry, never heard of it. Then you've always heard of it, the Cloud Breaker. Su Hua continued to shake his head, I really haven't heard of it. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed. Okay, I Song Qian her old man. Shasta. Su Hua understood. He showed a look of joy. So it's Song Qian's old man. Song Qian, how could he not remember it? The memory is still fresh. A year ago, during the snowy weather, he went out to do a mission and then met the bandit Zhou Bing. His senior brother Mo Tian offered her to Zhou Bing, or she made a move to save her. He slept with her that night. Just sleeping, of course, and not doing anything else. When he was practicing against someone else in Quicksand Town in the back, he even accidentally grabbed a handful of their big, soft boobs. That's why Su Hua remembers it well. This expert in front of him was actually Miss Song's father, and Su Hua was overjoyed. So it's Miss Song's father. My daughter is very attached to you, heard that you were hunted down, every day pestered me to come out to save you, fortunately you did not impulse to break into the Hong family town, Hong Ri this person, some means. Su Hua clasped his fists, many thanks to Elder Song. Alright, let's talk about what's going on when we go to my Flower Creek town, go to my Flower Creek town to rest for a few days, I see that you guys should be tired as well, go to my place to eat for a few days, drink for a few days, and play for a few days, and by the way, spar with that little daughter of mine, and then I'll figure out a way to send you guys through the Hongjia town barrier. PS First Shift, please click for love. Chapter 86, Meeting Song Qian again. Su Hua and Zhang Wan sat on the carriage, with Zhang Wan leaning on Su Hua's shoulder. Su Hua's carriage was driven by Elder Song Chang's men and he was idle. And yet at this very moment, a group of people chased after them from behind, but of course it wasn't the ones blocking Song Chang's caravan. It was Hong Ri, the head of the Hong family, who flew in with his men. Brother Song. Hong Ri arched his hand. Song Chang arched his hand. Brother Hong, where are you going? Brother Song, I'm looking for one person to help my friend search. By the way, this is the portrait. If Brother Song sees it, he can send me a flying pigeon. Hong Il handed the image of Hio Wa to Song Sung. Song Chang looked at it. Good. Hong Il then took off with his man. Song Chang handed the portrait to Su Hua. Look, it's lucky I came quickly. Su Hua looked at the portrait, and he made a note of the figure Hong Ri as well. The day he returns to this side of the earth, these people must die. In a word, or he is not strong enough. If the strength is strong enough, who will take their women so big to escape? Absolutely a gaga kill through them. However, Su Hua also knew that the stage of Black Dragon Town was too small. The only way to have a future is to go over to Manson County. Before, Master Lin had said that Black Dragon Town was too small, and that Wanshun County was full of experts and forces, and that although it was treacherous, the resources would be better, and the techniques would be more advanced and more numerous. On the way, Song Chung chatted with Su Hua and heard about some of the things Su Hua had done. You kid is fierce, being able to escape under Zhou Changlong's nose. Su Hua smiled and said, it's my luck. Su Hua knew that he had managed to escape this time, all thanks to those people blocking Zhou Changlong, as well as Fu Gui's death, which made his intentions difficult. Song Cheng added, when my daughter met you last time, she heard him mention that you were only at iron skin cultivation. Just 1 year has passed and you are at gold skin cultivation. The talent is truly horrifying. No wonder Zhou Changlong won't let you go. If you force yourself to go, he's sure he'll want to kill you. Su Hua looked at Song Chang. He had to say that this Song Chang was quite handsome. Although Song Chang was almost half 100 years old, he gave off a handsome feeling. No wonder Song Qian the girl is beautiful. The old man is quite handsome. The daughter is naturally not bad. By the way, Elder Song, in these towns of ours, don't we have an official government? This was Su Hua's biggest doubt. There are officials in the county. We used to have them in these small places, but now there are gangs, lineages, martial arts schools, and the officials can't control them. After all, force is supreme. Su Hua nodded. He was reminded of the old days when he used to watch martial arts dramas and so on, with all the various sects and factions, and the role of the government at that time would have been minimal, as it was a turbulent time. Nowadays, Deqian is not a prosperous time either. The world is divided into lords and clans. These little places are simply unattended. Su Hua and Song Chang then fell silent. Song Chang took another look at Su Hua inside the carriage. He shook his head. This Zhou Changlong's pattern is too small. Su Hua has a simple origin, mud-legged one. You properly cultivate up. This guy's cultivation in the future will be absolutely horrible. At least have something to do in Manson County. Song Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Changlong, you're on a narrow path. Even just now he had a thought. If the kid didn't have a wife already, I'd really like to marry my daughter to him. His daughter is old enough anyway. Sure. Su Hua had a wife, and he, Song Chang, certainly wasn't in a good position to talk about such things. And there's no way his own daughter is going to go to a small bar. Of course, if the boy had enough potential, it would be no problem to be a junior, but this was all in his own simple mind, and he knew his daughter's temperament, and hated it when her parents arranged marriage matters. So Song Cheng thought this thought for a second. Afternoon. Song Cheng led Su Hua and the others to the outside of the mansion. The town of Flowery Creek is pretty big too. The town has a population of 70,000 to 80,000 and is also prosperous. The Song family was the #1 family in Huaxi town, but they didn't oppress the common people like Zhou Changlong did, and their prestige was very high in Huaxi town. The Song family residence is also incredibly grand, and the 2 large lions are very domineering. He then entered the Song family residence. What came into view was a very beautiful, graceful woman. The woman was about 35 or 36, but her skin was glowing. Her skin was nice and plump. It was Song Qian's mother, Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song looked at Song Chang and said, bring it back. Aha, brought it back. Su Hua pulled Zhang Waner out of the carriage, then arched his hand. Greetings, Mrs. Song. Oh, you are Su Hua, a talented man, and this is? Mrs. Song looked at Waner. This is my wife, Zhang Wan. Su Hua said. Zhang Waner was also very polite. Oh, Miss Waner is so beautiful. Well, please come in. Then into the hall. Song Qian is here. Song Qian walked in, looked at Su Hua, and said cheekily, Su Hua, long time no see. Su Hua stood up. Miss Song, long time no see. It's been almost a year. I've broken through to copper skin in my cultivation now, and you should have broken through to copper skin as well. Song Qian said. It was at this time that Song Sung walked over. Qianer, people Su Hua are golden skinned. Hearing this, Song Qian's eyes widened. What, the golden skin? So fast. Song Qian immediately went to touch Su Hua's arm. Sure enough, it's gold skin. What a pervert. Song Qian looked at the woman on the side, Zhang Wan, again. Su Hua, who is this? Miss Song, this is my wife, Zhang Wan. Zhang Waner stood up. Miss Song, thank you very much for your help this time. Sister Wanner, no need to be polite, big brother Su also saved me once before, it's nothing. Then Song Qian added. Su Hua, it's only been a short year, and not only did you break through to the golden skin, you also married such a beautiful sister Wanner as your wife. Next the Song family arranged a dinner. The dinner was exquisite. The food is high-end. When Su Hua first met Song Qian, he knew that the woman's family was quite good. It does seem so now. After dinner, Mrs. Song then arranged a room for Su Hua and Zhang Waner to stay with the young couple. Room. Su Hua took Zhang Waner's small white hand. Waner, following me all the way has made you suffer. What are you saying, Master Su? We are a married couple, and we have suffered together. I'm sorry, Fortune. Zhang Waner sighed, thinking of Fugui. Her eyes welled up with tears, and after a long time, she suppressed the pain in her heart. Master Su, don't blame yourself, it can't be helped. Night. Song Qian had nothing to do and wanted to go find Su Hua to spar with. Chanel, where are you going? Mother, I'm so bored, I want Su Hua to spar with me. Mrs. Song poked Song Qian's forehead. Ignorant, it's not easy for the young couple to come and land in our house, they must be making out now, what are you doing bothering them? Chapter 87 Traveling to Manson County. Well, then he and I will practice against each other again tomorrow. Early the next morning. Su Hua got up early, and so did Zhang Wan. Looking at the rising sun, Su Hua comforted Zhang Wan. Wan when we go to the county, our days will be better. Aha, Master Su, I trust you. Later, after having breakfast at Song's house, Song Qian came to look for Zhang Wan. Sister Wan let's go out shopping. Zhang Waner glanced at Su Hua, who nodded, go on, be careful. The next thing Song Qian did was to take Zhang Waner out to go shopping. Wandered around for an hour before returning. Song Qian bought a lot of hairpins and other small gifts for Zhang Waner. Sister Waner, you're so beautiful. Sister Song Qian, you are also a great beauty. Afternoon. Song Qian went and pestered Su Hua again, asking him to spar with her. Su Hua naturally couldn't refuse. After all, in someone else's Song family residence. And how can he refuse when people are feeding him well? In the afternoon, Su Hua and Song Qian practiced against each other, and Song Qian was drenched in sweat, soaking through her entire outfit, which at this time did outline Song Qian's exquisite figure. Song Qian posed, keep coming to get me. No more scratching, tired. Su Hua was really tired. All afternoon Song Qian had him attacking him and scratching him. Su Hua felt very boring. Okay, but I gained quite a bit from sparring with you all afternoon today. Song Qian then discussed it with Su Hua. How wonderful it would be if I had a talent like yours, in which case I would be able to cultivate my father's E-gene method. Upon hearing the E-tendon technique, Su Hua's pupils shrank. Song Qian added, by the way, Su Hua, what E-gene technique do you cultivate, so you can let my father instruct you on it? Su Hua frowned. Miss Song, I don't have the E-tendon technique. Hearing this, Song Qian was stunned, and then she understood, oh, so it is like this, my father does have the E-gene method, why don't I go ask my father, maybe my father will pass the E-gene method to you. Su Hua was just about to say something when Song Qian ran away. Not a moment too soon. Song Qian stammered, Su Hua, I'm sorry. Miss Song, I understand, it's fine, Elder Song was able to save Waner and I and provide for us and your family with good food and drink, this is already a great favor to me, Su Hua. That's what Su Hua was thinking. People save you, but also let you hear good food and drink for you, but also want to find a way to send you to the county town, if you were found out, certainly to offend Zhou Changlong. But people do it anyway. That's pretty good. It's impossible to hate someone else just because Song Cheng didn't pass on his E-gene method? Su Hua is not such a person. E-gene method, precious as it is, Su Hua is not Song Cheng's heir, why should he pass it on to you? 4 or 5 days passed in a flash. On Zhou Changlong's side, he still couldn't find Su Hua. On the Hongjia town side, Hong Ri had been guarding the pass, and neither of them had discovered Su Hua and the other two. Black Dragon Town. On Zhou Changlong's side, Zhou Bao reported the news. The person hasn't been found yet, the news came from the Hong family master's side, it didn't go out of his gate. Okay, as long as it doesn't go out of Hongjia town, it means that this guy is still cats around, slowly searching, there is no hurry. Zhou Changlong waved his sleeve. Cat. Song's side of the family. Su Hua met with Song Cheng. Song Cheng looked at Su Hua and said, Su Hua, a few days ago Qianer came to tell me that you don't have the E-gene method and wanted me to pass it on to you, but I refused. It's not that I don't pass it on to you, but this E-gene method is very precious, and it was passed down from my Song family, so I really don't have the right to pass it on, as there are other people in my Song family who have control over it. Su Hua smiled, Elder Song, you saved me and let me and my wife stay here, it's already a heavenly favor, the easy tendon method I went to the county side, sign up for the martial arts school and all that, naturally. Well, it's pretty much the same as what I thought, the martial arts school side will naturally be there, by the way, I'm going to take Qianer to the county town tomorrow, it's a chance for you and your wife to follow us. Xu Hua arched his hand. Alright, many thanks to Senior Song. Senior Song's favor, the boy will remember it. Nonsense, it's just a favor I'm doing. Day 2. Xu Hua grabbed a large box and placed it inside the carriage, which was full of his belongings. On Song Qian's side, she had also brought quite a bit of money with her, as she was going to sign up for the martial arts school. Afterwards, Song Qian, Xu Hua, and Zhang Wan, the three of them sat on the carriage and set off all the way from Huaxi town. Soon, the carriage then came to this side of Hongjia town. Hong Il watched Song Sung come. Brother Song, where is this going? Hong Ri looked at the carriage and didn't dare to search people's carriages. He naturally knew Song Chang's strength and couldn't afford to offend him. Just at this time, Song Qian lifted the curtain. Uncle Hong, it's me, Song Qian. Hong Ri squinted his eyes, smiled, and said, oh, I see, I'm going to enroll over at the county seat, right? Song Sung nodded and then talked to Hong Ri. Well, the Skywalker Martial Arts Center over in the county is going to start recruiting, so I'm just about to send it over. Hong Ri sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he heard the words Tianxing Martial School. Tianxing Martial School, Brother Song, this martial school is awesome. It's awesome, it's just expensive. Well, I've heard about it too. This martial arts school is bullish, but it costs money, but it pays off big time, and everyone who comes out of the Skywalker Martial Arts School is an expert. After some small talk, Song Chang drove the carriage and left Hongjia town. It then enters a sweeping meadow. At night, the four rested on the grass. Instead, we encountered the dreaded wolves. However, Song Chang was an expert in elephant tendons, plus a long spear, and was so strong that he broke the wolves and killed the Wolf King in 3 or 5 strikes. The next day, it was back through the endless hills. Day 3, through the jungle again. 1 week later, Song Chang finally drove his carriage to the outer district of Wanshan County. This week, but encountered a lot of bandits, wild beasts, fierce tigers. For ordinary people, it is indeed a life of 9 deaths. Xu Hua also finally know why ordinary people cannot go out of their own town in their life, without enough strength simply cannot go to such a big place like the county town. The outer zone is the plains. The county town of Wanshan was huge and immense, with a moat wall enclosing the whole county like an iron barrel. It's a big, big county. It was beyond Xu Hua's imagination. There are a lot of people too. It wasn't the first time Song Qian had come here, often coming this way with Song Chang, so she was familiar with it. A week, finally. Song Qian stretched her back. Song Chang then drove his carriage into the city and then found an inn to stay at. Night. The four are eating together. Just at this time, there were 2 parties fighting outside the inn, and many people were killed or injured in a flash. Song Sung saw it coming. Don't go out when it's dark, this county is even more chaotic. Song Chang reminded. Xu Hua glanced at the dragons and snakes outside. This is also a good opportunity for him. The messier the better. It's like the wind and waves in the ocean. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. P.S. Please click for love. The more you click, the faster the update. Chapter 88 Settling in. Song Chang then added. You see, although my strength is good in Flower Brook Town, it's not good enough to be placed in Wanshan County. You guys shouldn't offend people easily in the county. The county's forces are intricate. Xu Hua could also see that Song Chang had become very cautious after entering Wanshan County, not as carefree as he had been in his own town. Xu Hua didn't understand what powerful forces there were in Wanshan County. To be honest, he was still in a daze. However, since Song Chang had been to the county many times, he must be familiar with the forces over here. Once this night was over, he would have to part ways with Song Qian, and he himself would have to bring Zhang Wan to find a place to land and settle down again. So now it was necessary to ask Song Chang about the forces on this side of Wanshan County. Elder Song, can you explain for the late generation what exactly are the forces in Wanshan County, and like what powerful martial arts schools and such? Song Sung nodded. The urban area of Manson County accounts for as many as 1 million people and is divided into 4 major urban areas, namely the East, West, North, and South urban areas. Each of the 4 major urban districts has a top power, just like the Eastern District has the White Horse Gang. The strongest power in the Western District is the Tianxing Martial Arts Hall, the strongest power in the Northern District is the Flaming Fire Martial Arts Hall, and the strongest in the Southern District is the Amazing Hong Gang, which is, of course, the number one strongest in the whole of Wanshan County. These are the topmost forces of the 4 urban districts, and if the 4 top forces are counted as first class, there are many second and third class martial arts halls, clubs, and clubhouses under each urban district. What Song Chang had told him, Xu Hua had memorized firmly in his mind. Song Qian revealed a smirk. I'm just going to enroll in the West City District's Tianxing Martial Arts Hall. There are many masters inside the Tianxing Martial Arts Hall. There are many martial arts thieves, and there are also renowned teachers to guide them. Xu Hua, what martial arts hall are you going to enroll in? Do you want to go to the Tianxing Martial Arts Hall together with me? As the Tianxing Martial Arts Hall, the top force in the Western District, Xu Hua naturally wanted to go there, and with his extras, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to advance to the Yishan level, and he would soon be able to take revenge. However, Xu Hua also knew that since it was the top martial arts school in Xiqing district, the enrollment fee for these must be quite a lot, right? Miss Song, how much is the entry fee for the Skywalker martial arts school? Song Qian spat out a breath. Last year, 40,000 to 50,000 copper plates, and every month, you also have to pay a food fee of 6,000 copper plates. Of course, this food fee includes quite a lot of cultivation resources. Hearing this, Xu Hua frowned. Worthy of being one of the 4 great forces martial arts halls, this speed of consuming money was simply terrifying. And listening to this Song Qian, this is still last year. What about this year? This year's weather is abnormal. The snow has blocked the area for several months, causing prices and everything to go up quite a bit, so this year's enrollment fee is 60,000 coins, and the food fee is 8,000 coins per month, and you need to have connections to get in, and without connections, you won't be admitted even if you have the money. Hearing this, Xu Hua sighed in his heart. Still poor. Too poor. And no, it's not that he's poor, but he's from a small place, not to mention that he's a mudblood from a large family in a small place that can't afford to provide for him. Song Chang looked at Xu Hua and sighed. It can't be helped, big places are just like that. The Blazing Fire Martial Arts Center is said to have even higher requirements. As for gangs like this, it's not appropriate for daughters to go in. Gangs are all about fighting and killing, it's very bloody. Xu Hua could also see that Song Chang was also in pain. It's totally a gold-swallowing beast. Moreover, those just mentioned were only the enrollment fee and the food fee. There were still themselves to be spent. In case there were not enough cultivation resources inside the martial arts school, they still had to pay for them. Xu Hua also finally realized why Zhou Chanlong of Black Dragon Town always felt that there was not enough money. It's really hard to practice martial arts without money. In fact, Xu Hua thought of his own time on the Blue Star. With the purchase of a house, a reason, you a small place to work, a lifetime of earned money, cannot afford to buy a suite of rooms in a larger city. Xu Hua is not complaining about anything. He crossed over to the original penniless, and now he can cultivate to the golden skin, and there is also a beautiful, gentle and virtuous beauty. Zhang Wan dead-heartedly follow him. What is not satisfied? And there's the biggest outlier system of all. Just take your time with everything. Xu Hua smiled and said, Tianxing Martial Arts Hall, I'm not qualified to go there, so I'll just look for a random second-class martial arts hall over here in the Eastern District. Xu Hua only had over 60,000 coins right now. He still had to settle down here, had to buy a mansion to live in, and couldn't let his woman suffer. Song Cheng nodded. A second-class martial arts school, that's fine. The resources of a second-class martial arts school are actually not bad, and the cultivation strength of the owner is also very strong. Early the next morning. Song Cheng, Song Qian, Xu Hua, Zhang Wan. The 4 of them gathered. Song Qian got into the carriage. Song Cheng drove the carriage and prepared to go to the Western District, which was several dozens of miles away from even the Eastern District. Song Qian waved her hand. Xu Hua, goodbye, you have good talent, practice martial arts well. Sister Wan Er, goodbye. Zhang Wan Er also waved her hand. Sister Song Qian, goodbye. Xu Hua arched his hand. Elder Song, it is fate to meet again. Well, kid, be safe, this county is even more chaotic than the town. Song Chang reminded. In this way, Song Chang drove the carriage and took his daughter along. Wagon. Song Qian's heart was a little bit unfavorable. After all, this period of time and Xu Hua played for a long time, and suddenly separated, the heart is still a little difficult. However, thinking that she would soon be integrated into the life of the Skywalker Martial Arts Center, Song Qian was somewhat looking forward to it again. Song Cheng drove the carriage inside. This kid Xu Hua has good talent, but unfortunately, he just comes from a humble background. Without money or background support, even if his talent is good, he won't be able to go far in the end. Yes, Daddy. It's a pity that your father and I have limited abilities as well, or else funding him a sum of money to enroll in the Skywalker Martial School with you. Song Cheng slowly said. Next, Xu Hua brought Zhang Wan to look for a place to land on this side of the Dongqing district. The East End side is huge. Xu Hua found a room tooth over here. Room teeth is equivalent to the Blue Star on the sale of housing agents. A reason, you just tell your needs to the room teeth. Room teeth will naturally go to help you find. Soon, Fanya brought a few juniors to find a courtyard for Xu Hua. This small courtyard is secluded and surrounded by a nice environment, and is only 2 or 3 miles away from the downtown area, so it's convenient to buy things and whatnot. This master, if you want to buy this courtyard, it's 22,000 coins. 20,000, how about that? Xu Hua said coldly. Room teeth nodded. Okay, 20,000 is 20,000, I'll go get the deed to the house and come over to sign it. After dealing with the process, Xu Hua got the small courtyard after paying 20,000 coins. This small courtyard was naturally inferior to the Black Dragon Town Ink House. But the location is different, and so are the resources. Here, rich in addition to be able to enjoy good martial arts resources, there are medical resources. The county side of the medical skills of the doctor is also quite a lot of.